Chapter 1, The aloof mentor Su Linglong comes to visit while pregnant. Haicheng University. Lecture Hall 1024. Alright, that's all for today's lesson. I'm sure everyone is already familiar with the cultivation path for starlight energy. The first monthly assessment of this semester is in 10 days. I hope you will all practice diligently and advance to the next star level before the assessment begins, achieving excellent results. On the podium, a tall and upright female instructor rested her hands on the lectern, her eyes cold and clear like a pool of water. Her face was delicate, her skin was pale and cool, her nose was high and straight, and her lips were a natural rosy color. Her lips were slightly pursed, as if she were conveying a sense of aloofness to everyone. Like a proud, solitary bamboo, it exudes an icy chill that keeps people at a distance. Alright, get out of class dismissed. Everyone else, go ahead. Zhou Yun, stay behind. Her voice, like her temperament, was clear and calm, without the slightest ripple, yet it clearly reached every corner of the classroom. Zhou Yun, sitting in his seat, was somewhat taken aback. What's going on? He clearly didn't do anything. At most, his gaze towards her was just a little too arrogant. But is it illegal to look at beautiful women? It's not illegal. At this moment, his deskmate Feng Huihong patted him on the shoulder and gave him a look that said, "Good luck to you. Brother Yun, I'm leaving now." Then, he grabbed his school bag and rushed out of the classroom as if fleeing. Zhou Yun was stunned. No, is this female mentor really that scary? Soon, all the students in the classroom left, leaving only Zhou Yun and the female instructor on the stage. Knock knock knock. The high heels clicked softly against the floor tiles, making a crisp sound in the classroom where there were only 2 people. This female tutor is named Su Linglong. She is a well-known beauty tutor at Haicheng University. It is rumored that the young talents who pursue her could line up from the university gate all the way to the city gate of Haicheng. Su Linglong stopped half a meter in front of Zhou Yun. Her hands were behind her back, her fists clenched so tightly that her knuckles were turning white. Taking a deep breath, her eyelashes fluttered twice, and she said in a slightly cold voice, "Zhou Yun, I'm pregnant." Thump! It was as if a gong had struck in Zhou Yun's head, leaving him speechless with shock. A beautiful female professor at Haicheng University is pregnant out of wedlock? This is truly big news. But why are you telling me this? It wasn't me. Suddenly, he felt a tearing pain in his brain. Again? How long will these aftereffects of time travel last? Zhou Yun transmigrated to this world a month ago. Almost every 3 to 5 days, I would have a headache for a long time, and after each headache, I would awaken a part of the original owner's memories. This time was no exception. He felt a moment of dizziness. It was late at night 2 months ago. The original owner had just returned from beachcombing and was on her way back to school. He was suddenly struck on the head with a club. When I woke up again, I was on the hill behind the school. That night, Su Linglong's eyes were bloodshot, as if she had accidentally taken some kind of drug, or perhaps her cultivation had gone wrong. With the sky as her blanket and the earth as her bed, Su Linglong took the initiative, pinning him down and forcing herself on him several times. After in-depth discussions. The next morning, when Zhou Yun woke up, Su Linglong had already disappeared. Only the specks of crimson on the bluestone beneath him and the throbbing pain from the forceful compression in his lower body told him that what happened last night was real and not a dream. Zhou Yun felt somewhat helpless about this. Are you kidding me? What does the mistake Zhou Yun made 2 months ago have to do with me now? Our souls are completely different now, okay? I'm a time traveler. Besides, you were clearly in control that night, playing the role of Guanyin all night, while I was the lotus beneath you. However, he looked up and glanced at the other person. Su Linglong's beautiful, cold face looked somewhat pale, and her eyes trembled, revealing her anxiety. Zhou Yun's gaze wandered and landed on her flat and slender abdomen. There, an embryo is slowly developing. He fell silent. Even though he kept telling himself that he was not the same person as the previous Zhou Yun. However, for no apparent reason, I felt a surge of emotion, as if we were connected by blood. The soul has changed, but the body remains the same. The genetic chain inherited within it belongs to Zhou Yun. This is his child. After a 3-second silence, he spoke slowly, enunciating each word clearly. Linglong. I will take responsibility. Before Su Linglong could reply, the words had been spoken. A cold, synthesized electronic voice echoed in his mind. Responsibility and commitment are the most brilliant aspects of humanity. Martial Arts Achievement System successfully activated. First time completion of system binding reward, 100 achievement points. Scanning shows the host's current cultivation level is 2-star Chi Martial Artist. 2 achievement points gained today. Final tally, you have earned a total of 102 achievement points today. Remaining achievement points, 102. Zhou Yun was overjoyed. The wind and snow have weighed me down for 2 or 3 years, but I laugh as the wind is light and the snow is as soft as cotton. It's been over a month since I transmigrated, system, you finally arrived. Before he could carefully examine the system functions. At this moment, Su Linglong suddenly spoke. Zhou Yun, are you serious? I just feel that you are his father and have the right to know about his existence. Actually, you were innocent that day. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and a struggle flickered in her eyes. Su Linglong comes from an extraordinary family. The Su family is a well-known wealthy family in the eastern region of the Dragon Kingdom. Furthermore, she possesses exceptional talent. At only 25 years old, she was already a powerful martial artist, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to become a tutor at Haicheng University. Her early life was smooth sailing and full of brilliance, making her a true winner in life. For her, getting rid of the child would put her life back on track. For Zhou Yun, what happened 2 months ago can be regarded as a dream. However, if we choose to keep the child, the brilliance of Su Linglong's first half of life will be completely dimmed, and the Su family will absolutely not allow their eldest daughter to be involved in a scandal of being pregnant out of wedlock. For Zhou Yun, his life would be in grave danger if the child's affair were exposed. Whether it's the Su family or those talented young men who admire Su Linglong, they will all be furious and take action against him, wanting to get rid of him as soon as possible. Zhou Yun saw through her thoughts and decisively spoke up. No. I said I would take responsibility, and I will definitely take responsibility. Then, he glanced at Su Linglong's lower abdomen and continued speaking. Give me 3 months, and I will show you my potential. Then I will go to the Su family to propose marriage. If I don't get your approval after 3 months, and you still think I can't be a good father, then it's not too late to get rid of him then. Zhou Yun's eyes shone brightly, his face radiating confidence. 5 months is the most she'll be showing, and whatever decision she makes then, it won't be too late. Su Linglong was stunned for a moment, wondering where Zhou Yun got his confidence from. She was Zhou Yun's tutor, so she was naturally very clear about his talent. Zhou Yun is definitely not a genius in the cultivation of star energy. He is only at the level of a 2-star Chi martial artist. Although he was diligent enough and practiced every day without fail, his natural talent limited him from achieving great success. She frowned slightly, nodded gently, and said softly, "All right, then, let's set a time frame of 3 months." She was willing to give the other person a chance, to give the little one in her belly a chance, and also, to give herself a chance. After all, she also needs some time to understand what it means to have feelings, and what it means to sever feelings. Chapter 2, Achievement Point System, Strengthening the Visualization Method. As Zhou Yun left the classroom, she still felt a dreamlike, unreal sensation, as if her feet were treading on cotton, light and airy. I have a child. I have a system now. Suppressing his excitement, Zhou Yun hurriedly finished lunch and quickly returned to his dormitory. The most urgent task now is to figure out the function of my system and see if I can use it to quickly upgrade and become a top-tier expert, 1 in a million. Zhou Yun has been in this world for a month now, and has gained a general understanding of it. Mysterious energy exists within the stars of the world. Humans can absorb and refine this energy to temper their physical bodies, elevate their realm, and achieve a leap in their life level. There are 10 levels in total, from lowest to highest. These are the 5 realms of martial arts: Chi martial artist, Spirit martial artist, Heaven martial artist, Saint martial artist, and Divine martial artist. And the 5 realms of godhood: Divine Sea realm, Divine Sovereign realm, Divine King realm, Divine Venerable realm, and Divine Emperor realm. At this time, Zhou Yun was a 2-star Chi martial artist, a newcomer who had just embarked on the path of cultivation. The dormitories at Haicheng University are quite nice, with 2 people sharing a room. Zhou Yun's other roommate was named Feng Huihong, who was slightly stronger than him and was a 3-star Chi martial artist. Brother Yun? You're back? That Abbess Miju didn't do anything to you, did she? Upon seeing Zhou Yun enter, Feng Huihong, who was engrossed in studying a detailed explanation of star energy circulation, immediately looked up at him with curiosity. Extinction Master? Zhou Yun raised an eyebrow and paused for a moment. The next second, he instantly realized that the Abbess Miju he was referring to was Su Linglong, and couldn't help but chuckle. It's quite surprising that she has such a nickname. But thinking about it, it seems normal. After all, although she was very beautiful, her aura, like that of ancient ice, was indeed fitting for the name extinction. Zhou Yun shook his head. What could it be? They just asked about my studies in life. After casually changing the subject, Zhou Yun rolled over onto the bed and closed her eyes, pretending to sleep. He had no interest in discussing such trivial matters with Feng Huihong. For him at this moment, the system was the most important thing. After taking 2 deep breaths, try to calm yourself down. Silently repeat in your mind, summon the system. The next second, a semi-transparent system panel appeared in his mind. Introduce your functions and uses. Buzz. The system panel trembled slightly, and then a cold, synthesized electronic voice slowly began to play. This system is called the Martial Arts Achievement System. Achievement points will be awarded based on multiple dimensions, including level of achievement, behavior, and mindset. Daily achievement points will be distributed at midnight. Please check your account. Achievement points can be used to enhance and upgrade the host's personal items, including cultivation techniques, equipment, elixirs, talismans, weapons, and more. As the system notification sounded, a text prompt also appeared on the mental panel. Therefore, he had already read all the system function descriptions before the system finished broadcasting. Zhou Yun nodded slightly, indicating that he had gained some general understanding. I currently have 102 achievement points. Let me see what we can do with these 102 points. With a thought, the enhanced interface appeared in his mind. Beginner's Guide to Stargazing. Evaluation, a basic visualization technique covering only the 5 realms of martial arts, an introductory book for ordinary martial artists in the Dragon Kingdom. White quality. Strengthening Direction 1, perfect the visualization diagram's operational path, making it more flawless, and ultimately elevating it to a green quality visualization method. Required achievement points, 100. Enhancement Direction 2, abandon subsequent visualization techniques, cutting off all escape routes, and retain only the visualization and cultivation path for Qi martial artists, making it a red grade visualization technique. Required achievement points, 100. Green quality? Red quality? Zhou Yun gasped. Materials and techniques in the world are all classified into different grades. From bottom to top, there are 7 levels: white, green, blue, red, orange, purple, and gold. The quality varies drastically between each level. Just like Su Linglong, who is less than 5 years younger than Zhou Yun, why is she already a powerful heavenly martial artist and able to become a powerful mentor at Haicheng University? There are 2 fundamental reasons for this. First, she is exceptionally talented, with a talent for cultivation that is 1 in a million. Secondly, it was because she had been practicing the Su family's traditional martial arts since childhood. A red quality star refining chart. Upon thinking of this, Zhou Yun's heart instantly boiled with excitement. The first direction of enhancement is to strengthen the complete star-gazing chart and turn it into a green visualization method that covers all 5 realms of martial arts. The second approach to strengthening is to abandon any future options and retain only the visualization method of the Qi warrior realm, directly upgrading it to the red quality level. There's no need to hesitate. As his level increases, he will inevitably be able to acquire other visualization techniques, without having to be confined to a single book like Elementary Star Observation Chart. As for the red grade visualization method, that's something you can only come across by chance. I made a decisive choice and confirmed in my mind that I had chosen option 2. The next second, he felt himself bathed in starlight. It was as if the Milky Way was pouring down from the heavens, washing away the impurities and strengthening his physical body. Is this the concept of red quality? Truly terrifying. His heart was pounding. He was extremely excited. In the past, when he used the elementary star-gazing chart, he could only attract 1 star, causing it to scatter faint starlight. Now, as soon as the technique was activated, more than 100 rays of starlight were drawn in. This means that at least 100 stars were drawn to him by his visualization, showering him with starlight and providing energy for his practice. With this visualization method in hand, even if there are no other opportunities, you can rely solely on your own practice. Within a month, I also have a chance to reach the perfect Qi martial artist realm and break through the barrier of spirit martial artist. Zhou Yun sat cross-legged on the bed with his eyes closed, circulating the star-gazing technique, feeling the pleasure and comfort of the rapidly rising star energy within his body, his heart surging with excitement. He had never experienced starlight energy so directly before, and everything at this moment felt novel to him. I don't know how much time passed. He felt something was off, opened his eyes, and found Feng Huihong standing in front of his window, gently patting his shoulder. Zhou Yun frowned. If it weren't for Feng Huihong's interference, he felt that he might have been able to break through to the level of a 3-star Qi martial artist in one go. Brother Yun? Are you cultivating or asleep? You've never sat for an entire afternoon like this before. Previously, he practiced a white-quality visualization technique, which could only draw upon one star, and the star energy it provided was intermittent, making it impossible for him to immerse himself in cultivation for an extended period. What's up? He asked patiently. Although there is no such thing as going into a demonic state in this world, being suddenly interrupted is still a bit annoying. It's past 6 in the afternoon, I'm going to go beachcombing, do you want to come? Beachcombing? Zhou Yun was momentarily stunned, then immediately stood up and said decisively. Go! Chapter 3, Beachcombing, Rock Crabs. Beachcombing is one of the few ways for ordinary cultivators in Haicheng to obtain cultivation resources. Haicheng is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides and is located on a peninsula in the eastern part of the Dragon Kingdom. Every day at low tide, many strange sea creatures are left stranded on the beach because they cannot return to the sea with the tide. Many martial artists, due to their low strength, lack the ability to hunt monsters at sea. They could only scavenge for scraps on the beach and hunt down the low-level sea creatures that lingered in the shallow waters, barely clinging to life. For low-level Qi martial artists like Zhou Yun and Feng Huihong, this is also their only way to obtain cultivation resources. Therefore, after hearing Feng Huihong's suggestion to go beachcombing, Zhou Yun agreed without hesitation. In spiritual practice, each of the following is extremely important: resources, methods, companions, and environment. Currently, he has a red-quality visualization technique at hand, so he doesn't need to worry about cultivation methods for the time being. As for a Taoist partner, there's no need to worry. You just need to gain Su Linglong's approval within the 3-month period. As for the land, he is currently a freshman at Haicheng University. Cultivating within the university won't provide any special advantages, but at least safety can be guaranteed. Only wealth. That was real poverty. After all, his parents had both passed away, leaving him no inheritance. He has to earn his own living expenses. Run! If you go too late, the good stuff will be taken by someone else. Zhou Yun jumped off the bed, slipped on his shoes, and urged Feng Huihong to hurry up. Haicheng City, South Coast. As the sun sets over the sea, a cool breeze blows from the land towards the sea. The tide surged and receded slowly from the beach, returning to the sea. Zhou Yun carried a dark-colored rebar and walked along the beach, scanning his surroundings with shifty eyes, looking for any sea creatures that might be lurking beneath the sand and water. Behind him followed a short, stout, dark-skinned, and burly man, none other than Feng Huihong. Feng Huihong held a gleaming spiked club in his hand, and the fat on his face trembled with each step, revealing his ferocious appearance. At this moment, many small groups were scattered on the vast beach. They all had a common goal: to go beachcombing. Each team was spaced more than 10 meters apart, since the beach was vast and there were quite a few low-level sea creatures left on the beach every day when the tide went out. With enough effort, one can find something, more or less. Therefore, unfamiliar teams will not get too close to each other to avoid causing unnecessary misunderstandings. Rustle! Rustle! Suddenly, Zhou Yun heard a soft rustling sound of fine sand rubbing against each other not far in front of him. There's something there! He gave a low shout to Feng Huihong beside him. The two looked at each other and saw joy in each other's eyes. A great start! This is a good omen. The two walked quickly forward, one on the left and one on the right, and stood in front of a small sand dune. The fine sand on the dunes was still swaying gently, with specks of sand rolling down from above. The commotion was growing louder, indicating that the marine creature beneath the dunes was quite large. I've struck gold. Feng Huihong gently poked at the sand dune with his spiked club, preparing to scrape away the fine sand on top. Most sea beasts are covered in hard scales, making them extremely defensive. Ordinary weapons have difficulty penetrating their defenses and inflicting effective damage on them. Therefore, whether it was Zhou Yun, Feng Huihong, or the other teams on the beach, they all carried heavy weapons. A Tier 1 sea beast, the rock crab. Such a large rock crab is very rare. I wonder how much its star core could sell for. Rock crabs are relatively common marine creatures, named for their rock-like shape and hard shells. Rock crabs have ordinary bloodlines, and most of them are low-level first-tier demonic beasts, with strength roughly equivalent to a 3-star Qi martial artist. Humans can absorb starlight energy to improve their cultivation level. The same applies to demonic beasts. They devour and absorb starlight energy, accumulating it within the star core to achieve advancement in their realm and leap in their life level. Roar! This rock crab missed its chance to return to the sea when the tide went out. They were preparing to dig deep into the beach, concealing their bodies beneath the fine sand to avoid being searched by human cultivators. Unexpectedly, its hiding skills were not very good, and Zhou Yun and Feng Huihong saw through its concealment and disguise at a glance. So it simply stopped dodging, let out a hiss, and brandished its pair of huge, iron-like claws, attacking Zhou Yun and his companion from both sides. Clang! The crab claws swooped down, and when they clamped down, they produced several metallic clanging sounds, with faint sparks flashing, showing their formidable power. Snort! I'll do it! Zhou Yun snorted coldly, swung the rebar in his hand high, and slammed it forward heavily. He didn't have the money to buy those precious magical artifacts, but for Qi martial artists, the bonus from magical artifacts wasn't that significant. As long as the weapon was handy enough, they could still unleash considerable power. Bang! The dark-colored rebar slammed heavily onto the rock crab's claws, producing a piercing scraping sound. Several sharp teeth on the bluish-gray claws were worn away. The stellar energy within Zhou Yun's body flowed along his meridians, pouring into his arms, instantly turning them crimson, as if they contained boundless power. Die! He took a step forward, gripped the hard rebar tightly with both hands, and used the force to press down. The rock crab's claws were squeezed by his sudden burst of strength, making several cracking sounds, and almost broke off. Brother Yun! I'll help you! Feng Huihong gripped his spiked club tightly, stepped on the yellow sand, and charged from the side, taking advantage of the stalemate between the rock crab and Zhou Yun. With a leap high, the spiked club slammed heavily onto the rock crab's carapace. Its carapace was like a hard, large blue stone. Feng Huihong's all-out attack with his spiked club failed to shatter it, only creating a few dents and chips. Good heavens! So hard! Feng Huihong gasped, somewhat shocked. In the past, they had fought the rock crab before. Although its carapace was hard, it couldn't withstand his spiked club. But this time, it seems a little different. At this moment, Zhou Yun reminded him in a deep voice. Smash its crab claws. Smash its two claws to render it powerless, then we'll crack its shell together. Feng Huihong nodded. Severing its two arms, especially its two most important claws, would surely severely injure it. Immediately, he picked up his spiked club and slammed it into the joint of the rock crab's claw. Although the rock crab is not very intelligent, its fighting instincts are quite good. Upon seeing this, it immediately tried to retract its crab claws. But how could Zhou Yun let him have his way? The rebar thrust forward, firmly locking the two crab claws outside. Two crisp snapping sounds were heard. Feng Huihong removed the two enormous, bluish-gray crab claws. He then smashed the joints into a bloody pulp with his spiked club. Good! A glint of light flashed in Zhou Yun's eyes, and he couldn't help but shout his approval in a deep voice. Immediately, he pulled the rebar out of the crab claw and, together with Feng Huihong, smashed it against the carapace of the rock crab. The rock crab's head is covered by its carapace, with only two small holes for it to observe its surroundings, making it very difficult to kill without damaging the carapace. However, Feng Huihong had already removed the rock crab's two claws, leaving it powerless to resist. They wanted to escape, but they were not as fast as Zhou Yun and his companion. Therefore, even though its carapace is hard, it can only hold out for a while. Given enough time, it will eventually be able to be smashed to pieces. Chapter 4, Female Crab, Crab Row. Die. Click. Zhou Yun gripped the threaded steel pipe tightly and plunged it fiercely into the shattered crab shell. He stabbed with extreme precision, right where the rock crab's head was located. With a single blow, the brain of the rock crab was crushed, and it instantly fell silent, unable to make any further resistance. Zhou Yun pulled the steel pipe outwards, and a large amount of translucent fluid seeped out from the pierced wound. This was the blood and brain matter of the rock crab. In this translucent liquid, Zhou Yun saw a black crystal the size of a peanut. Star Core. The Star Core is the core of the demon beast's power. All the starlight energy they devour accumulates within it. The Star Core of a first-tier monster like the rock crab can be sold on the market for 100 Dragon Kingdom coins. It's enough to support the monthly expenses of an ordinary college student like Zhou Yun. Of course, 100 Dragon Kingdom coins could only guarantee that he wouldn't starve to death. As for the resources needed for cultivation, he absolutely couldn't afford them. Zhou Yun took out the Star Core and put it in his pocket. This is the spoils of war that he and Feng Huihong acquired together. After being sold and converted into Jackie Chan currency, the spoils will be distributed. In addition to the Star Core, the rock crab has another valuable item on it. Although it is not as precious as its personality, it can still be sold for more than 10 Dragon Kingdom coins. Those are its crab claws. Crab claws are hard and have a cold nature, making them a very basic material for refining weapons and crafting talismans. Although there are a great many rock crabs in Haichang, there is never a shortage of buyers for crab claws. So, after carefully putting away the precious star core, Zhou Yun picked up the 2 crab claws that had fallen to the side and were buried by the yellow sand, and put them into his backpack. Wait a moment. It seems we've made an unexpected discovery. Zhou Yun was about to call out to Feng Huihong to continue forward. After all, the time suitable for beachcombing every day is not long, and so many people are vying for these scarce resources. If you are slow, the meat will be eaten up by others. At this moment, Feng Huihong, who had been lying next to the corpse of the rock crab, constantly touching and studying it, let out a gasp, his face beaming with excitement. How? Zhou Yun first glanced around and noticed that Feng Huihong's exclamation hadn't attracted the attention of the other beachcombers. Then he walked to his side and asked in a low voice. Feng Huihong, realizing he had just lost his composure, glanced around with his bright eyes before whispering to Zhou Yun. I'm rich now. This rock crab is a female. I knew this thing was huge, and its carapace was unusually hard. It's a female. Ah, that makes sense. Female crab. This rock crab is a female. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhou Yun's eyes. Generally, female rock crabs spend their entire lives in the area where shallow and deep seas meet. They grow and develop, laying eggs and reproducing to build their colony. The crab roe inside its body is extremely precious, representing the essence of its entire being. The starlight energy contained within it is even more concentrated than that in the star's core. In the market guild, a fist-sized piece of crab roe is worth over 1,000 dragon coins. Hurry! Hurry! Look how much crab roe is inside. While keeping watch on their surroundings to prevent anyone else from getting close, Zhou Yun urged them in a low voice. Feng Huihong also knew the importance of this matter, and carefully peeled off the crab shell that they had just broken, and rummaged around for a while. A huge ball of crab roe was scooped out from it, enough to fill a porcelain bowl. Looking at the precious, golden yellow crab roe, Zhou Yun's breathing became heavy and rapid. So much. It can fetch at least 7,000 or 8,000 in the market. However, neither Zhou Yun nor Feng Huihong would choose to sell it. After all, they work so hard every day to catch seafood and earn money, just to accumulate enough funds to buy cultivation resources. The massive amount of stellar energy contained within the crab roe can be directly absorbed by the human body, rapidly enhancing their cultivation level. Zhou Yun unzipped his handbag at the opportune moment, stuffed the crab roe that Feng Huihong had presented into it, and then quickly sealed the handbag to ensure that the golden light shimmering on the surface of the crab roe and the fragrance it emitted would not escape and attract the attention of anyone with ulterior motives. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing each other's current plans, and nodded in unison. Walk. There's no need to stay at the beach any longer. At low tide, the time suitable for beachcombing is not long. They have already taken up most of the time by killing rock crabs. With so many people beachcombing, there are too many monks and not enough porridge. Staying here any longer will not yield much, and there is even a risk of exposing the crab roe. The safest option is to secure your gains as soon as possible. The two left the beach unhurriedly and without attracting anyone's attention, returning to Haicheng University. Inside the dormitory, the doors and windows had been locked by the two people. Zhou Yun and Feng Huihong exchanged a glance, their hearts still filled with barely suppressed elation. Beachcombing doesn't yield results every day. Even if there is any profit, it's only killing 1 or 2 sea beasts and obtaining 1 or 2 star cores. After a hard night's work, the two of them can earn at most 100 or 200 dragon coins. Looking at the large, golden piece of crab roe on the table, Zhou Yun swallowed hard and slowly said. Same as always, let's save up the star cores and sell them at the market at the end of the month, splitting the dragon coins in half. As for the crab roe, we'll each have half. Feng Huihong nodded, having no objection. They grew up in the same building and have been best friends for over 20 years, so their level of trust in each other is naturally very high. Then, Zhou Yun took a plate, placed the crab roe on it, and used a watermelon knife to cut it in half from top to bottom. Feng Huihong reached out and grabbed one half, stuffing it into his mouth right in front of Zhou Yun, and finished it off in a few bites. Call. This crab roe is really good, soft and sweet. One word, fresh. He gave a thumbs up in praise. He then sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and began to circulate the elementary star-gazing chart, cultivating while refining the starlight energy within the crab roe. Zhou Yun smiled and shook his head at Feng Huihong's performance. He glanced at the remaining half of the crab roe in front of him, but unlike Feng Huihong, he did not choose to swallow it immediately. Instead, he carefully put it away and kept it by his side. At this time, there were still 3 hours until midnight. At midnight, the system's achievement points will be calculated. He wanted to see how many achievement points he would gain, and whether he could enhance the crab roe to improve its quality and make it play a greater role. Close your eyes and concentrate for a moment, empty your mind, and quietly operate the enhanced star chart. It felt as if hundreds of stars were shining above his head. Zhou Yun felt his mind and spirit were bathed in the tide of the starry sea, and the starlight energy in his body was slowly rising. Chapter 5, Enhancement. Dragon Pattern Black Gold Spear. Time slips away silently, like water in a toilet bowl, in a corner you can't see. Soon, it was midnight. Zhou Yun also opened his eyes at the opportune moment. His eyes were very bright in the darkness. They're here. As soon as I finished speaking, I heard a notification in my mind. Today's achievement points are being calculated, please wait. After awakening this system, your mindset will no longer be anxious and hesitant, but rather cheerful and confident. Achievement points +3. You've used the system's achievement points enhancement function for the first time, upgrading your visualization technique to red quality. You're amazed by the system's wonders. Achievement points +5. You are immersed in a state of cultivation, feeling the accumulation of starlight energy within your body, and experiencing the process of gradually becoming stronger. Achievement points +2. You and your friend Feng Huihong cooperated in battle to defeat the powerful rock crab, gaining combat experience. Achievement points +5. 1 Tier 1 Star Core acquired as loot. Achievement points +2. I received a piece of crab roe as a pleasant surprise. It's truly a blessing from Lady Luck. Achievement points +20. Scanning the host's current level in cultivation realm. Current cultivation level is 2-star Chi martial artist, gaining 2 achievement points. Final calculation, current remaining achievement points, 41. I gained 39 points today. After the last purchase, I have 2 points left, so I currently have a total of 41 points. Although it wasn't much, Zhou Yun wasn't discouraged or disappointed. After all, he had just obtained the system and his level was still very low, so it was reasonable that he had acquired fewer achievement points. Once my strength and level increase, the speed at which I acquire achievement points should increase rapidly. Let me see what I can do with 41 achievement points. Zhou Yun opened the enhancement interface at the opportune moment. Crab Roe White Grade. Evaluation, a very low-grade spiritual item. Consuming it will provide a small amount of star energy amplification. Enhancement Direction 1, slightly increase the quality of star energy contained within the crab roe without changing its grade. Required achievement points, 35. Enhancement Direction 2, significantly upgrade the grade of this crab roe, from white to green. Required achievement points, 100. Star Core Order 1. Evaluation, this is a tiny star core that originated from the body of a first-tier demonic beast, the rock crab. It contains a large amount of impurities, and the actual starlight energy is negligible. Enhancement Direction 1, remove impurities to slightly improve its quality. Requires 80 achievement points. Enhancement Direction 2, upgrade the Tier 1 star core to a Tier 2 star core, completely changing its original tier attributes. Requires 300 achievement points. Threaded steel pipe ungraded weapon. Comment, someone actually uses this as a weapon? You must be incredibly poor. Enhancement Option 1, increase weight. Double the weight of this rebar, dealing greater damage to enemies in combat. Required achievement points, 3. Enhancement Direction 2, tempering. Without changing its grade, use rebar as the material and have the system temper it to forge it into a rigid, overlord-like spear. Requires 5 achievement points. Unlike last time. This time, 3 types of items can be enhanced in the system interface: crab roe, star core, and threaded steel pipe. I only have 41 achievement points, so I can immediately rule out both enhancement paths for the star core. After all, both enhancement levels are too expensive. I simply can't afford them. As for the crab roe, although I really want to upgrade it to level 2, 100 achievement points are too expensive. After accumulating enough points over 2 or 3 days, he can gather 100 enhancement points, choose the second enhancement path, and upgrade the crab roe to the green grade. However, after thinking it over, Zhou Yun felt that wasting 2 or 3 days for a piece of green grade crab roe was not worth it. No one knew what tomorrow would bring, so it was more reliable to quickly convert limited resources into his own strength. He then directly selected Enhancement Direction 1, and 35 achievement points were instantly deducted from the system interface, leaving him with 6 points remaining. The moment the crab roe in his hand was enhanced, Zhou Yun felt that the sweet fragrance emanating from it had become even stronger, which greatly increased his anticipation for it. 6 o'clock left. Zhou Yun turned his gaze to the 2 reinforcement paths of the threaded steel pipe. He wasn't one to hoard resources. He would try his best to use up all his remaining resources before he had sufficient strength. Option 1, double the weight. I'm quite comfortable using the current weight of this rebar. Doubling it should increase the power of heavy blows significantly, but it might also be a bit more strenuous to swing. He shook his head and looked toward the second enhancement direction. Forging and tempering it into a supreme spear. Zhou Yun really liked long weapons like spears, clubs, and halberds, which is one of the reasons why he temporarily chose threaded steel pipes as his weapon before he could afford other weapons. As for the Overlord Spear, he frowned slightly, looking somewhat hesitant. There are 2 types of guns, rigid guns and flexible guns. The most representative rigid spear is the Overlord Spear, whose shaft is incredibly hard and inflexible, with a sharp tip, making it powerful and fierce. Whether striking with force or thrusting, its power is considerable. However, its weakness is also obvious. As the saying goes, too much rigidity leads to breakage. After each attack, the recoil force it experiences is substantial. The second type of flexible spear, like the Overlord Spear, has an extremely sharp spearhead. Its biggest difference from the rigid spear lies in its shaft. The shaft possesses immense flexibility, capable of bending like a full moon under stress and quickly springing back after the force dissipates. Compared to the Overlord Spear, its techniques are more fluid and graceful, suitable for using the opponent's force against them, but requiring more advanced spear techniques. However, in charging into battle and blasting opponents, it falls short compared to the rigid spear in terms of sheer power. Which one suits me best? The Overlord gun? Or the flexible gun? Zhou Yun frowned in thought. Although flexible guns are good, many historically renowned warriors who made their names with guns, such as Zhao Yun, Luo Chang, and Luo Shixin, all used flexible guns. But I've never liked those roundabout and fancy moves. Straightforward and forceful attacks seem to suit my personality better. Once he understood, he had nothing left to hesitate about. System, I choose Enhancement Level 2, to forge this threaded steel pipe into a mighty spear. Whoosh! 5 achievement points have been deducted, leaving only 1 point in my account. Zhou Yun rolled out of bed and looked under the bed. Under the bed, the rebar that had been casually placed earlier had disappeared. Instead, a jet black spear, seemingly forged from black gold, was carved with dragon patterns, exuding a majestic aura. The spearhead was sharp, gleaming with a cold light, and imbued with a chilling and ruthless killing intent. He tried to pick it up with his hands and found that the weight was the same as before, and it was very easy to handle. At this point, the system also displayed its information in a timely manner. Unranked Overlord Spear unnamed. Spending more achievement points or investing rare materials can improve its quality and allow it to evolve again. Unnamed. Zhou Yun narrowed his eyes slightly. Should I give you a name? He smiled slightly, and a suitable name immediately came to mind. Since it's shaped like black gold and carved with dragon patterns all over, let's call it the Dragon Pattern Black Gold Spear. I don't know if there is such a divine treasure as dragon pattern black gold in this world, but with the existence of the system, one day it will be able to upgrade its quality into a true dragon pattern black gold spear. Chapter 6, Martial Arts Practice Lesson, Xian Yangmu of the Qian family. After playing with it for a while, Zhou Yun put the spear back under the bed. Although this gun has a majestic and imposing appearance, due to the limitations of its material, it is still an ordinary mortal weapon, not even a first-class spiritual weapon. There is still a long way to go before it can truly become a legendary weapon. Before that, the most important thing is to improve our strength as soon as possible. He rolled onto the bed, sat cross-legged again, and took out the enhanced crab roe. This piece of crab roe, which had been enhanced by the system, looked more translucent and fuller than the one Feng Huiheng had eaten, and its inner starlight energy was more abundant. Without hesitation, he swallowed it in one gulp. The delicious crab roe melts in your mouth, sweet and smooth, rich and full, with an enticing aroma, truly a delicacy. Bang! Crystals exploded in Zhou Yun's mouth, transforming into pure and rich star energy. This energy flowed through his meridians, through his limbs and bones, and finally into his dantian. Within Zhou Yun's dantian, 2 milky white vortexes were slowly moving, absorbing starlight energy. These 2 vortexes represented his current realm, a second star chi martial artist. As the stellar energy within the crab row is gradually released, a slightly smaller cyclone is slowly forming between the two white cyclones. He is about to become a 3-star Chi warrior. At this point, he had only bitten off a quarter of the crab row. A large piece was still in his hand. The night was cool, the stars shifted, and the night passed in the blink of an eye. The next morning, Jo-Yun opened his eyes, his gaze shining brightly like stars. He swallowed the entire piece of crab row, and with the absorption and refinement using the red grade stargazing technique, the star energy conversion rate was extremely high. He actually advanced to the level of a 4-star Chi martial artist in just one night. Although the fourth vortex in the Dantian is still very small, far less vast than the other two vortexes, it is still quite good, even though it is only the size of a beginner 4-star Chi martial artist. To leap 2 small steps in one night is nothing short of a fantasy or a pipe dream for an ordinary martial artist. Ha ha ha. Cool. At that moment, Feng Huihong's hearty laughter echoed from inside the room. Brother Yun, I've broken through to the level of a 4-star Chi martial artist. Feng Huihong's face was full of excitement. He was already a level higher than Jo-Yun, a 3-star Chi martial artist. He had refined half a piece of precious crab roe last night, so it was only natural that he would break through now. Jo-Yun nodded, deeply empathizing with Feng Huihong's current state of mind. I've also made a significant breakthrough. Today is a martial arts practice class, we need to get there early, otherwise we won't be able to get a front row seat. While they were talking, Jo-Yun had already finished washing up, dressed neatly, and walked to the door with his martial arts practice textbook. Feng Huihong was quick as well, and in just 3 minutes he had tidied himself up and walked to his side. Brother Yun, after class today, how about we go to Xingyu Market this afternoon? 3 spikes on my spiked club broke off yesterday. I need to find a weapon refiner to repair them. Feng Huihong scratched his head and said with a smile. There was another layer of meaning behind his words. That meant going to the market to sell the star cores they'd accumulated over the past 2 weeks and split the profits. After all, repairing the weapons would cost a lot, and he wouldn't have the money to pay if he didn't clear out the inventory. Jo-Yun nodded decisively. In just over half a month, they hunted and killed the sea creatures stranded on the beach, accumulating a total of 13 star cores, which could be sold for at least 1,300 dragon coins, enough to buy quite a few things. Unlike yesterday's martial arts theory class in the lecture hall, the classroom for martial arts practice classes is located in a specially designed gymnasium. The floor beneath the stadium is covered with special runes that form a mysterious magic array. It is extremely sturdy and rumored to be able to withstand any attack from anyone below the heavenly martial realm. When Jo-Yun and his companion arrived at the martial arts practice classroom in the gymnasium, most of the students had already arrived. At this moment, many people were gathered in 2s and 3s, discussing some of the events that had occurred in the past few days. Before class, familiar classmates would sit together, chat about gossip, and exchange information. Hey! Which sea area did you go beachcombing in yesterday? Legend has it that someone found an injured blood squid on the beach in the shallows of the East China Sea. That's a 2nd-tier demonic beast. After being severely injured, it's only 1/10 of its strength left. At most, it can only exert the combat power of a 1st-tier demonic beast. Killing it will allow us to obtain a 2nd-tier star core. Sigh, too bad I'm not so lucky. When will I get a lucky break? Wang Yan beat his chest and stamped his feet, recounting who had been lucky last night and had obtained another great opportunity. Wake up! You're just a 3-star Chi martial artist. Even a heavily injured blood squid is not something you can handle, and you might even lose your life. I know the person who killed that blood squid last night. It seems to be Guanping, a sophomore, a powerful 8-star Chi martial artist. Some people sneered at Wang Yan, saying that the most important thing for a person is to have a clear understanding of their own strength. Even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. Even a heavily injured blood squid is not something these low-level Chi martial artists, who are only freshmen and still very weak, can handle. By the way, it seems someone saw Qian Yangmu of the Qian family on the beach in the South District last night. Legend has it that he ventured 800 miles into the deep sea just to kill a 3rd-tier clam and hunt for the water spirit pearl inside. Li Yeye suddenly said. Her words instantly attracted the attention of most of the students in the class. Qian Yangmu? Is that the Qin family that the city lord of Haicheng is from? Qian Yangmu is the young city lord. At only 27 years old, he's already a celestial martial artist. His talent is in no way inferior to teacher Su Linglong's. What kind of treasures does the Qin family not have? Do they really need a young city lord like him to personally deal with a 3rd-tier water spirit pearl? Some people praised it, while others were puzzled. What do you know? Li Yeye continued. Young Master Qian is a devoted admirer of our teacher Su Linglong. Of course, he's searching for the water spirit pearl to give to our teacher Su. Although their family doesn't lack third-tier spiritual items, those that are personally collected have a different meaning. If I were teacher Su, I would be moved to tears and would marry no one but him. Li Yeye's eyes sparkled, and she looked completely infatuated. Zhou Yun, who had been sitting in his seat with his eyes closed, eavesdropping on the conversations around him, suddenly frowned slightly. Qian Yongmu? Okay. How dare you covet my woman? You have already chosen the path to your death. He snorted coldly in his heart, but his face didn't show much abnormality. The Qin family is very powerful, they even hold the position of city lord of Haicheng. Compared to the Qian family, Zhou Yun is not even as good as an ant in the abyss. However, he was confident that he could rise to prominence and become a powerful figure that even the Qian family could not look up to. Cough cough. A low, soft cough drifted into the classroom from outside. The noisy room quickly quieted down. The martial arts practice teacher has arrived. Chapter 7, The Spirit Testing Stone Tablet. The teacher of Zhou Yun's class's martial arts practice class was named Mu Jinka. He is a heavenly martial realm martial artist, but the prestige of his heavenly martial realm is much lower than that of Su Linglong. After all, he was over 70 years old, more than halfway through his life, and his vital energy was no longer at its peak, so there was basically no possibility of him advancing any further. Bang! Mujinko pushed open the door and entered the classroom. He was dressed in a gray-white tang suit, his back straight, his temples slightly gray. Although his blood and energy were declining, he was still vigorous and exuded the spirit of a heavenly warrior. He went inside and looked around. Finding that everyone had arrived, he nodded in satisfaction. He walked to the front of the podium and gently waved his arm. The next moment, a mysterious dark silver metal pillar appeared in the center of the room. The pillars are branded with magical patterns and carved with reliefs, depicting lifelike demonic beasts roaring to the sky, and powerful human warriors soaring into the heavens. This is a spirit testing steel. Today's lesson will be a test of your skill level. Students who unleash a full-force attack on the spirit testing steel, achieving a power level equivalent to a 3-star Qi martial artist, are qualified to go to the school's martial arts library to select a first-tier martial art for training. Mujinko spoke slowly, his voice not loud, but full of energy, clearly reaching the ears of every student. Choose a first-tier martial skill? Teacher Mu, is it free? As soon as Mujink finished speaking, a burly young man in the front row asked him excitedly. Martial arts are techniques for utilizing starlight energy. Among martial artists of the same level, one with martial arts skills can easily defeat an opponent without them. Through martial arts techniques, one can unleash the greatest power with the least amount of energy. However, martial arts skills have always been extremely precious. At Haicheng University, even the lowest level first-tier martial art requires at least 5,000 dragon coins to master. And even that doesn't guarantee you'll learn it. The 5,000 dragon coins are just the borrowing fee for the martial arts manual, which can only be borrowed for 1 week. After 1 week, even if you haven't learned it, the library staff will take the manual back. If you wish to study it again, you will need to pay another 5,000 dragon coins to extend the borrowing period. Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Mojinko nodded slightly. The martial arts library has never been free. Teaching, imparting knowledge, and resolving doubts are all interconnected. Without dragon coins as a bridge to link these causes and effects, how can you possibly access and comprehend the martial arts manuals? Mojinko shook his head gently and said slowly. The smile on the face of the boy who had just asked the question froze. However, Mukinko's subsequent words reignited the excitement in him and everyone else present. Although it's not free, our martial arts library at Haicheng University has really gone to great lengths for the 3 cities competition a month from now. All students who have been recognized by the spirit testing steel and whose strength has reached the level of a 3-star Qi martial artist. You can choose a suitable Tier 1 martial art from the martial arts library at a 90% discount. The words fell. Instantly, a third of the students in the classroom had their eyes light up, and even their breathing became heavier. Why weren't the remaining 2/3 excited? The reason is simple, their strength wasn't up to par, so they couldn't enjoy this benefit. A 10% discount means around 500 dragon coins. This price is absolutely a steal. Zhou Yun was also very excited. Although he didn't have enough money left, he still had 13 star cores. After selling the star core and splitting the profits with Feng Huihong, the remaining balance in his hand would definitely be enough to exchange for a suitable Tier 1 martial skill. The atmosphere in the classroom became quite lively, even though only about a third of the students were able to enjoy this benefit. Brother Yoon? How are you? He should be at least a 3-star Chi martial artist by now, right? Fong Huihong, standing beside him, asked with a concerned expression. That piece of crab roe contained a considerable amount of starlight energy, so theoretically, the possibility of advancement was not small. However, there are always unexpected events. Fong Huihong was afraid that Zhou Yun would fail to break through in advance, thus missing this opportunity and losing his chance to obtain a first-tier martial skill. Zhou Yun shook his head. Don't worry. I've made a breakthrough. At the same time, he silently added another sentence in his mind. Not 3 stars, but someone at your level, a 4-star Chi martial artist. Alright. Time is of the essence, let's begin the test now. Mujinko raised his wrist and looked at his watch. Let's proceed one by one, from left to right, according to seating order. He pointed to the spirit testing tablet in the center of the classroom and said, Push harder. Give it your all. Attack it, and the spirit testing tablet will display your strength and realm. On the dark silver spirit testing tablet, the intertwined magic patterns hummed and trembled, looking quite extraordinary. I'll do it. The first person to step forward was a girl named Li Lele, the same girl who had been talking about the young lord of the Qian family with a lovesick expression. She held her long, white neck high, like a proud swan. She stood before the spirit testing steel, clenched her fist, and let out a soft shout. He unleashed a punch, which slammed heavily onto the spirit testing steel. The dark silver spirit testing tablet appeared to have been cast from metal, but after being struck, it rippled like azure waves, which was truly strange. Buzz. Buzz. After Li Yeye threw a punch, she saw the spirit testing tablet flash twice with crimson light. Immediately, Mu Jinka, the martial arts practice teacher on the podium, spoke up, 2-star Chi martial artist level. It doesn't pass. Upon hearing this, Li Yeye's previously arrogant and confident expression vanished instantly, replaced by an incredulous look of astonishment. Teacher, is there something wrong with this spirit testing tablet? I broke through to the 3-star Chi warrior level 3 days ago, how could I possibly get a 2-star score on the test? Li Yeye clenched her fists and argued vehemently with Mu Jinka. Mujinko frowned slightly, clearly displeased with her attitude. Realm? What's the use of realm? In a fight, who cares about your cultivation level? They care about your strength, whether your fists are hard enough, and whether you hit hard enough. The spirit testing tablet only considers strength. The power you unleashed with that punch just now was only at the level of a 2-star Chi martial artist, so it won't pass the assessment. Even if you've cultivated to the level of a 3-star Chi martial artist, it's still not enough. He snorted coldly. If one cannot unleash the combat power corresponding to their level, no matter how many resources are invested, they will still be mediocre. Naturally, they wouldn't waste such a precious opportunity on her. Upon hearing Mujing's words, Li Yeye's legs went weak and she collapsed to the ground. At the same time, the many confident faces in the classroom slowly faded away, replaced by a solemn expression. Ordinary civilian martial artists practice the most basic white grade elementary stargazing technique and have no martial arts skills to their name. It is common for someone to be slightly weaker than someone whose cultivation level is lower. At this moment, with teacher Mu so bluntly revealing their true intentions, many people's expressions turned sour. Broken. This is dangerous. Fong Huihong pursed his lips and frowned deeply. He wasn't talking about himself, but rather about Zhou Yun. Chapter 8, Testing, Zhou Yun Takes Action. It was no secret that Zhou Yun's previous cultivation level was 2-star Chi martial artist, and Fong Huihong, as his childhood friend, was naturally aware of this. The star power contained in the crab roe might be able to raise Zhou Yun's cultivation level to 3 stars, but since the breakthrough time is still short, he might not be able to fully utilize this power. I'm afraid the power calculated by the spirit testing tablet won't reach the level of a 3-star Chi martial artist. Difficulty. Is this opportunity destined to elude him? Seeing Fong Huihong's worry, Zhou Yun chuckled and shook his head, indicating that he shouldn't worry about it. Zhou Yun then turned his attention back to the test. The next moment, Wang Yan. Mujinko sat on the podium, his back straight like a proud cedar tree, and calmly called out the name of the next student. Wang Yan is somewhat thin, but his strength is not weak. With his 3-star Chi martial artist level, he's already ranked in the top 10 of this class. It's just unknown how much combat power he can unleash and whether he can fully demonstrate the strength of a 3-star expert. Call. Wang Yan, dark-skinned and lean, stood in the center of the classroom, exhaling softly to ease the tension and pressure in his heart. He stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lips, clenched his right fist, gathered all his strength in his fist, and then threw a heavy punch. The droplets landed on the spirit testing steel, creating ripples that shimmered on its surface. The next second, 3 crimson blood rings flashed out. 3-star Chi warrior. The power of this punch was comparable to his cultivation level. It meets the conditions and requirements just mentioned by teacher Mujinka. Ha ha ha. Upon seeing the 3 flashing blood rings in front of him, Wang Yan burst into laughter. At that moment, Mujinko also threw out a silver card. With this card, you can go to the martial arts library and borrow a first-tier martial arts technique at a 90% discount. Please note that this card has an expiration date and can only be used before the 3 cities tournament. Once the 3 cities tournament begins, any unused cards will automatically become invalid. Furthermore, the card can only be used by the card holder. If it is sold or lent to others without authorization, the martial arts library has the right to invalidate the card. Wang Yan examined the card carefully for a moment, then nodded vigorously. He then solemnly put the card away, placing it close to his body and a lining of his clothes to ensure it wouldn't be lost. He then walked briskly back to his seat. His classmates all looked at him with envy. 10 students have already been tested, and Wang Yan is the first to be recognized by the spirit testing steel and receive a discount card. Before Wang Yan, many other students had already reached the required level, becoming 3-star Chi warriors. However, their combat strength did not keep up, and when they launched attacks, they could only unleash the power of a 2-star unit. Next up, Wu Wan. Mujinko spoke up and called out the name of the next student. This is a tall girl with a ponytail that sways gently, and strands of hair that fall to her waist like sharp blades. She has a bare face and walks with ease. Wu Wan. She's considered a goddess in this class. Her resilient yet youthful spirit, along with her elegant and serene appearance, earned her the favor of many boys. Even Zhou Yun had a good impression of her. Of course, the main reason for this is Zhou Yun's previous incarnation, the original owner of the body, who had a crush on her. Zhou Yun now prefers the mature and aloof Su Linglong a little more. Wu Wan stood in front of the spirit testing steel, her expression calm, showing no sign of nervousness. Her long, slender legs were covered in fair, smooth skin, and countless eyes were fixed on them. The next moment, she took a deep breath, twisted her waist and thrust her hips, unleashing a whip kick to the side. Bang! The smooth calf collided with the spirit testing tablet, making a soft sound and rippling outwards. Immediately, 4 crimson halos appeared. The strength of a 4-star Chi martial artist. The power of her whip kick was equivalent to that of a 4-star Chi martial artist, which was truly extraordinary. Although the 4th crimson ring was much dimmer than the first 3, it was still clearly visible. No one can question the combat power of a 4-star Chi martial artist. Good. Mujinko chuckled and clapped, clearly very satisfied with the result. I remember Wu Wan, you were a 3-star Chi warrior last week, right? You recently broke through? Wu Wan nodded. Yes, Teacher Mu, the day before yesterday, while I was out surfing, I was fortunate enough to obtain half a piece of spiritual herb root left behind by a sea beast. After refining it, I successfully broke through. Mujinko nodded. That's life, no one knows when an opportunity will come. For ordinary civilian martial artists like them, beachcombing is a very safe training environment. With a little effort, one can always find ordinary sea creatures that failed to retreat back to the ocean in time. If one is lucky, one might find spiritual herbs and fruits like Wu Wan, or one might kill rare female crabs like Zhou Yun and Feng Huihong and obtain crab roe or other precious spiritual items from their bodies. Wu Wan took her card from Mujinka. Zhou Yun also snapped out of his thoughts. Wu Wan was in the row in front of them. She had finished her challenge. The next one should be him or Feng Huihong. Sure enough, Wu Wan had just returned to her seat and hadn't even sat down yet. Then they heard Mujinka on stage point out Feng Huihong's name. Come on. Zhou Yun encouraged Feng Huihong, who had already stood up and was preparing to go on stage. Feng Huihong nodded, just you wait and see, brother Yun. Zhou Yun was not worried about Feng Huihong's abilities. He was a burly man, with a strong physique and physical strength that surpassed that of ordinary people, making him quite capable in combat. More than a month ago, he was already a 3-star Chi martial artist. After refining that half of the crab roe last night, his realm should now have reached the level of a 4-star Chi martial artist. Gaining the approval of the spirit testing steel and unleashing a strike with the power of a 3-star Chi warrior is not difficult. As expected, subsequent developments did not differ from Zhou Yun's predictions. Feng Huihong stood in the center of the classroom, facing the huge dark silver spirit testing tablet. He calmly bent over and lowered his center of gravity. As he pushed off the ground with his hind leg, he clenched his right fist and delivered a powerful punch to the spirit testing steel in front of him. Buzz. As the fist struck, 4 crimson halos rose from the spirit testing tablet. Hiss. Instantly, a collective gasp filled the classroom. 4 red halos. For Star Chi Warrior. Like Wu Wan, although the 4th halo was slightly dimmer, it had truly solidified, and its strength, having passed the test of the spirit testing steel, was beyond doubt. Feng Huihong has actually become a 4-star Chi martial artist. For a moment, the eyes of many students in the classroom fell on him, some with surprise, some with curiosity, and some with jealousy and resentment. Different people had different thoughts. Good lad. After giving a word of praise, Mojinko also gave him a card that was enough to prove his identity and strength. Amazing. A 4-star Chi martial artist. Feng Huihong returned to his seat, and Zhou Yun jokingly punched him in the chest. He was genuinely happy for his childhood friend. The path of cultivation, undertaken alone, was not his wish. What he desires is to have good teachers and helpful friends by his side, and to have a close confidant like the red plum blossom, together climbing to the highest point and looking down upon all living beings. Ha, thank goodness. Feng Huihong scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. That piece of crab roll last night was a great help. Teacher Mu seems to have called your name. Hurry up and go upstairs. Keep going, Yun Gu. I believe in you. Zhou Yun calmly stood up and walked towards the spirit testing steel standing in the center of the classroom. Chapter 9, 5-star Chi Warrior? The dark silver spirit testing steel shimmered with a faint glow, adorned with magical patterns, engraved with gods and Buddhas, and teeming with strange beasts, exuding an aura of mystery. Use all your strength and unleash your strongest attack. With the consecutive appearance of 2 4-star Chi warriors, Wu Luan and Feng Huihong, Mu Jinka seemed to be in a very good mood. Surprisingly, he offered a rare word of advice, guiding Zhou Yun on his next move. Zhou Yun nodded. Having observed for so long, he knew what to do. They punched him, kicked him, and even hit him on the head. As long as you believe that's your strongest attack, you can use any part of your body. It's all within the rules. Zhou Yun's face was as calm as still water, and his state of mind was extremely peaceful. He focused his energy in his dantian, circulating the starlight energy within. Streams of surging energy flowed and reverberated through his meridians, filling his blood and chi, and empowering his right fist. Instantly, he felt his fist filled with power, as if it weighed 1,000 pounds and had the power to destroy everything. A punch shot forward, the accumulated energy exploding on the fist, with immense force. Thump! Zhou Yun seemed to hear a muffled thud, as if the punch had struck a cowhide drum. The muffled thud echoed in his ears like a thunderclap. However, the sensation when it lands on the fist is not like that. The spirit testing tablet looked as hard as metal, but when a punch landed on it, it felt soft, like hitting cotton. Ripples spread out. 4 crimson halos rose up from the spirit testing steel in succession. Unlike Feng Huihong and Wu Luan, who possessed an illusory 4th halo, the first halo triggered by Zhou Yun's punch was incredibly solid. Anyone could see that he was different from the other two. The power of his punch truly reached the level of a 4-star Chi martial artist, without any exaggeration. A 4-star Chi martial artist? How is this possible? Am I dreaming? I must still be half asleep. The students in the class all stared wide-eyed, speechless, their faces filled with shock. Zhou Yun is actually a 4-star Chi martial artist? This is simply a fantasy. Wu Luan successfully broke through to the 4th level Chi martial artist level, which was expected by her classmates. After all, her talent was among the best in the class, and she was known for her strong character, diligent cultivation, and good fortune. Her breakthrough was inevitable. Feng Huihong's breakthrough surprised everyone, but it was also quite reasonable upon reflection. After all, his talent was not bad, and he had been at the 3-star level for quite some time. Obtaining an opportunity or having a sudden insight could have led him to a breakthrough. But what about Zhou Yun? What gives him the right? Just because he's somewhat handsome? Being handsome won't put food on the table. His talent, among the 100 students in the class, was at best average. Last week, during the realm assessment, he was only a 2-star Chi martial artist. How could he possibly have become a 4-star Chi martial artist in such a short time? Impossible. This is all fake. Li Yea, sitting in the front row, screamed, her face contorted in a grotesque grimace, looking like a vengeful ghost. I don't believe it. How could he possibly become a 4-star Chi martial artist? This is all fake. Fake. Bang. Mojinko lightly slapped the podium table. A visible sound wave surged forth. The sound wave swept across Zhou Yun's body, but he did not feel anything unusual. However, those students who expressed doubts were different. Their faces turned ashen, and their bodies swayed as if they had been struck by a heavy blow. Especially Li Yeye, who had just jumped out the most, was the first to be hit. Her face was deathly pale, and a trace of bright red blood even trickled down from the corner of her mouth. The room, which was filled with noise and doubt, fell silent instantly. That attack just now was not within the power range of a 4-star Chi martial artist. Mojinko spoke slowly. However, before everyone could feel at ease, his next words sent their hearts plummeting to the bottom. That punch just now has already touched the threshold of a 5-star Chi martial artist. Mojinko's gaze fell on the spirit testing steel. Above the spirit testing steel, 4 solid crimson halos flashed. Above these 4 halos, there was another extremely small, ethereal halo. Because the light emitted by this halo was somewhat dim and obscured by the light of the 4 halos below, the others did not notice it at first glance. However, as a celestial warrior, Mojinko's spiritual senses were incredibly sharp. The moment the halo formed, I had already sensed its existence. Zhou Yun's transformation today shocked him greatly. He had been teaching this class for more than half a year, and he didn't have a deep impression of Zhou Yun. He only knew that Zhou Yun was a relatively hardworking and ordinary person. But his performance today completely shattered his previous impression of Zhou Yun. It seems, this kid has gotten a great opportunity these past few days. Mojinko thought to himself. The world is vast, and there will never be a shortage of young people who stumble upon great opportunities and soar to new heights. As for how far Zhou Yun can go, only heaven knows. Good. You are the first young person in our class to unleash 5 halos and possess the combat power of a 5-star Chi warrior. Keep going, the future belongs to you. Mojinko wasn't the type to seize every opportunity he saw. On the contrary, he was someone who enjoyed helping others achieve their goals. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to become a teacher after his cultivation level became difficult to advance. Here's your card, keep it safe. If you have any questions after exchanging for martial arts skills, feel free to ask me. He handed Zhou Yun a silver white card. The card feels warm and smooth to the touch, like a piece of soft jade. On the front, the 3 characters Martial Arts Library are written in a bold and elegant style, with the signature of Haicheng University engraved below. On the back of the card are several lines of small print containing Zhou Yun's basic information. This includes his name, class, student ID, and the number of halos he emitted when attacking the spirit testing steel. With this small card, you can borrow a first-tier martial arts technique from the Martial Arts Library at a discount of 10%. Zhou Yun carefully placed it into the pocket closest to his body. He is not a 5-star Chi martial artist, he only broke through to the 4-star Chi martial artist realm this morning. The fundamental reason why he was able to unleash an attack that surpassed his own level was because of the enhanced stargazing technique. The power of a red-grade cultivation technique is truly extraordinary. Its method of channeling energy in the pathways of its meridians allow him to unleash a stronger attack using the same amount of energy. However, he didn't need to explain so much to Mojinko or anyone else present. Who doesn't have their own secrets? Thank you so much, Teacher Mu. After bowing respectfully, Zhou Yun turned and walked back to his seat. Brother Yun. You're way too awesome. A 5-star Chi martial artist. Ha ha ha. Before he could even sit down, he heard Feng Huihong's excited praise. He was so excited that his face was flushed, and he was even happier than if he had made a breakthrough himself. Zhou Yun felt a warmth in his heart instantly. This was the brother he had grown up with and lived with for 20 years. Although Zhou Yun had transmigrated here, and his soul essence had changed. However, as his memories gradually awaken and return, once he regains all his memories, what difference will there be between him and the original Zhou Yun? Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. System, can the enhanced red stargazing technique be taught to others? Chapter 10, A Trip to the Market, Selling Materials. The system didn't make him wait long. The sound of receiving the attributes echoed in his mind. All items, whether enhanced or not, are your personal property. Whether to teach or give it to others is entirely up to the host's own will. The system has no right to interfere. Zhou Yun's eyes lit up. He wanted to pass on the art of star observation to Feng Huihong. As a childhood friend, a trustworthy brother and partner, he deserves Zhou Yun's investment. However, he hasn't shown it yet. After all, red-grade cultivation techniques are extremely rare. He could only safely relay the incantation back to the dormitory, when it was just the two of them. The test continued, but subsequent developments no longer piqued Zhou Yun's interest. Everyone finished their tests by the end of get out of class. There were 100 martial artists in the class, but only 8 people, including Zhou Yun and Feng Huihong, received cards and were qualified to borrow martial arts techniques at a discount. Of the 8 people, only Zhou Yun unleashed 5 halos, while Feng Huihong and Wu Luan unleashed 4. The other 5 only unleashed 3 halos, demonstrating combat power at the 3-star Qi martial artist level, barely meeting the minimum standard. Walk. Let's go to the market. I had a simple lunch in the school cafeteria. Zhou Yun made the suggestion. This was their original plan. He possessed 13 star cores. Star cores, although they contained a considerable amount of stellar energy. However, Qi warriors cannot use it directly. Only after advancing to the spirit warrior level can they directly absorb the energy in the star core for cultivation. Therefore, for Qi martial artists, they need to sell their star cores and exchange them for dragon coins to buy other spiritual herbs that are easily absorbed by Qi martial artists. Xingyu Market, located in the heart of Haicheng, is one of the most prosperous areas in the city. Every martial artist in Haicheng relies on this market, which offers everything from weapons and elixirs to talismans, formations, martial arts techniques, and cultivation methods. It's fair to say that over half of the star cores or dragon coins accumulated by Haicheng cultivators are spent in this market. Making money every day is not even enough to describe its wealth. This was Zhou Yun's first time here since his transmigration. Although he could recall the original Zhou Yun's experiences buying and selling in the market, the scenes in his memory were far less impressive than what he saw in reality. Xingyu Market is not very tall, only a little over 10 meters high. In this era, it is considered a low-rise building, and many residential buildings are much taller than it. Its shape resembles a huge, savage beast, lying on the ground, roaring to the sky, giving people an extremely powerful sense of oppression. The entire structure is built from precious century-old ironwood and hard starstone, and its interior is engraved with special array runes, making it a self-contained space unaffected by the changing seasons. Zhou Yun and the other two climbed the steps, their shoes making a soft, resonant sound as they stepped on the starry skystone, which shimmered with faint starlight, carrying with them a sense of solemnity and weight. Zhou Yun took a deep breath to calm the shock in his heart. Let's go, let's sell the star core first. Only with dragon coins in hand can you qualify to go shopping. Not far from the entrance, there is a special side hall in Xingyu Market, used for recycling star cores and other materials. Hello, welcome. You can call me Xiaoruo. I can guide you through some buying and selling matters at the Xingyu Chamber of Commerce, preventing you from wasting time and energy due to your unfamiliarity with the chamber. As soon as I stepped inside, a sweet-looking female sales assistant came over. The Xingyu Market has a wide variety of items categorized by type. Without the help of a sales assistant, people unfamiliar with the area can easily get overwhelmed and waste their time. Thank you for your help. Zhou Yun nodded. Then he led Feng Huihong to the front counter. He still knew the location of the Star Core sales area. The saleswoman named Xiaoruo followed behind them, about 4 or 5 steps away. It ensures that you can be summoned at any time if the other party has any questions, and you won't accidentally overhear their private conversations because you're too close. The sense of distance is perfectly controlled. Hello, Mr. Li. We're here to sell some star cores. Elder Li is one of the guest elders of the Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce, specializing in recycling star cores or other precious spiritual items and materials here. In Zhou Yun's memory, he and Feng Huihong had sold star cores to the Xingyu Chamber of Commerce 3 times, and each time Old Li had appraised them. He opened a canvas bag, inside which lay 13 mysterious star cores, each the size of a little finger. Old Li nodded slightly, took out a magnifying glass for identification, and carefully examined each star nucleus. Not bad. The quality is very good. Although they are all first-order star cores, the quality is decent, and they are all fresh. A stellar core cannot store starlight energy indefinitely, its internal energy slowly dissipates over time. Therefore, to fetch a high price, it needs to be sold as early as possible. Old Li took out one of the 13 star cores, held it up to his eyes, hesitated for a moment, and then examined it carefully before asking a question. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the core of the rock crab, right? You guys are lucky to have caught a female crab. Is there any crab roe left? If you're willing to sell, I, on behalf of Xingyu Market, am willing to buy it at a high price. As expected of a guest elder of Xingyu Market, Elder Li had a very sharp eye. In less than a minute, he accurately identified the star core belonging to the mother rock crab among the 13 star cores. Zhou Yun felt a little embarrassed and scratched his head slightly. Mr. Li, you know this. We sell star cores in order to purchase elixirs that we can absorb. The crab roe of the female crab is just right for us Chi martial artists to absorb. My brother and I ate the crab roe as soon as we got it, and there's none left. Old Li nodded. In fact, he had anticipated this. Unlike star cores, crab roe needs to be sold for other items. Crab roe, on the other hand, can be directly converted into cultivation points, making it highly unlikely that they would keep it. His question was merely a rule of Xingyu market. Okay, that's all. I just examined these 13 star cores, they are of good quality. I can give you 1,400 dragon coins. Each of these 12 star cores is worth 100 coins, and this star core from the female rock crab is worth 200 dragon coins. If you agree, the deal can be completed now. Zhou Yun nodded. The price was quite fair. He had initially thought he could only sell it for 1,300 yuan, so the extra 100 yuan was a pleasant surprise. Seeing that Zhou Yun agreed, Old Li took out 14 red dragon coins from the counter next to him and handed them to Zhou Yun. As for the star core, it was put away by the assistant next to Elder Li. Old Li, I have 2 crab claws here, they are the claws of that female rock crab. I don't know if you would accept it? Just as Zhou Yun put away the dragon coins, he suddenly remembered the 2 crab claws. He immediately took them out and placed them on the counter. These 2 crab claws are only tier 1 materials. Although they came from a female crab, they are still quite ordinary materials. If there's a large inventory in the Starry Sky market, the likelihood of them being purchased will decrease significantly. Old Li picked up the crab claws and looked at them twice. To be honest, there are already quite a few first-tier crab claws in the market, so they're not on the acquisition list. However, the way you separated these 2 crab claws is quite perfect. They were both broken off directly from the base of the claw, without affecting the veins in other parts. Plus, they came from a rather rare female crab. I can make an exception and buy it for 100 dragon coins. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun was overjoyed. Okay, we can sell it. He originally thought that selling these 2 crab claws for 50 yuan would be quite a lot, but he didn't expect them to be worth 100 Chinese yuan. It was a pleasant surprise, so he didn't hesitate at all. Seeing that he had no objection, Old Li handed him another red 100 yuan bill. Feng Huihong's eyes lit up, and he was overjoyed. That's great, Brother Yun. Let's go find a weapon refiner and have my spiked club repaired. Zhou Yun put away the 1,500 dragon coins and was about to nod when he suddenly saw a familiar figure appear at the entrance of the Xingyu Chamber of Commerce. Su Linglong? Chapter 11, An Encounter with Su Linglong, News from the Secret Realm. Teacher Su? Upon hearing Zhou Yun's voice, Feng Huihong followed Zhou Yun's gaze and looked over. Upon seeing Su Linglong, he immediately shrank back in fear, temporarily setting aside the matter of splitting the profits and repairing the weapon. At this moment, Su Linglong also saw Zhou Yun and the other person. When Su Linglong saw Zhou Yun again, she recalled what she had said to him yesterday and the promises he had made to her. She couldn't help but feel shy and awkward, and a light pink blush rose on her cheeks. However, she quickly calmed herself down and walked towards Zhou Yun. At that moment, Feng Huihong's legs suddenly trembled. Teacher Su. Teacher Su is here. Brother Yun, let's run. As he spoke, he involuntarily took a small step back. If Zhou Yun hadn't remained firmly in place, he probably would have already fled. Seeing this, Zhou Yun was also somewhat puzzled. Su Linglong was clearly just a bit aloof. Is Feng Huihong's reaction a bit too extreme in his fear of her? However, Zhou Yun didn't think much of it. Because at this moment, Su Linglong had already walked up to them. What are you doing here? Su Linglong parted her delicate red lips slightly, her voice melodious, and asked a question. We've been saving up star cores for half a month, and we're here today to sell them and get some money. Zhou Yun said frankly. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Apart from a very few aristocratic students, most ordinary students at Haicheng University live like this. Every bit of resources for spiritual practice must be earned through one's own hard work. Su Linglong nodded and gently stroked her hair. I'm here to buy some disposable talismans. There is an anomaly in space at the mouth of the sea in the eastern part of the ocean. My elders at home suspect that a secret realm may be about to open, so I need to prepare some things. Her voice was soft as she whispered this little-known secret. Zhou Yun was slightly taken aback. This is incredible news, worth a fortune. The secret realm hasn't opened yet. If he can make sufficient preparations and enter it after it opens, he might be able to get a share of the spoils. Thanks, Zhou Yun said solemnly. If Su Linglong hadn't told him this, he probably wouldn't have known until the secret realm opened. By then, if he rushed over, he probably wouldn't even have gotten a few drops of soup, let alone any meat. Su Linglong nodded, knowing what he was thinking. Be careful and stay safe. As she spoke, whether intentionally or unintentionally, she gently stroked her lower abdomen twice with her fair, white hand. The gesture seemed to say, I don't want the child's father to die so easily. You guys keep shopping, I'm leaving now. Seeing that Zhou Yun understood the meaning of her words, Su Linglong did not linger. She is a celestial warrior, and the items she wants to buy are not in the same area as what Zhou Yun and the others are buying, so it's impossible for them to be in the same area as the planetary market. After Su Linglong left, Feng Weihong finally breathed a sigh of relief and stood next to Zhou Yun again. Why are you so afraid of Su Linglong? Besides being a bit aloof, she doesn't seem to have any other special qualities, right? Zhou Yun asked with some curiosity. Moreover, after Zhou Yun and Su Linglong had that special experience, she was no longer so aloof and unapproachable in front of him. You do not know. Feng Weihong spoke with a serious expression. It was an evening more than 10 years ago. I had a fight with my mother and went out alone. I unknowingly walked to the beach. I saw a person, wielding a blood-red longsword, who killed a giant sea dragon with a single strike. He swallowed hard, his eyes filled with fear, still feeling lingering unease even after so many years. That person, she looks exactly like Teacher Su. Zhou Yun shook his head and said with a smile, it can't be her. The ages don't match up. Although Su Linglong is our teacher, she's only 4 or 5 years older than us. Feng Weihong was silent for a while, although I also know that it is highly likely that the person is not Teacher Su. But I've never forgotten that person's powerful, oppressive aura. Every time I see Teacher Su, it brings back those memories. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Zhou Yun changed the subject. I have a suggestion, don't repair your spiked club for now. After all, breaking a few fangs won't significantly affect its power. Do you remember what Su Linglong just said? A secret realm might open at the mouth of the Eastern Sea in the next few days. Why don't we pool our money and keep about 1,000 to borrow martial arts techniques? With the remaining money, we'll buy one-time use talismans and venture into the secret realm to see if we can make a big splash. Upon hearing Zhou Yun's suggestion, Feng Weihong's eyes lit up instantly. He was never one to be content with the status quo, and he nodded almost without hesitation. Can. Brother Yun, whatever you say, will do. If we pull off a big heist, we can soar to new heights. They sold the star core and crab claws, earning 1,500 yuan. The two of them had 600 yuan in loose change, making a total of 2,100 yuan. They both qualified to borrow martial arts techniques from the martial arts library at a 10% discount, so they needed to set aside 1,000 yuan for this purpose. Therefore, the only dragon coins available are 1,100. After gathering all his money in one place, Zhou Yun spoke to Xiaoru, who was not far away. Could you please take us to the counter where the talismans are sold? Okay. Xiaoru nodded with a smile. The counter they went to was naturally different from the one Su Linglong went to. Xiaorua will only take them to the Tier 1 talisman area, which is affordable for Qi warriors. The talisman sales area wasn't far from their current location. They arrived at their destination in just 3 to 5 minutes. There aren't many people in this area, mainly because talismans are a luxury for ordinary Qi martial artists. If they have money, they would rather go to the spirit medicine zone to buy cultivation pills such as mind concentrating powder, Qi calming powder, and star spirit powder. After all, ordinary martial artists have limited money, and for them, converting it into cultivation is a more worthwhile investment. Ahead, the counter was inlaid with transparent glass panels. Through the glass, one could see precious talismans placed on velvet cloth below. Talismans are divided into 10 ranks based on their power and effects, with each rank further divided into 4 grades: lower, middle, upper, and top grade. The talisman level corresponding to a Qi martial artist is Tier 1 talisman. Among them, a single-use, low-grade talisman is comparable to a full-force attack from a 3-star Qi martial artist. A medium-level talisman is equivalent to the full-force attack of a 6-star Qi martial artist. The superior talisman corresponds to the 9-star Qi warrior. The final top-grade talisman is equivalent to the attack of a 10-star Qi martial artist at the perfect realm. The items displayed on the front counter are mostly low-grade talismans, and the prices are relatively low. You can buy one for 200 dragon coins. However, both Zhou Yun and Feng Huihong are 4-star Qi martial artists, and the power of their casual strikes is greater than that of low-grade talismans. Therefore, inferior talismans were not within his consideration. His goal is only higher level, mid-grade, or even high-grade talismans. Chapter 12: Purchasing Talismans and Teaching Feng Huihong Kung Fu. Thunderstorm Talisman, Fireball Talisman, Sword Qi Talisman. Ice Rain Talisman, Water Dragon Talisman, Swiftness Talisman. Each talisman, with its unique effect, shimmered with iridescent light and lay quietly on the velvet cloth beneath the counter. A first-tier, low-grade talisman costs 200 dragon coins. A first-tier medium-grade talisman costs 400 dragon coins. A first-tier superior talisman costs 800 dragon coins. Zhou Yun only had 1,100 yuan in his hand. You can choose to purchase 2 medium-grade talismans or 1 high-grade talisman. Looking at the various talismans with their unique radiance, Zhou Yun felt conflicted. These talismans are all disposable items. Buying 2 medium-grade talismans grants 2 single attacks comparable to a full-force strike from a 6-star Qi martial artist. 2 trump cards, 1 more chance to make a mistake. If you want to buy a high-grade talisman, you can only buy one with the money you have. Although its power is immense, comparable to the full-force attack of a 9-star Qi martial artist, it only lasts for 1 use. He stroked his chin, pondering to himself, comparing the strengths and weaknesses of both sides. Beside him, Feng Huihong was lost in thought, his mind completely elsewhere, unable to offer Zhou Yun any advice. Instead of asking him that, you should ask him what he wants to eat tonight. However, Zhou Yun did not hesitate for long before making his choice. Hello? I need a high-grade sword energy talisman. He gently tapped a silver-white talisman under the glass counter. On the talisman, the runes flickered, and in the center was a flying sword, as if boundless sword energy surrounded and spread around it. Compared to talismans like Thunder Explosion Talisman, Fireball Talisman, and Water Dragon Talisman, the Sword Qi Talisman, although also an attack talisman, appears rather plain and lacks dazzling special effects. However, this also makes the attack from the Bursting Sword Energy Talisman very stable, with almost no counters. Unlike the Water Dragon Talisman, its power is reduced when fighting in high-temperature environments or when facing opponents wielding water spirit orbs. Sword Qi Talisman, swept away with a single sword strike, effectively neutralizing all sorts of fancy tricks. As for why 1 high-level talisman was chosen instead of 2 medium-level talismans, Zhou Yun also gained some new insights during his recent reflections. The key to a winning hand lies in its quality, not its quantity. The trump card is to utterly defeat the opponent and change the outcome of the battle with a single blow. Okay, please wait a moment. Xiaoru smiled brightly, took a step forward, and together with the staff behind the counter, took out the Silver Sword Energy Talisman. After the transaction is completed, Zhou Yun held the Silver Sword Energy Talisman in his hand. Although it was drawn on talisman paper, it felt like metal and was quite heavy. Place it close to your left wrist to ensure it can be activated instantly in a crisis. Aside from the 1,000 dragon coins they kept to borrow martial arts techniques, Zhou Yun and Feng Huihong still had 300 dragon coins in their savings. However, he has no intention of continuing his shopping for the time being. After all, you can't buy anything really good with 300 yuan. Let's go back to the dorm first. It was around 5 or 6 in the afternoon when the two left Xingyu Market. Low tide was approaching, and it was time to prepare for heading to the beach. However, Zhou Yun has no intention of going to the beach today. Inside the dormitory, the curtains were drawn, the door was locked, and the incandescent light shone brightly, illuminating the room. Brother Yun? Why are you so nervous? What's wrong? Feng Huihong had never seen Zhou Yun act like this before. Almost immediately upon returning to his dormitory, he sealed the doors and windows to prevent any possibility of prying into his room. Zhou Yun moved a stool and sat down in front of Feng Huihong. Ignoring Feng Huihong's joke, Zhou Yun asked with a serious expression. You must promise that you will not reveal a single word of every word I say to you now. Seeing Zhou Yun's serious expression, Feng Huihong also stopped smiling and sat up straight. Brother Yun, you know me. Zhou Yun waved his hand, interrupting him. I'm telling you my biggest secret because I know you. I know my brother will not betray me. Zhou Yun looked into Feng Huihong's eyes and said earnestly. I have a master who is very powerful. He passed on to me a technique called the star observation technique. It is different from the beginner star observation technique that we practice. The star observation technique that my master passed on to me is a red grade technique. Upon hearing this, Feng Huihong's pupils widened suddenly. Red rank? white, green, blue, red, orange, purple, gold. The cultivation techniques are divided into 7 levels, and there is a huge gap between each level. A red level martial arts technique is enough to be the ultimate foundation of a martial arts family. Brother Yun's master was given to him so easily? Thinking of this, a hint of envy flashed in Feng Huihong's eyes, but he was mostly happy for this good older brother he had grown up with. Once Brother Yun soars to great heights, he will certainly not forget him. Feng Huihong chuckled, "That's great, Brother Yun, congratulations. You absolutely must seize this opportunity. I'm counting on you from now on, little brother." Zhou Yun gently patted his shoulder and said something that was sure to shock people. "I intend to pass this technique on to you." Instantly, Feng Huihong's pupils dilated, and his expression turned to astonishment. A flicker of joy crossed his face, followed by deep fear. "Brother Yun, you mustn't. The matter of cultivation techniques is of great importance, especially a red grade cultivation technique. It is far too precious. If we teach this without permission, and your master finds out, we can't afford to take the blame. It's not too late to help me out when you've achieved great success. This world places great importance on the inheritance of martial arts techniques and skills. These commoner disciples were only able to learn elementary star observation techniques after they were admitted to Haicheng University and paid a considerable entrance fee. Subsequent modifications to the cultivation method and learning of martial arts techniques require a large amount of money and resources at each step. Revealing martial arts techniques or skills without authorization will result in extremely severe punishment. This is also the fundamental reason why Feng Huihong refused in the first place. Zhou Yun chuckled and shook his head, indicating that there was no need to worry. I asked him about it after I became his apprentice. Red grade cultivation techniques are not anything precious to my master. He said that he could teach any martial arts technique to anyone he trusted. You don't need to have these worries. After the explanation was cleared up, Feng Huihong's agitated emotions gradually calmed down. Zhou Yun then began to explain the profound meaning of the scriptures. Old Feng, listen carefully. As the syllables rang out from Zhou Yun's mouth, it seemed as if streaks of starlight flowed around him. Feng Huihong listened intently, not daring to be distracted or absent-minded in the slightest. 2 hours passed quickly. Zhou Yun recited the profound meaning of the scripture and then carefully answered some of Feng Huihong's questions. If you switch to cultivating a red grade technique, your cultivation speed will increase rapidly. A 4-star Qi martial artist's level is enough to unleash an attack comparable to a 5-star Qi martial artist. If what Su Linglong said is true, there is a secret cave at the mouth of the East Sea. If the two of us join forces, we will surely have a good harvest. Chapter 13, Strengthening Sword Qi Talisman. The night was quiet. Inside the room, Zhou Yun and Feng Huihong sat cross-legged on their respective beds. He closed his eyes and concentrated, practicing the same technique. The dazzling starlight surged forth like a rushing river, flowing and entering their bodies. Feng Huihong is gradually shifting his focus to cultivating new techniques, and his previously somewhat loose foundation is slowly being solidified. Zhou Yun was devouring the surrounding starlight energy and absorbing it into his dantian. The 4th cyclone had grown larger, now being 1/3 the size of the other 3 cyclones. In 3 to 5 days at most, it will be able to grow stronger and more complete. At that time, it can consider breaking through to the 5th level Qi martial artist level and start condensing the 5th Qi vortex. This is the terrifying aspect of red grade cultivation techniques. If he were still practicing the same white grade elementary stargazing technique, he probably wouldn't be able to break through even a small level in a month. Midnight. The system notifications sounded on time. Today's achievement points are being calculated, please wait. In front of the whole class, you effortlessly displayed your prowess, instantly securing the title of the strongest in the class and earning plus 60 achievement points. You have successfully gained the approval of Mu Jink, the martial arts practice instructor, and received a 10% discount library card for the martial arts library, earning you plus 20 achievement points. You have completed a material sale at the Starry Sky Merchant Guild, achievement points plus 5. You made a purchase at the Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce, achievement points plus 5. During your conversation with Su Linglong, you discerned a top-secret information hidden in her words. A secret realm will soon open at the estuary of the Eastern Sea. Achievement points plus 20. You passed on the red grade skill, stargazing technique, to your little brother Feng Huihong. Sharing is a good thing. Achievement points plus 10. Scanning the host's current level in cultivation realm, current cultivation level is 4-star Qi martial artist, gaining 4 achievement points. Final calculation, current remaining achievement points, 125. After reviewing today's daily report, Zhou Yun's eyes lit up as he looked at the numbers on the final settlement screen. 125 points? Wow! When I first obtained the system, the first binding achievement points given by the newbie gift pack were only 100 points. The achievement points from this settlement actually exceeded those from the newbie gift pack, which is a pleasant surprise. Zhou Yun was filled with excitement, wondering what good things would appear in the enhancement interface this time, and he was full of anticipation. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhou Yun manipulated the system panel in his mind and entered the enhancement interface. The screen flickered, and this time it showed that there were 3 items that could be upgraded. They are a sword or a talisman, a dragon-patterned black gold spear, and a door panel, etc. What the heck is a door panel? Why is there a door panel option? Zhou Yun was completely confused, so he skipped the first 2 items and looked at the enhancement attributes for the door panel. Door panel no grade. Review: a plain wooden door panel, a perfect match for an ordinary door for an ordinary person. Enhancement Direction 1, Evolution. Lay out mysterious array patterns inside the door panel, which can provide a weak anti-spying effect. Requires 50 achievement points. Please note that this anti-spying effect does not prevent forced demolition. Enhancement Direction 2, Who is Bloom? He says this is his house door. Strengthen this door to make it extremely sturdy, perhaps enough to withstand an attack from a 9-star Chi martial artist. Requires 80 achievement points. Prevents spying but not forced demolition? The door panel from the Bloom family? System, you're really good at this. Zhou Yun shook his head. He didn't like either option 1 or option 2. The option of reinforcing the door panel is immediately eliminated. He then looked at the other 2 enhancement options. Dragon Pattern Black Gold Spear, no rank. Comment: very ordinary materials, but your name sounds quite imposing. Enhancement Direction 1, Increase weight. Increase its weight by 100 pounds without changing its material or shape. Requires 10 achievement points. Enhancement Direction 2, Advancement. I have a piece of excellent meteorite iron here. Adding it to the gun body has a chance to successfully advance it into a Tier 1 spirit weapon. Required achievement points, 120. A Tier 1 spiritual weapon? Upon seeing the description of Enhancement Direction 2, Zhou Yun gasped in surprise, his heart pounding with excitement and envy. Spiritual artifacts are incredibly precious. Even the most ordinary first-tier spiritual artifact can be sold for 3,000 to 4,000 dragon coins in the market. However, this is too expensive. The second enhancement path requires 120 achievement points, which emptied my wallet. He smacked his lips and shook his head regretfully. He planned to take a look at the enhancement of the Sword Chi Talisman. If the enhancement path of the Sword Chi Talisman was not satisfactory, he would go back to the enhancement of the Dragon Pattern Black Gold Spear. Sword Chi Talisman Tier 1, High-Grade One-Time Use Talisman. Evaluation: this is a very clumsy talisman making method, probably the work of an apprentice. I have 100 ways to enhance and upgrade it. Enhancement Direction 1, Advancement. Upgrade this Sword Chi Talisman to a high-grade 2nd tier. With a single strike, it can unleash a full-force attack comparable to a 9-star Spirit Martial Realm Cultivator. Required achievement points, 125. Enhancement Direction 2, Double Casting. If once isn't enough, cast it again. Enhance the lifespan of this sword or a talisman so it can be activated twice. Required achievement points, 50. Strengthening option 1 is not bad, but Feng Huihong and I are going to the secret realm mainly to broaden our horizons and scavenge for loot on the outskirts. The chances of encountering a spirit warrior are slim, so choosing this option doesn't seem very worthwhile. And 125 achievement points is really a bit expensive. He shook his head and sighed with regret. System, I choose Enhancement Direction 2, Enhance the Sword Energy Talisman. Having 2 chances to use this card is like having an extra margin for error, which is enough for now. The next second, 50 achievement points were deducted from his account. The sword or a talisman wrapped around his left wrist swayed slightly twice, and the small sword drawn in the center split into 2, one on the left and one on the right, becoming 2 small swords. 75 points remaining. System, increase the weight of my Dragon Pattern Black Gold Spear by 100 gene. In the options for the Dragon Pattern Black Gold Spear, Zhou Yun chose Enhancement Direction 1, which increased its weight. His cultivation level has now advanced to the level of a 4-star Chi martial artist, and his physical strength has increased dramatically. The spear, which weighs an extra 100 gene, is very easy to hold. After deducting another 10 achievement points, there are 65 points remaining on the account. As for reinforcing the door panel, he chose to give up directly, as he didn't approve of either of the two approaches. After exiting the system space, he returned to a meditative state. Cultivation is much more efficient at night than during the day. Because of the starlight at night, the energy of the starlight is abundant and boiling, making it easier to absorb. Therefore, ordinary martial artists who aspire to the path of martial arts rarely fall asleep at night. That's why Haicheng University chooses to hold classes every morning and allow students to rest and have free time in the afternoon. Zhou Yun obtained the system and possessed more advanced cultivation techniques, yet he did not slack off in the slightest. After exiting the system interface, he quickly cleared his mind, circulated the scriptures, absorbed the starlight, and entered a state of cultivation. Chapter 14, Martial Arts Library, A Chance Encounter with Wang Yin. On the north side of Haicheng University stands a huge square building with 3 floors and sharp edges, as if it were carved by a knife and axe. So this is the Martial Arts Library. Wow, it's huge. Zhou Yun and Feng Huihan walked to the front of the huge building, whose massive entrance was visually striking. The Martial Arts Library is one of the most famous buildings on the campus of Haicheng University. However, due to the prerequisite of needing to spend a large amount of dragon coins to borrow martial arts techniques, Zhou Yun and his group had never been here before, and today was the first time they had stepped into this place. The Martial Arts Library has 3 floors, with the first floor containing 24,000 first-tier martial arts techniques for Qi cultivators to learn. The second layer contains 377 second-tier martial arts techniques that only spiritual martial artists can learn. The third floor of the Martial Arts Library houses third-tier martial arts techniques that only heavenly martial artists are qualified to learn. Haicheng University's Martial Arts Library contains only 4 books of third-tier martial arts techniques. Ha! It's Wang Yan, Wu Luan, and others. They've come too. Today, the Martial Arts Library is unusually crowded. Anyone who has obtained a discount card will choose to accumulate enough dragon coins in the next 2 days to borrow a martial arts manual. Feng Huihan spotted Wang Yan, Wu Luan, and other classmates in the crowd. They browsed back and forth among the rows of bookshelves, comparing the introductions and lists of martial arts techniques, trying their best to find the one that best suited them. Let's take a look at them separately. Looking at the rows of bookshelves filled with tens of thousands of martial arts manuals, Zhou Yun felt a headache coming on. Finding the most suitable manual for himself from this vast sea of martial arts manuals was no easy task. Martial arts techniques are categorized into fist techniques, palm techniques, leg techniques, sword techniques, and knife techniques. He and Feng Huihan split up to read through the descriptions of these martial arts techniques. I'm going to check out their marksmanship. Zhou Yun has come to regard the spear as his lifelong weapon, and he is extremely fond of the long spear. For his first martial arts skill, he planned to find a good spear technique to practice and learn. Guns are heavy weapons, and they are kept at the very back. He walked through the area displaying physical martial arts techniques such as palm strikes and fist strikes, and arrived at the equipment area. The martial arts techniques here all need to be used in conjunction with weapons to unleash their maximum power. For Qi martial artists, spiritual weapons are expensive, so they currently only use ordinary, unranked weapons. Before acquiring their first magical artifact, few people visit the equipment and martial arts section. Even if they do, they only linger briefly in the sword and saber sections. Therefore, this area is sparsely populated and very quiet. There are more than 24,000 first-tier martial arts techniques, but there are many subcategories within them. Popular martial arts techniques such as fist techniques, palm techniques, sword techniques, and knife techniques make up the majority. True marksmanship is indeed rare. Zhou Yun walked to the area of spear techniques and martial arts skills. On this bookshelf, there were 11 different martial arts manuals scattered about. Next to the bookshelf are labels indicating the names of these martial arts techniques, who created them, when they were created, and the different focuses of each technique. 11 martial arts techniques are indeed very rare compared to other categories that often have hundreds or thousands of techniques. He took a step forward and looked at the martial arts descriptions on the other side. The Shadow Transforming Spear, its power is as dark as a shadow, as unpredictable as a snake. The Thunder Sweeping Spear is as swift as thunder, possessing the utmost strength and yang energy. When used in conjunction with thunder-based martial arts techniques, its power is even greater. Seeking the Demon Spear, offering oneself to the demon, the spear becomes even more demonic. Wave-layered Spear. Flowing Shadow Spear. Zhou Yun looked at them one by one, each description more impressive than the last, but none of them truly caught his eye. My dragon-patterned black gold spear is as fierce as ever, following the path of the Overlord Spear. These guns, fundamentally speaking, all fall into the category of flexible guns, making them more suitable for martial artists. He walked to the bookshelf, carefully examined each book on marksmanship, analyzed its textual interpretations, and tried to find the most powerful one among them. The broken army spear seems pretty good. The 10th martial arts skill, ranked second to last among the 11 skills, was clearly not favored by the administrator and was left to gather dust in a corner. Judging from the text, it does indeed follow a powerful and forceful approach. However, its actual strength can only be determined after exchanging for it. This one will do. As long as it follows the path of the Overlord spear, it doesn't matter if there are certain flaws. If the system refreshes the spear technique, enhance it once. This martial art will definitely be well worth the price. After making his decision, Jo Yun reached out to take the martial arts manual. However, at this very moment, suddenly, someone appeared behind him and reached out a hand, grabbing the martial arts technique before he could react. Jo Yun frowned. This martial art has been gathering dust in a corner for so many years, and no one has ever chosen it. He had just identified his target when someone tried to steal it. There's definitely something fishy going on. This person came for him. His face darkened as he turned to look at the person who had been arguing with him over the broken army spear. Ha! Wang Yan? What are you doing? A look of surprise flashed across his eyes. He hadn't expected to see an acquaintance, Wang Yan, who was in the same class. The first person to be recognized by the spirit testing steel and receive a folded card from teacher Mu Jink. Hee, Jo Yun. How about we discuss something? He held a corner of the broken army spear in one hand, with the other hand behind his back, looking down at Jo Yun with disdain. What's up? Jo Yun's expression was cold, regardless of what this guy's purpose was. Wang Yan's current behavior had already angered him. If it weren't for the martial arts library's prohibition on combat, he would have already unleashed a punch to show this guy just how powerful a fist capable of striking 5 halos on the spirit testing steel truly is. Tell me, how did you break through? Where did you steal this opportunity from? A hint of jealousy flashed in Wang Yan's eyes. Several months into the semester, Jo Yun had been a nobody in the class, while there were plenty of 2-star Chi martial artists in the class. How could someone break through silently and even unleash attacks comparable to a 5-star Chi martial artist? His breathing was heavy. If he could find out what kind of opportunity Jo Yun had obtained, with his talent, he would surely be able to soar to great heights in a very short time and is expected to become a heavenly martial realm expert in the future. Who do you think you are? Jo Yun gave a cold shout. You're asking for my help, yet you're so arrogant and overbearing. Ignoring Wang Yan's furious barking, he reached out and grabbed the book, The Broken Army Spear. Wang Yan took a step back and was about to pull him into his arms. Jo Yun, as long as you tell me about the opportunity, I will gladly hand over this broken military rifle to you. Otherwise, I will ask the administrator of the martial arts library to exchange for this martial arts technique. The martial arts skills can be rented for 1 week. For others, a week is nothing, and waiting is fine. In fact, many popular martial arts techniques require registration and queuing to borrow. However, Jo Yun is different. He had made a promise with Su Linglong to do his best to become stronger quickly. Furthermore, the secret realm near the estuary of the Eastern Sea area will soon open. If he abandons this suitable martial art, his combat power will inevitably be affected after entering the secret realm. Okay. Then let me see how tight you're holding on. Jo Yun snorted coldly, took a step forward, and starlight energy surged and roared through his meridians in his dantian. He reached out with one hand, like a sharp eagle claw, and clamped down directly on Wang Yan's wrist. Chapter 15, Spear Technique Breaking the Army, Feng Huihong's Martial Arts Skills. Jo Yun's fingers, as if cast from steel bars, were firmly clamped onto Wang Yan's wrist. The force surged forth, unleashing tremendous power, causing it to cry out in surprise and release its grip on the broken army spear. Before the copy of Broken Army Spear fell to the ground, Jo Yun casually reached out and took it. What kind of trash are you? You dare to bark so arrogantly in front of me? Today is just a warning. If there's a next time, I'll kill you. Jo Yun snorted coldly. He would show no mercy to any enemy who dared to bare their teeth at him. Given the right opportunity, he would strike swiftly and eliminate them completely. The martial arts library is covered by an array, and the librarian teacher who guards the library will occasionally scan the library with his divine sense. This is not a place for fighting. If he were caught by the administrator, regardless of who was right or wrong, he would be severely punished. Jo Yun naturally wouldn't linger here with Wang Yan. After giving him a cold look, she calmly turned around and left. Wang Yan slumped to the ground, clenching his teeth and stroking his wrist, which had turned bruised after Zhou Yun had pinched it. He gritted his teeth and swore an oath to avenge the humiliation he had suffered today. Zhou Yun naturally had no idea what Wang Yan was thinking. However, even if we knew, it wouldn't matter. We'd just kill them when they came, it's no big deal. In this world, the law enforcement officers of the Dragon Kingdom suppress the unrest and maintain a semblance of peace. However, in secret realms or remote wilderness areas, murder and robbery are common occurrences. Hello, I'd like to borrow the strong wind. As Zhou Yun walked to the borrowing window at the entrance, he heard a soft and gentle voice. Looking around, they saw it was Wu Luan, who had also determined her martial arts skills in such a short time. It seems she did a lot of research before coming, just like I did, confirming the range of choices. Is the wind strong? This popular martial arts technique wasn't borrowed? You're really lucky, little girl. Sitting behind the peachwood table, the administrator who handled the borrowing of martial arts techniques glanced at the technique Wu Luan handed over and said with some surprise. When practicing the gale force, it is best to go to the wind spirit land, which can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Once this martial art is mastered, it can add a powerful gale to fist and leg techniques, making it very powerful. The administrator seemed very talkative. While processing Wu Luan's borrowing procedure, he told her some techniques and experiences about cultivating Gangfeng Jin. Wu Luan nodded, chuckled softly, and sincerely said with her hands clasped together. Thank you for reminding me, teacher. I will definitely keep it in mind. Then he placed 500 dragon coins and the one-fold card that could prove his identity on the mahogany table. The price of first-tier martial arts skills is basically uniform and set at 5,000 dragon coins. Ordinary cultivators from humble backgrounds have limited sources of dragon coins and need to spend money on other things every day, so they can't save much money at all. Therefore, this 10% discount on dragon coins is very precious to them. After carefully checking the identity on the card, the administrator teacher confirmed that the girl in front of him matched the identity registered on the card before handing over the martial art gale force to Wu Luan. After completing the transaction, Wu Luan turned to leave. She happened to see Zhou Yun behind her, paused slightly, and nodded gently as a greeting. Zhou Yun smiled back and handed the book Broken Army Spear to the administrator. He possesses marksmanship skills, and it's a rare, rigid overlord spear. You've got quite the ambition, haven't you? I just don't know how far you can go in marksmanship. The administrator glanced at the martial arts technique Zhou Yun handed over and understood the general meaning of the breaking army spear. However, he wasn't a martial artist specializing in spear techniques, so he didn't know much about this martial art. Unlike the fist and palm techniques in the library, which he had studied extensively. Zhou Yun nodded without saying anything more. He simply took out a folded card to prove his identity from his inner pocket and handed over 500 dragon coins. Soon, the formalities were completed, and the martial art breaking army spear was handed over to him. From this moment on, he can freely study this spear technique for the next week. After completing all this, Zhou Yun did not leave immediately. Instead, they went to the boxing and martial arts area to find Feng Huihong. Feng Huihong had previously mentioned that he planned to find a powerful and forceful boxing technique. The martial arts library at Haicheng University contains the largest number of fist and palm techniques. Right now, he's probably overwhelmed by all the choices and finding it hard to decide. Why don't I go over and give him some advice? Zhou Yun walked into the boxing section, where the bookshelves were so densely packed that it was almost impossible to see how many books there were. Unlike the spearmanship section, which had only one bookshelf and wasn't even full, with just 11 spearmanship books scattered about. Before long, Zhou Yun found Feng Huihong squatting in the corner of the bookshelf, carefully examining the martial arts techniques he liked. Old Feng, so, any interested parties? You've finished choosing? Feng Huihong looked up and saw that it was Zhou Yun, then looked down at the two boxing manuals in front of him again. This style of boxing is called Vajra Fist, and it is said to have been created by a high-ranking monk from a Buddhist temple. Its punches are incredibly powerful and fierce. Another martial art is called 8-level collapse, the creator of which is unknown. However, when this martial art is mastered to its peak, it is combined with 8 layers of internal energy. When it is used, the 8 layers of energy are superimposed and explode simultaneously, making its power terrifying. Zhou Yun's eyes widened instantly. What did you say? The 8 extremes collapse? There's an 8th-level collapse weapon in the martial arts library of Haicheng University? For a moment, a sense of regret even rose in his heart. He should have known better than to choose Broken Army Spear so early. This is a masterpiece carefully selected by Emperor Yin. It can be said that the 8 Extremes collapse played a crucial role in the early combat power of Emperor Yin. Although, this 8 Extremes collapse is not the same as that 8 Extremes collapse. However, since it dared to choose such a name, it must have something special about it. Thinking of this, Zhou Yun offered a reminder. What's there to worry about? What Vajra Fist? It's not even worthy of comparing with Bajiquan's Bengdi shoes. Just choose the 8 Extremes collapse and you're done. After hearing Zhou Yun's suggestion, Feng Weihong pondered for 2 seconds before making a decisive choice. Good. Brother Yun, I'll listen to you. Let's choose the 8 Extremes collapse. He didn't know which of the 2 martial arts techniques was stronger. But Feng Weihong knew that Zhou Yun would never harm him. Then, he put the Vajra Fist back on the bookshelf, picked up 8 Extremes collapse, stood up, and walked to Zhou Yun's side. Brother Yun, have you finished choosing? Wow, that was fast. Let's go, I've chosen this book, 8 Extremes collapse, and let's go find the librarian to complete the borrowing procedures. The remaining dragon coins were all on Zhou Yun's person. Feng Weihong didn't have a single one. If Zhou Yun hadn't come looking for him, he probably wouldn't have been able to leave the library with the martial arts manual. The two returned to the exit of the martial arts library to complete the borrowing process. At that moment, Zhou Yun saw a familiar figure. Oh! What a coincidence! I never expected to run into him again. Chapter 16, The Collapse of the 8 Extremes. This guy is really persistent. Zhou Yun snorted coldly. Not far away, the person standing in line waiting to complete the borrowing procedures was none other than Wang Yan, his classmate with whom he had a previous conflict. He was tightly clutching a pale yellow, ancient martial arts manual in his arms, clearly having already made his choice. Feng Weihong looked up at Wang Yan and then asked, Brother Yun, you don't like him? Should we follow him tonight and give him a good beating? It is very easy to follow someone, since most ordinary martial artists go to the beach to go beachcombing almost every day and rarely stay at home. Zhou Yun was tempted, but after thinking about it, he shook his head. Forget it, there's no need to waste time and energy on this nobody. While beating up Wang Yan would be enjoyable and might lift their spirits, they had more important things to do. Having just acquired their desired martial arts techniques, they must undergo a period of study and practice before they can execute them fluently, control them freely in combat, and unleash their full power. He's just a clown. If he dares to act up in front of me again, I'll give him a good beating. At this moment, it was finally Wang Yan's turn to wait in line. He had a big smile on his face and respectfully presented the martial arts skills in his hands to the instructor. Yes, the bull strength. This martial art is quite good. It's neither a fist technique nor a palm technique, but once it's mastered, it can strengthen the physical body, giving one the strength of a bull in every punch, kick, palm, and claw. The talkative teacher also glanced at Wang Yan's martial arts skills and made a fair assessment. Zhou Yun silently kept it in mind, planning to learn more about this martial art when he had the chance, and see if it had any weaknesses. As a great man once said, we should despise the enemy strategically, but take the enemies seriously tactically. Since Wang Yan has already taken the opposing side, it wouldn't hurt to get to know him better. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. After completing the borrowing procedures, Wang Yan turned around with a smile, and just as he turned around, he saw Zhou Yun and Feng Weihong not far behind him. The smile on his face suddenly froze, his right hand, which had been gripped tightly by Zhou Yun, trembled violently twice, and then he quickly lowered his head and fled. His posture was like a mouse encountering a cat, as if he was afraid that Zhou Yun would dislike him and beat him up again. However, he didn't consider that this was the main entrance of the martial arts library. Under the watchful eyes of the librarian, how could Zhou Yun possibly make a move rashly? For Zhou Yun, being punished by the teacher for being such an insignificant nobody was a loss far outweighed by the consequences. 8 Extremes collapse? Young man, this martial art is not easy to learn. Upon seeing the martial arts technique that Feng Weihong handed over, the administrator raised his eyebrows slightly, his expression showing some surprise. Didn't you read the label above? Annotation? Feng Weihong scratched his head, somewhat bewildered. I didn't see any markings. This martial skill is very powerful if mastered to its fullest potential, it may even be comparable to a second-tier martial skill. However, while it is easy to get started with the 8 Extremes collapse, the thought of cultivating it to its peak, where a single punch can unleash 8 streams of energy simultaneously, is truly formidable. Firstly, it requires high-intensity starlight energy for support. Secondly, one also needs to temper one's body with the essence of demonic beasts in order to withstand the violent tearing force on the meridians when this fist technique is in operation. Upon hearing the teacher's words, Feng Huihong's face fell, and he turned to look at Zhou Yun. Yun, brother Yun. Should I change to another book? Maybe the one called The Vajra Fist? Zhou Yun shook his head. Crisis and opportunity coexist. Powerful martial arts techniques require harsh natural conditions and are difficult to cultivate. Don't worry, I've got everything covered. Actually, the main problem was that Feng Huihong couldn't change his mindset in a short time. The operation of the 8 extremes collapse requires a foundation of high-intensity starlight energy. The only cultivation technique practiced by ordinary martial artists is the white-grade beginner stargazing technique. His current main cultivation technique is the red-grade stargazing technique, which was taught to him by Zhou Yun and enhanced by the system. Within his dantian, the quality of his stellar energy was many times higher than that of others, absolutely meeting the prerequisites for cultivating the 8 extremes collapse. As for the essence blood of demonic beasts, that's not difficult to obtain. As long as you have money, you can buy dragon blood and phoenix marrow. Zhou Yun and his group are currently at a low level and short of money. Once they reach a higher level, they will have more ways to make money. Upon hearing Zhou Yun's reply, Feng Huihong nodded with a serious expression. Good. I'll do as you say. Teacher, I've made up my mind, I'll choose this one. The administrator glanced at Zhou Yun and realized that he was the young man who had previously borrowed the broken army spear. Could it be that a true dragon is about to emerge from this year's graduating class of Haicheng University? He was surprised inwardly, but remained outwardly calm. Whether it's a dragon swimming in shallow waters or a dragon soaring in the abyss, or someone with lofty ambitions but a fragile fate, only time will tell. He kept Zhou Yun firmly in mind and made up his mind that if there was an opportunity in the future, he could give him a little help. If Zhou Yun was really a dragon, he would definitely reap huge rewards in the future. However, if it is just an arrogant young man with unrealistic ambitions, a small investment is harmless. However, at this moment, he would certainly not reveal his thoughts, his expression calm and composed. With practiced ease, she took the folded card representing her identity and the 500 dragon coins borrowing fee from Feng Huihong, and then handed over the martial arts manual to him. After buying the martial arts skills, I still have 100 dragon coins left. You can rent a meditation room for 5 hours. The cultivation room is decorated with special array patterns that can draw in starlight from the sky and fill the room with starlight energy. Cultivating inside can achieve twice the result with half the effort. In addition, its unique internal structure allows for adjustment of the gravity coefficient as needed, which is of great help when practicing martial arts. However, renting a training room is expensive, costing 20 dragon coins per hour, so Zhou Yun and his group rarely use it. However, the mysterious realm could open at any time now. Zhou Yun planned to spend every penny he had, using it wisely to improve his strength as much as possible. To maximize profits in the secret realm. Feng Huihong swallowed hard. A training room? I've wanted to experience the training room for a long time. Haicheng University has complete facilities, just like those cultivation sects in my previous life. It has almost all the necessary facilities such as a martial arts library, training rooms, pill building, and spirit weapon building. However, regardless of the project, dragon coins are required. Zhou Yun was quite helpless about this. Why were all those important figures who embarked on the path of cultivation so greedy for money? Chapter 17 Cultivation. Unlike the martial arts library, the interior design here leans towards a traditional Chinese style. This is a man-made hill covered with lush green pines, and pavilions and towers full of poetic charm stand among it. Each of these pavilions and towers is a self-contained cultivation room. There are thousands of training rooms of all sizes scattered across this low mountain. These training rooms may look similar, but they are actually divided into different levels. The closer the training room is to the mountaintop, the higher its level, and the stronger the bonus effect it provides during training. However, correspondingly, it is also the most expensive. Zhou Yun and his companion were extremely poor, with only 100 yuan left between them, making them arguably the poorest group of students at Haicheng University. They could only rent a few cultivation rooms at the very bottom of the mountain. However, even the lowest training room costs 20 dragon coins per hour. If 2 people use it separately, each person's training time is only 2.5 hours at most. Upon hearing the purpose of Zhou Yun and his companion's visit, the teacher in charge of the training room showed a hint of surprise. Wait, did I hear that right? You two only have 100 yuan? Rent for 2.5 hours per person? Zhou Yun nodded and said sincerely. Yes, teacher. We want to experience the atmosphere of the training room. Which student in Haicheng doesn't know that the cultivation room at Haicheng University is a renowned blessed place for spiritual practice? Entering meditation and cultivating in the cultivation room is enough to make you progress 1,000 miles a day. That's right. The middle-aged teacher, dressed in blue, nodded with an air of pride. That's true. The training room at the bottom of the mountain is already a paradise for you Qi martial artists. Cultivating there will allow you to progress by leaps and bounds in a day. That is no exaggeration. Those caves at the mountaintop can even help experts at the 10th star heavenly martial realm. This teacher was extremely proud of the training room he managed, and wished he could give Zhou Yun and the others a long and detailed introduction. Zhou Yun didn't want to listen to his rambling, his time was precious. However, interrupting him abruptly might offend him. Helpless, he could only subtly lift his toes and kick Feng Huihong's shoe next to him. The two grew up together, so their tacit understanding is naturally beyond question. There is absolutely no need for verbal communication. Feng Huihong immediately spoke up, Teacher, we already know all of this. Please grant us access to the training room quickly. I can't wait to go in and experience it. The middle-aged teacher, whose speech had been interrupted, glanced at Feng Huihong and smacked his lips as if he hadn't had enough. Others would rent more than 10 hours at a time for a single training session. I was afraid that during my practice, I might have an insight that would be suddenly interrupted. You guys are something else, you only have 100 yuan in total, and you come to the training room for 2.5 hours each. After shaking his head and making a couple of sarcastic remarks, he still took out a grayish-brown octagonal array plate from the storage bag at his waist. He placed his hand on the array plate, and mysterious runes flashed in his palm. The array made a few soft cracking sounds, and a crack appeared in the center. The next second, 2 yellow wooden tokens shaped like small shields appeared in his hands. The middle-aged teacher tossed 2 yellow wooden tokens into the hands of Zhou Yun and Feng Huihong. In the level 1 cultivation area, just find an empty room yourself. Remember, each of you only has 2.5 hours. Once the time is up and the token breaks, you will be forcibly removed from the training room. After Zhou Yun gripped the token tightly, he nodded in response, indicating that he understood. Afterwards, he left the place with Feng Huihong. The level 1 cultivation area refers to the cultivation rooms at the foot of the mountain. The tokens they possess only grant them access to these rooms. To access the level 2 cultivation room halfway up the mountain, or even the level 3 cultivation room at the summit, you would need a higher level token. Fortunately, there were quite a few cultivation rooms, and not many people were using them. Before long, they found 2 cultivation rooms that were not far apart. Buzz. Zhou Yun took out the token and gently pressed it against the door of the training room in front of him. The next second, it emitted a soft buzzing sound. A ripple of water spread across the wooden door in front of them, and it instantly transformed into an illusory state. He took a step out and entered it. The scene before him suddenly changed, and he was now inside the room. The yellow wooden token fell back into his hand, occasionally flashing with a warm, gentle light. When the time was up, the token would explode, banishing him from the room. The star energy in the room is at least 20% more concentrated than outside. Practicing your cultivation technique here will allow you to draw in more star energy. After entering the room, Zhou Yun closed his eyes, concentrated, and briefly sensed the surroundings. It does offer some decent boosts, but it's nowhere near as exaggerated as the kind of rapid progress you'd see in a day. However, his purpose in coming here was not to absorb starlight energy and break through his cultivation level. His purpose in coming here was to utilize the gravity effect within the room to practice his marksmanship. Taking out the yellow wooden token, Zhou Yun coughed lightly and said in a deep voice to the token, "Activate double gravity." Buzz. The token emitted a beam of white light that swept across the surroundings. There were no unusual phenomena in the room, but he could clearly feel a sudden increase in pressure on his body. I did some light physical activity and felt the difference from usual. Even standing still under double gravity is a form of weight-bearing training. The blood and chi in the physical body will slowly increase bit by bit. Unfold the broken army spear scroll, and a series of written symbols appear before your eyes. If you want to practice shooting, first learn how to hold a gun. A picture appeared above, depicting a person holding a gun in one hand and pointing it forward. A good gun has a great weight, especially the Overlord spear that Zhou Yun practiced. If you can't even hold a gun steady, how can you talk about practicing shooting? Therefore, the first step in mastering the broken army spear is holding the spear. Hold the butt of the spear in one hand, point it into the distance, and remain completely still, as if swinging your arm. Only with such precision can you be considered to have entered the basics. Base. Zhou Yun unfastened the dragon-patterned black and gold spear that was slung over his back, flicked it lightly, bent his legs slightly, and lowered his body slightly. He held the butt of the gun, extending it horizontally. The moment he drew his gun, Zhou Yun felt an immense pressure on his arm. The combined effects of double gravity, the weight of the dragon-patterned black gold spear itself, and the increased weight due to leverage when holding the spear's tail all erupt simultaneously. In just 3 minutes, he felt his arm was sore and numb, as if it no longer belonged to him. However, that's how it is when you practice marksmanship. To become a master of marksmanship, this is the only way. There are no shortcuts. The starlight energy within the dantian flowed along the meridians and entered the meridians on the arms. As physical strength rapidly diminishes, the starlight energy within the body immediately replenishes it, creating a continuous cycle. Zhou Yun's physical strength increased rapidly without him even realizing it, and the meridians in his arms were gradually widened under the influence of starlight energy. In the eastern part of Haichang, a great river rushes by like a dragon, making a thunderous roar as its waters surge and flow into the sea. At this moment, at the mouth of the river, several powerful martial artists stood in different places, all looking up at the distant sky. There, streaks of aurora shimmered, as if a magnificent and mysterious world was slowly unveiling itself. Su Linglong was dressed in white, with a lively and elegant temperament. She slightly raised her eyebrows, and it was unknown what she was thinking. Chapter 18. The Secret Realm opens. A dark cloud drifted in, so black it seemed it would collapse the sky. Thunder rumbled, and moments later a torrential downpour began. Thunder, dark clouds, and torrential rain each came with overwhelming force, but none could block the mysterious aurora flashing in the sky. After an unknown amount of time, an aurora borealis suddenly appeared, dazzling to the extreme, like an incomparably sharp sword aura. It tore through the void, ripped apart the dark clouds in the sky, and crushed the roaring thunder and the raging rain. A huge and mysterious island suddenly appeared, hanging upside down in the sky. A secret realm. It's open. Su Linglong widened her beautiful eyes and looked ahead. The aurora borealis from before did not disappear, it remained. It plummeted from the island in the sky, shooting straight into the sea, the beach, the great river. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The people who had been watching earlier all stood up. With one step, one ascends into the sky and enters the area shrouded by the aurora. Whoosh. This mysterious aurora seemed to possess a guiding power, directly transporting those who stepped into the aurora to a secret realm in the sky, to the island that was suspended upside down in the sky. Su Linglong also took a step forward, about to step into the aurora. But at the last moment, he pulled his toes back. After a brief 2-second hesitation, he took out a delicate and exquisite mobile phone from the storage ring on his finger. After tapping the phone a few times to confirm the message was sent, I turned off the screen, put it away, and stepped into the area covered by the aurora. Whoosh! Like everyone else before him, Su Linglong was drawn by the mysterious aurora and flew into the upside-down island in the sky. After the initial hardships and bitter pain. As time went by, Zhou Yun's arm, which had gradually become numb, slowly regained some sensation. He slowly adjusted his posture, and the dragon-patterned black and gold spear seemed to become an extension of his body, connected to his arm. The gun is still the same gun, its weight remains unchanged. However, with each breath, Zhou Yun gradually got into the swing of things, his body became more and more stable, and his arm holding the gun became stronger and stronger. The spiritual energy in his dantian was exhausted time and time again. However, with the blessing of the red great star gazing technique, and the fact that the star energy in this cultivation room is much denser than outside, the cultivation room is also a good place to cultivate. He didn't need to put down his spear, he only needed to circulate his energy slightly to quickly replenish the star energy that had been depleted in his body. His hand holding the gun became increasingly steady, his physical strength gradually increased, and the flow of the martial arts manuals became smoother. Zhou Yun was completely absorbed in this state and couldn't extricate himself. However, at that moment, without his noticing, the yellow token that had been placed not far in front of him suddenly trembled slightly, then shattered abruptly, turning into a dust that drifted down. At the same time, Zhou Yun, who was in a state of cultivation, had not yet opened his eyes. A flash of white light appeared in the room, and his figure vanished instantly. By the time he realized what was happening, he was shocked to find himself forcibly removed from the training room and returned outside. Meanwhile, the same situation was observed in another training room not far away. Feng Huihong was also forcibly expelled. Did 2.5 hours go by that fast? Zhou Yun's expression was somewhat bewildered and surprised. He had never been so deeply immersed in a state of spiritual practice before. It seems the teacher was right. Generally, students who come here to rent a meditation room usually rent it for more than 10 or 20 hours at a time. Otherwise, the time is too short just as things are getting into the swing of things. Being interrupted and kicked out is really a bit too rushed. Zhou Yun took out his phone from his pocket, unwilling to give up, and wanted to check the time again. I just unlocked my phone screen. Then I saw an unread message from Su Linglong on the WeChat interface. Upon seeing this, Zhou Yun lost all interest in checking the time and quickly opened WeChat to view the message. The secret realm is now open, come quickly. Instantly, Zhou Yun's expression turned sour. He had already guessed the moment he saw Su Linglong's information, but seeing those words in person now still left him feeling somewhat helpless. This secret realm opened far too early. His martial arts skills are not yet fully mastered, and there is still room for improvement in his strength. Moreover, more than an hour has passed since Su Linglong sent him the message. I wonder how many people have already gone to the secret realm. He knew the news in advance, but he still couldn't get in immediately, which made him feel regretful and helpless. However, this feeling did not last long. After all, life is full of disappointments, and things don't wait for him to be fully prepared before they happen. All we can do now is accept it and try to find a way to remedy the situation. Immediately, Zhou Yun shouted at Feng Huihong in the distance. Old Feng, hurry up. Head to the Eastern Sea area. Feng Huihong's expression was still somewhat blank, as if he was still savoring and comprehending what he had just gained from his cultivation. Hearing Zhou Yun shout suddenly, he was stunned for a second or two before he reacted. To the Eastern Sea area? Could it be? He suddenly thought of a possibility and immediately looked into Zhou Yun's eyes. Having received a definite answer from Zhou Yun's gaze, Feng Huihong no longer hesitated. Walk. This time, my brother and I are determined to soar to great heights and make a name for ourselves in Haicheng. To prevent this from happening, Feng Huihong always carried his spiked club close to his body. Therefore, they didn't need to go back to their dorms to pack or prepare anything, they could simply set off. The two moved with incredible speed, channeling the starlight energy within their bodies, and while hurrying eastward, they discussed tactics in hushed tones. When the secret realm started, we were in the training room, and an hour has passed since then. There are definitely a lot of people going in. Our target is the items outside the secret realm, those spiritual materials or exotic beasts that are useful to Qi martial cultivators. Whatever happens in the central part of the secret realm, or what extraordinary treasures emerge, is none of our concern. Zhou Yun gave a solemn instruction. With the system around, he will inevitably rise to prominence and become a powerful figure in the future. On the path to becoming stronger, you can take risks, but you must not let the temptation of opportunities blind you. As the saying goes, fortune is found in danger, and it can also be lost in danger. Steady progress is the right path to victory. Is this the secret realm? My goodness, this is just too amazing. The two quickly arrived at the eastern part of Haicheng. Before even approaching the estuary, one could see the magnificent aurora borealis covering half the sky in the distance, as well as the enormous island hanging upside down in the sky. An island hanging upside down in the sky? Is this some kind of Digimon crossover? Zhou Yun raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself. He patted Feng Huihong on the shoulder and said, such a magnificent phenomenon must have been seen by half the city, and there must have been quite a few people who entered the secret realm. However, there is good news. That island in the sky is much larger than Haicheng. The outer area that Qi martial artists can explore is only a small part. In just over an hour, others definitely won't be able to finish it. If we go there now, we can still get the first taste of the soup. Chapter 19, Entering the Secret Realm, the Sand Python. The aurora borealis filled the sky like a dream, shimmering with a blue sapphire-like light, or like green jade adorning the sky, with a soft luster. A series of brilliant rays of light echoed long and deep in the eastern sea area. Standing in Zhou Yun's position, one could clearly see one person after another stepping into the area shrouded by the aurora. The next second, these people were seen taking off and, drawn by the mysterious aurora, quickly flew into the sky, turning into a point of starlight and falling into the island that was hanging upside down in the sky. It seems that the aurora is the means of transportation to enter the secret realm. Zhou Yun nodded, then took a step forward and stepped inside. Feng Huihong, who was beside him, quickly followed and entered with him. Buzz. He seemed to hear a soft sound. The next moment, he felt a light, ethereal force lift him up, and then the world reversed, his body seemingly out of control, flying towards the island in the sky. Actually, it's not entirely uncontrollable. He tried it, and the aurora simply pulled him towards the upside-down island. As for the directions front, back, left, and right, he can control them freely. Feng Huihong had clearly realized this as well, and he controlled his body to fly to Zhou Yun's side, confirming that they could land at the same location after entering the secret realm, and that the distance between them would not be too far. It's a bit like a real-life version of PUBG. I just got off the plane and am currently parachuting. Zhou Yun chuckled softly. He felt very strange at the moment, something he had never experienced before. While in the air, he could clearly see the general terrain of the island below. When it was on the ground, Zhou Yun felt as if it were suspended in the sky, upside down in the air. However, as he flew closer to the island, he discovered that it was just an ordinary island situated in the ocean, surrounded by surging blue waves and turbulent currents. The island is very large, with a high center and low surrounding terrain. In the center is a towering mountain that reaches into the clouds, and the surrounding mountain ranges are continuous and magnificent. Brother Yun, where are we going? As he got closer to the island below, he had to control his flight direction and choose a landing spot. The central mountain was an obvious choice even from a distance. He could feel a terrifying aura gathering upon it. There were also flashes of swordlight, as if unparalleled experts were locked in combat. If those two small people were to fall there, even the slightest ripple could cost them their lives. Located in the southern part of the island, at the junction of the beach and the hills and forests. After glancing at it twice, Zhou Yun made a decision instantly. Their combat experience mainly came from their encounters with alien sea monsters stranded on the beach while beachcombing. They are familiar with the beach environment, and they can calmly exert more combat power if they encounter any enemies there after landing. However, since the beach is open, if a powerful enemy were to approach, they would likely be spotted instantly. Choosing a location not far from dense forests and hills can effectively avoid this problem. If you encounter a difficult enemy, you can simply plunge into the dense forest to hide. It's a position that can be both offensive and defensive. Feng Huihong didn't think too much about it. Wherever Zhou Yun told him to land, that's where he landed. Bang! My feet landed back on the ground, where I was surrounded by soft, fine sand. We've finally landed. This island is huge. It must be at least larger than 5 times the area of Haicheng. Zhou Yun looked up at the sky and saw Haicheng suspended high in the sky, as well as the ocean, wilderness, and distant Liancheng and Juncheng. Standing on the island, the feeling was novel, as if Haicheng had become a secret realm suspended in the sky. However, there was no dazzling aurora. In contrast, the secret realm has just opened and is currently in a no entry, no exit state. After a certain period of time, the secret realm will close, and the mysterious aurora will appear here, becoming a state of only going out and not coming in. Indeed, the books say that secret realms are blessed lands, and if you are lucky enough to enter one day there is equivalent to many days of hard cultivation. Feng Huihong took a deep breath and sighed with a look of rapture. The starlight energy in the air here is extremely concentrated, even more so than in the training rooms at Haicheng University, where it costs 20 dragon coins per hour. Even if you gain nothing from entering the secret realm, the cultivation experience within it is far superior to that of the outside world. Be careful. The abundant star energy means that some of the original creatures here will advance very quickly, and our chances of encountering high-level alien beasts will greatly increase. Zhou Yun wasn't so optimistic. Entering an unfamiliar environment, especially a newly opened secret realm, required extreme caution. It seemed as if to verify what Zhou Yun had just said. The next second, the yellow sand 3 meters behind Feng Huihong suddenly sank, and then a huge light brown sand python rushed out from below. A sinister glint flashed in its cold, triangular eyes, and its forked tongue flickered, sending chills down one's spine. Whoosh! The sand python swung its massive body, opened its foul-smelling maw, and bit down directly at Feng Huihong's head. Careful! Zhou Yun gave a cold shout. He reached behind him and took off the dragon-patterned black and gold spear. He held the gun with both hands. The gun barrels were extremely stable in his hands, and the gun tips flashed with a cold light as he thrust them straight at the huge snake head. Thump! The spearhead struck the snake's head with a loud thud, and the recoil traveled back along the spear to Zhou Yun, instantly causing a slight numbness in the tiger's mouth of his hands. The scales on the head of the sand snake were extremely hard. Zhou Yun hastily drew his gun but did not hurt it much. He only broke a few scales and tore a small opening 3 to 5 centimeters long. Hiss hiss! The sand snake was furious. How dare this human fight back? This was a great disgrace in its mind. It then swung its dark brown python tail, sweeping it horizontally towards Zhou Yun. The python's tail was thick and strong, like a giant brown pillar, and it swept towards Zhou Yun's waist with a gust of wind. This sand python has a powerful body. If you are hit by it, you will surely suffer broken bones and severe injuries, losing your ability to fight. Zhou Yun naturally couldn't let that blow land on him. However, the python's tail was thick and its speed was much faster than Zhou Yun's, so dodging it would probably not be so easy. In the nick of time, Zhou Yun lunged forward, gripped the gun tightly, and thrust it into the sand python's eye. Its scales are hard, but its eyes are not protected by scales. If it is stabbed, it is very likely to penetrate the skull base and pierce the brain center. At this moment, Feng Huihong also recovered from his confusion and fear. With a roar, he picked up his spiked club and charged forward, using all his strength to smash the sand python's eyes together with Zhou Yun. Chapter 20, Kill. The two men attacked the sand python's eyes simultaneously, one on the left and one on the right. The spear blade was sharp and precise, and Zhou Yun had not yet mastered the moves of the breaking army spear. However, after practicing holding and wielding the gun in the training room, his grip on the gun was very steady, and his attacks were extremely accurate. With a single, powerful thrust, he charged straight out. The jet black spear, like a dragon breaking through the sea, lunged at the sand python's eyes with bared fangs and claws. On the other side, Feng Huihong gripped one end of the spiked club with both hands, leaped up, and smashed it down on the other eyeball with the force of Mount Tai crashing down. The offensive was overwhelming for a time. The sand python roared and tried to retreat and dodge. However, the thick python tail had already swept towards Zhou Yun, and it was too late to change direction quickly. The next second, there was a sharp screech. Nearly 1/3 of the nearly 3-meter-long dragon-patterned black gold spear was pierced into its eyeball by Zhou Yun's single strike. The gun tip tore open its pupil, and the eyeball instantly burst like an inflated balloon, spraying out transparent eye tissue. The spearhead continued its momentum, tracing along the eye socket and piercing straight into the back wall of its eyeball, driving it firmly in. On the other side, Feng Huihong's spiked club, which he was pounding with all his might, was also pounding down on its eyeballs with several sharp, interlocking fangs. Unlike Zhou Yun's spear, the spiked club could not pierce through the eyeball and reach the back wall of the eye. However, with a single blow, it easily shattered its eyeball. Roar! Roar! The sand python was attacked in both eyes at the same time. As it lost its sight, the intense pain was transmitted through the nerves directly to its central nervous system. Instantly, the sand python convulsed, rolled around on the ground, roared and howled in agony. The python's tail, which was originally sweeping across, was unable to reach Zhou Yun because of the constant twitching of its internal nerves, causing the tail to swing uncontrollably. This guy's vitality is amazing. Zhou Yun couldn't help but sigh. He was certain that the shot had pierced the back wall of the sand python's eyeball, which was the base of its skull, and the tip of the gun had even reached inside its head, but unfortunately it hadn't hit the brainstem. Otherwise, this sand python wouldn't have just been convulsing in pain, it would have died instantly. However, even so, its inevitable demise was already sealed. After losing its sight, its body convulsed and rolled uncontrollably in excruciating pain. Its only remaining means of attack is to sweep its thick python tail horizontally. However, without eyes, its python tail could only sweep across the area unconsciously. With Zhou Yun's agility, he could silently evade all attacks from the python's tail. After holding his breath for a moment, he regained some strength. Afterwards, Zhou Yun quietly approached the sand python, and once he got close to the dragon-patterned black gold spear, he made his move instantly. He unleashed all his strength at once, striking the gun barrel. In an instant, the spear that had pierced 1/3 of the sand python's eyeball was completely submerged in its eye socket. The sharp gun barrel tore through its fragile brain, shredding the brain tissue inside to shreds. Thump! After losing control of its brain, the sand python finally stopped moving and crashed heavily onto the beach. Although the python's tail would occasionally twitch slightly under the control of its nerves, such attacks were no longer capable of harming Han Yu and the others. Call. This secret realm is indeed extraordinary. How could the sand python outside grow this big? It should already be considered a mid-stage first-tier demon beast, right? Feng Huihong wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with lingering fear. Human cultivators are divided into 10 star levels between each realm. Just like Zhou Yun and Feng Huihong, they are both currently at the 4th level of the Qi martial artist realm, or simply 4-star Qi martial artists. A monster of equal strength to a Qi warrior is a tier 1 monster. Each tier of monsters is divided into 4 star levels: early stage, mid stage, late stage, and peak stage. The rock crab that Zhou Yun and his group killed not long ago was only a first tier early stage demonic beast. The sand python in front of us is definitely at the mid-stage of the first tier. Zhou Yun nodded. A mid-stage first-tier demonic beast is a treasure trove from head to toe. Putting everything else aside, the star core inside its body alone is much more expensive than a first-stage star core. If you take it to the starry sky market, it might sell for 500 or 600 dragon coins. Zhou Yun stepped forward and pulled the dragon-patterned black gold spear out of the sand python's eye socket. The gun was stained with the blood of the sand python and the tissue fluid from its shattered eyeballs, making it extremely foul-smelling. However, Zhou Yun showed no disgust and carried it on his back. Following the tear, they groped inside and finally managed to extract the star core from the sand python's head. Come up and help. This sand python has more than just a useful star core. The gallbladder, the heart, and the vital point are all its essence. Whether we keep them for ourselves or sell them at Xingyu Market, we won't lose money. Feng Huihong quickly agreed and ran up to help Zhou Yun split the sand python's corpse. In fact, not only the reverse scale, bitter pill, and heart, but even all the scales on its body can be sold for dragon coins at the starry sky market. Unfortunately, they didn't have time to remove the snake scales, since no one knew when the secret realm would close. You can only pick out the most valuable items to take with you. Secondly, there is an even more important reason. They don't have enough storage space. The only place they could store their belongings was in their backpacks. A Qi martial artist from a common background cannot afford a storage bag that costs tens of thousands of dragon coins. Your heart is yours, my gallbladder is mine. The star core and the reverse scale will be assigned after we return to school. The heart is the organ with the most abundant and rich qi and blood. Consuming and refining it can greatly enhance the body's blood and energy, and strengthen the body's physical power. Zhou Yun also really needed this heart. However, considering that Feng Huihong needs spiritual objects to enhance his physical body and blood energy during his 8 extremes collapse cultivation process. In order to improve the strength of the two-person team more quickly, giving the heart to Feng Huihong would be a more scientific decision. Feng Huihong clearly understood Zhou Yun's meaning. After taking the heart that was thrown to him, he actually put it directly into his mouth, which was still stained with warm snake blood. Even so, Feng Huihong chewed it twice in his mouth and then swallowed it, refining it with his cultivation technique. Eat it raw? Fierce. Zhou Yun gave him a thumbs up from the bottom of her heart. It's all for the sake of strength, there's no shame in it. Zhou Yun put the star core, the gallbladder, and the fist-sized brown snake scale into his backpack. After thinking for a moment, he cut off a large piece of snake meat from the python. The two arrived in a hurry and didn't bring much food. After the battle, I was quite exhausted. Star energy can be replenished through cultivation, but physical blood and chi can only be obtained by using the monsters in the secret realm. Let's go into the woods, rest for a bit, and have something to eat. Chapter 21, Settling Achievement Points. Beside a clear stream at the edge of a dense green forest. After cleaning the snake meat, Zhou Yun skewered it onto a large skewer using a black gold spear with dragon patterns and roasted it until golden brown. It had been almost 3 hours since we entered the secret realm, and my stomach was completely empty. Only now could I finally have dinner and replenish some of my strength. Let's rest here for the night. The battle with the sand python has taken a toll on both our physical strength and star energy. Given our current state, if we encounter another powerful alien beast, victory won't be so easy. At night, many powerful nocturnal beasts awaken from their slumber to hunt for food, greatly increasing the danger. For the 2 low-level Qi cultivators who wanted to pick up the scraps, this was not a good time to act. Luckily, there are plenty of dense forests around here, with thick tree trunks. I'll sleep in the tree tonight. We'll take turns keeping watch at night, and if anything happens, we'll wake each other up immediately. Zhou Yun gave Feng Huihong a serious instruction. Old Feng is a very easygoing guy, but he has one great quality: he will carry out any task he seriously instructs him to do meticulously. Upon hearing Zhou Yun's words, Feng Huihong put away his smile and nodded seriously. This area receives abundant rainfall, and the vegetation is mainly broad-leaved forest, with lush branches and leaves and strong root systems. The intertwined branches were very strong, they could support the weight of 2 young people, or even 2 more. Starlight, scattered across the sky and earth, adds a touch of silvery brilliance to the dense forest. Feng Huihong leaned against the tree trunk with his eyes closed. It was unclear whether he was asleep or cultivating. Zhou Yun lay on a tree branch, wary of his surroundings while also admiring the sky above. At the same time, we are also waiting for midnight to arrive. Although it is unknown whether time flows at the same rate in this secret realm as it does outside. However, the system always follows the external time and calculates the time every 24 hours, so the time should be about right. Sure enough, not long after, Jo-Yun heard the crisp system notification sound in his mind. Today's achievement points are being calculated, please wait. During your visit to the martial arts library, you selected a martial art you liked, adding a decent new attack method. You've earned 30 achievement points. Faced with provocation from classmate Wang Yan, you took decisive action, making him realize the vast difference in their abilities. You gain plus 80 achievement points. Help your friend Feng Huihong select the martial art 8 extremes collapse, and earn 5 achievement points. Go to the training room to practice diligently. Your marksmanship has improved slightly. You have gained 10 achievement points. You received a reminder from your wife. Even before entering the secret realm, your seemingly aloof mentor, Su Linglong, didn't forget to send you a text message informing you that the secret realm had opened. You've gained 5 achievement points. Upon entering the secret realm for the first time, you were awestruck by its mysterious laws of nature, earning plus 5 achievement points. The sand python is ferocious. You and Feng Huihong cooperated seamlessly, and after a fierce battle, you defeated the sand python, earning plus 120 achievement points. After the battle, you obtained the following loot: sand python heart, gallbladder, star core, reverse scale, and a sizable piece of python flesh. Achievement points plus 3. After a satisfying meal, you won't miss home. You'll feel happy and fulfilled, earning plus 1 achievement point. Even in a dangerous situation, you remained calm and reminded your friend to be careful at night, earning plus 2 achievement points. Scanning the host's current level in cultivation realm, current cultivation level is 4-star Chi martial artist, gaining 4 achievement points. Scanning the host's current environment, currently in a secret realm, gaining 10 achievement points. Remaining achievement points, 65. Final summary: current remaining achievement points, 340. Whoa! 340 achievement points. A very fruitful day, what a lucrative one. Jo-Yun realized that although the system said that no matter what he did, even eating and sleeping, he would generate a certain number of achievement points. However, mundane daily activities yield very few achievement points, far less than those from battle rewards. Today's settlement records clearly show that after the conflict with Wang Yan, I fought back and gained 80 achievement points. Kill the sand python and earn 120 achievement points. These 2 items already account for more than half of today's achievement points. It seems I should try to stir things up more often if I have the chance in the future. Over the course of a few days, Jo-Yun became more and more familiar with the system's methods and knew how to acquire achievement points more efficiently. Let me see what enhancement items have been refreshed today, and whether there are any good ones. I hope to strengthen the Peijun Spear technique, and ideally upgrade it to a 2nd-tier technique. Jo-Yun opened his eyes, cautiously scanned his surroundings, and only after confirming that there was no danger did he return to his mind, close the achievement points settlement window, and open the enhancement window. Sure enough, the 3 items were refreshed and displayed in the center of the enhancement bar. Bitter Gall, Backpack, Tree Heart. What the hell is this? I know about gall bladders and backpacks, but what's a tree heart? I don't have a tree heart. Jo-Yun frowned, looking very puzzled. The 2 enhancement items he wanted most were marksmanship and the dragon pattern black gold spear, but he didn't get either of them today, which made him a little sad. However, he was still full of hope. After all, anything produced by the system was bound to be of high quality. Although he didn't get what he wanted, the other enhancements should be pretty good too. Immediately, he began to browse through the various enhancement items one by one. Bitter Gallbladder. Evaluation: the gallbladder of a certain tier serpentine monster, well, it does taste very bitter. Strength Enhancement Direction 1, Quality Advancement. It's just a gallbladder from a mid-tier Tier 1 monster, but if we improve its quality and make it a gallbladder from a late-tier Tier 1 monster, it will definitely fetch a higher price. Required achievement points, 30. Enhancement Direction 2, this gall seems to possess a mysterious, yet to be released talent. Developing this talent will definitely make you rich. Required achievement points, 100. Backpack. Review: it's just an ordinary backpack for a loser. Perhaps when this loser becomes an emperor, it will also rise to prominence and become an imperial weapon. Enhancement Direction 1, Greater durability, more exquisite patterns. You deserve a bag with good taste. Required achievement points plus 2. Enhancement Option 2, does a plain backpack suit your martial artist identity? Upgrade your backpack to a storage bag. Enhance and upgrade this backpack to transform it into a beautiful storage bag, gaining larger and more stable storage space. Requires 300 achievement points. Zhou Yun's lips twitched slightly. The first gallbladder looks quite promising. Both enhancement paths have their advantages and disadvantages. But what's with the second backpack? I can't choose either of the two enhancement paths. Want to make your backpack look better? Can't I just buy the newer one? Why waste your precious achievement points here? Storage bag? Storage bags are nice, but they are not something a martial artist of his level can possess. With the storage bag on his person, he would be as bright as a lighthouse in the night sky, attracting many enemies to hunt him down. Moreover, the price of 300 achievement points is far too high. It's all show and no substance. Zhou Yun shook his head in disappointment and looked at the third enhancement item. Chapter 22, Consuming Bitter Gallbladder, Awakening Eye Technique. Tree Heart. Comment: you actually managed to find the heartwood. That's really lucky. Although everyone knows the heartwood is hidden inside the trunk, not every ancient tree has one. Enhancement Direction 1, Crystal Tree Heart. Activate the vibrant life essence within the tree heart, making it exquisitely beautiful, crystal clear, and like a mirror. Consuming the crystal tree heart can increase comprehension. Requires 150 achievement points. Enhancement Direction 2, Fiery Tree Heart. Ignites the vibrant life essence within the tree heart, detonating its internal starlight energy, making it blaze with intense heat and burst with fiery intensity. Consuming Fiery Tree Heart grants a small bonus to burning power when attacking. Requires 150 achievement points. Instantly, Zhou Yun's eyes widened. Holy crap! Holy crap! Crystal Heart Tree, Fiery Heart Tree. Both are very strong. What should I do if I want both types of enhancement? The Crystal Tree Heart enhances comprehension, improving his understanding of cultivation techniques, spells, and martial arts. Treasures that boost comprehension are extremely rare, and although he has the help of the system, his innate talent isn't particularly outstanding. With the help of this glass tree heart, perhaps he could become a genius in a small town. As for the Fiery Tree Heart, Zhou Yun was also extremely envious after reading the description. When attacking, it carries a scorching flame, which can greatly enhance his combat power. However, the most important issue now is not what to choose. Then we need to find exactly where the heartwood is located. System: I don't have a tree heart. Are you sure you're not mistaken? He took out everything he had on him and examined it 2 or 3 times, but found nothing related to the tree heart. However, the system seemed to lack intelligence and did not respond to Zhou Yun. Could it be? The tree heart is in the tree beneath me. Because I'm currently on the tree, the system has identified the tree heart as my item? Zhou Yun frowned, a possibility coming to mind. However, this tree is tens of meters tall, comparable to a skyscraper, with lush branches, but its heartwood is only the size of a fist, so finding it is not an easy task. Forget it, let's strengthen the sand python's bitter gallbladder first. Since the heart of the tree can't be found anytime soon, why not strengthen the gallbladder first and harvest the rewards we can get? System: select to strengthen the bitter gall, strengthening direction 2. He felt the gallbladder in his backpack vibrate and shake slightly twice. Aside from that, there are no other special effects. If it weren't for a new notification popping up on the system panel, he probably wouldn't have known that the enhancement was complete. The bitter gallbladder has been fully upgraded, unlocking the Serpent Eye talent. Snake Eyes can sense energy changes within a certain range. Zhou Yun frowned. It doesn't seem very strong? However, with random talents, nobody knows what you'll get. It's like a blind box. Moreover, regardless of whether it's good or bad, having another talent is always a good thing. Then, he took the fist-sized gallbladder out of his backpack. Well, not long ago I said that Feng Huihong's eating raw meat and drinking blood and swallowing snake hearts was too cruel. I didn't expect to get my comeuppance so quickly. I'll have to try it too. His face was full of bitterness, even more so than Feng Huihong's snake heart. At least, a snake's heart only tastes of blood, while gallbladder is not only fishy but also very bitter. If it weren't for the helpful instructions on the system panel that it had to be swallowed raw to have any effect, he would definitely have tried to cook the gallbladder and add some seasoning to mask the smell. Forget it, whether you stick your neck out or not, you'll still get stabbed, so you might as well cut it off. Then, Zhou Yun gritted his teeth and stuffed the snake gall into his mouth. Ugh! Hiccup! A sour, fishy, and soul-deep bitterness exploded in my mouth at the same time. Zhou Yun couldn't help but gag twice, but he gritted his teeth and forced himself to swallow it down, suppressing the instinctive reaction of his esophagus. However, as unpalatable as it may be, it is a product of the system after all, and is truly a premium product. Zhou Yun felt a surge of pure energy circulating through his acupoints, but instead of entering his dantian, it flowed directly through his meridians to his crown chakra and gathered in his eyes. Hiss! It hurts! Instantly, Zhou Yun felt excruciating pain in his eyes, as if 1,000 needles were repeatedly pricking him. At this moment, he finally understood the pain the sand python had felt when its pupils were shattered. Even so, he gritted his teeth and did not utter a single groan or roar. After an unknown amount of time, he felt a cool sensation in his eyes, and the intense numbness and pain slowly subsided. Zhou Yun knew that the transformation was complete. He tentatively opened his eyes. The blue night sky and the twinkling stars in the sky came into view. It doesn't feel like there's anything special about it. He frowned slightly, scanned his surroundings, and felt that his vision was the same as before, with no significant change. Wrong. Suddenly he let out a soft exclamation. When his gaze fell on Feng Huihan, he could clearly see a cluster of red light, like a flame, shining brightly in Feng Huihan's lower abdomen. Then, he turned his gaze to himself. He discovered that his dantian was also in the same location, with a ball of crimson flame flickering within it. This is a rich source of stellar energy? The system panel previously stated that after consuming this bitter gall, one could observe energy changes within a certain range. Isn't the star energy within a cultivator's body a typical form of energy? So, I can deduce a cultivator's strength based on the size and color of the flame within their body? Zhou Yun frowned slightly, deducing the function of this ability. It's a pretty good support ability under certain circumstances. It might have a surprising effect. He slowly became familiar with this ability, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings, taking in the distant mountains and seas, the nearby lakes and streams, and the tree trunks and branches in front of him. He didn't miss a single place. Feeling the energy flowing on the surface of the object was a novel and unique sensation that captivated him for a time. What is that? As Zhou Yun scanned his surroundings, he suddenly noticed two unusual energy fluctuations about 7 or 8 meters above his head. One of them, like him, flickered with red flames, though its color was a few shades darker than his. The other energy fluctuation was bluish-green, about the size of an adult's fist, and hovered there quietly, motionless. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could this green energy fluctuation be the tree's heart? Zhou Yun's eyes widened, startled by his own calculation. But upon closer reflection, it makes a lot of sense. As for the cluster of red energy fluctuations next to the tree heart, it should be emitted by the demonic beast guarding the tree heart. Chapter 23, The Heart of the Tree. The tree heart is so close to me, no wonder the system judged it as mine and granted it the qualification for enhancement. However, this tree heart is guarded by a demonic beast, so it will probably take some effort to get it smoothly. Any treasure of heaven and earth that possesses abundant energy and can bring about the evolution of living beings will be accompanied and protected by demonic beasts. Once the spirit creature matures, the guardian beast will swallow it whole and refine it to reach a higher realm. The heartwood of the tree in front of us is in this situation. The heartwood is lush and green, full of energy. It will probably mature in the next day or two, or even the next second. That monster may have already discovered Zhou Yun and Feng Huihan's presence. However, it did not come out to them. Firstly, both the tree's core and the demonic beast are hidden inside the tree trunk, making it difficult for ordinary people to detect their presence. As long as it doesn't act rashly, Zhou Yun and Feng Huihan will naturally leave after one night. Secondly, Zhou Yun and Feng Huihan were not much weaker than it, and even if one fought against two, the monster was not guaranteed to win. Therefore, even though the monster had already discovered Zhou Yun and his companion resting on the treetop, it did not take any targeted action and remained guarding the tree's heart at all times. It must be said that this monster was extremely intelligent. If Zhou Yun hadn't had a system with him, and hadn't for the chance to awaken his pupil technique, which allowed him to see the dense star energy fluctuations accumulated within the tree trunk, he would have been completely different. It seems that, just as it wished, it has managed to deceive us. But now, Zhou Yun's lips curled up slightly without being noticed. Now that we've discovered you and that you possess the tree heart, we certainly can't let this opportunity slip by easily. Zhou Yun lay on the treetop, squinting, and used his pupil technique to scan the area around the demonic beast. Since this mysterious monster can burrow into the tree trunk, there must be a tree hole leading directly there. He would use his pupil technique to sense the flow of energy around him, locate the tree hole, and thus determine the method and timing of his attack. Sure enough, a few minutes later, beside a thick branch, he saw a dark hole hidden by lush foliage. This hole extends upwards for 3 or 4 meters, leading directly to the heart of the tree. Once we find the entrance, things will be much easier. Zhou Yun snorted coldly. He moved little by little toward the location of the redemption tree hole, and at the same time, he took off his upper clothes. He lit the clothes with a lighter and threw them directly into the tree hole. The inside of this tree hole was extremely narrow. Zhou Yun, with his size, couldn't possibly squeeze in. It was probably dug by the monster according to its own body size. Under Zhou Yun's deliberate control, the burning clothes did not burn completely, and a thick cloud of smoke rose instantly. Thick smoke billowed and extended upwards along the passageway inside the tree hole, engulfing the monster in no time. The spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from this demonic beast are extremely intense, suggesting that its strength is likely comparable to that of the previous sand python. The thick smoke could not cause it any effective damage. However, Zhou Yun never intended to suffocate him with thick smoke. It was merely an attempt to obscure its vision with the thick black smoke, preventing it from launching a counterattack immediately. In the instant the black smoke rose, Zhou Yun moved instantly. He unleashed tremendous power from his feet, bent his legs, and leaped several meters high. He adjusted his posture while in mid-air, and the dragon-patterned black and gold spear landed steadily in his hand. Then, after pinpointing the location of the monster, he unleashed a straight thrust like a dragon emerging from the sea. Base. The spearhead was so sharp that even the incredibly tough tree trunk could not withstand the tearing force of the dragon-patterned black-gold spear. Zhou Yun's straight thrust pierced through the tree trunk, heading directly towards the demonic beast inside. Inside the tree hollow, black smoke swirled, blurring the monster's vision and making it impossible for it to see its surroundings. It flapped its wings and tried to fly downwards out of the tree hole. However, Zhou Yun's straight thrust pierced through the tree trunk without warning. Even though this monster was quite powerful, it couldn't react in time. One of its wings was pierced by the spear, and blood gushed out as it passed. It can't see Zhou Yun, but that doesn't mean Zhou Yun can't see it either. With the presence of pupil techniques, the dense energy fluctuations within this demonic beast were like flames dancing in the night, or lighthouses shining in a vast ocean, extremely conspicuous. Is it a bird? Zhou Yun raised an eyebrow slightly. After thrusting out his spear, he was certain that he had hit his opponent. At the same time, through the gap created by the bayonet, he clearly heard a mournful bird cry coming from inside the tree hole. It seems that this monster, hidden inside the tree trunk and waiting for the heartwood to mature, is a flying bird. However, since you've been struck by my spear, in this narrow tree hollow, even if you don't die, you'll be severely crippled. Tonight, there will only be one ending. Zhou Yun snorted softly, calmly activating his pupil technique to continue observing the location of the demonic beast. Originally, the main purpose of this demonic bird digging such a narrow tree hole was to ensure it was well hidden and wouldn't attract the attention of its kind. But now, the cramped tree hole has almost completely blocked its escape route, turning it into a sitting duck hidden inside the tree hole, leaving it at Zhou Yun's mercy to shoot with his spear. Zhou Yun's offensive was swift and fierce, each attack being launched with all his might. The spear's edge was unstoppable, seemingly capable of tearing apart any enemy that stood in its way. After stabbing him 3 times, Zhou Yun could clearly see, under his pupil technique, that the energy fluctuations representing the demonic bird gradually dissipated and disappeared. The significance of this result is quite obvious. It died. Even in death, it never saw what the human who killed it looked like outside the tree trunk. Call. Seeing this, Zhou Yun breathed a sigh of relief. This battle came quickly and ended quickly. From the moment he set fire to his clothes, creating black smoke that he threw into the tree hole, to the moment he stabbed the demonic bird to death with 3 consecutive shots, the entire process took less than 5 minutes. Is it over? Feng Huihong stood not far away and asked in a low voice. His move had made quite a commotion, naturally waking up Feng Huihong, who was sleeping next to him. However, since Zhou Yun never asked for his help, he could only stand guard on the sidelines. Of course, even if he wanted to help, he probably wouldn't be able to see where the demonic bird was. It's over. We found a small insect. It might contain a rare treasure. Upon hearing Zhou Yun's words, Feng Huihong also became interested. He jumped twice, standing at the same height, looking ahead with a curious expression, before being stabbed 3 times by him, tearing and shattering the tree trunk. Is there a treasure inside the tree? Brother Yun, how did you find out? He looked for a long time, but could only see bird feathers and specks of blood mixed among the broken wood chips. Apart from that, there was nothing related to the rare treasure. Zhou Yun smiled and said, "Heavenly secrets cannot be revealed." Then, he stretched out a hand and grabbed the corpse of the demonic bird hidden under the wood chips. They easily pried open its head and removed the star core inside. As for the tree heart, Zhou Yun did not remove it immediately. Because under the vision of the pupil technique, one can see that around this verdant tree heart, there are wisps of energy surging and flowing. It is still absorbing energy and is not yet mature. Although its medicinal properties are already quite strong, to maximize its effects, it must be harvested only after it is fully mature. Chapter 24, Consuming the Heart of the Glazed Tree, Breaking Through Two Realms in Succession. Inside this tree, there is a heartwood that is almost ripe. Seeing that Feng Huihong was very curious, Zhou Yun told him the answer. The two had known each other for over 20 years and had gone through life and death together many times, so the trust between them was beyond question, and Zhou Yun had no need to hide anything. As for how to allocate the heartwood, that's not a problem either. Feng Huihong and he were close friends and brothers who had been through thick and thin together. With the choice between the systematic glazed tree heart and the fiery tree heart for enhancement, he was determined to obtain them and would not give them to Feng Huihong. We can compensate him when we find other spiritual objects in the future. Tree heartwood? Upon hearing Zhou Yun's reply, Feng Huihong's eyes widened instantly, his face filled with astonishment. Su Linglong was their martial arts theory teacher, and she had mentioned the spirit object, the tree heart, in class. It contains rich essence and vast star energy. Consuming one can instantly break through one or two levels of cultivation. However, the tree heart is extremely difficult to find, like finding a needle in a haystack. Therefore, it was always thought that very few martial artists could find and consume the tree heart, and that it was a spiritual object that only existed in textbooks and legends. Feng Huihong hadn't expected that Zhou Yun would find a tree heart so soon after entering the secret realm. Brother Yun, you're going to be rich now. Swallowing the tree heart will allow you to advance to the next star level. You can directly become a 5-star Qi martial artist. What other strange beasts on the outskirts of this secret realm could be our match? If we have a few more opportunities like this, we might even be able to explore the central part of the secret realm, or even its depths. Zhou Yun shook his head. It's not that easy. A 5-star Qi martial artist only possesses a slight ability to protect themselves. As Zhou Yun spoke, he kept staring at the inside of the tree trunk. Around the core of the tree, the speed of energy flow was gradually slowing down. The fist-sized energy cluster representing the tree's heart became even greener than before, like a dazzling gem shimmering with green light. It's ripening. Zhou Yun knew this was a sign that the tree's heartwood was maturing. When the energy flow around it completely stops and the trunk and roots no longer provide energy to the heart of the tree, it means that it has fully matured. 3 minutes later. Just as Zhou Yun brought rain, the root system within the tree trunk stagnated, halting the flow and supply of energy. Inside the heartwood, the emerald green color was at its most vibrant. At this moment, Zhou Yun no longer hesitated and reached out to grasp the heartwood inside the tree trunk and pull it out. This tree heart is the size of an adult's fist, and its shape is even exactly the same as a human heart. Lush green, filled with rich life essence and starlight energy. How amazing, a fruit that looks exactly like a heart grows inside a tree. Could it be that it's about to transform into human form? Feng Huihong looked at the tree heart in Zhou Yun's hand and clicked his tongue in amazement. Who knows? Perhaps, this is the first step in the transformation of plant-based demon beasts into human form? Zhou Yun frowned and shook his head slightly. He and Feng Huihong had similar knowledge and did not know the reason for the formation of the tree heart. You can keep watch for the rest of the time. I need to go cultivate now. Having obtained the tree heart, Zhou Yun didn't dare to delay for a moment and leaped back onto the thick tree trunk he had been on before. Feng Huihong continued to stare curiously at the tree hole that Zhou Yun had blasted open. The heartwood of a tree looks similar to a human heart, so aren't the roots that nourish it like the blood vessels that connect to the heart? He peered inside the tree trunk, rummaged around for a while, and pulled out 3 tree stems as thick as a baby's arm. The heart of the tree contains enormous energy, and the blood vessels of this tree must also contain a lot of energy. As Feng Huihong spoke, he stuffed food into his mouth. He quickly stuffed 3 tree stems, each 50 or 60 centimeters long, into his mouth. The sweet syrup splashed in his mouth, and rich starlight energy flowed out, running down Feng Huihong's esophagus and into his limbs and bones. As expected, I was absolutely right. Zhou Yun was unaware that Feng Huihong had found some treasures at the original location of the tree core. His entire attention was now focused on the piece of tree heartwood in front of him. Just now, he communicated with the system and chose to strengthen it. Then, I watched helplessly as the dark green tree heart in my hand slowly became clear and transparent, like a huge piece of transparent glass. Is this the heart of the crystal tree? The system's capabilities are truly powerful. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhou Yun stuffed the tree heart into his mouth. He frowned, his face tense as he braced himself for the bitter, strange taste that would explode in his mouth. After all, his previous experience of swallowing gall was still fresh in his memory, unforgettable. However, to his surprise, the heartwood was like a sweet fruit, with sweet saliva swirling and flowing in his mouth. Once bitten by a snake, twice shy. How could the heartwood growing inside a tree possibly taste the same as the gallbladder of a python? Zhou Yun shook his head slightly, almost laughing at his own stupidity. Then, he gathered his thoughts and quickly refined the burgeoning star energy flowing from the tree's heart. The vortex within his dantian spun rapidly, greedily devouring the abundant energy flowing from the tree's heart. Zhou Yun could clearly feel the star energy within his body rising rapidly. Tree heartwood is a rare and precious medicinal herb. After being reinforced by the system once more, the internal energy is even more abundant. Zhou Yun hadn't yet felt the effect of the glazed tree heart on enhancing his comprehension. However, the surging energy within it filled his dantian to the brim. Soon, the fourth cyclone that had just condensed a few days ago in the dantian grew and matured, becoming exactly the same as the previous 3 cyclones. Immediately following, the fifth cyclone rapidly formed, rotated, and grew stronger. 5-star Chi Warrior. And this is just the beginning. The extremely rich and pure spiritual energy still emanated outwards from the core of the glass tree and flowed into the dantian. Zhou Yun's cultivation level continues to rise. More than half an hour later, the 5-star Chi martial artist reached the pinnacle, and the 6th Chi vortex condensed. A 6-star Chi martial artist. Zhou Yun was overjoyed. He never expected that this tree heart would bring him such a huge surprise. He broke through 2 minor realms in one fell swoop and broke through to the 6th-star Chi martial artist. However, this is the most we can go. The energy within the tree had been almost completely depleted, and the remaining energy could no longer support his continued breakthrough. Sure enough, a dozen minutes later, the energy within the glass tree was completely exhausted. His cultivation level also steadily remained at the level of a 6-star Chi martial artist. He was extremely satisfied with this. It should be noted that the tree heart has a very special characteristic. When used to break through realms, there will be no symptoms of a weak foundation or unstable realm. Ancient trees take root among the rocks and soil, with abundant root systems and exceptionally stable foundations. The heartwood of the tree originates from here, and it naturally embodies the style of the ancient tree, firmly rooted and tenaciously clinging to the green hills. Using the heart of a tree to break through obstacles can even have the effect of stabilizing one's foundation. Therefore, Zhou Yun's cultivation level rose extremely rapidly, breaking through 2 realms in succession. But his foundation is more solid than ever before. In addition, the crystal tree heart has another function. Enhance your comprehension. Chapter 25, An Unexpected Encounter with Wang Yan. At this moment, he began to circulate the cultivation technique again. A clear and bright mind, like a piece of pure glass. The profound meaning of the scriptures of the method of star observation emerged in my mind. As a red-grade cultivation technique, its cultivation difficulty is naturally a bit higher. In the past, some things were obscure and difficult to understand, requiring careful consideration. At this moment, with the blessing of the crystal tree heart, it instantly became incredibly clear, giving him a feeling of sudden enlightenment and exhilaration. A heart as clear as a crystal mirror instantly reveals the vastness of heaven and earth. Afterwards, he tried to practice the profound meaning of the spear technique of the broken army spear. A sense of clarity and understanding welled up in my heart again. It felt as if I was taking a test with the answers I already knew. The originally complicated and obscure profound meanings of the techniques had transformed into beautiful young women, half undressed and naked, displayed before me. Call. Is this the world of geniuses? Truly terrifying. Zhou Yun chuckled. With the blessing of the glazed tree heart, he had boarded the last train to becoming a genius. Perhaps he is not as outstanding as those geniuses who dominate a state or country, but in a small town with only tens of millions of people, his talent is already quite good. By this time, it was already broad daylight. Feng Huihong stayed by his side, protecting him as he refined and broke through. Zhou Yun opened his eyes again. He activated his pupil technique and looked around. The energy perception range of this eye technique is not very large. It can only see 2/3 of the area within his field of vision. In other words, after many exotic beasts and spiritual herbs come into his view, he cannot immediately infer their strength or grade based on their internal energy quality. We need to get even closer. This seems somewhat pointless. However, for those enemies who lurk in the shadows, or for the spiritual herbs buried deep underground, this ability is as overpowered as having a cheat code. Despite the cover, he could still see the pulsating energy clusters within the body directly through the cover. This eye technique is somewhat like a radar, or rather, like a thermal imaging system. He turned his gaze to Feng Huihong and was surprised to find that the flame in Feng Huihong's dantian, which represented the density of energy, had become much dimmer. It seems, this eye technique is also closely related to my strength. When facing an enemy stronger than me, the energy cluster inside my dantian turns dark. But when facing someone weaker than me, the energy cluster reflected by my eye technique is a light color. Zhou Yun nodded. That was indeed true. Able to see through others' true strength immediately. A strong person cannot hide their true strength from him or pretend to be weak to take advantage of him. Even the weak cannot bully him or act like big shots. Brother Yun, how are you? When Feng Huihong saw him wake up from his seclusion, he immediately stepped forward and asked with concern. I have made some progress, and my cultivation level has broken through a little. Zhou Yun smiled, clearly in a good mood. Very good. Old Feng clapped his hands. A 5-star Qi martial artist is already about the same level as most second-year university students. If we join forces to venture into the outer reaches of the secret realm, even if we're unlucky enough to encounter ordinary second-year university students, we'll still have a fighting chance. Excitement flashed in his eyes. Zhou Yun's increased strength also meant an improvement in the combat power of their team. Many enemies that the two previously had to avoid and opportunities that they dared not seize are now worthy of their attention. He was unaware that Zhou Yun had used the tree heart to break through 2 minor realms in succession. At this moment, he was not a 5-star, but a 6-star Qi martial artist. However, Zhou Yun did not explain much. When the battle begins, this will both surprise him and catch the enemy off guard. Let's go, it's getting late, let's continue our journey. Zhou Yun leaped down from the tree, followed closely by Feng Huihong. His route today is the same as yesterday. Explore along the boundary between the hills, dense forests, and beaches. Avoid being exposed on the beach with no cover, and try not to go deep into the dense forest or into the depths of the secret realm. Only explore the outer perimeter. About 700 or 800 meters ahead, there is a short tree bearing berries. Let's go over there and take a look, and also solve the breakfast problem while we're at it. With the dense foliage blocking the view, you can't see that far at all. However, with the perception of his pupil technique, Zhou Yun was able to clearly see the fruit tree. A dozen or so fruits hung sparsely on the tree. Within each fruit, there flickered a very dim cluster of energy, about the size of a finger. Clearly, this fruit has the potential to evolve into a spiritual medicine and is accumulating starlight energy. However, it is extremely difficult for a fruit to truly grow into a spiritual medicine. Even if the fruit ripens and falls to the ground, the starlight energy accumulated in its flesh may not be enough to support its transformation and evolution into a spiritual medicine. How can you see so far? Feng Huihong looked surprised. Despite the numerous obstacles, Zhou Yun was able to confidently say that there was a fruit tree 700 or 800 meters away. Just a little bit of skill. Zhou Yun waved his hand, not revealing anything about his pupil technique. The two hurried along and indeed saw a small tree more than 700 meters away. The fruit, about the size of a fist, was hanging on top, its surface still slightly green, clearly not fully ripe. It should be non-toxic. Feng Huihong, though seemingly rough, was actually quite meticulous. He noticed that some of the fruits had holes on their surfaces caused by insects. They immediately knew that the fruit was not poisonous. Then he leaped up and picked a few. I wiped it a couple of times and put it in my mouth. It's mushy and astringent, it's not ripe at all. However, it contains a small amount of star energy. Although it cannot compare to a real spiritual medicine, it is still quite helpful for cultivation. He swallowed the fruit and, after refining it, whispered to Zhou Yun. There are many medicinal herbs in the secret realm, but they mostly grow in the deepest areas. It's already quite good to find these unripe fruits on the outskirts. A single fruit may not contain much energy, but when more than 10 fruits are combined, the energy contained within is comparable to that of a complete medicinal herb. Zhou Yun grabbed the fruit and swallowed it in a few bites. The essence was rapidly refined and injected into the Dantian vortex, strengthening the vortex and transforming it into pure cultivation. Put down my fruit. Just as the two were enjoying their meal and refining the energy from the fruit, they suddenly heard a roar from behind them. Someone shouted in a deep voice, demanding that Zhou Yun and the other put down the fruit. Zhou Yun was immediately surprised. Could it be that this fruit already belongs to someone? That's bullshit. The items inside the secret realm have no owner. Whoever grabs them first owns them. Zhou Yun ignored him and popped another one into his mouth, completely disregarding the angry shouts and orders from the person who had just spoken. As she chewed the fruit in her mouth, she looked back and was surprised to find something. The person who just shouted angrily was actually an old acquaintance. Wang Yan. Chapter 26, Double Kill. Zhou Yun sneered, never expecting to run into him here. Seeing an old friend in a foreign land is incredibly exciting. Of course, one of the main reasons that excited him was the clothes Wang Yan was wearing. It's not because the clothes are expensive or good. It's just because he has clothes. Zhou Yun's clothes, however, were burned up during his battle with the demonic bird last night when he was fighting for the tree heart. Being shirtless and barely clothed is never very elegant. He was naturally very happy that someone had thoughtfully delivered the package. However, Wang Yan did not come alone. Standing beside him was another person, who was thin and had a pointed face and monkey-like features, and was clearly a kind and good person. He held a white long sword in his hand, the blade gleaming with a faint light, looking quite extraordinary, undoubtedly a spiritual weapon. "It's you! Zhou Yun!" Upon seeing Zhou Yun, Wang Yan's eyes widened instantly, and he cried out in surprise, his eyes filled with both fear and excitement. What he feared was that Zhou Yun's strength far surpassed his own. He had suffered a setback at Zhou Yun's hands in the martial arts library. And what's exciting is, he didn't come alone today. Next to him was his cousin Wang Mu, who was a sophomore in college. A 6-star Qi martial artist's cultivation level is only considered average among second-year students, but against first-year students who generally only have 2-star or 3-star strength, it is definitely a dimensional reduction attack. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect to run into you so soon after entering the secret realm. This is really lucky. Zhou Yun, prepare to die. Wang Yan roared loudly, his eyes bloodshot, looking like a madman. Brother Tomb. This guy is Zhou Yun, whom I mentioned to you. Before, he was just an unknown nobody in our class, with only the cultivation of a 2-star Qi martial artist. But after only a few days, he has jumped directly to become a 4-star Qi martial artist, and even achieved a score of 5 halos by bombarding the spirit testing tablet in the martial arts practice class. Wang Yan briefly recounted Zhou Yun's situation to Wang Mu beside him. I would never believe he didn't have some extraordinary stroke of luck. As long as we can kill him, all the opportunities he possesses will be ours. Wang Yan's smile was sinister, but his eyes were excited. This piqued Wang Mu's interest. Unexpectedly, bringing along my cousin brought such a pleasant surprise. If he had come here alone, he would probably have simply ignored these 2 low-level martial artists and passed by them. Perhaps, we really will miss an opportunity. He slightly raised his eyes, his gaze indifferent, and looked at Zhou Yun and the other person. Hand over your opportunity and surrender, and I might consider sparing your lives. Wang Yan's cousin's voice was calm and composed, as if he had everything under control. On the surface, that is indeed the case. He is a 6-star Qi martial artist in his second year of university, with abundant star energy and terrifying strength. He is definitely not someone that 2 low-level martial artists in their first year of university can contend with. However, what he didn't know was that Zhou Yun had also broken through to the level of a 6-star Qi martial artist in the early hours of this morning. It remains to be seen who is stronger and who is weaker. Brother Yun, what should we do? Feng Weihong stood beside him, holding a spiked club, looking at Wang Yan and the other man with a wary expression. As long as Zhou Yun gives the order, he will rush over with his spiked club and smash Wang Yan's dog head. Zhou Yun's lips curled up into a cold laugh. What to do? Make it cold. Just kill them. So what if Wang Mu is a 6-star Qi martial artist? Who isn't a 6-star Qi martial artist? The cultivation technique he practices is a red great star gazing technique, and the star energy within his body is absolutely abundant. On the other hand, when Zhou Yun observed the king's tomb with his pupil technique, although he was a 6-star Qi martial artist like Zhou Yun, the small flame in his dantian, which represented the density of energy, was much dimmer than Zhou Yun's. Upon hearing Zhou Yun's words, Feng Weihong did not hesitate at all and charged towards Wang Yan first. The spikes on the spiked club in his hand gleamed with a sharp, cold light as it fiercely smashed towards Wang Yan's head. How dare you! Wang Mu never expected that the person in front of him would be so arrogant. He was not afraid of him, a 6-star Qi martial artist, and even dared to order his underlings to attack. Cousin, save me! Seeing Feng Weihong suddenly charging towards him, Wang Yan cried out in alarm. With his strength as a 3-star Qi martial artist, he was absolutely no match for the opponent and could only turn to Wang Mu for help. Wang Mu naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch his cousin die in front of him. Immediately, he stepped forward, blocking Wang Yan's path, and swept his sword energy across, slashing at Feng Huihong's spiked club. Oh! Your opponent is me. Zhou Yun let out a soft whistle, and with a wave of his hand, the dragon-patterned black and gold spear landed in his palm. The spear swept across, flying like a black dragon, and smashed straight towards Wang Mu's head. Although the dragon-patterned black gold spear is not a spiritual weapon, it has been enhanced by the system, and because it follows the path of the Overlord spear, the spear body is sturdy and its power is fierce and heavy when it is used. Faced with the black dragon descending upon him, Wang Mu dared not be careless and immediately raised his sword to meet it. Bite! The silver-white sword blade struck the spear shaft, producing a soft clanging sound and sending sparks flying. Wang Mu's sword was directly suppressed by Zhou Yun's attack. Even if he exerted all his strength, he could not withstand the enormous force of Zhou Yun's heavy spear strike. This guy is a 4-star Qi martial artist? Wang Yan, you fucking screwed me over. Wang Mu roared, Zhou Yun's combat strength and realm are absolutely not commensurate. The information provided by Wang Yan is completely false. He looked at Wang Yan beside him, wanting to ask him some more questions about Zhou Yun. One glance was enough to shatter my mind and soul. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the moment my cousin Wang Yan died. He couldn't even withstand a single move from his opponent, and his head was smashed by a blow from the spiked club. Hot, dripping blood spurted from Wang Yan's headless corpse, splattering all over his face. Don't rush, you're next. Zhou Yun chuckled and spoke to the king's tomb. Although the dragon-patterned black gold spear is not a spiritual weapon, its hardness far exceeds that of ordinary spiritual weapons. With just one shot, a nick appeared in the longsword in Wang Mu's hand. And he had only used 50% of his strength. If he had used his full strength, that last shot would probably have been enough to shatter the sword in the king's tomb and take his life. Brother! Let's talk this out. I was deceived by that kid Wang Yan, we have no grudge against each other. Wang Mu cried out in surprise and quickly explained. He tried to fight back, but he had already used up all his strength, even igniting all the star energy in his dantian. However, the longsword in his hand could not advance an inch. Zhou Yun's black dragon spear was like a majestic mountain, lying in front of him, making him unable to resist or fight against it. Zhou Yun glanced at him calmly and uttered 2 words lightly. So weak. Immediately afterwards, with all its might, the spear pressed down and shattered the magical sword in 2, the spearhead sweeping across and directly taking his head. Wang Yan, Wang's tomb. Death. Chapter 27, Crimson Blood Fruit. This is also a 6-star Qi martial artist? Is this thing really that weak? Looking at the 2 headless corpses lying limply on the ground below, Zhou Yun frowned in confusion. Although this king's tomb possessed the realm of a 6-star Qi martial artist, Zhou Yun felt that even with only a 5-star realm, he could easily kill it. On the other side, Feng Huihong was a star higher than Wang Yan, and he also killed Wang Yan in one move. Before Wang Yan could even react, his head was smashed by a single blow from the spiked club. You don't even know how to hold back when you make a move. He's covered in blood, how am I supposed to wear these clothes? Zhou Yun said helplessly to Feng Huihong. And you're talking about me? You weren't holding back either, were you? That shot almost smashed the king's head into his chest cavity. Feng Huihong pointed to the pitiful corpse in the royal tomb below and retorted indignantly. Forget it, if we have nothing to wear, we have nothing to wear. Even if those 2 guys' clothes weren't stained with blood, I'd still find them disgusting. Zhou Yun waved his hand helplessly, then squatted down and began to search Wang Mu's body. This guy is a sophomore. Although he's not very good at it, his wealth is something that freshmen like us from ordinary backgrounds can't compare to. Killing someone and not looting their body is the same as killing them for nothing. Zhou Yun first put away the white longsword that had been cut in 2. This was, after all, a magical weapon. Although it was blasted into 2 pieces by his dragon-patterned black gold spear, its material was still there. Even if it was broken and could only be sold as scrap in the market, it could still fetch 100 or 2 dragon coins. This is the Crimson Blood Fruit? Zhou Yun rummaged through Wang Mu's bosom for a while and found a thread-bound martial arts manual and 3 crimson fruits. The fruit is crimson like a blood diamond, with a translucent and crystalline skin. Its internal sap is viscous like blood, radiating a scorching, blood-like energy. With just one glance, one can discern the classification and uses of this fruit. Crimson blood fruit is a relatively common first-tier spiritual fruit, often growing in places where strange beasts have perished, nourished by the essence and blood of those beasts. Consuming and refining it can enhance the power of qi and blood and improve physical strength, but it does not greatly help with star energy cultivation. However, the crimson blood fruit was just right for him, and even more precious than other spiritual herbs. Because he had just used the tree heart to advance 2 stars today. Although the tree heart is a special spiritual herb, it will not cause his realm to become unstable. However, other spiritual herbs do not have this characteristic. If one breaks through again and their realm increases, it will inevitably affect their foundation. The crimson blood fruit is different, it can only improve blood and physical strength. Moreover, Zhou Yun follows the path of the Overlord Spear, so physical strength is also extremely important. This crimson blood fruit is undoubtedly a timely help. Secondly, Feng Huihong practiced the 8 Extremes Collapse, which is a powerful martial art that requires a strong physical body to perform. The 3 crimson blood fruits might be considered hidden gems in the hands of others, but in the hands of Zhou Yun and Feng Huihong, they could be used to their fullest potential. You take 1, I'll take 2. Zhou Yun tossed a crimson blood fruit to Feng Huihong. His cultivation level is slightly lower, so he can't withstand too strong a medicinal effect. 1 pill is enough. Feng Huihong naturally had no objection to this. The 2 are brothers who grew up together, so they wouldn't care about so much. Besides, if they were just ordinary people, a single red grade cultivation technique would already be an immense favor that would be difficult to repay, so how could they possibly expect more? Then, Zhou Yun opened the thread-bound ancient book and began to study its contents. Annotations on artistic conception? This is actually a notebook about cultivating artistic conception? Zhou Yun frowned. He hadn't expected that Wang Mu's family, who didn't seem like much, had such high aspirations. They were only 6-star Qi martial artists, yet they were already starting to cultivate the intent realm. The concept of artistic conception is exclusive to martial arts practitioners. When one cultivates a certain martial art to the pinnacle and touches upon its true meaning, this is the concept of artistic conception. The intent of a sword cultivator is called sword intent, the intent of a saber cultivator is called saber intent, and the intent of a spear cultivator is called spear intent. Zhou Yun shook his head and did not immediately open the book Annotations on Artistic Conception, as artistic conception cultivation was too advanced for him. He hadn't been in contact with the gun track for long enough to reach that level. Prematurely reviewing notes, checking annotations, and absorbing the experiences of predecessors is like pulling up seedlings to help them grow. It won't do him much good in his spiritual practice. Brother Yun, Wang Yan has a martial arts manual. It's the Bull Strength manual that he borrowed from the martial arts library. Zhou Yun put the Annotations on Artistic Conception into his backpack and walked over to Feng Huihong. After taking the Bull Force manual and examining it, I discovered that this martial art was neither a fist technique nor a palm technique, but rather described a meridian route for the circulation of stellar energy. Long-term circulation of stellar energy through the meridian will gradually increase the strength of the physical body. When cultivated to its extreme, it may even make the physical body as strong as a bull. Good. With continued practice, I will improve my physical strength, which will greatly enhance the power of my breaking army spear. Zhou Yun nodded. He hadn't expected that Wang Yan, that annoying guy, was actually such a kind person, willing to risk his life to deliver the package to him. Such chivalry and courage are truly admirable and moving. It's just a pity he died young. As for who caused his untimely death, well, that's none of your business. The martial arts techniques in Haichang Library are sealed. Only those who possess a token can unlock and comprehend them. The token in Wang Yan's hand, the Mighty Bull, is naturally the folded card that represents his identity. In fact, according to common sense, Zhou Yun and Feng Huihong each borrowed a martial arts manual from the martial arts library, and they could borrow and view it with the token. After mastering their own martial arts manual, the two can exchange manuals and learn from each other's techniques. However, this is only in theory. In reality, it is not like that. Because understanding and practicing martial arts techniques takes time. It would take an ordinary person 5 or 6 days to fully comprehend a first-tier martial arts technique. Previously, Zhou Yun had devoted an entire afternoon to training in the cultivation room, but he had only learned one spear technique. The martial arts library stipulates that a martial arts manual can only be borrowed for 7 days, which greatly avoids this situation. However, now that he has the blessing of the crystal tree heart, his comprehension has greatly improved. Perhaps he can really comprehend this book, Wild Bull Strength, after fully learning Breaking the Void Spear. As for Feng Huihong, he did not obtain any treasures to enhance his comprehension. In these 7 days, he will also need to find time to explore the secret realm. It would be good enough if he could completely learn and master the 8 Extremes Collapse. There is no need for him to learn another book, Wild Bull Strength. Chapter 28, Wulwan's Sudden Appearance and 4 People with Unfriendly Intentions. At noon, the sun was at its zenith. Sunlight streamed down, and the lush, dense foliage cast dappled shadows of golden light across the trees. Beside a pool, two people were drinking the sweet, cool spring water while panting heavily. This monster is too powerful. That sand python from before wasn't even a tenth as strong as it. Not far away, on an open ground, lay the carcass of a wild tiger. Its body was covered with golden and red stripes, making it look very imposing. Its fatal wound was a fist-sized blood hole in its head. It was pierced through by the dragon-patterned black gold spear, tearing the king character on its forehead and shattering the skull below into dust. This tiger demon was incredibly powerful. Even though Zhou Yun had already advanced to a 6-star Qi warrior, he still had to expend a lot of effort fighting it. Brother Yun, here's a star core for you. This is tiger skin, tiger heart, tiger claws, tiger penis. While Zhou Yun sat down to rest, Feng Huihong had already dismembered the demonic tiger and taken out the valuable parts separately. Zhou Yun nodded and put it away. It must be said that there are a lot of strange beasts in this secret realm. In the past, Zhou Yun and Feng Huihong could only go to the beach at low tide to hunt marine creatures and earn dragon coins. And now, less than 24 hours have passed since they entered the secret realm. They had already killed 4 or 5 alien beasts, and the star cores and other precious materials collected from the beasts were worth nearly 3,000 dragon coins. I was quite exhausted from the battle just now, and I need to recover. Can you protect me? After Zhou Yun finished speaking, he took out a spirit fruit that looked like a blood diamond from his backpack. Crimson blood fruit. Consuming and refining the fruit can enhance the body's blood and energy. He had just suffered a great loss in the battle, and now that he was consuming the crimson blood fruit, he could not only improve his physical strength, but also use the blood and essence provided by the crimson blood fruit to achieve the effect of healing injuries. It can be said that he was making the most of the fruit. Put the bright red fruit in your mouth, and gently bite down to tear the skin. The viscous pulp inside gushed out from the cracked peel. It cannot be the spiritual fruit called crimson blood fruit. The taste is truly indescribable. As if swallowing the blood of a monster, the fruit burst open in Zhou Yun's mouth, and the fishy and astringent taste instantly filled his taste buds, causing him to frown frequently. However, although the crimson blood fruit is unpalatable, its benefits are also enormous. Zhou Yun could clearly sense that as the pulp and juice entered his stomach, the blood and qi in his body were rapidly heating up and boiling. His heart pounded like a drum, filled with violent power. Instantly, his skin turned crimson, as if he were in a raging furnace, with wisps of white smoke rising from his head. Goodness! Those who know will understand that you are cultivating and refining spiritual fruits. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were cosplaying a boiled shrimp. Feng Huihong shook his head, never expecting such a strange phenomenon to occur when consuming the crimson blood fruit. It seems he needs to prepare himself mentally. However, this feeling came quickly and went quickly. After all, it's just a small crimson blood fruit, and its medicinal properties aren't very strong. In just over 10 minutes, the strange phenomenon of his entire body turning bright red slowly disappeared. After Zhou Yun had completely refined the medicinal power of the crimson blood fruit, he slowly withdrew from his cultivation state. Looking inward, I found that my bones seemed to be thicker than before, my heart seemed more energetic, and my physical strength had increased. However, it is only a first-tier fruit after all. It cannot yet cause a qualitative change. Zhou Yun was not in a hurry about this. After all, one must eat one bite at a time, and the same applies to cultivation. Excessive pursuit of rapid spiritual cultivation will ultimately lead to more harm than good and will only harm oneself. Who? At this moment, Feng Huihong, who had been diligently protecting Zhou Yun, suddenly cried out in surprise, stood up abruptly, took out his spiked club, and stared ahead with a solemn and wary expression. Not far away, a rustling sound came from somewhere. It wasn't the sound of a strange beast, but rather like the sound of clothes rubbing against grass stems and leaves. Someone's coming. Zhou Yun opened his eyes and activated his pupil technique. Sure enough, in the direction Feng Huihong was looking, 5 small flames representing starlight energy could be seen constantly flickering. However, judging from the color of these flames, the one closest to Zhou Yun and the others was the weakest, probably only at the level of a 4-star Qi martial artist. 3 of the 4 small flames behind it are the same color and shade as the small flames in Zhou Yun's dantian, indicating that he is a 6-star Qi martial artist. The last remaining person, with the darkest color and the strongest strength, is most likely a 7-star Qi warrior. Instantly, Zhou Yun's expression also turned serious. They've come with ill intentions. Soon, the person at the front rushed to a position not far from Zhou Yun. It emerged from the dense undergrowth and bushes. To Zhou Yun's surprise, this was also an acquaintance. Wu Wan. It was her? Zhou Yun frowned. At this moment, Wu Wan, who was in a panic, also saw Zhou Yun and Feng Huihong. For a fleeting moment, a glimmer of joy ignited in her eyes, only to be followed by profound despair. Run! Someone is chasing me! She had just heard Feng Huihong's warning shout. However, with pursuers behind her, she had nowhere to retreat and could only run here to see if there was any chance of survival. Unfortunately, the people here are not powerful individuals, but rather her classmates who are at a similar level. They're hunting you, why should we run? Zhou Yun shrugged, indifferent. Although the visitor was hostile, Zhou Yun was not weak and had trump cards up his sleeve, which gave him confidence and made him calm. Upon hearing this, Wu Wan's face stiffened. He gave a resentful snort. I thought that as your classmate, I was just trying to give you a friendly reminder, but I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful. Then you can stay here and wait to die. Then, without stopping, they tried to slip between Zhou Yun and Feng Huihong to continue their escape. Upon hearing her words, Zhou Yun frowned deeply. He reached out and grabbed her shoulder. Wait a moment. Explain yourself. What do you mean by kindly reminding us? What exactly happened, and why are they chasing you? Zhou Yun's hands were like iron clamps, firmly gripping Wu Wan's soft shoulders. She struggled fiercely, but couldn't break free. This surprised Wu Wan. Previously, Zhou Yun's strength was clearly similar to hers, but now, why does he feel like a terrifying and vast ocean to her, giving her a fear that comes from the depths of her soul? They. Wu Wan hadn't finished speaking. For Taoist figures emerged from the bushes just now, their bodies covered in blood, as if they had just been through a fierce battle. Chapter 29, Take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal. Oh. Little sister, you're truly our lucky star. You've led us to 2 new sacrificial offerings. I really can't bear to kill you. Among the 4, a bald man with a face full of scars grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, looking sinister and bloodthirsty. Zhou Yun looked at his lower abdomen. Under the gaze of his pupil technique, the small flame representing the density of energy in the man's dantian was a very dark color. Clearly, this bald man is the strongest member of the 4-person team, with a strength likely around that of a 7-star Qi martial artist. Offerings? What's the meaning? Zhou Yun instantly grasped the key point in the bald man's words. They discovered an evil place, where some kind of tradition might exist. It requires the sacrifice of 7 people's life essence to activate. I am the 5th one. Wu Wan, with a solemn expression, briefly explained the reason to Zhou Yun. You're the 5th one? So, you know where that inheritance is located? Since the inheritance is to be initiated, the sacrificial offerings after being slaughtered should naturally be placed on the altar at the place of inheritance. Wu Wan nodded. I borrowed the martial arts technique Gale Force from the martial arts library. At that time, the teacher in the martial arts library told me that practicing in the Wind Spirit Land would achieve twice the result with half the effort. Coincidentally, the altar that initiated the inheritance was not far from where I was cultivating, and I witnessed the whole process. Zhou Yun was stunned, unsure whether to say the girl was lucky or unlucky. You could say she was lucky, but the Wind Spirit Land isn't so common. This secret realm is so vast, and it's only been open for a day, yet she's managed to find a place suitable for her cultivation. To say it was bad luck, it was just a coincidence that the inheritance site, which required a blood sacrifice to open, was right next to the Wind Spirit Land. Perhaps sensing Zhou Yun's thoughts, Wu Wan also twitched the corners of her mouth and smiled helplessly. You are the 4th sacrifice. Doesn't that mean that if we add me and Feng Huihong, we'll have a total of 7? What a coincidence! The bald man also heard Zhou Yun sigh. After laughing twice, he said, That's right, young man, isn't it a coincidence? Our luck is just that good. As the saying goes, a gentleman helps others achieve their goals and does not take what others cherish. I think you're a gentleman, young man. Why don't you lend us your head for a while? It would be a good thing for the 4 of us brothers. Zhou Yun nodded. What you said does make some sense. Even the bald man was stunned by Zhou Yun's serious expression. Seriously, there really are brain-dead people here? If you lend out your head, can you ever return it? Even if I return it, it won't fit. However, the presence of these idiots saved them some trouble, which the bald man and his group were naturally happy to see. Since you're so kind, brother, I won't play games with you. He drew a gleaming blade and walked toward Zhou Yun with a sinister grin. Brother, I'll give you a quick death. Don't worry, it'll be quick, and it won't hurt much. Although Zhou Yun seemed a bit dim-witted, the bald man remained vigilant. It stopped 2 or 3 meters away from Zhou Yun. The next moment, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and the blade swept across, unleashing a chilling aura that attacked Zhou Yun's neck. Careful! Wu Wan screamed and quickly warned her. The sword strike was swift, fierce, and incredibly sharp, befitting his strength and realm as a 7-star Qi martial artist. However, Zhou Yun showed no sign of panic. With a wave of his hand, the dragon-patterned black and gold spear landed in his grasp. A glint of cold light suddenly appeared, and the spearhead shot out like a dragon roaring. Zhou Yun simply swept his blade across the ground, shattering the bald man's incoming blade light. Borrowing a head is no problem. However, I'm borrowing your head. Zhou Yun took a step forward, leaning forward, holding the gun in both hands, and unleashed a powerful strike like a dragon emerging from the sea. The gun flashed, like a black dragon, aimed straight at the bald man's throat. How dare you! When the bald man saw that Zhou Yun not only did not surrender but even dared to fight back with a gun, an inexplicable rage instantly rose in his heart. He swung the blade in his hand once more, drawing upon the vast stellar energy within his dantian. The sharp blade light, as ruthless as a venomous snake, lunged at Zhou Yun. However, such was the sharp glint of the blade. Before Zhou Yun shot, it was as fragile as paper. The moment it touched the spearhead, it shattered and vanished without a trace. The dragon-patterned black gold spear is not a spiritual weapon, but it is more durable than ordinary spiritual weapons. Base. Zhou Yun's spear continued its momentum, instantly piercing the opponent's throat and shredding the trachea, blood vessels, and nerves in the neck. He. The bald man's eyes widened, his pupils filled with shock, confusion, regret, and bewilderment. He seemed to want to say something, but his vocal cords had been shredded by the gun, and he couldn't make a sound at all. Take a deep breath, feeling dizzy is normal. Zhou Yun remained silent and withdrew his spear. The bald man's body lost its support and collapsed to the ground, spurting warm, foul-smelling blood from his throat, staining the ground red. Wu Wan's beautiful eyes widened, sparkling like glass beads. The battle between Zhou Yun and the bald man was extremely swift, happening in the blink of an eye. She only saw the bald man raise his knife and slash at Zhou Yun, then his figure blurred and he was already a dead body lying on the ground. How is this possible? Has Zhou Yun become this powerful now? She knew the bald man's strength. He had a companion who had fled with her, and that person was a senior in his 2nd year of university. He was killed by the bald man in less than 10 moves. As for Zhou Yun, he only needed 1 move to kill this bald man. What level is he at now? A 6-star Qi martial artist? A 7-star Qi martial artist? Or, even stronger? The boss is dead? Hiss. How is this possible? This is impossible. Our boss is a powerful expert at the 7-star Qi martial realm. How could he have fallen victim to a mere kid? The bald man's 3 companions were no less shocked than Wu Wan. Even they didn't see Zhou Yun's movements clearly, and they never expected that the bald man would die at Zhou Yun's hands. Of all those present, only Zhou Yun and Feng Huihong remained remarkably calm. He had no concern whatsoever about whether Zhou Yun was a match for the bald man. He stood to the side, holding a spiked club, staring at the other 3. He would rush in to fight the moment they made any move. Even when facing 3 opponents, even if all 3 were stronger than him, he would not hesitate or be afraid in the slightest. What should we do? Fight or run? A person asked, trembling. Screw you. Even the eldest brother is dead. Do you think you can beat him? In an instant, the 3 exchanged a glance and, with perfect understanding, turned and fled, transforming into shadows and rushing off in 3 different directions. Escape? Is escape even possible? Zhou Yun chuckled lightly and swiftly pursued his opponent. Chapter 30, Storage Bag. Although Zhou Yun did not specifically train in footwork or escape techniques. However, his speed was still quite fast. The red grade cultivation technique provides him with a strong and stable output of star energy, which is applied to his feet, preventing him from feeling any fatigue. It's like a V12 engine, roaring and providing powerful performance. On the other hand, the 3 people being chased, although they were at the same level as Zhou Yun, were only practicing white grade techniques, the core of which was equivalent to an old steam engine. Compared to Zhou Yun, he was naturally no match for him. Bang! Zhou Yun unleashed a sweeping strike, like a thick, black dragon's tail, which struck the last person directly in the waist. With a sharp crack, Zhou Yun shattered the man's spine with a single spear thrust, and the man fell to the ground as if broken in two. Beg. Please, let me go. I was forced onto this ship by the bald man. I've never done anything bad. I've been beaten since I was a child, and I've never even stepped on an ant. I have an 80-year-old mother to support and a 3-year-old child to raise. Please, have mercy on me. Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Yun turned his spear and ripped his head off. An 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child? What era are these lines from? They have no originality at all. After giving a cold snort, Zhou Yun also thoroughly examined him. To his disappointment, apart from the few hundred dragon coins in his wallet, he didn't find any useful loot. What a penniless wretch! Even the mice that come into your house leave crying. Zhou Yun pursed his lips, then turned and left helplessly. He killed the 3 people who fled in different directions. They only had a small amount of dragon coins on them and no spiritual medicines for cultivation. As for cultivation techniques, they could only hope that the bald leader would have some good stuff. He carried the 3 heads in his hands as if they were 3 plastic bags, and with a few light steps, he returned to the small lake where Feng Huihong and Wu Luan had been. The worry in Wu Luan's eyes slowly faded when she saw Zhou Yun return. She breathed a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat at ease. That day, she truly witnessed the terror of the secret realm. Despite the many opportunities, there are also many dangers lurking around, and one wrong move could cost you your life. Zhou Yun is very powerful, and if she could team up with him, her safety would be greatly guaranteed. Brother Yun. Guess what I found? Zhou Yun had just returned when he saw Feng Huihong shouting excitedly at him. What? Could it be that they found some rare treasure on that bald man? Feng Huihong looked surprised. How did you know? However, although it's not a rare treasure, it's almost as rare as one. As he spoke, he took out a fist-sized brocade pouch from his pocket. The pouch was embroidered with gold thread and looked very luxurious. At this moment. A storage bag? After frowning and pondering for 2 seconds, Zhou Yun suddenly narrowed his pupils and cried out in shock. Unexpectedly, the bald man, who looked so pathetic, was actually quite clever. He actually had a storage bag. For martial artists, spiritual artifacts are already incredibly precious, and storage bags are among the finest spiritual artifacts, with immeasurable value. Generally speaking, only spirit warriors who are 1 level stronger than chi warriors are equipped with storage bags. For ordinary chi cultivators, having even 1 spiritual weapon is already quite good, let alone a storage bag. This bald man was clearly only a 7-star chi martial artist. Although his sword was a spiritual weapon, the material was ordinary, and it was at the bottom of the first-tier spiritual weapons. With such wealth, how could they possibly possess a precious storage bag? This is very unscientific. Zhou Yun frowned, a possibility coming to mind. Could it be that he obtained this storage bag from the secret realm? Zhou Yun took the storage bag from Feng Huihong and extended his divine sense to try to open it. Unfortunately, the storage bag was sealed with complex restrictions. With his current level of spiritual power, it was simply a pipe dream to forcefully break through the restrictions and retrieve the contents. Zhou Yun shook his head helplessly at this. An unattended bank vault was right in front of him, but unfortunately it was locked. However, this also shows that the storage bag definitely doesn't belong to that old bald guy. He simply doesn't have the strength to set up such a complex restrictive array. Forget it, there's nothing we can do if we can't open it. We can only wait until we have the strength to unseal it and see what's inside. Actually, there is another option. After leaving the secret realm, sell the storage bag to Xingyu Market. Even with restrictions and blockades, they can still be sold for a good high price. However, compared to this option, Zhou Yun would prefer to keep it in his possession and open the blind boxes himself when he has enough strength in the future. Besides this storage bag, does the bald man have anything else on him? Yes, but they are not very valuable. I have 200 dragon coins in my wallet, and a foot massage membership card. Alright, he also had 3 tier 1 star cores in his backpack, which he probably obtained by killing monsters after entering the secret realm. Zhou Yun shrugged helplessly. This guy is such a penniless wretch. A dignified 7-star chi martial artist, having lived to this point, died a worthy death. Forget it, keep the dragon coins and star cores safe. Just throw away the foot massage membership card, it's useless to have that stuff. Wu Luan, do you know where that place of inheritance is? Take us there. Zhou Yun cut off the heads of these people in order to go and see for himself the location of the inheritance. Are you really going? I have a feeling that it's not a good place. How could a normal place of heritage possibly need to sacrifice human heads? That might be a very evil lineage, perhaps sealing away a terrifying evil spirit, just waiting for you to go there, receive the inheritance, and then possess and be reborn. Wu Wan opened her eyes wide and whispered a reminder to Zhou Yun. Where did you get such a wild idea? Zhou Yun was both amused and exasperated. Inheritance is neither good nor bad, only the user makes the difference. There are no evil inheritances, only evil martial artists. Furthermore, it's not impossible that there might be evil spirits waiting to possess others there. However, a legacy that can be opened simply by sacrificing the heads of mortals and Shi warriors, even if there are evil spirits waiting to possess it, will not be very powerful. Zhou Yun was unconcerned about the dangers posed by the place of inheritance. He also had a high-level first-tier sword energy talisman in his possession. It can unleash a sword aura comparable to that of a 9-star Chi cultivator at any time. Furthermore, through system enhancement, the sword aura talisman can be used twice. If the enemy in the inheritance site is a 10-star Chi warrior or spirit warrior, the sword Chi talisman can easily kill them. Chapter 31, Mysterious Mural, Fallen Demon. Seeing that he couldn't persuade them, Wu Wan had no choice but to lead the way, taking Zhou Yun and Feng Huihong to the so-called inheritance site. Following the direction they had fled in, they forced their way across 2 turbulent rivers and finally approached their destination. This place is not far from the central area of the Secret Realm Island, and those active here are mostly Chi warriors of 6 to 9 stars. Upon entering the central part of the Secret Realm Island, the strength of the monsters increased, and the martial artists who were active in exploring the central part of the Secret Realm Island were basically all spirit martial artists. Zhou Yun glanced at Wu Wan curiously. She was just a lowly 4-star Chi martial artist, and to be able to get here all by herself required both courage and luck. Otherwise, they would not have been able to hold out until they met Zhou Yun. They would have been killed by other martial artists or devoured by monsters. That place is a land of wind spirits, with sweeping mountain winds that are extremely violent, which is of great benefit to my cultivation of the gale force. Wu Wan pointed to a blue stone not far away. The blue stone was on the edge of a cliff, in a special location, which was of great benefit to practicing wind attribute martial arts. And that place of inheritance is right across from the land of wind spirits. Zhou Yun looked in the direction Wu Wan was pointing. Sure enough, next to the steep and precipitous cliff, we saw a very inconspicuous little cave. It must have been quite an achievement for the bald man and his companions to find such an inconspicuous little cave on such a steep cliff. Without further hesitation, Zhou Yun took the lead and began climbing upwards. Feng Huihong naturally followed closely behind. After a brief hesitation, Wu Wan followed. In fact, she wanted to stay here and continue her cultivation. With the wind spirit land existing, her cultivation would be twice as effective with half the effort, and for her, it would be a win-win situation. However, Wu Wan still wanted to join Zhou Yun's team and continue exploring the secret realm under Zhou Yun's protection to gain more benefits. If she doesn't insist on exploring the cave with him, he might refuse to follow her once Zhou Yun and the other person come out. Soon, the 3 of them climbed to the entrance of the cave. Upon arriving here, Zhou Yun also sensed something extraordinary. The stellar energy here is so thin that it's like a desolate, spiritless place. On the secret island, the star energy is generally more concentrated, several times higher than that of the outside world. However, at the entrance of the cave, the surrounding stellar energy was even weaker than that of the outside world. The cave entrance was deep and dark, like a mysterious and ferocious beast capable of devouring everything. However, Zhou Yun showed no fear whatsoever. He took a flashlight out of his backpack, turned it on, and a bright beam of light shot into it instantly. However, even so, the light from the powerful flashlight failed to illuminate the entire cave, making it seem as if the cave was bottomless. Zhou Yun frowned and walked in. The nearby cliff walls were somewhat slippery and covered with some dark green moss. The group continued deeper into the area for several dozen meters, then turned 2 narrow bends. 7 staggered stone pillars came into view. These 7 stone pillars are engraved with intricate Taoist inscriptions, and 4 of them have a head placed on top of each pillar. The blood was dripping onto the inscriptions on the stone pillar, making it look sinister and terrifying. The remaining 3 stone pillars were completely empty. It seems this is the last place of inheritance that the bald man spoke of. Simply place the 3 heads that need to be sacrificed on the stone pier to activate this so-called inheritance. However, Zhou Yun did not immediately place the head he had brought on the table. Instead, they used the strong beam of their flashlights to scan the surroundings, trying to see if there was anything else special about the cave. A few minutes later, he actually found something unusual. These 7 stone pillars are covered with array patterns. On the side wall of the stone pier, there are mysterious relief murals, as if telling a story of a long-forgotten past. From the outside in, on the first stone pier, is carved the image of an angel with 6 wings, standing in the void, holding a flaming blade, majestic and holy. On the second stone pier, the 6-winged angel wielding a red blade soared into the sky, his eyes revealing endless killing intent. Opposite him were tens of thousands of angels of the same race as him. On the third stone pier, the 6-winged angel was suppressed by the enemy, a sword piercing his chest, and his body fell limply from the sky. Zhou Yun frowned slightly. They belonged to the same clan, yet they had started a war and fought each other to the death. Was the carving on the stone pillar revealing some kind of information? Then, he continued to look at the next stone pier. However, to his disappointment, there was no follow-up. The fourth and fifth stone piers, however, have no carvings or reliefs. No, it's not that the relief carving is missing, but rather that it has been erased. Zhou Yun could clearly see that a layer had been shaved off the stone pier. What information was recorded on it is probably unknown to anyone other than those who experienced it firsthand. However, to Zhou Yun's surprise, the relief mural reappeared on the sixth stone pier. The fact that the person who made the move only selectively erased a portion of the information and hid it, instead of erasing it all, puzzled Zhou Yun. However, despite his curiosity, he knew that the secrets involved were beyond his current understanding. To Zhou Yun's shock, the carving on the sixth stone pier, which previously depicted a heroic 6-winged angel, had disappeared and was replaced by a fallen demon with rotten wings. However, the red blade he held in his hand revealed his identity as the 6-winged angel from before. The transformation from angel to demon. What exactly happened during that process no one knows. Perhaps this information was left on the first 2 stone piers, but the murals have been erased, making it impossible to see them now. Then, Zhou Yun looked at the 7th stone pier. The carvings on this stone pier are very simple, with no figures depicted. Neither 6-winged angels nor fallen demons ever appeared on it. The mural depicts a weapon, a crimson sword, which was the very blade that the angels and demons had always held in their hands and never lost. However, in this mural, the sword is shattered. The red sword broke into several pieces and fell from the sky, looking extremely tragic and desolate. At this point, Zhou Yun had examined all the murals on the 7 stone piers. He scanned the other areas but found no similar carvings or other useful information. However, it is not difficult to deduce the plot and direction of the story from these murals. For some unknown reason, the 6-winged angel raised his sword to fight his own kind. Despite his great strength, he was no match for his own kind and was eventually suppressed by his people. Afterwards, whether by some stroke of luck or by some crisis, he abandoned his identity as an angel and fell into the form of a demon, ascending to heaven once again. Unfortunately, it couldn't change the outcome in the end, and even the weapon in his hand shattered. So it seems. This place of inheritance must be related to this fallen demon. Chapter 32, Moonfruit, Fragments of Demon Soldiers. The Heavenly Demon Clan is the most bloodthirsty. It makes sense that the legacy he left behind requires human sacrifice to unlock it. Zhou Yun said in a deep voice. This is a fairly basic lesson about some of the powerful alien races in the heavens. Su Linglong is the teacher of martial arts theory, which falls within the scope of her curriculum. Therefore, Zhou Yun's predecessor listened very carefully. After recovering most of his predecessor's memories, Zhou Yun was able to easily recall information about many alien races. For the Heavenly Demon Clan, bloodthirstiness, rage, and power are all their defining characteristics. As for inheritance, if Zhou Yun remembered correctly, the Heavenly Demon Clan generally did not leave behind any inheritance. Their inheritance was continued through bloodline imprints. The more concentrated the Heavenly Demon blood within the body, the more complete the inherited imprint awakened, and the greater the strength. Conversely, if the demonic blood in the body is thin, the inheritance will be incomplete, and the strength will be very weak. Zhou Yun shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Why not open this secret heritage site and see for yourself what secrets it holds? Without further hesitation, Zhou Yun placed the 3 heads he had brought over onto the last 3 empty stone blocks. A flash of crimson light appeared, and the bloodstains on the head were absorbed by the runes on the stone block, emitting a burst of light. In an instant, a red barrier appeared, enveloping Zhou Yun and the other 2. Centered on the 3 of them, countless Taoist runes emerged, spreading wildly in all directions like the roots and branches of a lush ancient tree. Finally, the runes beneath their feet converged to form a massive and mysterious magic circle. A faint light rose, and the magic array flickered. The next second, the 3 of them vanished from their spot. After a brief moment of disorientation, Zhou Yun opened his eyes again. Where is this? They've left the secret island? Zhou Yun frowned. Everything around him was completely unfamiliar. They had appeared in a low basin, surrounded by towering mountains. However, after looking up at the sky, Zhou Yun still discovered a city high in the sky. That's Haicheng. They are still on the secret island. Before entering the secret realm, look at it from the sea city. It is a huge island hanging upside down in the sky. Upon entering the secret realm, the sky above transformed into Haicheng, hanging upside down. Directly in front of Zhou Yun was a mysterious ancient tree. The ancient tree was not tall, probably only 3 meters, and its branches and leaves were sparse and not lush. However, what surprised Zhou Yun the most was the fruit hanging on the tree. These fruits are quite peculiar, resembling crescent moons, about the size of a fist, and shimmering with silver light. What kind of fruit is this? He recognized most of the common first-tier spiritual fruits. However, he didn't recognize any of the spirit fruits above the first rank. There's nothing we can do, the teacher didn't teach it. Su Linglong is carrying the heavy burden. However, just because he didn't recognize the fruit didn't mean he couldn't see its extraordinary nature. The incredibly rich and fragrant aroma, once inhaled, made him feel a surge of energy. It is definitely a being that surpasses even the first-tier spiritual fruit. Without the slightest hesitation, he climbed the tree and picked all 7 fruits, putting them into his backpack. As for how to allocate it, we'll talk about that later. It's impossible to give it to Wu Luan anyway. When asked, the answer is simply that they are not familiar with the subject. Brother Yun, look at this. At this moment, Feng Huihong suddenly shouted. Seeing Zhou Yun climb the tree and pick fruit, he began to explore the surroundings. Behind the fruit trees, a stone table was placed. A chessboard sits on the table, with black and white pieces clearly separated, locked in a fierce battle, creating a tense situation. Next to the chessboard, there were 2 things. On the left is a crystal bottle containing a mysterious purple liquid that shimmers with an alluring glow. On the right is a piece of red-black iron. One side of the iron is sharp and flashes with a cold light, while the other side is uneven and irregular. This is that broken sword? Zhou Yun frowned and exclaimed in surprise. He immediately recognized the origin of this piece of red iron, as it was exactly the same as a section of the broken sword in the 7th engraving on the stone pier. It's a fragment left behind after the demon's weapon shattered. Zhou Yun's expression was solemn. He had no idea how strong that heavenly demon was. The weapon he used was definitely not an ordinary spiritual weapon, it might even be a 3rd or 4th tier spiritual weapon. Even if a magical artifact of that level were to break down or be damaged, it would still be of immense value, given the quality of its materials. I've made a fortune. Immediately, he reached out and grabbed the broken sword fragment. Laugh. Just as he was about to touch the broken sword fragments, a sword aura suddenly appeared and slashed towards his palm. The crimson sword energy carried boundless killing intent. In an instant, the sword energy slashed through Zhou Yun's palm. Before he could even react, he watched helplessly as 3 of his fingers broke off. Zhou Yun's expression darkened slightly, and his eyes became serious. I was careless. His long-term smooth sailing had caused him to lose all sense of awe. That blow was well-deserved. Brother Yun. Feng Huihong looked at him with a worried expression. It's all right. Zhou Yun shook his head, it was just a minor injury. He then picked up the severed fingers from the ground and used his star energy to attach them to his hand. Then, he swallowed the remaining crimson blood fruit. A surge of pure blood energy rose up and, under Zhou Yun's control, gathered in his left hand, repairing the finger that had just been severed. A moment later, Zhou Yun opened his eyes again. The injury to his hand has fully healed. Although a Qi warrior is only at the 1st level of the martial arts realm, their vitality is incomparable to that of ordinary mortals. As long as you have enough blood and energy, minor injuries will heal very quickly. Spiritual warriors who have reached the 2nd level of martial arts have even stronger vitality and can even regenerate severed limbs. Unlike Zhou Yun, who just picked up his severed fingers and reattached them, they can directly activate their qi and blood to grow new limbs. Of course, if possible, the original limbs are better. After all, newborn limbs are relatively fragile. As expected of a weapon left behind by the heavenly demon, even though it has been broken into several pieces, even a small piece is not something I can touch. Zhou Yun sighed. The treasure was right in front of him, but he couldn't get his hands on it. It was truly a pity. I can give it a try. At this moment, Wu Luan suddenly spoke up. Zhou Yun frowned and looked at her. Didn't she see the scene of her finger being cut off? Having learned from past mistakes, why would she try again? Does she perhaps have some special method? In exchange, I want to join your team and explore this secret realm with you. Also, I want one of those moon fruits from earlier. Wu Wan said with a serious expression. Chapter 33, Collecting Demon Weapon Fragments. Zhou Yun was surprised and very curious about how she would pick up the fragment of the demonic weapon. As for giving him a moon fruit, if Wu Wan can really help him retrieve this fragment of the demonic weapon, why not give it to her? He then nodded slightly. Okay, I agree to your proposal. Please begin your performance. Zhou Yun gestured for him to enter and then stepped aside. If Wu Wan can prove her worth, Zhou Yun will naturally agree to let her join his team, and not only for this exploration of the secret island, but also for any future secret realms or dangerous places they may encounter. After all, true cultivation is not a single plank bridge, but a broad and wide road. In the myriad realms, there are 3,000 great paths, and many competitors. If there are companions on the same path, many difficulties and obstacles can be transformed into a smooth road. Wu Wan took a deep breath and stood in front of the stone table. Despite her confident and assertive tone, she herself was actually unsure. This is a high-stakes gamble. The stakes were her arm. After all, she didn't have any spiritual medicine like the crimson blood fruit to replenish her blood and reattach her severed hand. If she were struck by the sword energy emanating from the fragments of the demonic weapon, she would surely lose a hand. Although once you reach the spirit warrior realm, you can use star energy to regenerate severed limbs. However, losing a part of her hand will inevitably affect her future achievements. At best, it might significantly delay her breakthrough to the spirit warrior realm. To put it bluntly, it could even trap her in the Qi martial artist realm for the rest of her life, giving her no chance to break through. However, Wu Wan had already witnessed Zhou Yun's power. In just 2 or 3 days, he broke through from a 4-star Qi martial artist to a 6-star Qi martial artist. Natural talent and good fortune are both indispensable. If you can follow him, you will surely be able to climb higher mountains and witness a more magnificent view of life. However, what Wu Wan didn't know was, Zhou Yun did not break through 2 stars in 3 days. It broke 4 stars in 3 days. It has been less than 4 days since he obtained the system. He has already advanced from a 2-star Qi martial artist to a 6-star Qi martial artist. If she knew these things, she would probably be even more surprised and shocked. A gentle breeze rises. Wu Wan gave a low shout and stretched out her hand, with a few wisps of blue wind rising from her slender fingers. Is this a powerful gale? Zhou Yun suddenly realized. She actually mastered the martial art gale force so quickly, and even managed to condense a wisp of azure gale force? However, I then thought of that wind spirit land from before. It was inevitable that she would successfully master the gale force while in seclusion there. But can the azure wind generated by this powerful force really pick up the fragments of the demonic weapon? Zhou Yun was skeptical. A cyan gale swept through the air, its energy like the sharp edge of a blade, slowly gathering strength and condensing into a cyan hand that reached out to grab the fragments of the demonic weapon on the stone table. Buzz. The fragment of the demonic weapon shook gently twice, emitting a soft hum. A crimson sword aura condensed and appeared on the fragment of the demonic weapon. As expected, it still doesn't work. Zhou Yun sighed and shook his head. However, the next thing that happened was beyond his expectations. Wu Wan suddenly stretched out both hands, simultaneously activating the azure gale, instantly doubling the force below. Immediately, the fragments of the demonic weapon on the stone table shook twice, and she actually managed to pick them up. The crimson fragments of the demonic weapon floated in the air, supported by the azure gale below. Quick! Put it in something. It must not come into contact with flesh and blood, otherwise it will unleash sword energy. Wu Wan shouted loudly. Just now, she was slightly careless, and an inch of skin on her fingertips was missing the cover of the azure wind, causing the demonic weapon to sway and try to strike. Then, with quick reflexes, she used the azure wind to transform into a powerful force, covering her entire palm, which finally calmed its bloodthirsty desire and restlessness. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun quickly made preparations. He took off his backpack, unzipped it, and dumped all the contents out. Placed the open backpack on the ground. Wu Wan quickly controlled the force of the azure wind and put the fragments of the demonic weapon into her backpack. After completing all this, she withdrew her powerful gust of wind and let out a long sigh of relief. Once she relaxed, she collapsed to the ground. Wu Wan was so tense that she didn't realize her star energy was depleted. If Zhou Yun hadn't prepared his backpack in time, the attempt to collect the demon weapon fragment would have failed. Call. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission and completed it by a stroke of luck. Sitting on the ground, catching her breath, Wu Wan wiped the sweat from her forehead and spoke. Zhou Yun nodded, and without further ado, put his promise into practice. This moon fruit is yours. Furthermore, I would like to invite you to join my team. We will explore secret realms and undergo trials in dangerous places together. Wu Wan took the moon fruit from Zhou Yun's hand. The fruit is curved, like a crescent moon. Holding it in your hand, you feel a cool sensation, as if it really is a cool and bright crescent moon. Her eyes lit up when she heard Zhou Yun's suggestion and invitation. You made the right bet. Good. From now on, you'll be the leader of our team. You can choose all the spoils you acquire first, and then they will be distributed. It is impossible to divide it into 3 equal parts. There has never been true fairness in the world. Wu Wan was well aware that she was just clinging to a powerful figure, and that she would be lucky to get a small share of the profits after proving her worth. Zhou Yun nodded. Don't worry. This is a promise. As long as Wu Wan remains faithful, he will certainly not mistreat her. There are 2 other things on the table. One is that glass bottle, filled with a mysterious purple liquid. The other is a chessboard, with black and white pieces clearly separated. These 2 items did not exude any killing intent, unlike the previous fragments of demonic weapons, which were filled with intense danger. There's no need to be overly cautious. Zhou Yun reached out and grabbed the glass bottle. The bottle was heavy, and he didn't know if the weight came from the bottle itself or the purple liquid inside. After putting it away, he reached out and grabbed the chessboard. However, to his surprise, he did not manage to pick up the chessboard. The chessboard seemed firmly embedded in the stone table, and no matter how much force Zhou Yun exerted, it remained completely still. Even with the help of Feng Huihong and Wu Wan, who had recovered, they were unable to move the chessboard an inch. It seems, this chessboard is not meant for us. Nothing here is ordinary, their value is immeasurable. Giving up either one would be a huge loss for them. The chessboard can't be removed, but we can try this. Wu Wan suddenly reached out and pointed to a corner of the stone table. Chapter 34, The Chess Jar, a Storage Artifact. Zhou Yun looked in the direction she was pointing. There was a small, dark blue jar there, which used to hold chess pieces, but now the pieces were all on the chessboard, and the jar was empty. Immediately, Zhou Yun tentatively reached for the chess jar. To his surprise, he picked up the chess set container as if it were nothing. Nice one. Zhou Yun gently tapped it twice, unable to discern what material it was made of. Looking inside through the opening of the chess jar, the interior was smooth and flat, shimmering with a soft and delicate luster. Then, he tentatively extended his divine sense. This secret place is extraordinary in every way. Even a chess jar is no ordinary object and must be carefully explored. Ha! Zhou Yun let out a soft, surprised sound, a look of delight flashing in his eyes. As he probed inside with his divine sense, he was suddenly surprised to find that the inside of this chess jar was a completely different world, with a vast space inside. Zhou Yun even suspected that it could contain an ancient divine mountain. This is a precious storage artifact, Zhou Yun said firmly. The internal space of this chess jar is incomparable to that of ordinary storage bags or storage rings. Its grade must be very high, its value is beyond what can be described as dragon coins. Then, he tentatively activated the chess set by holding the chess set container. With a thought, a dark light flashed out, and Zhou Yun's backpack containing the fragments of the demonic weapon instantly disappeared from the ground. Through his divine sense remaining inside the chess jar, he was able to clearly see his backpack appear inside the jar. Great! This storage artifact has no restrictions, so I can use it directly. Without further hesitation, he gathered all the items that had been scattered on the ground, as well as the dragon-patterned black and gold spear on his back, into the chess jar. Not satisfied with what he had done, he then pointed the chess jar at the stone table next to him. He wanted to put the stone table and chessboard into the chess jar along with it. Unfortunately, this time his wish was not fulfilled. The stone table and chessboard remained unmoved, showing no sign of being put into the chess jar. This left him with no choice but to give up. Forget it, if it's not meant to be, don't force it. If it is, it will come to you. This chessboard is not meant for me. Using his divine sense, he shrunk the chess jar to the size of a thumb. Untie the piece knot around your neck and tie the chess jar inside. This way, he can activate the chess jar at any time and take out the contents unexpectedly. Since there's a chess jar inside, this is a storage artifact. Then the storage bag we got from the bald man probably wasn't obtained from here. Given the bald man's strength, how did he obtain this storage bag? Suddenly, Feng Huihong spoke up. He was still very curious about the bald man's storage bag. After all, there are complex restrictions on it, and it is very likely that there are many good things hidden inside. Blind boxes are most attractive only before they are opened. Perhaps that bald man had another extraordinary encounter. Or perhaps, before the bald man, others had also entered that cave, but perished for other reasons, and the storage bag ended up in the bald man's hands. Zhou Yun didn't care about such things as tracing back to the source. As long as the benefits are obtained, who cares where they come from or what their use is? This space is quite large. Let's explore it again and see if we can find anything else. After they offered human heads as sacrifices in the cave, they were directly teleported in. Upon landing, you are faced with the moonfruit tree and the stone table behind it. The exploration process is skipped entirely. Perhaps the moonfruit tree and the items on the stone table are the most precious things here. However, for these few Qi martial artists, the things in other areas that the master of the secret realm might not think much of were actually very precious resources to them, and Zhou Yun naturally wouldn't let them go. Immediately, he activated his star energy and used his pupil technique to scan his surroundings. Upon seeing this, Wu Luan was startled once again. Zhou Yun's pupils shone with a brilliant light, making him look quite mystical. I never expected him to have such a special ability. This made her feel fortunate and satisfied with her decision once again. Wow, there are so many good things. But it's a pity. Zhou Yun looked conflicted and shook his head helplessly. What's wrong? Feng Huihong quickly spoke up. I only glanced at it once or twice, and I already found no fewer than 5 spiritual herbs. This spiritual herb is filled with rich life essence, which is definitely not comparable to a first-tier spiritual herb, and may even surpass a second-tier spiritual herb. Upon hearing his words, Feng Huihong and Wu Luan both became slightly breathless. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go pick them quickly. Wait a minute. Wu Luan interrupted Feng Huihong's excited words. If that were all, Zhou Yun certainly wouldn't have said it was a pity. I fear that harvesting these medicinal herbs is extremely dangerous for us. It would be a certain death sentence. Zhou Yun gave her an approving look and nodded slightly. Most spiritual herbs are guarded by demonic beasts, waiting for them to mature before the beasts consume them and break through their cultivation levels. The same goes for these 5 spiritual herbs. Beside each one, I sensed an incomparably powerful aura of a strange beast. Through observation using the pupil technique, it was discovered that the color of the energy emanating from these strange beasts was no longer red. They were a deep, almost blackish purple. They were not even in the same league as Zhou Yun and his group. He was certain that as long as they dared to appear in front of these strange beasts, I'm afraid that if the other side were to strike with its claws, none of the 3 of them would survive. Even his so-called trump cards are probably just a tickle to the opponent. However, what Zhou Yun was somewhat curious about was his pupil technique allowed him to see these 5 demonic beasts, so these 5 powerful demonic beasts should have already discovered them as well. However, unexpectedly, none of the 5 demonic beasts chose to attack them. They all tacitly chose to ignore them, as if there was an invisible wall between them and the demonic beasts. I see. Our teleportation location is special. There are restrictions left by the original owner here, preventing those demonic beasts from entering. But if we choose to go out, I'm afraid they will attack us without hesitation. So now, the most important thing is to find the way back to the cave. They were teleported in, and the surrounding area was fraught with danger. If they were not careful, they could be eaten by monsters. The only way to leave safely is through void teleportation. But, where is the teleportation array? The original owner of this place didn't explain. Could it be that we still need 7 heads to unlock the teleportation? Feng Huihong said quietly. Impossible. There aren't even any stone pillars here, so even if there were human heads, there's nowhere to offer them as sacrifices. Zhou Yun shook his head and said decisively. The only thing here that's related to the teleportation array is probably that chessboard. If we want to go back, we'll probably have to find the answer on the chessboard. Wu Luan thought for a moment and offered a suggestion. Chapter 35, a big win, lots of achievement points. It must be said that Wu Luan's words make a lot of sense. However, Zhou Yun had been searching around the stone table and chessboard for a while in an attempt to collect them, but he had not been able to trigger the teleportation. It's probably difficult to make any new discoveries. The 3 returned to the chessboard, looked at the game below, and discussed the pieces while trying to memorize their positions. Brother Yun, could it be that the game is incomplete and we need to perfect it before it can be transmitted out? Feng Huihong frowned and offered a conjecture. Zhou Yun thought for a while and then shook his head. I don't think so. First of all, we don't know whether the master of the secret realm is playing white or black. If we rashly intervene in the game, we might do more harm than good. Secondly, I don't understand Go at all. And how do we improve it? Can you do it? Feng Huihong shook his head, then looked at Wu Luan with hopeful eyes. Wu Luan also shook her head. Go is close to the Tao, and only those who are strong enough to reach the heavenly warrior realm or above will study this Tao. At the level of a celestial warrior, cultivation requires not only the accumulation of energy within the body but also an understanding of the great Tao. Go Weiqi aligns with the great Tao of heaven and earth, hence the large number of people who delve deeply into Go. However, for these few Qi cultivators, Go was still a very distant concept, and they didn't have the time or energy to study it. After exchanging glances, the three of them sighed in disappointment. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in Zhou Yun's mind. Today's achievement points are being calculated, please wait. Zhou Yun's eyes brightened considerably in an instant. Before I knew it, it was already midnight, time to tally up today's achievement points. Since it's safe for the time being, I don't think there's any need to rush out. I'll go into seclusion for a while to cultivate and improve my strength. At worst, we'll just wait for the secret island to close and we'll be forcibly evicted. We'll definitely be teleported out then. Zhou Yun took a moon fruit from the chest jar and handed it to Feng Huihong. Let's refine the fruit to improve our cultivation first. Cultivation is the most important thing. Wu Luan nodded. She had not yet consumed or refined the moon fruit that Zhou Yun had given her. Although this place is closed off, it is also safe and secure, making it suitable for seclusion. After sitting down cross-legged, she took out her moon fruit and swallowed it in small bites, slowly refining it. Unlike them, Zhou Yun did not immediately go into seclusion to refine the spiritual medicine. He has more important things to do. That means checking the system's achievement point settlement record to see how many points you got today and what you can use to enhance. You have refined the sand python's bitter gallbladder. As the saying goes, no pain, no gain. You have been fortunate enough to awaken your pupil technique through the gallbladder, earning you plus 30 achievement points. You discovered the tree heart, but it's guarded by a powerful demonic bird, making it difficult to obtain. However, you didn't give up. Combining strategy and combat, you successfully defeated the demonic bird and obtained the precious medicine. Achievement points plus 100. Consuming the heart of the crystal tree increases comprehension and grants 30 achievement points. You encounter the enemy Wang Yan and his older cousin. You easily defeat them, earning 80 achievement points. You obtained the crimson blood fruit from Wang Yan's cousin Wang Mu. What a pleasant surprise. Achievement points plus 5. You unexpectedly encounter Wu Luan, the class's goddess of commoner status, but your composure and refusal to fawn over her earn you the system's favor, resulting in plus 30 achievement points. Oh wow, Wu Luan was actually being chased here. Faced with 4 powerful enemies, what would you choose? Of course, you'd kill them all. Decisive and ruthless, you earn plus 300 achievement points. A storage bag has been found. This seems to be the first storage artifact you've discovered, but it's engraved with a restriction. What could be inside? I'm very curious too. Achievement points plus 3. You have entered a secret heritage site and seem to have discovered some truths hidden in the dust of history in some stone carvings and murals. Achievement points plus 15. What is this? You actually found a 6th tier spiritual herb, the silver moon fruit? This is simply incredible luck. Achievement points plus 500. You discovered a broken fragment of a demonic weapon. After some difficult attempts, you finally acquired it, earning plus 150 achievement points. You actually bestowed a precious tier 6 silver moon fruit upon Wu Luan, just to recruit her into your team. What can I say about you? Simp? Wolf in sheep's clothing? Did you lose out or gain something? Achievement points plus 50. It must be said that girls do have a different perspective on problems. Perhaps accepting Wu Luan into your team was the right decision. Thanks to a reminder, you obtained a chest jar with vast space inside a truly precious spatial artifact. Achievement points plus 200. Look what I see. You've actually obtained a bottle of precious heavenly demon essence blood. Achievement points plus 350. Ha, you want to continue exploring this secret realm, but unfortunately you find many enemies around you, and none of them are easy for you to deal with. You're too weak. Achievement points +2. Leave. You have to leave. But after trying several times, you still can't find the exit. Don't look at me, I don't know either. Achievement points +2. Scanning the host's current level and cultivation realm. Current cultivation level is 6-star Chi martial artist, gaining 6 achievement points. Scanning the host's current environment, currently in a secret realm, gaining 10 achievement points. Previous balance of achievement points, 90. Final summary, current remaining achievement points, 1953. When Joyun saw the flashing 4-digit number on the final settlement screen, his eyes widened in surprise. My goodness! Am I seeing things? This is really a takeoff, a huge windfall. He had a feeling that he would receive a large number of achievement points today. After all, based on my experience these past few times, I've found that as long as I fight with others or battle with strange beasts, I can gain a considerable number of achievement points. Today, I killed Wang Yan and Wang Mu twice, and then killed 4 bald men in succession. They should provide a lot of achievement points. Furthermore, we have obtained so many valuable items from this mysterious heritage site. The higher the value, the more achievement points they can provide. But he never expected that he would be able to break through the 4-digit mark and gain over 1,000 achievement points. In fact, he was only a few dozen points away from reaching 2,000. However, Zhou Yun was also aware that today was a special case. It's impossible to obtain so many precious spiritual items every day. Once I leave this place, my achievement points will likely drop. Even so, he was very satisfied. With so many achievement points, what kind of insane power-ups will the system give me? He was excited, licked his dry lips, and closed the achievement points settlement interface. Refresh the system panel and open the enhancement interface. The next moment, 3 different enhancement items appeared before Zhou Yun's eyes. Heavenly Demon Blood Essence. Silver Moon Fruit. Dragon Patterned Black Gold Spear. Chapter 36, Consumption, Emptying Your Wallet for Enhancement. Heavenly Demon Blood Essence. Silver Moon Fruit. Dragon Patterned Black Gold Spear. Zhou Yun's pupils widened instantly, and his face showed surprise. He was very satisfied with these 3 items and hoped that the choice of enhancement path would bring him even more surprises. Heavenly Demon Essence Blood. Evaluation: manic, tyrannical, greedy, bloodthirsty, truly worthy of being the essence blood of a fallen demon race. Are you sure you want to use this vial of essence blood? After refining it, will you still be yourself? Enhancement Route 1, Purification. Remove negative spiritual energy, expose the laws of essence blood, and drinking this essence blood can awaken the heavenly demon body. Requires 600 achievement points. Enhancement Route 2, Demonization. 1 bottle of essence blood isn't enough. I want a complete blood transfusion to embrace the demon race. After drinking, abandon your human bloodline and fall into demonic possession. Requires 600 achievement points. Silver Moon Fruit. Comment: this is actually a 6th tier spiritual herb? Junior, quickly hand over your Silver Moon Fruit. You can't afford to miss such an opportunity. Enhancement Path 1, enchant a Silver Moon Fruit to grant it special attributes, awakening the innate secret technique, Crescent Slash. Requires 600 achievement points. Enhancement Direction 2, enchant a Silver Moon Fruit, granting it special attributes and awakening the innate secret technique, Clear Radiance Night Condensation. Requires 600 achievement points. Dragon Pattern Black Gold Spear. Review: hey! Old friend, I even forged this gun for you. Enhancement Direction 1, Advancement. How can an ordinary weapon be worthy of your status? It must be at least a spirit weapon. Consume 600 achievement points to upgrade the Dragon Pattern Black Gold Spear to a Tier 3 spirit weapon. Enhancement Direction 2, Designated. Great men don't concern themselves with trifles, so why should you choose an enhancement path under my rules? Designate an enhancement tier, pay the materials or achievement points, and I will enhance the Dragon Pattern Black Gold Spear required achievement points? Zhou Yun reviewed the 3 types of enhancement items and the 6 enhancement options one by one. He couldn't help but scoff inwardly. This damn system is inhuman. I just earned over 1,900 achievement points, and I haven't even had a chance to enjoy them yet. What enhancement options did you choose this time? Each option costs a whopping 600 points. This is going to empty my wallet all at once. Zhou Yun smacked his lips with a bitter expression. It was truly a bittersweet experience. On the one hand, I feel heartbroken about the price. Each choice represents 600 achievement points, and I can't even finish a few choices before my wallet is empty. On the other hand, the happiness is genuine. Although the system is greedy for money, it will actually do its job once you pay it. He wanted everything, whether it was the enhancement from the Heavenly Demon Blood Essence, the enhancement from the Silver Moon Fruit, or the enhancement from the Dragon Pattern Black Gold Spear. There's nothing to hesitate about regarding the two enhancement paths of the Heavenly Demon Blood Essence. I will definitely choose to strengthen Option 1. Option 2 will amplify the demonized emotional attributes. My self-awareness will be completely demonized, and I will probably no longer be myself at that time. System, Heavenly Demon Essence Blood, I choose Enhancement Direction 1. The next moment, inside the chest jar, the bottle of dark purple Heavenly Demon Blood shook twice, and bubbles rose up inside, as if it were boiling. A few seconds later, the entire bottle of Heavenly Demon Blood changed color, turning into a purplish gold color. Compared to before, its profound aura remained undiminished, and it appeared even more magnificent. After making his choice, he did not immediately consume and refine the bottle of Heavenly Demon Blood. Instead, he looked at the second enhancement item, the Silver Moon Fruit. The two enhancement directions represent two talent skills, Crescent Slash and Moonlit Night Condensation. Talent skills are different from martial arts techniques. Talent skills are inherited imprints engraved in one's bloodline and genes. Just like a newborn baby can breathe and suckle, and as it grows up, it needs to eat, drink, and sleep. The innate skills one possesses will be at one's command as long as there is abundant vital energy within the body. One can use them at will. Only. Which is better, Crescent Slash or Moonlit Nightfall? Zhou Yun was both hesitant and curious. The system's enhancement options did not describe the skill effects of the two talents, leaving him to guess based on their names, which undoubtedly increased the difficulty of his choice. But, after a brief moment of hesitation, a brilliant idea flashed into Zhou Yun's mind. Only children make choices. I want them all. Previously, there were 7 fruits on the Silver Moon Fruit tree. Wu Wan proved her worth, and in exchange, Zhou Yun gave her one. As his good brother, Feng Weihong naturally received one from him as well. At this moment, he still had 5 fruits in his hand. System, I have 5 Silver Moon Fruits. I'll take out 2 and choose both Enhancement 1 and Enhancement 2. He didn't know if doing this complied with the system's rules, but he had to try. The system did not answer or reply. Just when Zhou Yun thought this wouldn't work, he suddenly discovered that 1,200 achievement points had been quietly deducted from his achievement point account. Inside the chest jar, 2 Silver Moon Fruits were also picked out separately. Their aura was different from the other fruits, and they were wrapped with golden threads, making them look extremely extraordinary. Ha, you son of a bitch. Zhou Yun shook his head and laughed helplessly. Can't you just give me a voice notification? Do you have to be so aloof? After making the 3 selections, 1,800 achievement points were deducted from the account. At this point, there were 153 points remaining in the account. My wallet, which was just a little full, suddenly became empty. Not enough, Zhou Yun had no regrets. Although achievement points were precious, they were just cold numbers. The only way to make them count was to convert them into strength and put them into practice. There's no need to keep these 100+ points. Since we're going to spend them, let's spend them all, leaving not a single penny. The last remaining enhancement item is the Dragon Pattern Black Gold Spear. The first enhancement route can be skipped, as he doesn't have 600 achievement points. The only one worth studying in detail is the second enhancement route. Pay for crafting materials and achievement points, and flexibly forge according to price? Goodness, you're wasting your talents by not doing business. I suspect you were planning from the beginning to make me spend all my achievement points. Zhou Yun pursed his lips, secretly complaining. In that case, let's go all in. He directly selected the materials related to weapon crafting from the chest jar, including the spirit weapon sword from the royal tomb that he had shattered, the bald man's spirit weapon knife, the sand python's 7-inch reverse scale, many star cores, and that fragment of the demon weapon. He also paid the remaining 153 achievement points in his account to the system and then waited for the enhancement to complete. A series of mysterious rays of light fell upon these materials, slowly melting and transforming into a liquid form under the system's control, and were methodically poured onto the dragon-patterned black gold spear. The soaring dragon pattern on the gun barrel looked even more majestic, as if it were about to detach from the gun and fly out. The enhancement ended a dozen minutes later. At this moment, the dragon-patterned black and gold spear became deep and heavy, looking full of spiritual energy. Spirit weapon, dragon-patterned black gold spear tier 1 top grade. Zhou Yun frowned instantly after seeing the comments above. Damn system, how much of a kickback are you taking from me? With so many materials and over 100 achievement points, all I'm supposed to forge is a first-tier spirit weapon? Is there a complaint hotline? I want to file a complaint. I want to petition. Chapter 37, Awakening, the Heavenly Demon Body. The system remained silent, simply displaying a consumption list to him. Materials required: Sand Python Reverse Scale X1, Spirit Weapon Fragment X4, Savage Tiger Claw X4, Star Core X8. Achievement points consumed, 153. Zhou Yun searched the list twice and found that the system did not use that fragment of the demonic weapon. This might be the highest grade material he has, so why doesn't the system use it? This puzzled him greatly, and he immediately raised his questions to the system. This item is of too high a grade at your current level. Neither you nor the dragon-patterned black gold spear can withstand its demonic power. If it is forcibly melted down without sufficient achievement points, the demonic nature will be difficult to completely purify, and the dragon-patterned black gold spear will transform into a demonic weapon that devours its master. Under Zhou Yun's persistent questioning, the system thoughtfully provided an answer. Seeing this, Zhou Yun nodded slightly, accepting the outcome. In fact, a first-tier top-grade spirit weapon spear is enough for him in his current state. If the grade were higher, his star energy and mana would not be able to power the spear during battle, which would instead damage his strength and be a loss. After figuring this out, Zhou Yun accepted the situation calmly. My once full wallet was emptied, and my achievement points balance was 0, but it was all worth it. He exited the system space and focused his divine sense into the chest jar, where 4 enhanced items floated before his eyes. Demonic Essence Blood, Silver Moonfruit, and Dragon Pattern Black Gold Spear. Let me refine the Essence Blood first, and then I'll see what this so-called heavenly demon body is all about. In his previous life, Zhou Yun had read a web novel that featured a top-tier physique called the Azure Heaven Overlord body. He wondered which was stronger, the Azure Heaven demon body or the Azure Heaven Overlord body. He took out the glass bottle, which was filled with purple gold heavenly demon blood essence. Zhou Yun couldn't help but use his pupil technique to look at it and found that the energy light within the heavenly demon blood essence was exceptionally bright, golden, and extraordinary. Nice one. As expected, the system is really reliable. Zhou Yun sighed, completely forgetting how he had yelled at the system dog just a few minutes earlier. He uncorked the bottle and drank all the essence and blood inside. Spicy, sweet, bitter, sour, salty, savory, umami, rich. What the hell does this taste like? Zhou Yun felt dizzy, as if he were drunk. He wanted to try to figure out what the heavenly demon blood he had just drunk tasted like, but after several attempts, he had no choice but to give up. It seemed to have all sorts of flavors, yet it also seemed to have no flavor at all. There was an indescribable feeling, and he felt as if he had sunk into a dream. Boom! Just as he was losing consciousness, the immense laws contained within the heavenly demon blood essence exploded within his body. Streams of purple gold demonic energy appeared out of thin air and entered his dantian, assimilating, devouring, and covering the vortex of energy in his dantian at an extremely fast speed. Under the control of demonic energy, each meridian widens, thickens, and becomes more resilient. In addition, his bones, internal organs, and even every inch of his flesh and blood are undergoing tremendous changes. After an unknown amount of time, Zhou Yun slowly woke up, and the transformation within his body had already ended. He gently stretched his muscles and bones, which crackled and popped as if popping beans, vibrating continuously. He clenched his fist slightly, feeling a surge of intense and powerful energy within his body that he had never experienced before. He stared at his fist for a moment. Every inch of his skin was so familiar it was definitely his own body. But the terrifying power contained within it felt completely foreign to him. The power in this punch was restrained, but he could sense that if he were to unleash it, it could probably shatter the body of an enemy of the same level. His physical strength is comparable to that of a savage dragon. Moreover, upon examining himself, he discovered that although his cultivation level had not increased, the color of the energy vortex in his dantian had changed to a magnificent purplish gold. Although he is still a 6-star Chi martial artist, the quality of energy accumulated in his dantian is 5 times that of an ordinary 6-star Chi martial artist. That's terrifying. Is this the heavenly demon body? This is so awesome. Zhou Yun roared inwardly, overwhelmed with emotion. If before, after receiving the blessing of the crystal tree heart, he could be considered among the geniuses of the small town. But now, with the heavenly demon body, his potential and foundation are definitely no weaker than that of a prince of a country, and he can be called an unparalleled genius. After calming himself down, he looked at the 2 silver moonfruits. It's not over yet, I can continue to improve. Then, he casually picked up a crescent-shaped piece of pearl and put it in his mouth. This time, he tasted it. The sweet fruit pulp is chewed and torn into pieces and juice by the teeth, and flows slowly down the esophagus into the stomach. A mysterious aura lingered around him, and a faint silver crescent mark appeared between his brows, appearing and disappearing intermittently. Is this an illusion? Zhou Yun looked around. His mind was perfectly clear, and he knew for certain that he was in an illusion. He stood atop a high mountain, with an endless ocean stretching out below, its surging waves crashing against the cliffs with a loud, crashing sound. He also wanted to explore the area and see what was so special about this dreamlike world. Suddenly, it became bright overhead. The silvery light seemed to fall from the heavens, illuminating the mountains and the vast ocean with crystal clarity. Zhou Yun looked up and saw a crescent moon hanging high in the sky, with endless moonlight pouring down from it, filled with a holy aura. At that moment, Zhou Yun was stunned. From the moonlight, he seemed to have comprehended a secret technique of innate talent. Crescent slash. At this moment, there was still a hint of confusion in his eyes, but even so, an extremely strong energy fluctuation still erupted from his body. A crescent moon appeared before him, exactly the same as the crescent moon hanging in the sky, a completely smaller version of the crescent. Whoosh! The crescent moon slashed forward, and Zhou Yun could clearly hear the violent sonic boom it produced as it tore through the air. After flying nearly 100 meters, the silver crescent moon lost control. It swayed gently in mid-air for a couple of moments before slowly dissipating. This is the innate secret technique, crescent slash? So strong. Zhou Yun's eyes showed satisfaction. He could clearly sense that he had only used 1/10 of the energy in his body to unleash this attack. However, its power is enough to crush the full force attack of a 10-star Qi martial artist. Chapter 38, 2 Innate Secret Techniques, and a Powerful Divine Sense. After Zhou Yun had fully mastered the crescent slash within this illusion, he slowly awoke from it. But then he took another silver moon fruit. Just like before, he entered that illusionary world again. However, unlike before, the moon in the sky changed from a crescent moon to a bright full moon. A full moon, shaped like a wheel, cast its light, and suddenly a silver pillar of light appeared. The void ahead seemed to have been struck by a heavy blow, instantly shattering into pieces and almost disappearing. Is this the clear moonlit night glow? So strong. Zhou Yun gasped. This attack was far slower than the previous crescent slash. However, its power is much greater than that of the crescent slash, and this attack may be surprisingly effective when facing slow-moving enemies. However, the energy required to unleash this attack is also much higher than that of the crescent slash. Then, following his own thoughts, he activated and performed this secret technique. Its power was naturally much less than that of the clear moonlight falling from the sky, but even so, he was quite satisfied. With a wave of his hand, a silver beam of light descended from above, its power incredibly fierce. Even a 1-star spiritual warrior would likely not be able to face this attack with composure. And he was only a 6-star Qi martial artist. Zhou Yun already possesses the power to defy immortals and transcend 4 or 5 minor realms. After a long while, he exited the secret realm and reopened his eyes. At this moment, Feng Huihan and Wu Luan also exited their cultivation state. This moon fruit is of a very high grade, it's definitely not an ordinary one. Wu Luan's face lit up with joy, and she exclaimed with excitement. Although it did not improve my cultivation level. However, under the catalysis of the moon fruit, the ability to perceive the soul underwent a tremendous change. My divine sense can now penetrate my body and scan a radius of 50 meters. This level of divine sense strength is already comparable to some spiritual martial artists. Feng Huihan nodded. He had also finished refining the fruit Zhou Yun had given him, and his divine sense strength had also been greatly enhanced. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun was taken aback at first, but then he realized what was going on. The silver moon fruit is a 6th grade spiritual herb, and it is not an ordinary product. His newly awakened crescent slash and clear night glow talent skills are both special effects enhanced by the system. He hadn't yet fully experienced the effects of the silver moon fruit. Now, after hearing Wu Luan and Feng Huihan's evaluations, he then realized that after taking 2 6th-tier spiritual pills, there had been no significant change in the star energy within his body, nor had he broken through to a higher realm. It seems that the main effect of this silver moon fruit is to temper one's divine sense and increase the strength of one's soul. Immediately, he closed his eyes, activated his divine sense, and extended his divine thought. Instantly, divine thoughts, like ripples on water, spread outwards from him. He seemed to be standing from God's perspective, with everything around him in full view, the gently swaying grass nearby, the strange beast staring at Jo-yun with hostility in the distance, and so on. Many details that he would not notice on ordinary days were now displayed before his eyes and were taken in by his divine sense. Wow! That's strong. He consumed 2 silver moon fruits, which were enhanced by the system, so his divine sense coverage was naturally much wider than that of Wu Luan and Feng Huihong. After a brief assessment, I realized that his divine sense could cover a radius of 300 meters centered on him. With such spiritual power, let alone newly broken in spirit warriors, perhaps only those 10-star spirit warriors can compare to him. That's incredible. A brilliant light flashed in Jo-yun's eyes, and he was overjoyed. This exploration of the secret realm was definitely the right decision. The soul, physical body, and cultivation level have all been significantly strengthened. Its spiritual quality is comparable to that of a 10-star spiritual warrior. His physical body underwent a tremendous improvement, and he awakened the heavenly demon body. His only weakness was his cultivation level, which had previously been his strength. Now, he was only a 6-star Qi martial artist. It's time to leave. He calculated his current strength and found that even without using the spirit weapon, the dragon-patterned black gold spear, he was strong enough to instantly kill all enemies below the 3-star spirit warrior level. As for those above the 3-star spirit warrior level, he wasn't entirely confident. After all, battles don't rely solely on paper strength sometimes. Trump cards and combat experience are also key factors in determining victory or defeat. His trump card, a first-tier superior sword energy talisman that could be used twice, had already become outdated before he even had a chance to use it, no longer keeping up with his current combat strength. You know how to get out now? Wu Luan's eyes widened, a hint of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes, and she asked in disbelief. Jo-yun nodded. I have some ideas. After awakening the heavenly demon body, perhaps his mind was also infused with demonic blood, opening up some new ideas. Demons have always been synonymous with bloodlust and brutality. Previously, when entering this heritage site, a sacrifice of a head and blood was required to open the teleportation portal. If we want to get out now, we probably won't be able to do it without paying a hefty price. Then, Jo-yun took the lead and walked to the stone table. The chessboard lay quietly on the stone table, unchanged, as if it had been there since time immemorial. He stood in front of the chessboard but did not try to take it away again. Although his physical strength has increased and his power has improved considerably. However, the bloodline of the Azure Heaven demon body told him that with his current strength, he was still not strong enough to put away this chessboard. We can only leave it here quietly, to be collected later. Then, Jo-yun took out the dragon-patterned black gold spear. Having been upgraded to a top-grade first-tier spiritual artifact, it became ancient and radiant, and the black dragon coiled around it looked even more domineering. Why do I feel like, Brother Yun, your gun looks different than before? Feng Huihong frowned and stared at the dragon-patterned black gold spear for a long time. He felt that it was very different from before, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what was different. Could it be that it's even darker than before? Jo-yun was naturally unaware of his thoughts at this moment. He needed to confirm his guess. He lightly swung the dragon-patterned black and gold spear in his hand, its sharp tip making a gentle slash across his palm. Instantly, a narrow cut appeared on his palm. Fortunately, the dragon-patterned black gold spear was upgraded to a top-grade first-tier spiritual weapon, otherwise, it probably wouldn't have been able to tear through his current heavenly demon body's physical defenses. Jo-yun activated the power of his bloodline, forcing out a drop of essence blood. This drop of essence was different from others. Its blood was crimson and crystal clear, like a diamond. His drop of essence was purple-gold in color, exuding an air of nobility. Like a true dragon from the heavens, dazzling the world. The chessboard below seemed to sense the smell of blood, revealing a greedy and bloodthirsty emotion. This chessboard seems to be alive? Jo-yun was startled by his own thought. The next second, the drop of blood essence in his palm fell and landed on the chessboard. In an instant, the drop of blood essence was completely swallowed up by the chessboard. At that very moment, a void gate appeared out of thin air and cracked open next to the chessboard. Through the crack in the void gate, Jo-yun could even see the 7 stone pillars arranged in a row on the other side, and several human heads placed on the stone pillars. A surge of joy and excitement welled up in Jo-yun's heart. Sure enough, I guessed right. This is how to leave. But this void gate was too small, only half a person's height, and not fully cracked, making it insufficient for anyone to pass through. In an instant, Jo-yun understood the meaning of the chessboard. The sacrificial blood essence was too little, not even a drop was enough to drink. To open the door, hand over a few more drops. Chapter 39, The Old Monk. Zhou Yun was also quite helpless about this. What should we do then? Let's bleed him out. Seeing that it was effective, Feng Huihong and Wu Luan also joined in the bloodletting. However, after witnessing the essence blood of Zhou Yun's heavenly demon body, the chessboard seemed to have developed a discerning palate, completely disliking the essence blood released by the two of them. A beam of black and white light swept out, knocking the blood essence that the two of them had dripped from their sacrifice onto the ground. Only Zhou Yun could play the role of the old ox, eating and releasing his essence. Fortunately, he now possesses the powerful and special physique of the Azure Heaven demon body, with as many as 10 drops of crystal clear purple gold essence blood within his body. When the 5th drop was sacrificed, the chessboard finally shook twice, stopped its frantic absorption, and fully opened the void rift of the portal. The portal gradually stabilized, finally allowing people to pass through it. Well, 5 drops of essence blood. Even with the heavenly demon body, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to fully recover. He sighed, his face contorted with pain. He could only hope that he would encounter some vital medicines such as crimson blood fruit and blood spirit mushroom in this secret realm to quickly replenish his depleted essence and blood. Zhou Yun withdrew his hand, and the wound on his palm slowly closed. Although it wouldn't fully heal in those few seconds, it wouldn't bleed profusely again. He lifted his foot and stepped through the void gate. As if a gentle breeze had swept by, and the water rippled, Zhou Yun was back inside the cave in a flash. The surroundings were still dark and gloomy, with the 7 stone pillars scattered haphazardly, just as they had been when they left. The next moment, Feng Huihong and Wu Luan also crossed over through the void portal. After all three returned, the void portal closed instantly and disappeared without a trace. What a strange experience! Who would have thought that this place is connected to a mysterious area containing so many treasures? Upon returning, Wu Luan was still amazed. The experience was truly shocking for a Qi martial artist. Although she didn't know the exact grade of the silver moon fruit, the demon weapon fragments, and the like, it didn't stop her from recognizing their extraordinary nature. At this moment, Zhou Yun's heart skipped a beat, and he gave a serious reminder. You must keep today's experience to yourself and never tell anyone. That fruit is of extremely high quality, far beyond our current reach. If the news gets out, we might not even have enough lives to survive. However, Zhou Yun did not tell them the specific grade of the silver moon fruit, nor did he even reveal its real name. He only told them the seriousness of the matter. Both Feng Huihong and Wu Luan nodded repeatedly with serious expressions. They still understand the principle of making a fortune quietly. However, to Zhou Yun's surprise, a deep and cold voice rang out in the cave at that moment. Oh? What fruit? Why don't you let this old monk give it a taste for us? The sound wasn't loud, but it startled Feng Huihong and Wu Luan, making their hair stand on end. They stared in horror at the corner of the cave. After consuming the silver moon fruit, their divine senses could perceive even the slightest movement within a 50-meter radius, making them comparable to ordinary one-star spirit martial realm experts. Even so, after hearing the sound, he used his divine sense to scan the area, but found nothing. However, the other party was able to hear their conversation from such a distance, which clearly meant that their spiritual power far exceeded his. He's a formidable rival. Zhou Yun, however, looked in the direction from which the sound came. His eyes showed no fear, but rather joy and excitement, with an eager expression on his face. His divine sense was far stronger than Feng Huihong's and Wu Luan's, and when spread out, it could cover a radius of 300 meters. In addition, the operation of the pupil technique allows one to easily deduce a person's level of strength. The man was wearing an earth-yellow monk's robe, with prayer beads around his neck and a black staff in his hand. The staff was shimmering with spiritual light, making it quite extraordinary. It was clearly a powerful spiritual artifact. A dark flame flickered within his dantian, much more intense than the flame within Zhou Yun's body. Clearly, this person's level of understanding is far superior to Zhou Yun's. However, it's hard to say how their strength compares to Zhou Yun's. After all, his strength cannot be defined by his cultivation level. The power of the special heavenly demon body within his body is comparable to the divine power of a 10-star spiritual warrior. These are terrifying powers that ordinary people cannot take lightly. In battle, whether it is physical strength or spiritual strength, as long as he reveals even a little bit of either, he can overcome the strong with the weak and crush his opponent. Just as Feng Huihong and Wu Luan were on high alert, a person appeared from around the corner. The old monk finally came into their view. Another bald guy? Feng Huihong frowned and asked with a hint of doubt, could this guy be related to that bald man from before? Zhou Yun shook his head. It's not that coincidental. This old man has ordination scars on his head and is wearing a monk's robe, so theoretically he should be a legitimate monk. However, the monks in this world are completely different from the Buddhist monks in Zhou Yun's previous life. This is Buddhism, just a sect. There are no so-called precepts or rules. They only respect strength and only respect fists. I thought that discovering a land of wind spirits and extracting 3 pieces of wind spirit stone from it would be quite good. I never imagined that such an inconspicuous little cave nearby would hide other opportunities. Today, this old monk is truly blessed with great fortune. Boy, hand over those fruits you were talking about. I might consider letting you go, old monk. Otherwise. The old man sighed, clasped his hands together, and chanted Buddhist mantras. Otherwise, this old monk will have no choice but to send you to the Western paradise. He grabbed the staff beside him and slammed it down hard. With a loud thud, a violent sound wave swept out from beneath his feet, blowing in all directions. Feng Huihong and Wu Luan were forced back 2 steps by the force of the wind, their faces covered in dust and looking rather disheveled. Brother Yun, what should we do? He asked Zhou Yun in a low voice. As long as Zhou Yun gives the order, he will pick up his spiked club and smash it. Even if he is no match for him, he will try to bite off a piece of his flesh and break a few of his bones. Wu Luan looked at Zhou Yun with the same gaze. Although she and Feng Huihong are not as strong as Zhou Yun, they are definitely not lacking in a decisive fighting spirit. Even if the 3 of them joined forces and were still no match, there was a very high chance that they could perish together with their opponent. Zhou Yun chuckled softly. Don't worry, he's just an old man. He's not qualified to take our lives. Chapter 40, a small test, a single strike and a cleave. Zhou Yun was just about to test his strength when he ran into this old man as soon as he stepped out the door. Its length and size are just right to make a whetstone. They were really lucky. Immediately, he took a step forward. He did not use a single bit of star energy within his body. He wanted to see if he could subdue this old man with physical strength alone. Although he had just opened the void rift and had half of his essence blood swallowed by the chessboard, which had a certain impact on his physical body and blood energy, it wouldn't be a big problem as long as he didn't burn his essence blood to fight desperately. Knock knock knock. Within his body, his heart pounded like a morning bell and evening drum, bursting forth with vigorous power and pumping out scorching blood. Zhou Yun was incredibly fast. He stomped his toes heavily on the ground and shot out like a cannonball, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air as he charged toward the bald old man in front of him. While in mid-air, he clenched his right fist and slammed it down on the shiny bald head. Oh! What an arrogant brat! The old monk shook his head, scoffing. As a spiritual warrior, his divine sense could naturally penetrate his body and scan the surroundings. He could clearly sense Zhou Yun's strength. He was only a 6-star Qi martial artist. How dare this weakling, as insignificant as an ant, strike first and throw a punch at him? I really don't know whether to call him brave and fearless, or ridiculously foolish. The old man's eyes revealed contempt. Today, I'll show you what the true strength of a spirit warrior is. Then, he gently waved the staff in his hand. His staff was forged entirely from meteorite iron from outer space, with some obsidian mixed in. Weighing 1,200 jin, it was a terrifyingly powerful weapon among first-tier spiritual artifacts. One end of the staff struck Zhou Yun's right fist directly. The old monk had a broad smile on his lips. He could already see himself shattering the opponent's bones with a single blow, crushing this man's arrogance and fearlessness into the dust. Behind them, Wu Luan and Feng Huihong's pupils also contracted, and their faces showed tension. Feng Huihong even picked up his spiked club and rushed over quickly. However, what happened the next second left them all speechless. A loud clang was heard. When Zhou Yun's fist struck the heavy monk's staff, it produced a booming sound, as if 2 giant rocks had collided. The old monk felt a tremendous force travel through his staff, making his tiger's mouth numb and his whole body tremble. He involuntarily took a small step back. In contrast, consider Zhou Yun. He clashed head-on with the staff with his bare hands, yet his palms and fists remained completely unharmed, without even a trace of white marks. How is this possible? The old man screamed, his eyes wide open like copper bells, his voice shrill and piercing, like a quarreling old hag. His face was filled with shock, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. Your magical artifact is quite good, it's really tough. He took a punch from me and his body didn't break. Zhou Yun nodded, giving a fair assessment. The old man was so angry he almost spat out blood. Is this even human language? Is that human language? What did you use? Your fists. Those are just mortal flesh and blood. They actually had the audacity to say they would smash my magical artifact. Especially since these words came from the mouth of a junior who was a 6-star Chi martial artist. In an instant, the old man felt a surge of anger rush to his head, his eyes turning bloodshot as he stared intently at Zhou Yun. What a disgrace! Today, this old monk, will skin you alive and tear your tendons apart, so that you'll wish you were dead. The Diamond Sutra. Buzz. A series of crimson gold rays of light flashed around him, circling and empowering his body, increasing his aura by as much as 30%. Then, he gripped his staff, swung it forcefully, and launched a powerful attack at Zhou Yun. Dark light flowed across the staff, giving it an extremely mysterious appearance, as if it contained boundless power. Good timing! Zhou Yun exclaimed in admiration. Just now, he had exchanged a blow with his opponent bare-handed, and had gained a general understanding of his own physical strength. Next, let's try out the newly awakened secret technique. Facing the attacking old monk, Zhou Yun showed no panic whatsoever. He didn't even draw his dragon-patterned black gold spear, choosing instead to meet the enemy with both hands. Bang! The heavenly demon body possessed formidable physical strength. He grabbed the old monk's staff with his bare hands. Even though the opponent used the Diamond Sutra to bless himself, he still couldn't break free from Zhou Yun's grasp immediately. Crescent slash! Zhou Yun gave a low shout. What? The old man exclaimed in astonishment. How can I use my martial arts skills when my opponent is holding my staff in both hands? The next second, the doubts in his mind vanished instantly, replaced by a deep sense of fear and a profound dread from the depths of his soul. Suddenly, a crescent-shaped mark appeared between Zhou Yun's eyebrows. The next second, a silver crescent moon appeared before his eyes without warning. The silver light spilled across the ground, appearing cold and ethereal, and the crescent moon, gleaming with a chilling light, was filled with a sharp killing intent. Even though he was a spiritual warrior, he was still filled with fear and despair when facing this crescent moon. What is this thing? This. The next second. The crescent moon slashed swiftly, unleashing the power of the crescent moon/talent. The old man didn't even notice anything amiss before crescent moon had already slashed across his neck. He only felt a flash before his eyes, and then he was plunged into endless darkness, becoming a bewildered corpse. Thump! The corpse, bewildered, naturally lost control, fell to the ground with a thud, twitched a few times, and then fell silent. A spirit warrior? That's a bit weak. Zhou Yun felt he had just warmed up and gotten into the zone when his opponent couldn't hold on any longer and couldn't wait to start cosplaying Louis XVI. An opponent like that is easy to kill. He can kill one if one comes, and two if two come. He's really not challenging at all. Putting aside other things, he has not yet tried to use the innate secret technique Qinghui Yining in reality, and the dragon-patterned black gold spear, which has just been promoted to a first-class top-grade spiritual weapon, has not yet shown its edge. Brother Yun is amazing. Feng Huihong ran over excitedly to praise him. I feel like I don't need to lift a finger anymore. I can just follow behind you, cheer you on, and be your supporter. Zhou Yun glanced at his fierce face and muscular physique. So this person wants to be a cheerleader? They're probably just trying to psychologically attack me. It's better to let Wu Luan handle the cheerleading. After making a couple of sarcastic remarks, Zhou Yun squatted down and began to examine the old monk's corpse. Killing someone and not looting their body is like killing them for nothing. As a kind-hearted man who makes the most of everything, Zhou Yun was naturally unwilling to let someone die in vain, and naturally wanted to fully extract every bit of value from the other party. Not bad. There's also a storage bag. Chapter 41, Looting and Dividing the Spoils. Once one reaches the spirit warrior realm, their assets will inevitably see a significant increase. The resources they possess, such as magical artifacts, storage bags, and spiritual herbs, are unmatched by ordinary Qi martial cultivators. Therefore, it is quite normal for this old monk to have a storage bag on him. Zhou Yun extended his divine sense, and found a simple restriction sealing the storage bag. He hasn't systematically studied subjects like restrictions, magic arrays, and talismans yet, so naturally he doesn't know how to break them. However, his spiritual power was much stronger than that of the old monk. It's entirely possible to overcome all obstacles with sheer force and break through the restrictions and blockades directly. In an instant, he transformed his divine sense into a spearhead and thrust it towards the restrictive array on the storage bag. With a soft pop, the protective barrier covering it was shattered by Zhou Yun. Everything inside was within his field of vision. The storage bag doesn't have much space. It looks like it's only 20 or 30 cubic meters in size, a world of difference compared to the chest jar. However, this size of space is sufficient for ordinary martial artists. Zhou Yun used his divine sense to scan the spoils of war. 7,000 dragon coins, 3 tier 2 star cores, 59 tier 1 star cores. A quantity of refining materials, 4 first tier spirit fruits. There are also a dozen or so defensive and offensive talismans, but they are all first tier talismans and are not very useful. A Buddhist martial arts manual, the Diamond Sutra, and 3 wind spirit stones. Besides the items in the storage bag, the old man also had a string of Buddhist prayer beads hanging around his neck. After examining it himself, Zhou Yun discovered that it was also a first-tier spiritual artifact with the effect of calming the mind and spirit. Zhou Yun dumped all of these things out at once. There weren't many things inside that could attract him. The Diamond Sutra is one thing, as are the 4 spiritual fruits. As for the others, whether it was a Zen staff, Buddhist beads, talismans, star cores, or dragon coins, none of them held much appeal for him. I'll take all 4 fruits. I need to improve my cultivation level quickly. He has already laid a very solid foundation, and his spiritual power is also quite strong. There will be no risk in rapidly improving his cultivation level. I'll study the Diamond Sutra for a few days first, and then you can read it. Feng Huihong and Wu Luan naturally had no objections to his words. He single-handedly killed the old man's strength, and fists are key to controlling the narrative. Moreover, the 2 of them originally formed their team with him as the leader. Who wants the storage bag? Instantly, a look of longing rose in Wu Luan's eyes, but she quickly suppressed the emotion. She knew she hadn't been with the team long enough to ask for too much. Anyway, with Zhou Yun's strength, he will definitely not lack storage bags like these in the future. Give it to Feng Huihong. I don't have much stuff right now, so I don't need the storage bag for the time being. Besides, this old monk is too lewd. I don't want to use his things. Zhou Yun smiled and said, okay, then this one will go to Lao Feng first. Anyway, I still have a storage bag that I got from the bald guy. I'll give it to you once I remove the seal on it. After discussing it for a while, the 3 of them finally finished distributing the items. The Diamond Sutra and the elixir belong to Zhou Yun, and the dragon coins and star cores are also temporarily kept with him. We'll discuss them with anyone who needs them. The old monk's staff was taken by Feng Huihong. His spiked club was retired, and this monk's staff became his first magical weapon. The string of Buddhist prayer beads and the wind-eroded stone were given to Wu Luan. As for the talismans, Zhou Yun simply split them in 2 and gave them both to the 2 of them. For him, a first-tier talisman was hardly of any use. Moreover, he also had a sword energy talisman that had been enhanced by the system, so he didn't lack such things. After the distribution was completed, the 3 left the cave. Not far away, the large blue stone in the Wind Spirit land had been shattered into dozens of pieces. Clearly, Wu Luan's 3 Wind Spirit stones were extracted from this large blue stone by the old man. The land of Wind Spirits has vanished, but with the Wind Chime stone in hand, Wu Luan can still receive considerable support in cultivating the Gale Force. We need to seal this cave. Zhou Yun thought for a moment and then spoke. The cave was unremarkable, but the place it led to was of great significance. It's possible that someone might find the stone pillar through the cave and then sacrifice human heads to enter that space again. Inside, there is a 6th-tier silver moonfruit tree and a chessboard of unknown grade. Zhou Yun wanted to wait until his strength increased before coming back to see if he could take those 2 items away. Naturally, they didn't want others to discover this secret place. I'll do it. Feng Huihong volunteered to go to the vicinity to find suitable stones. After some effort, they moved more than a dozen rocks of varying sizes to completely seal off the cave. From now on, only the 3 of them know about this cave. Where do we go next? Wu Luan looked at Zhou Yun and asked in a low voice. This secret island is very large, but if you wander around aimlessly like a headless fly, you probably won't get much out of it. When I was guided by the Aurora earlier, while I was still in mid-air, I had already memorized the general topographical map of the secret realm island. Based on the density of star energy and the strength and realm of the surrounding demonic beasts, it can be roughly divided into 3 areas. These are the outer perimeter, the activity area for first-tier demonic beasts, and the area for chi martial cultivators. The central area, the activity zone for second-tier demonic beasts and spiritual warrior cultivators. Further inside, there is an area where third-tier demonic beasts and heavenly martial cultivators are active. We are now outside the outer area and have just entered the central region, which is the activity area of spirit warrior cultivators. There is a possibility of encountering second-tier demonic beasts. Logically speaking, the 3 of us are all chi martial artists, and staying here is extremely dangerous. However, my current strength cannot be regarded as that of a chi martial artist. Even ordinary 1-star and 2-star spirit martial artists are no match for me. Feng Huihong and Wu Luan nodded. So I think we should continue along the central area, exploring the outer edges. The star energy here is more concentrated than outside, and most of the spiritual herbs and fruits that can be found are of the second rank, so the chances of encountering great opportunities are also higher. Zhou Yun's words were reasonable and well-founded, so the two naturally had no other opinions. Speaking of which, when I was searching for the land of wind spirits, I also came across a special place. At this moment, Wu Luan, who was standing to the side, suddenly looked thoughtful. She frowned slightly and slowly spoke. I suspect it might be the land of fire spirits. The temperature there is very high. I was afraid of encountering powerful monsters or martial artists, so I didn't dare to explore further. Now that we have the strength to try, why don't we go there and take a look? Chapter 42, Land of Fire Spirits. The Land of Fire Spirits? Zhou Yun raised an eyebrow. Wu Luan was so lucky. A mere 4-star Qi martial artist was able to find 2 spiritual lands, the Wind Spirit Land and the Fire Spirit Land, in succession. All things in the universe are inseparable from the evolution of the 5 elements. When an element becomes too concentrated and accumulates to a certain degree, it will cause a qualitative change. The 5 elements are metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, but there are many other variant elements besides the 5 elements, such as wind, thunder, and ice. These elements, when accumulated together, could potentially transform into a land of spiritual energy. Just like the previous Wind Spirit Land, it was formed by the condensation of the heaven and earth's fierce winds, which intertwined to create 3 wind chime stones, then connected with the earth and transformed into a piece of blue stone, becoming a sacred place for wind attribute martial arts cultivators to cultivate. Right. It must be the land of fire spirits. The temperature there is very high, just like the flaming mountains described in novels. Wu Luan nodded with great certainty. After borrowing the martial art gale force from the martial arts library, she put in a lot of effort to cultivate it to perfection as quickly as possible. She specifically researched information about the Wind Spirit Land and also learned a lot about other spiritual lands. Zhou Yun nodded, his heart burning with excitement. Every place rich in spiritual energy has the potential to produce a powerful individual with terrifying potential. Don't be fooled by the fact that this land of wind spirits only has one large blue stone. Breaking the blue stone and refining its essence only yielded 3 pieces of wind-spirited stone. In reality, this is just a small part of it, and its true power has not yet been developed. The wind stone is a bridge and source that can connect with the wind attribute. Before its power of law is exhausted, Wu Luan can use it to connect with the power of the wind attribute. By carrying the wind stone with her, she can gain a significant boost when learning any martial arts or skills related to the wind attribute. In addition, once she reaches the realm of a heavenly warrior, she can even use the windstone to comprehend the wind attribute phenomenal domain. In that case, let's explore the land of fire spirits and see if we can obtain some fire attribute treasures. Zhou Yun said in a deep voice. Without hesitation, the 3 of them left the place under Wu Luan's guidance. After leaving the outer area of the secret island, the surrounding environment and terrain underwent tremendous changes. The outer perimeter of the secret island is relatively flat, consisting mainly of forests, grasslands, and beaches. Upon entering the central region, the vegetation gradually thins out, the terrain becomes undulating, the number of mountains and cliffs increases, and ravines and valleys are everywhere. The change in terrain also significantly increased the difficulty of their exploration. Call. Good heavens, this is indeed the land of fire spirits. The temperature here is so intense you can feel it from a great distance. After crossing one mountain after another, the group gradually approached their target. As they got closer, the surrounding temperature also rose considerably. However, they were not ordinary mortals. Although they were only minor Qi cultivators, their physical strength and resilience could withstand considerable high temperatures, preventing them from being injured. It was just that the abnormal temperature did cause some discomfort. Something's not right. At this moment, Wu Luan, who was walking at the front, frowned and said to Zhou Yun, "What's wrong? When I passed through here before, the temperature wasn't this high, and I was definitely deeper in the area then." Her voice carried a hint of solemnity, and even her breathing was somewhat cautious. After all, the land of spiritual essence is a very important place, and everyone knows that there are likely to be good things there. As long as you are strong enough, you will want to compete for it. Who cares? We'll deal with whatever comes our way. As long as we have Brother Yun, the sky won't fall. Unlike Wu Luan, Feng Huihong was full of confidence. Zhou Yun's several victories against stronger opponents gave him a mysterious confidence in Zhou Yun, believing that Zhou Yun's combat power could crush any enemy. Zhou Yun pursed his lips in exasperation. Dude, don't drag me into your bragging. Let alone a celestial warrior, I feel there's some danger even with a spirit warrior of 5 stars or higher. However, he did not refute it. Everyone knows that there must be a lot of good stuff in the deepest part of the secret island. Powerful heavenly warriors and high-star spirit warriors will inevitably choose to head to the deepest part of the secret realm island as soon as possible. There won't be many powerful experts in the central and outer areas. Moreover, even if there were indeed spirit warriors of 5 stars or above, Zhou Yun believed that although he could not defeat and kill them, he should still be able to escape unscathed. Walk. Let's go in and find out. He said it firmly, and then took the lead and walked at the very front. Wu Luan and Feng Huihong followed behind him, keeping watch on their surroundings. As they got closer to the fire spirit land that Wu Luan had mentioned, specks of red light appeared on the rocks ahead, the ground became soft, and the nearby stones seemed to be slowly liquefying into magma. In the distance, cracks occasionally appeared in the ground, from which a cloud of pale yellow smoke, carrying a pungent sulfurous smell, billowed out. It feels like a volcano about to erupt. Zhou Yun squinted and muttered to himself. However, this did not stop them. Even if it were a volcano about to erupt, given their speed, they could definitely evacuate safely before it did. But we still need to be careful, there might be some monsters that prefer high temperatures. Just as he was muttering to himself, a terrifying and fierce tiger roar suddenly resounded throughout the entire mountain. Its sound pierced through metal and shattered stone, and was extremely fierce. Even Zhou Yun felt his mind shake and his blood surge when he heard such a violent tiger's roar. Looking back at the 2 people behind him, he found that they were pale and dizzy from the tiger's roar. Something's not right. This tiger's roar pierces through gold and splits rocks, like thunder. It is definitely not an ordinary demonic beast. It is highly likely to be a powerful, peak-stage second-tier tiger demon. Zhou Yun's expression darkened, his eyes revealing a sense of authority and solemnity. A second-tier peak demon beast is equivalent to a 10-star spirit warrior in strength. Monsters possess physical bodies that are stronger than those of martial artists of the same level, and their strength is often a notch above that of martial artists of the same level. In other words, this tiger demon, whose voice is heard but whose form is not seen, is even stronger than a 10-star spiritual warrior. This is troublesome. Zhou Yun sighed inwardly. Such a powerful enemy was beyond his ability to handle. Although he has many trump cards and is very powerful, it is still very difficult for him to defeat a peak second-tier demon beast head-on. Brother Yun, let's retreat. At this moment, Feng Huihong lost his previous confidence, and a hint of fear appeared on his face. As long as the green hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. This level of enemy is not something we can afford to provoke right now. Zhou Yun also sighed. As the saying goes, a wise man doesn't suffer a loss in front of him. The most important thing is to recognize your own situation and the circumstances. He was about to nod in agreement. However, at that moment, a sharp cry suddenly rang out. The force of this sound was in no way weaker than the previous tiger's roar. Chapter 43, The Golden Divine Bird. Furthermore, as this shrill scream was heard, thunderous sounds echoed around the high mountains. The wind howled and the thunder roared. Zhou Yun felt a jolt in his eardrums, followed by a constant buzzing. Then I looked at Feng Huihong and Wu Luan. Under the thunderous roar, their faces turned ashen. Feng Huihong, however, possessed a red-grade stargazing technique produced by the system, giving him slightly higher resistance. Wu Luan was different. Her fundamental cultivation method was still the white-grade elementary stargazing technique. She had no power to resist the vast power contained in the thunderous sound. A trace of bright red blood trickled down from the corner of her mouth, indicating that she had suffered internal injuries. You 2 go first. Leave the central part of the secret island immediately and find a secluded place in the outside world. Let's go to the small lake where we killed the first-tier tiger demon before. The stellar energy there is quite strong, so I'll cultivate and recover there first. I'm going to explore the mountains to find out what's going on. I'll come find you all when I get back. Although there might be more than one peak second-tier demonic beast inside, Zhou Yun still wanted to go to the deepest part of this fire spirit land to find out what was going on, since he had already come this far. No. Upon hearing Zhou Yun's words, Feng Huihong was the first to refuse, even though he had suffered some internal injuries from the screams, tiger roars, and thunder just now. But I still don't want Zhou Yun to go on the risk alone. Listen to me, I'm just going to take a look. If things cannot be done, I will leave. If you come with me, you'll only slow me down. Zhou Yun said in a serious tone. Seeing Zhou Yun's firm resolve, Feng Huihong hesitated for a few seconds before sighing. All right. But, Brother Yun, you must be careful. I'll wait for you by the lake for just one day. If you don't come looking for us after one day, I'll come up the mountain to find you. His tone was very serious, giving off a feeling of the wind is howling and the river is cold. Zhou Yun shook his head helplessly. What's going on? I'm just going to scout things out and see if there's any potential. If there's danger, I'll leave naturally. What's there to worry about? You guys go back, I want to go in and see what's inside as soon as possible. Two demonic beasts. If they were enemies, I was thinking of trying to outmaneuver them and reap the benefits. After saying that, he waved his hand and turned to walk into the depths of the mountains. Feng Huihong and Wu Luan could only silently retreat and head to the agreed location to wait for Zhou Yun to return. Their strength is indeed too low, forcing themselves to follow Zhou Yun will only hold him back. As Zhou Yun ventured deeper, the surrounding temperature gradually rose, and even the air he inhaled felt scorching. However, this temperature was no match for him. He didn't even need to use his star energy to resist his physical body. The Azure Heaven demon body was enough to withstand the high temperatures here. Roar! Another tiger's roar resounded, powerful and domineering. At the same time, the earth beneath our feet trembled, as if it had been struck by a heavy blow. Zhou Yun stood on a protruding boulder, gazing into the distance, and finally managed to see the scene in the distance clearly. Looking beyond the two continuous mountain ranges ahead, he saw a huge volcanic crater. The molten lava flowed and spewed thick smoke, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. There is a huge tiger near the crater. This tiger is over 20 meters long, standing there like a small mountain, giving people an extremely powerful sense of oppression. Its red fur resembled a blazing fire, and its eyes were a deep, golden color, exuding a majestic and piercing gaze. It looked up at the sky, opened its mouth and roared, letting out bursts of tiger-like howls. So strong. Even though they were separated by two mountains, Zhou Yun could feel the terrifying, almost tangible, malevolent aura emanating from it. Zhou Yun followed the tiger's gaze and looked up into the air. His pupils contracted instantly, and an expression of utter shock appeared on his face. What kind of bird is that? So miraculous? On the horizon, a golden divine bird flapped its wings and flew. The flapping of its wings produced a sound like thunder and lightning. The thunder he had just heard on the mountainside was actually produced by the bird flapping its wings. A ball of flame was wrapped around the feet of this divine bird, and it was burning fiercely. At first, Zhou Yun thought that the flames on its feet were also one of its mystical symbols. However, upon closer inspection, it was discovered that this was not the case. The flames seemed to be constantly scorching its body and burning its claws. Zhou Yun used his pupil technique and discovered that its claws had been burned away by the raging fire, leaving behind piles of white bones. The sharp cry emanating from its mouth seemed to be a groan and wail caused by excruciating pain. Instantly, a look of surprise appeared in Zhou Yun's eyes. You're injured? That's great. It seems I might actually be able to reap the benefits. Although it was injured on its claws, it didn't seem to be in serious condition and its life was not in danger. However, its claws are one of its main means of attack. If its claws are injured, its strength is greatly reduced, which is equivalent to being half useless, and its threat is greatly diminished. These injuries must have been caused by this tiger. Zhou Yun made his own guess. There must be something extremely precious in the land of fire spirits, which is of great importance to both of them. So they fought fiercely, but the divine bird didn't gain much of an advantage. The tiger set off a raging fire, injuring its claws and feet. It seems that this tiger demon has the ability to control flames. However, if the divine bird is injured, this tiger should also be able to escape unscathed. Since neither side is willing to give up and both want to compete for the things in the fire spirit land, their strength should be evenly matched. Zhou Yun wanted to see if the tiger was injured, but because it was too far away, he couldn't see it clearly, so he could only jump off the boulder and continue climbing and running wildly up the mountain ahead. TSK. A thick, dark yellow smoke billowed out, and the ground in front cracked open, spewing out a large cloud of scorching gas. Zhou Yun was caught off guard and was hit squarely by the thick smoke. Instantly, a violently hot force enveloped his body, making half of his body feel as if it were inside an oven. A tearing, excruciating pain shot through him, piercing his very soul. Hiss! Zhou Yun frowned and groaned. He secretly thought to himself, this is bad. It seems we underestimated the power of these flames. There are still two mountains between us and the center of the fire spirit land. If a mere burst of energy from this distance is so powerful, how terrifying must the very center be? Will he really gain anything by going deep into that place? At this moment, he was caught in a dilemma, unable to move forward or backward. However, to his surprise, the burning, tearing pain came and went quickly. In just a few seconds, it vanished completely. What's going on? This situation is completely illogical. Immediately, he looked inward to see if there were any hidden injuries remaining in his body. However, he noticed something was wrong at first glance. Chapter 44, Pain and Pleasure. What's going on? Zhou Yun activated his divine sense and looked inward at himself. Instantly, everything inside his body was projected into his mind, every detail, big or small, was displayed clearly. Within his dantian, a mass of dark yellow gas carrying high temperature could be clearly seen. This was the power of flames that had just erupted from the depths of the earth and invaded his body. The power of this flame was extremely hot, even he felt a burning pain when he first came into contact with it. If Feng Huihong or Wu Luan were to directly withstand such a fiery force, they would likely be severely injured instantly, or even killed in one blow. However, this terrifying power of fire was like a wronged wife, cowering in a corner within its dantian, not daring to even breathe. Within his dantian, 6 purple gold vortexes moved slowly, occasionally swinging their arms to scrape against the ball of flame power. Little by little, in just over 10 seconds, it completely devoured the dark yellow flame power. Zhou Yun was dumbfounded, completely unexpected that things would turn out this way. The dantian chi si of the Azure Heaven demon body has this kind of effect? He was somewhat taken aback, but after realizing what was happening, he was overjoyed. After absorbing the power of the flame, he could clearly feel that his cultivation level had increased slightly. Although it's not much, it's still faster than cultivating on your own. So it seems. This land of fire spirits is basically a giant power bank for me. He looked at the bare rocks around him and the cracked ground in the distance, spewing out thick smoke with the power of fire. These terrifying crises that others could not avoid were, to him, opportunities that were rare and precious. Then what's there to hesitate about? Let's do it! Zhou Yun chuckled strangely twice, then continued running forward without stopping. When the ground was about to crack under the pressure, he rushed over and used his body to withstand the impact of the flames. Although each time, the pain was unbearable, as if my body was being torn apart. However, this feeling doesn't last long before it's completely absorbed by the purple gold vortex within the dantian. Almost every few dozen meters, he would encounter a cluster of thick smoke from the power of flames, and after absorbing it, his cultivation level would increase. That feels so good. Zhou Yun grimaced in pain from the tearing, burning sensation, but the rapid increase in his internal stellar energy filled him with immense joy. It was truly a bittersweet experience. We haven't encountered any crises along the way. Perhaps the other demonic beasts were afraid of the occasional bursts of flame power and had all retreated. This really saved Zhou Yun a lot of effort. It took him nearly an hour to finally reach his destination. That active volcano is just ahead. However, he did not approach rashly. After all, both of the demonic beasts were quite powerful. If he rashly shows himself, he will easily become the target of public criticism and the object of joint attack by both sides. After observing the surrounding environment, Zhou Yun found a narrow crevice in the rocks halfway up the mountain and hid there. He quietly extended his divine sense to observe the surroundings. Only then did he notice the tiger's injuries. Its injuries appeared to be much more severe than those of the golden bird in the sky. On its left chest, there was a bloody hole the size of a human head, with clear claw marks and exposed white bones. Blood was gushing out of the blood hole, looking extremely tragic. With such severe injuries, any other demonic beast would probably be dead by now. Only a peak second-tier demonic beast like this can withstand it. Zhou Yun stared in astonishment at the deep, bloody hole in its chest. Phew! Suddenly, a sharp scream rang out. Then, the golden divine bird in the sky flapped its wings and swooped down towards the fierce tiger below. The flames on its claws had mostly died out, and the claws were no longer as sharp as before. Even so, it still fearlessly swooped down and attacked the tiger. At the same time, a tiger's roar resounded from below, a fierce and majestic roar worthy of the legendary king of the mountains and forests. The tiger, instead of dodging or avoiding the golden bird that was pouncing on it, charged straight at it. It stomped hard on the ground with its hind legs, crushing a large patch of solid rocks. Its enormous body lunged upwards to attack. The tiger's claws revealed their sharpness, and its gaping maw spewed out a fireball the size of a wash basin, which slammed into its opponent. It actually possesses the power to control fire. Zhou Yun was startled at first, but quickly recovered. Second-tier demonic beasts can not only utilize physical strength, they must awaken some extraordinary abilities. Immediately, he turned his gaze to the golden divine bird in the sky. If this tiger controls fire, what special abilities does this bird possess? Just as he was getting curious, the next moment, two mysterious purple runes lit up on the wings of the divine bird. Immediately afterwards, two bolts of purple lightning extended from the runes and struck down at the tiger below. It's thunder! Zhou Yun's pupils suddenly contracted, and a look of shock appeared on his face. It actually controls the power of lightning. No wonder Zhou Yun could faintly hear the sounds of wind and thunder when it flapped its wings and flew earlier. He never expected that the lightning was actually a supernatural power controlled by it. Rumble! The thunder and flames collided with a deafening roar, the violent explosion reverberating in all directions, and Zhou Yun felt the entire mountain range tremble. That's too brutal. Such an attack is simply too brutal and terrifying. He licked his dry lips. Only now did I truly witness the power of a peak second-tier demon beast. The only trump card he holds is probably Qinghui Yining. However, with his current strength, the speed of his Qinghui Night condensation technique is too slow, making it easy for his opponent to dodge. It's not funny if you leave it blank. And the innate secret technique requires the activation of essence and blood. The innate secret technique of Qinghui Night condensation consumes a great deal of energy. At his peak, he could only unleash it a maximum of 3 times. Previously, in order to leave the inheritance site behind the stone cave, he sacrificed his essence blood to the black and white chessboard-like structure. It seems that the innate secret technique of Qinghui Night condensation can only be used once at most. But there are 2 enemies. It seems we need to think this through more carefully. I have to wait until those 2 are half dead before I can step in and finish them off, otherwise showing myself would just be asking for trouble. Zhou Yun shrank into the crevice of the rocks, making no sound whatsoever. We must fully embrace the identity of the fisherman. Chapter 45, Earth Fire Golden Lotus. Thunder roared and flames shot out. The roars of tigers and the chirping of birds filled the air, and the entire mountain range trembled. Zhou Yun looked extremely disheveled at this moment. When he cleverly captured the tree's heart earlier, he burned the clothes on the upper half of his body. He still hasn't found suitable clothes to wear. At that moment, pieces of rock fell, stirring up a large cloud of dust. Black volcanic ash enveloped him completely, making him look extremely disheveled. However, on this volcano that could erupt at any moment, the jet black volcanic ash has become the best camouflage. Unless someone focuses their divine sense on this place, no one will discover that there is a 6th brother hiding here. What exactly is hidden beneath the fire spirit land that could cause 2 peak second-tier demonic beasts to fight each other? Zhou Yun felt a surge of excitement and curiosity. He tentatively poked his head out of the crevice and looked outside. A tiger and a bird were locked in a fierce battle, with handfuls of blood spilling onto the rocks and fur and feathers flying everywhere. It seemed they wouldn't stop until they had killed each other. Their location seems to be getting farther and farther away. Despite its injuries, the golden divine bird extended its 2 sharp claws, which, like thorns, gripped the tiger's shoulder blades. With a flap of its wings, it carried the tiger demon into the sky. Thunder and lightning roared, and fireballs shot out from the tiger's mouth, landing on the divine bird in front of it. Their battlefield has shifted from the ground to the sky. However, the sky was clearly the domain of this golden divine bird. Even though the tiger's fireball attacks were swift and extremely powerful, it was still suppressed miserably by the divine bird, its body covered in blood. God is good. Ideally, it would stay airborne forever. A hint of joy appeared on Zhou Yun's face. The shadows of the 2 beasts overlapped, appearing as small as needles high in the sky. The divine bird's meaning is clear: it is to carry the tiger to the heavens and drop it down at the highest point. As a second-tier demonic beast, it lacks the ability to fly. This tiger is enormous and has a heavy body. Dropping it from a great height, the tiger's proud, heavy physique, under the force of gravity, would become its own death warrant. It crashed down so hard that even if the victim didn't die, they would be crippled. Zhou Yun quickly crawled out from the crack in the rock and cautiously ran towards the crater ahead. The 2 demonic beasts blocking the way were fighting with all their might, and their attention was definitely on each other. They would never have expected that someone would suddenly approach the fire spirit land at this time and compete with them for the opportunity. Moreover, Zhou Yun was covered in black volcanic ash at this moment, and from a distance he looked like a rock blown by the wind, so no one would notice him at all. Hiss! Such powerful fire energy. As he ventured deeper, the surrounding flames grew stronger, causing him intense pain. However, as before, this omnipresent power of fire was not an obstacle in his way, but rather an opportunity to promote his growth. The 6 cyclones within his dantian spun faster and faster, excitedly plundering the energy within the power of the flames. Unbeknownst to him, a new vortex of energy condensed and appeared in his dantian. This surprised and delighted him. Unexpectedly, he actually broke through under these circumstances, increasing his strength by 1 star and becoming a 7-star Chi martial artist. This place is absolutely a place where I can take off. This is so awesome. Bathed in the intense power of the flames, Zhou Yun's cultivation level would automatically rise without any need for cultivation. If he could stay here for 3 to 5 days, Zhou Yun was confident that he could break through to the level of a spirit warrior in one fell swoop. That is? Zhou Yun's pupils suddenly contracted, and a look of shock appeared on his face. No wonder these 2 demonic beasts are fighting fiercely here, even at the cost of their lives, to seize this opportunity. So, a golden lotus of earth fire actually grows here. He swallowed hard, his eyes burning with intense desire. He didn't know many medicinal herbs, but the earth fire golden lotus was definitely the one that left the deepest impression on him. Because it is extremely special. The earth fire golden lotus is a naturally formed medicinal herb and a naturally formed magical artifact. Zhou Yun recalled that in a martial arts theory class not long ago, Su Linglong spent a lot of time introducing this particular spiritual herb. The earthfire golden lotus grows in places where the fire element is abundant. Initially, it may just be an ordinary white lotus flower, but as it absorbs more and more fire element energy, its grade will also rise. Su Linglong said that, theoretically speaking, this kind of spiritual medicine has no upper limit on its grade. As long as it is fed enough fire element power, it has the potential to grow infinitely. Zhou Yun gazed into the distance and discovered that the earth fire golden lotus had grown 2 rings of lotus petals, with golden and red patterns wrapped around them, making it look extraordinary. 2 rings of lotus petals, that's a second-tier spiritual medicine. However, for the earth fire golden lotus, using it as a spiritual medicine would be a complete waste of its potential. Only by nurturing it as a spiritual artifact can its maximum potential be realized. Sitting cross-legged on the golden lotus of earthly fire during cultivation can calm the mind, allowing one to enter a meditative state more quickly and increasing the chances of sudden enlightenment. Furthermore, it naturally possesses a star-gathering array, capable of attracting and converging stellar energy, enabling the holder to cultivate without hindrance even in places devoid of spiritual energy. Zhou Yun swallowed hard. Currently, this item is not as valuable as the silver moonfruit, but as time goes by, its quality will gradually improve, and once its future potential is discovered, it will definitely be 10 or even 100 times more precious than the silver moonfruit. He looked up at the sky again and saw that the golden divine bird and the giant tiger were still fighting fiercely and had not noticed this place. In that case, you can take your time fighting. I'll just pluck the earth fire golden lotus and snatch it from your mouth. Zhou Yun chuckled maliciously, then leaped into the lava beneath the volcano's crater. Sigh. The moment his shoes and trousers came into contact with the scorching lava, they burst into flames and vanished completely in just a few seconds. Not only that, the flames also rose upwards, covering him completely, turning him into a burning living person, instantly burning all the hair on his body. Fuck you. It's completely bare. Zhou Yun shook his head helplessly. Although the flames were hot enough to burn off his hair and cause him excruciating pain, they were no match for his heavenly demon body. The flames that invaded his body could only become nourishment, devoured by the vortex of energy within his dantian, and transformed into the foundation of his cultivation. Chapter 46, There's also the 6th brother? Without further hesitation, he dove down, his entire body submerged beneath the magma, and swam rapidly toward the earth fire lotus at the very center of the crater. With the lava providing cover, he didn't have to worry about being discovered by the 2 monsters in the sky and could proceed boldly. As he got closer and closer to the earth fire lotus in the very center, the surrounding temperature rose higher and higher. When he reached within 100 meters of the earth fire golden lotus, a high temperature there was even enough to cause some damage to his physical body. However, the Azure Heaven demon body is indeed a product that was born from the essence of the fallen heavenly demon and then strengthened and upgraded by the system. Even though the high temperatures here caused him some damage, his powerful physique allowed him to recover quickly. It can be said that, supported by his powerful physique, his rate of health loss and health regeneration reached a strange balance at this moment. Wow! There's also treasure. We're rich. We're really rich now. Right ahead, where the earth fire golden lotus was rooted, there was a square foot of earth fire spirit liquid. The Earth Fire Spirit liquid is clear and transparent, formed from the purest fire attribute energy. It can be absorbed by the Earth Fire Golden Lotus to advance. It can be devoured by humans to improve their cultivation level. It can accelerate the cultivation speed when practicing fire attribute martial arts, when forging spiritual weapons and refining pills. Adding Earth Fire Spirit liquid can also improve the quality of the pills or spiritual weapons. It can be said that the Earth Fire Spirit liquid has many benefits and is definitely an extremely precious cultivation resource. The vast expanse of Earth Fire Spirit liquid in front of us, roughly calculated, weighs at least several hundred kilograms. If Zhou Yun could collect them all and take them away, he would no longer need to worry about cultivation resources before reaching the level of a 10-star spiritual martial artist. However, the storage conditions for Earth Fire Spirit liquid are demanding. Ordinary storage bags and storage rings cannot store it for a long time and cannot prevent its spiritual essence from fading away. However, this was not a problem for Zhou Yun at all. The chest jar in his hand was of an astonishingly high grade, with a vast internal space that could be described as a world unto itself. A separate space within it was used to store the Earth Fire Spirit liquid, perfectly locking its spiritual essence inside and preventing any spillage or loss. Okay, I'll take it. No one would complain about having too many of these precious resources for spiritual practice. Zhou Yun activated his divine sense and stirred the chest jar, causing an invisible wave to erupt from beneath the magma. Instantly, the ball of Earth Fire Spirit liquid in front was drawn in and transformed into a surging stream, like a jade ribbon, flowing into Zhou Yun's chest jar. A vacuum zone appeared ahead, with only the Earth Fire Golden Lotus floating in mid-air. The Earth Fire Golden Lotus is peculiar in its growth. It has only a lotus plate, without lotus leaves or roots. For it, everything in heaven and earth is a root. It will automatically absorb the surrounding fire attribute power and incorporate it into itself to prepare for advancement in rank. A second-tier Earth Fire Golden Lotus is a treasure even for some heavenly martial artists who cultivate fire attributes. I never thought I would obtain it today. Ha ha ha, what good luck. Zhou Yun laughed heartily, while the two foolish monsters continued to fight to the death. Moreover, he could feel the ground suddenly shake, which meant that the golden divine bird had thrown the tiger to the ground. He heard an extremely tragic tiger roar and howl. However, even so, the tiger demon still did not give up the idea of seizing the Earth Fire Golden Lotus. After all, compared to that golden divine bird, it might just want to devour a second-tier spiritual herb in order to advance to a third-tier demon beast. This tiger is different. It is a fire attribute demon beast. The fire attribute Earth Fire Golden Lotus is not just a simple addition to its power, but a precious item that can truly enable it to soar to new heights. It would rather give up its life than not fight to snatch it. Keep going, don't stop. Ideally, they should keep fighting until I leave this place. Zhou Yun sneered, watching the two demonic beasts fight to the point of frenzy once again. He reached out a hand and grabbed the golden lotus of earthly fire in front of him. However, at that very moment, a sudden change occurred. A figure suddenly appeared, swiftly passing by Zhou Yun's side. A large hand reached out and directly plucked the Earth Fire Golden Lotus, storing it in his storage bag. Haha, little brother. I really have to thank you for taking those Earth Fire Spirit liquids, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to withstand the terrifying high temperature above them. Zhou Yun's eyes widened in horror, completely unaware that an old, sinister figure was lurking right beside him. Previously, fearing that the commotion he caused would attract the attention of the two demonic beasts, he did not dare to extend his divine sense to scan the surroundings. Unexpectedly, the small mistake led to the Earth Fire Golden Lotus falling into someone else's hands. Hand it over, and I'll spare your life. Zhou Yun's tone was icy, and his eyes flashed with a sharp, murderous intent. He had never felt such a strong urge to kill anyone before. Previously, whether it was Wang Yan's tomb that died at his hands or the bald man's group, he was just going with the flow. But at this moment, his heart was filled with murderous intent and raging anger. Kid, no one can steal food from my mouth. You are the first, and you will be the last. Zhou Yun spoke in a flat tone, as if he were talking to a dead person. Oh. The mysterious man opposite him shook his head and chuckled, completely ignoring Zhou Yun's threat. If I'm not mistaken, you should only be a minor 7-star Qi martial artist, right? I really don't know how a Qi martial artist like you managed to break into this place. Originally, I was thinking that since you were able to take away the Earth Fire Spirit liquid, I would spare your life. After all, making a move here might attract the attention of those two demonic beasts. But now, I've changed my mind. A hint of greed and murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he looked at Zhou Yun. Since Zhou Yun spoke rudely to him, let him suffer a bit and learn a lesson so that he will remember in his next life what it means for the dignity of a spirit warrior to be inviolable. Without hesitation, the man immediately. He leaped forward, his entire body moving like a fish darting swiftly across the sea, rushing rapidly towards Zhou Yun. At the same time, a flash of light appeared in his hand, revealing a dark silver folding fan. The fan gleamed with a cold light, with spiritual energy flowing around it, and its aura was icy cold. It was clearly a rare and precious spiritual artifact. However, to his surprise, there was no fear in Zhou Yun's eyes. Instead, they were filled with a strong fighting spirit. Ha! I didn't expect him to be such a fool. The man's contempt for Zhou Yun deepened. Even now, he still can't recognize the situation and refuses to submit to slaughter. Doesn't he know how strong the spiritual warriors are? Moreover, he is not an ordinary spiritual martial artist. His cultivation has reached the level of a 5-star spiritual martial artist, which is enough to make him a well-known expert in Haichang. Zhou Yun grinned maliciously. What are you, daring to babble in front of me? Take this punch. Then, he leaped forward, twisted his fist, and struck out. A faint purple light flashed on the tip of his fist, making it look mysterious and profound. Thump! Zhou Yun's fist collided with the folding fan, producing a muffled thud. To the man's astonishment, the folding fan let out a mournful cry and broke in half, its ribs and surface shattering into pieces. In contrast, Zhou Yun's fists were as hard as iron. After shattering the opponent's magical weapon with a single punch, not a single mark was left on it. How is this possible? The man's pupils contracted, and he screamed in terror. Chapter 47, Slaying a Powerful Enemy, Obtaining the Earth Fire Golden Lotus. Bare-handed, using physical strength to directly confront a magical artifact? Is this guy even human? Could he be some kind of transformed demon beast? Countless guesses flashed through the man's mind in an instant. However, when he used his divine sense to perceive Zhou Yun, he found that Zhou Yun was indeed a human. Only humans cultivate their Dantian and Qi. Unlike demonic beasts and other races, whose energy source is the star core within their bodies, humans are fundamentally different. Impossible? What's impossible? You just haven't seen it before. Zhou Yun let out a cold shout, his feet moved like the wind, and he quickly approached his opponent. His fist, as hard as steel, smashed towards his head. However, this guy truly lives up to his reputation as a 5-star spiritual warrior. He is wealthy and has a quick mindset. After Zhou Yun smashed the fan-shaped magical artifact with a punch, he suddenly took out another magical artifact from his storage bag with a flash of light. Unlike the previous ones, this magical artifact is not insidious and clever like a folding fan. It is a powerful weapon, the Heavenly Net Canopy Umbrella. The man opened the precious umbrella in his hand, and the 36 ribs shimmered with dark light, as if they had erected a net of heaven, instantly blocking Zhou Yun's attack. His fist felt like it had struck a solid turtle shell. Even with all his strength, he couldn't budge the opponent in the slightest. Oh! You vulgar barbarian! The man sneered and spoke sarcastically. My Heavenly Net Canopy Umbrella is worth hundreds of thousands of dragon coins. It's a top-grade first-tier spiritual artifact, combining offense and defense. If you can break this treasure umbrella with your bare hands, I'll change my surname to yours today. A hint of arrogance appeared on his face. Spending hundreds of thousands of dragon coins to buy a first-tier spiritual weapon, someone who could afford such a terrifying amount of money was definitely not an ordinary family. Clearly, this guy is someone important. However, Zhou Yun gave a cold laugh. Someone with a powerful background? So what? Just kill him with one punch. Dead people can't speak. Boom! Instantly, streaks of purple light shone around him, and a purple-gold divine mist swirled around him. His muscles bulged up like dragons, brimming with explosive power. This was the first time he had fully activated the bloodline power of the Azure Heaven demon body. Instantly, he felt his blood boiling, and it seemed as if an extremely evil and fallen demon was roaring in his ears, urging him to throw himself into battle and enjoy the glory of blood and fire. However, the demonic nature within the heavenly demon blood essence had already been completely removed by the system, and his Azure Heaven demon body contained not a trace of demonic thought. These demonic roars would not interfere with his divine soul and will, on the contrary, they would enhance his combat instincts. Die! Zhou Yun roared, his fists pounding with immense force, one blow after another, seemingly capable of destroying everything in front of him. The Heavenly Canopy Umbrella was shaken violently by Zhou Yun's blows. Although it wasn't destroyed, it was clear that it had slipped from his grasp and was out of his control. The man looked panicked. Kid, stop right now. If we make such a commotion and those two monsters notice us, we'll both die here. You take the Earth Fire Spirit Liquid, I'll take the Earth Fire Golden Lotus, how about we each compromise? At this moment, the man realized that he was no match for Zhou Yun and was only barely keeping his life by relying on the power of the spiritual weapon in his hand. We can't let Zhou Yun continue fighting like this. Otherwise, whether the treasure umbrella slipped from his grasp or a monster attacked, he might not survive. However, Zhou Yun completely ignored his warning. Want to reconcile now? No way. The Golden Lotus and the spiritual elixir are both mine. You dare steal my opportunity? You wouldn't be able to pay for it even if you had 10 lives. His fists flew like meteors, each strike sending the man's blood and chi surging. Hateful. Even a clay figure has some temper, you're too arrogant, kid. At this moment, the man's eyes suddenly erupted with rage, and he flipped his palm to take out a dark yellow talisman from his storage ring. A mere chi martial artist has actually forced me into this predicament and even wasted one of my precious purple lightning talismans. You deserve to die. Immediately, he activated his star energy and poured it into the talisman. Instantly, the talisman's spiritual light surged, and runes on it flickered, seemingly connecting to the great Tao, its power terrifying. The next moment, a bolt of purple lightning as thick as an arm shot towards Zhou Yun like a spear. The power of thunder shone forth, seemingly capable of piercing through everything, carrying the might to destroy the world. Zhou Yun's pupils suddenly contracted. This kid actually had such a trump card up his sleeve? Judging from its aura, this talisman is of a high grade, and the power it unleashes is absolutely comparable to the full-force attack of a 7-star spirit warrior. In an instant, Zhou Yun crossed his arms and held them in front of him. The next moment, lightning struck down like a merciless heavenly blade, slashing across his arms. Instantly, he felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, and his muscles and meridians trembled and twitched under the thunderous impact of this attack. His arms were charred black, and in some places, the lightning had directly burned flesh and blood, revealing piles of white bone. But that's all. The purple lightning talisman possessed terrifying power and swift attacks, but even with such a fierce attack, it could not completely break through the defensive power of the Azure Heaven demon body. He only suffered an arm injury, which was not life-threatening. Moreover, the injury on his arm is healing rapidly. Fresh granulation tissue has covered the exposed bone, and new skin will grow soon. You're not human. You're a demon beast, you're even more demon beast than a demon beast. Upon seeing this, the man's mind collapsed instantly, and he completely broke down. None of my family members understand this thing is practically indestructible. Zhou Yun was completely unconcerned about this. That's enough, it's time to send you on your way. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and a silver crescent mark appeared and disappeared between his brows. The next moment, a crescent moon suddenly appeared. It was icy cold and sharp, revealing an endless killing intent. Instantly, the man's pupils contracted sharply. He had a premonition that he absolutely could not withstand this attack. Even the heavenly canopy umbrella couldn't protect him. He will definitely die from this slash. How is this possible? Is this really the power that a mere chi martial artist could control? No. I was wrong. I'll give you the golden lotus of earthly fire, but I don't want it anymore. You can't kill me, I'm money. The next moment, the crescent moon slashed out and struck the man. The heavenly canopy umbrella spun rapidly, sweeping out beams of divine light to block the crescent moon. However, the crescent moon was sharp, and the heavenly net canopy umbrella's defense was as fragile as waste paper in front of it. The moment it touched the canopy, the heavenly net canopy umbrella let out a mournful cry, its light dimmed, and the magical artifact was half destroyed. The crescent moon continued its momentum forward, cleaving the man in two. Bang! The two halves of the corpse crashed into the lava, and flames erupted on either side. The power of the crescent slash is truly terrifying. Although it is not as good as Qinghui Yining, it should not be underestimated. With my current strength, it is comparable to a second-tier martial skill. If I make another breakthrough, its power should be able to increase even further. After slaying his formidable enemy, Zhou Yun reached out and took the enemy's storage bag. At this point, both the Earthfire Golden Lotus and the Earthfire Spirit Liquid belonged to him. However, just as he was about to leave, two loud bangs suddenly came from not far away. The golden divine bird and the ferocious tiger beast fell to the ground almost simultaneously. The tiger looked utterly miserable, barely breathing. Although the divine bird was also seriously injured, it definitely still had some fighting power left. At this moment, its attention was not on the tiger. Instead, he looked at Zhou Yun, who was at the center of the magma, with a cold gaze. Instantly, his heart skipped a beat. This is troublesome. It did notice the commotion from the fight with that sixth brother. Chapter 48, a formidable foe, nearly losing his life. Phew! A sharp screech echoed through the mountains, and Zhou Yun's face turned deathly pale as if struck by lightning. He was far away and the golden bird's main target was not him, so he was not affected by the attack. But now, Zhou Yun was at the very center of this howling sound wave, and he suddenly realized that the howling sound actually contained a soul attack. Zhou Yun was the first to be hit. He felt as if his head had been hit by a hammer. His mind was dizzy, his face was pale, and a terrifying storm like a raging tidal wave surged in the depths of his consciousness. He was certain that if he hadn't previously consumed 2 silver moon fruits, which gave him a spiritual power far exceeding his peers and even rivaling some top-tier spiritual warriors, he would probably have already shattered his soul and returned to death. Zhou Yun struggled to support his body, preventing himself from collapsing. A hint of surprise appeared in the eyes of the golden divine bird. It seemed very curious as to how this frail human could withstand its attacks. Even so, its eyes were still full of contempt. Once they reach this level, their intelligence is no different from that of humans. It can be said that, apart from not transforming into human form, their wisdom is no different from that of an adult human. Zhou Yun's strength and realm were as clear as a mirror under its divine sense probing. Although it is unknown how Zhou Yun resisted the high temperature to reach the depths of the magma and put away the earth fire golden lotus, it is also unknown how Zhou Yun withstood its soul impact without dying. However, it did not believe that Zhou Yun, a mere 7-star Qi martial artist, could escape from its grasp. Immediately, the divine bird flapped its wings and spread them out, like clouds hanging from the sky, covering the sun. It was extremely fast, and almost instantly it rushed in front of Zhou Yun. 2 bolts of lightning suddenly appeared and slashed down at Zhou Yun. The 2 bolts of lightning it unleashed were clearly far superior to the lightning summoned by the sixth brother using the purple lightning talisman. Although the 2 bolts of lightning did not look very thick, about the size of 2 chopsticks to the naked eye, the aura attached to them was extremely terrifying. Even Zhou Yun felt a sense of fear as if death was approaching. The next second, lightning struck. Even with Zhou Yun's lightning-fast dodge, he was unable to evade, barely managing to avoid a fatal blow. Instantly, he collapsed beneath the lava. His left arm was struck by lightning, leaving a large gash that exposed the bone. On the other side, he was also struck by lightning in the waist and abdomen, which blasted out a fist-sized bloody hole, making it look extremely gruesome. At the same time, the divine bird stretched out its 2 claws and reached for Zhou Yun's head. If Zhou Yun is caught, his fate is predictable. His physical strength was no match for that tiger. Even the enormous tiger was on the verge of death under those sharp, cold claws. He probably wouldn't last even a second before being torn to shreds by the opponent's claw. Hateful. Despite the excruciating pain, Zhou Yun plunged downwards. The magma is viscous, and the temperature increases as you go deeper. Let alone ordinary people, even monsters can't withstand diving to a certain depth. However, this was his only way out. The only thing he can rely on now is the heavenly demon body. The Azure Heaven demon body's bloodline power is unique, making his physical body virtually invincible among those of the same level. It has a fast recovery speed, and more importantly, when facing the power of fire, the purple gold vortex in his dantian can devour and absorb the power of fire, transforming it into his own cultivation. As Zhou Yun rapidly descended, he took a silver moon fruit from the chest jar and popped it into his mouth, also swallowing a large mouthful of earth fire spirit liquid. Previously, he had planned to keep these few silver moon fruits to see if the system could refresh and provide related enhancements. But right now, my life is the most important thing. The divine attack launched by the divine bird earlier stirred his sea of consciousness, causing his soul space to be filled with turbulent waves. A broken soul is the hardest thing to heal, and Zhou Yun would not allow any hidden injuries or ailments to exist in his soul. It's just a silver moon fruit, nothing special. Just as he plunged into the lava, the golden bird's talons grazed the spot where he had been standing. Its claws are sharp, like thousands of intersecting blades, seemingly capable of tearing everything apart. The claw missed its mark. They failed to capture Zhou Yun. After letting out a few cries, the divine bird circled and rose into the air, flying back to the outside of the lava pool. It was astonished that Zhou Yun dared to dive into the extremely hot magma layer. After all, even it wouldn't dare to easily provoke the temperature there. However, it was in no hurry at all. It doesn't matter to it whether Zhou Yun is burned to ashes by the high temperature below. What it wants is the Earth Fire Golden Lotus, and no matter how high the temperature below is, it cannot harm the Earth Fire Golden Lotus. Once Zhou falls, his storage artifacts will be burned and destroyed, and the Golden Lotus of Earthfire will naturally reappear. At this moment, Zhou had already descended to a depth of 200 meters below the magma. The temperature here was unbearable even for that powerful, enormous tiger. Zhou was only able to survive here by sheer luck thanks to his heavenly demon body. As for going any further down, he had a premonition that if he continued to descend, even his heavenly demon body would not be able to withstand it. Hiss. The pain of being surrounded by raging flames and being burned madly is probably comparable to the inescapable hell of being surrounded by mountains of knives and seas of fire. Zhou grimaced in pain, beads of sweat the size of beans forming on his forehead, but before they could roll off, they were instantly evaporated by the high temperature. Its body was charred black, like dry firewood after being burned. However, the only saving grace was that the 7 vortexes of energy within his dantian were throbbing excitedly. The power of the flames was rapidly refined by the vortex, healing injuries and enhancing cultivation. Moreover, the trauma deep within his consciousness is also turning for the better. After the silver moon fruit was swallowed, it instantly transformed into a pure medicinal liquid. It was not very effective for physical injuries, but it was remarkably effective against injuries to the soul. A bright moon rose slowly in his sea of consciousness, its silvery light soothing the wounds on his soul, dispersing the storm that was churning his sea of consciousness, and gradually expanding the boundaries of his sea of consciousness, slowly increasing the strength of his soul. After a long while, he opened his eyes again, his eyes flashing with a brilliant light. Damn it, I've never suffered such a huge loss before. You little brat, just you wait. Just wait and see how your father abuses you after he gets out. He was severely injured, especially the wound on his waist and abdomen, which almost cut him in half. Fortunately, he dodged in time and avoided a fatal position. In addition, while diving, I drank a large mouthful of earth fire elixir. Although the earth fire spirit liquid was extremely hot, the intense burning sensation made him feel as if his internal organs were being ignited and burned. However, its effectiveness is undeniable. While the silver moon fruit was healing his soul injuries, his physical injuries were stabilized by that large mouthful of earth fire spirit liquid. Although they were not completely healed, he was at least not as weak as before. Chapter 49, Cultivation, 10-star Chi Martial Artist. The magma was like a sea, surging and churning. 200 meters below the magma sea, Zhou closed his eyes, concentrated, and sat cross-legged. Beneath him was a pristine white lotus platform, with lotus petals unfurling in golden patterns swirling around the mountains. He took out the earth fire golden lotus and sat cross-legged on it to cultivate. In this place where the power of fire is abundant, the earth fire golden lotus provides a significant boost. Zhou felt that his cultivation speed was 3 to 5 times faster than that of the outside world. Of course, the special function of the heavenly demon body also played a role. The 7 vortexes in the dantian spun vigorously, fearlessly devouring the surrounding flame power. No, that's not right. There are not 7 cyclones. Just a minute ago, he had broken through to the level of an 8-star Chi martial artist, and the 8th Chi vortex had been born in his dantian. Continue. An 8-star Chi martial artist is no match for that dead little bird. Previously, Zhou believed that he could challenge a 10-star spiritual warrior if he used all his strength. But now it seems that he was too arrogant and looked down on spiritual warriors. Among hundreds or thousands of Chi martial artists, only one person successfully advances to the spirit martial artist level. This 1 in 1,000 probability means that they are extraordinary, and their talent must far surpass that of ordinary people. To be able to advance so far in the spirit warrior realm and reach the level of a 10-star spirit warrior is to be considered an outstanding individual. This applies to humans as well as to monsters. First-tier demonic beasts are as numerous as hairs on a cow. The rock crab he killed while beachcombing was a first-tier demonic beast. As for second-tier demonic beasts, they are relatively rare. Each of them is a powerful being who has fought and devoured countless enemies among their peers. Zhou swallowed a large mouthful of earth fire spirit liquid and entered a state of seclusion once again. An 8-star Chi martial artist is no match for that dead bird, but he will certainly not suffer the same miserable fate as before. He had a premonition that once he reached the level of a 10-star Chi martial artist, he would definitely be able to stand up to him, or even kill him. Zhou has great confidence in his physical condition. The Azure Heaven demon body is a physique practically born for battle. In addition to his various secret techniques, he can definitely catch his opponent off guard. Boom! The earth fire elixir entered his mouth as if a raging fire had entered his throat. The intense burning sensation ignited his internal organs, and he felt his body radiating light. The golden lotus of earth fire beneath him shimmered with golden red light, soothing the restlessness and discomfort within his body. These two items truly deserve to be called companion spiritual objects. When used together, they can complement each other. Each drop of fluid circulates within the body, transforming into pure energy that nourishes every cell. The golden divine sense controlled the lightning, and the injuries left on his body were rapidly healing under the effect of the earth fire spiritual liquid. Of course, his cultivation level is even more important. The newly formed 8th cyclone, under the combined influence of the earth fire spirit liquid and the surrounding flames, is expanding rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Time flowed slowly forward like a river, and the surrounding magma churned, unchanged from when Zhou Yun was in seclusion. All that could be seen was a golden red landscape. Without any reference points, he had no idea how much time had passed. However, the system has not yet settled the achievement points, which means that today is not over yet. Call. Such a cultivation speed is absolutely rare in the world. Zhou Yun stood up and stretched his limbs. During a period of seclusion, he advanced from an 8-star Qi martial artist to a 10-star Qi martial artist. In fact, if he continues to cultivate here, he may still have the opportunity to advance. However, breaking through a minor realm is manageable, but the gap between Qi martial artist and spirit martial artist is a major one. Zhou Yun did not want to break through to the next realm hastily. He needed to temper his foundation and did not want his foundation to be weak after breaking through, which would affect his future. Second point. In his calculations, a 10-star Qi warrior was already enough to defeat that dead bird. He didn't believe in the saying, "A gentleman takes revenge even after 10 years. Holding it in from morning till night was extremely uncomfortable for him. Now that he has enough strength, he must seek revenge on that dead bird. Only by killing his enemy can he quell the hatred in his heart. With a wave of his hand, he put the earth fire golden lotus beneath him into the chest jar. Then, he leaped up, like a swordfish swimming in the ocean, and rushed across the lava lake towards the surface. At this moment, the golden divine bird was standing on the tiger's back. With its sharp beak open, it tore a large chunk of flesh from the tiger demon's body, chewed it twice, and swallowed it. The evolution of monsters is simple: defeat powerful enemies and devour blood and food to gradually improve their strength and realm. By this time, the tiger had already perished under its claws, its massive body a prize for the beast. Through its continuous devouring and nourishment from the tiger's flesh and blood, the deep, bone-revealing wounds on its claws had largely healed. Apart from a slight weariness in its eyes, its physical combat strength has almost fully recovered. Just as it was enjoying its meal, it suddenly looked up at the lava lake in the distance. In the very center of the lava lake, several bubbles suddenly began to bubble. In an instant, a look of joy flashed in its eyes, and its expressions were just as rich as those of a human. It knew that something was about to come out. It's definitely the earth fire golden lotus. He was full of confidence. It certainly couldn't be Zhou Yun. In its view, a mere Qi cultivator would likely be reduced to ashes and perish the moment he plunged into the lava lake. As for why the earth fire golden lotus only appeared now, it's mainly because the storage artifact was sturdy and wasn't damaged immediately by the burning magma. More than 10 hours have passed since the storage artifact was destroyed, and the earth fire golden lotus finally drifted out of the storage space and returned to the lake surface. Bah! It flapped its wings and transformed into a golden afterimage, instantly soaring above the lava lake and slowly circling. It pressed its body very low, almost touching the surface of the lava lake, its eyes fixed on the ground below, determined that as soon as the earth fire golden lotus emerged, it would open its mouth wide and devour it whole. At this moment, Zhou Yun, who was below the magma, heard its excited cries. He sneered. They really didn't leave. Without further hesitation, he stomped his foot with lightning speed. The surrounding lava exploded with a roar, and he stepped onto the lava and leaped upwards. With a wave of his hand, a jet black spear appeared in his grasp. Dragon-patterned black gold spear. Facing a peak second-tier demonic beast, Zhou Yun would not be careless in the slightest and would go all out from the start. Take this. A dragon emerges from the sea. The black dragon roared out, its spear tearing through the sky as it thrust straight at the head of the golden divine bird. At the same time, a silver crescent mark flashed briefly between his eyebrows. Crescent slash. A crescent moon suddenly appeared, following the spearhead as it swept across the sky, attacking the golden divine bird above. Chapter 50, Taking Revenge Overnight. Put. The black spearhead instantly pierced the right side of the divine bird's face, tearing open a deep, gaping maw that nearly shattered half of its face. At the same time, the crescent-shaped slash that accompanied the shot also landed on it. Originally, Zhou Yun's slash was aimed at the neck of the divine bird. However, at the very last moment before it was about to hit, it reacted with lightning speed. Spreading its wings, it wanted to flap them and fly away. However, crescent slash is also known for its speed and is not inferior to it. Therefore, even though it reacted quickly, it only managed to dodge the fatal blow, not completely avoid Zhou Yun's attack. Laugh. The silver crescent moon slashed past swiftly, like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, tearing apart the feathers on one of its wings without any hindrance, slicing through its skin, and breaking its bones. This attack nearly severed one of its wings at the root, and glistening blood gushed out like a waterfall, splashing onto the lava. Its wing was only partially connected to its body by a small piece of skin and flesh, making it look quite pitiful. Unable to continue flying, it spun in mid-air and then crashed into the lava lake with a splash. It never expected that the one that broke through the magma was not the Earthfire Golden Lotus, but the weak human from before. Bah! A sharp screech rang out, accompanied by violent fluctuations of divine sense, far more ferocious than the previous soul attack Zhou Yun had endured. However, Zhou Yun at this time was not comparable to him before. Not only has his cultivation level been raised to the level of a 10-star Qi martial artist, his spiritual strength has also improved considerably. As an extremely precious 6th-order spiritual medicine, the silver moon fruit has directly elevated his spiritual sense to a level comparable to that of a heavenly martial artist. Attacks of this strength can no longer harm him. At this moment, the golden divine bird's methods were no longer effective against him. Bang! Zhou Yun flipped over and jumped directly onto the back of the divine bird, his hands gripping its flesh like iron clamps. Give me a gun! Zhou Yun let out a low shout, and the dragon-patterned black and gold spear in his hand emitted a sharp, soft whistle. It was an excited chirp, a bloodthirsty demonic sound. A jet-black, dragon-shaped spear shadow suddenly appeared, its sharp killing intent chillingly cold. After being upgraded to a first-grade top-quality spiritual weapon, the dragon-patterned black-gold spear revealed its sharpness for the first time. Brush! The sharp spearhead tore through the skin on the back of the divine bird, pierced its chest, and stabbed a deep, bloody hole in its body. The dragon-shaped spear energy spread outwards along the wound, almost encompassing half of its body. With just one strike, the golden divine bird was critically injured and on the verge of death. It didn't even have time to unleash its full power before it was suppressed by Zhou Yun and lost the right to resist. Bah! With a spear piercing its chest, it cried out in pain, its cry filled with sorrow. It also knew that its life had come to an end. Even if it still has 1,000 tricks and 10,000 trump cards, they are useless at this point. A certain death trap. Zhou Yun showed no pity whatsoever for this. Humans slaughtering monsters, hunting star cores, and obtaining materials is a matter of course, a natural law of survival of the fittest. To continue advancing, to climb to higher realms, and to achieve eternal existence on the scale of life, one must face enemies from all corners of the world on this path. All things in the world are like firewood, they burn and ignite, paving the way to godhood. Bang! Zhou Yun stood expressionless on the back of the golden divine bird. Grasping the end of the spear, he unleashed a sweeping attack that shook the entire army. Dark light surged, the black dragon roared, and immense power erupted, smashing the divine bird's head to pieces with a single blow. Snow-white brain matter and crimson blood splattered everywhere. Like a poignant, delicate, withered flower blooming on this incredibly hot lava lake. A glint of light flashed in his eyes the instant the golden divine bird's head exploded. With lightning speed, his left hand swiftly probed into the milky white mass of brain matter in front of him. It's not that he has any perverse tastes. Rather, it was because, in that very instant, he clearly saw a black star core the size of a date pit fly out. If he hadn't grabbed it quickly, the star core would probably have been scattered into the lava lake below along with the brain matter. Although this second-order star core might not be instantly incinerated by the high temperature of the magma. However, if such a small star core were to fall into a lava lake, it would probably take him quite a bit of effort to find it again. Call. It's finally over. After letting out a long sigh, Zhou Yun dismounted from the divine bird's body, activated the chest jar, and absorbed the bird's entire body into it. The flesh and blood of a second-tier demon beast contain a considerable amount of star energy essence. Although it cannot compare to spiritual medicines of the same tier, it can still be considered a highly nourishing substance. Whether consumed personally or sold in the market, their value will not be low. Having been poor for so long, Zhou Yun naturally wouldn't give up such a large source of income. After collecting everything, Zhou Yun leaped into action, his body as sharp as a sword, parting the surface of the lava lake and swimming towards the shore. On the shore, there was another prize waiting for him to claim. It was the carcass of that fierce tiger. The tiger demon was killed by the golden divine bird. Its crystal core and most of its body were devoured. However, even if it is just a remnant of the body, it is still of extraordinary value to Zhou Yun. More importantly, the tiger demon still had its tiger whip on its body. The bird had no interest in this thing and naturally ignored it. Of course, Zhou Yun wasn't interested in him either. However, this did not stop him from harvesting tiger penises. After all, just because he's not interested doesn't mean others aren't. In the market, this item was once driven up to a high price, sometimes even comparable to a star core of the same grade. With this thing in hand, you could probably exchange it for a precious Tier 1 spiritual weapon at the Starry Sky Market. Zhou Yun chuckled as he harvested his spoils. The ancients were right. The saying goes, murderers and arsonists wear golden belts, but if you want to get rich, you need windfall gains to make money quickly. It's not just these things. Inside his chest jar lay a storage bag, waiting for him to open it. It was a memento left to him by the sixth brother, who had fought with him for the Earthfire Golden Lotus. Although he still didn't know what was inside, judging from the way that guy made his move, he must be quite wealthy. This is a huge profit. However, just as he was smilingly cutting off the tiger's penis and preparing to put it into the chest jar, suddenly, a clear and leisurely voice rang out from behind him. Actually, I think you're all right. No need to supplement anything. Instantly, Zhou Yun felt his hair stand on end. He hadn't even noticed anyone approaching. He turned around quickly and retreated rapidly, while raising his hand and firing 2 crescent slashes in the direction from which the sound came. Chapter 51, Su Linglong, Ice Emperor Holy Body. As he unleashed those 2 attacks, suddenly it dawned on me that the voice sounded so familiar. The next second, his divine sense swept across the area, and he immediately saw the appearance of the newcomer. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Zhou Yun's face instantly. What do you do when your hands are faster than your brain? I need help urgently. Ahead, a graceful figure stood tall, dressed in white, like a blooming snow lotus from the Tianshan Mountains. This person was none other than Su Linglong. The 2 sharp crescent-shaped slashes were very fast, but they stopped abruptly 3 meters away from her, as if they had frozen in place. Then, to Zhou Yun's astonishment, they were covered in frost and turned into 2 icy silver moons. The next moment, the ice shattered, the silver moon disintegrated, and Zhou Yun's attack was instantly nullified. You. How did you get so disheveled? You even lost your clothes? Su Linglong's cheeks flushed red, and she glanced at him shyly before speaking slowly. Zhou Yun looked down at himself. He was indeed in a very sorry state. His body was pitch black, like charcoal, completely naked, making it almost impossible to see his original skin color. He deliberately burned his upper body clothes while fighting a demonic bird for the tree spirit. The clothes on the lower body were burned away by the high temperature after they went deep into the lava lake. Both instances of burning clothes seemed to be related to flying birds and monsters. He silently kept this in mind. It seems my birth chart clashes with the flying bird. Next time you encounter birds or beasts, don't hesitate, just kill them. Su Linglong waved her hand, and a faint light flowed from the storage ring on her finger. The next second, a dark yellow wooden barrel appeared in front of Zhou Yun. It contained half a bucket of warm water, with a few vibrant rose petals floating on top. You're filthy, go wash up right now. Her voice was soft and gentle, like that of a woman from the Jiangnan water towns, full of tenderness. However, his aura was like unyielding ice, giving off a sense of aloofness that kept people at a distance. It is truly full of a unique contrast. Zhou Yun blushed for no apparent reason and jumped into the bucket. The water was still warm, the petals were fragrant, and the rising mist gave him a sense of tranquility. In less than a week, he actually advanced directly from a 2-star Qi martial artist to a 10-star Qi martial artist. With such a cultivation speed, even the martial arts families and geniuses of major sects in the provinces are probably no match for you. Through the rising wisps of mist ahead, Su Linglong's voice drifted over. By this time, Zhou Yun had already hastily finished washing his body. Want to have a go? Bang! He had barely finished speaking when he felt a blow to the head. It was an ice crystal the size of a fist, with just the right amount of force, enough to confuse you but not hurt your brain. Zhou Yun sighed. The refusal couldn't be clearer. He then stood up, wiped himself clean, and prepared to get dressed. Beside the wooden tub were clothes that Su Linglong had prepared for him, which fit him remarkably well. Snort! What a hypocritical woman! He hummed to himself as he dressed. How did you end up here? Su Linglong is a heavenly martial artist, and according to his deduction, she should be deep within the secret realm, where the opportunity truly belongs to her. The first and second tier spiritual objects in the central and outer parts of the secret realm are completely useless to someone of her level. After Zhou Yun stepped out of the bucket, he poured the bathwater into the lava lake. Then, without waiting for Su Linglong's consent, he put the bucket into the chest jar. Su Linglong glanced at him. She did not sense any fluctuations from the spatial artifact, nor did she see any storage bag or storage ring on Zhou Yun's person. It seems he has quite a few little secrets. However, without the secret, his cultivation level could not have improved so quickly. She didn't care about that. She gently raised her slender hand, lightly tucking her fallen hair behind her ear, and spoke slowly with eyes as bright as stars. I have found a place rich in spiritual energy. The laws of ice are active there, and I obtained an ice flower, which helped me awaken the Ice Emperor's holy body. As she spoke, ice crystals floated behind her, her aura mysterious and powerful. The Ice Emperor's sacred body? Zhou Yun's pupils contracted slightly, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Although he didn't know what was so special about the Ice Emperor's holy body, since it was named after a holy body, it must have extraordinary abilities. There are countless physical constitutions in the world, each with its own advantages and disadvantages. From lowest to highest, they are divided into 4 levels: spiritual body, mystic body, holy body, and divine body. His Azure Heaven demon body was born from the essence of the heavenly demon, and according to the system's description, it should currently be somewhere between a holy body and a divine body. As his cultivation level increases, his bloodline is refined and sublimated step by step, and he has the potential to advance to the level of a divine body in the future. Therefore, in terms of bloodline power, Su Linglong's Ice Emperor holy body is probably only slightly weaker than his. However, she is a heavenly warrior, whose cultivation is far superior to his, and her current bloodline power may even be above his. Your talent and luck are truly amazing. Zhou Yun nodded, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. With her exceptional talent, she was already considered a genius. Now, having awakened the Ice Emperor's holy body, her future achievements are immeasurable. Su Linglong shook her head. You are the real dark horse. I never imagined your cultivation speed would be so fast. As a heavenly warrior, her divine sense strength is definitely superior to Zhou Yun's. She had already arrived here when Zhou Yun was fighting the golden divine bird. She never expected that Zhou Yun not only cultivated at an extremely fast speed, but also had such a solid foundation. With the cultivation level of a 10-star Qi martial artist, he killed a peak second-tier demon beast. Originally, she was training deep within the secret island when she found the land of ice spirit and awakened the Ice Emperor's holy body. As an instructor of martial arts theory courses, her theoretical knowledge is naturally very extensive. It is known that although ice and fire are mutually destructive, they can also be mutually reinforcing under certain circumstances. After deduction, the location of the fire spirit land was found. She originally intended to seize the opportunity in the land of fire spirits. To her surprise, it was Zhou Yun who obtained the opportunity of this fire spirit land. Since the opportunity in the land of fire spirits has already been claimed, my purpose this time has failed. She gently shook her head. Su Linglong had no interest in attacking her own student and stealing their opportunity. Moreover, she also had a special relationship with the other party. Thinking of this, she subconsciously touched her abdomen, where a small life was being conceived and growing. Thinking of this, she felt a surge of energy within her body, which pressed against her throat, causing her to gag. Instantly, Zhou Yun looked at her with a knowing expression, a smug smile spreading across his face. Su Linglong's eyes widened, her cheeks flushed. With a single slap, Zhou Yun was sent flying several meters. I had an upset stomach these past 2 days. It's not morning sickness. Then, stepping on auspicious clouds, he transformed into a wisp of breeze and vanished from Zhou Yun's sight in an instant. Chapter 52, Encirclement by Wolves. Despite being slapped, Zhou Yun showed no displeasure whatsoever, only chuckling twice. This silly girl, she's still hiding it from me and doesn't dare to admit it. I've watched more adult films in my past life than you've practiced any martial arts techniques. Do you think I can't tell if it's morning sickness? After chuckling twice, I calmed my chaotic thoughts. In any case, his current strength should have earned Su Linglong's approval, right? In just 1 week, he went from a 2-star Qi warrior to a 10-star Qi warrior. Let alone the fact that he was just an ordinary martial artist in a small town. Even among the geniuses of the major families and sects in the provincial capital and the capital, few can achieve his cultivation speed. However, there is still one hurdle ahead of him. That's the Su family. Rumor has it that the Su family is a huge financial dynasty in the eastern region of the Dragon Kingdom, but he doesn't know exactly what businesses they own. However, in large families like this, the marriage of their children is usually a matter of great caution. The family lineage is so intricate that even the most gifted eldest daughter cannot make decisions on her own in certain matters. In addition, when sons and daughters marry, many factors need to be considered, such as family background, natural talent and potential, and cultivation level. Although Zhou Yun proved his talent to Su Linglong, he did not have a significant advantage over competitors from other families. We still need to keep working hard. No, that's not right. Who says I don't have an advantage? I clearly have the advantage. I've already reached home base, and I'm secretly pregnant with your child. I'm just waiting for the fruit to ripen and fall. However, these were just his own internal monologues. Using children as leverage or playing the emotional card is absolutely not a viable approach. If the Su family truly has any backbone, if he dares to spread rumors today, Su Linglong will be forced to have an abortion by her family elders tomorrow. Then they sent a powerful expert to his door and slapped him to death. Thinking about this, he shook his head, feeling a chill run down his spine. The revolution is not yet complete, comrades must continue to strive. After determining the direction, Zhou Yun turned and went down the mountain, preparing to meet up with Feng Huihong and Wu Luan at the small lake they had agreed to meet. He clearly remembered that before he entered the land of fire spirits, Feng Huihong said that if he did not come down the mountain to meet them within 24 hours, he would come up the mountain to find him. Zhou Yun never doubted Feng Huihong's promises. If he said he would definitely come. However, there are quite a few second-tier monsters in the central part of the secret island. In addition, there are many powerful first-tier monsters. These monsters were nothing to Zhou Yun. He could kill them with a flick of his finger. However, for Feng Huihong and Wu Luan, they are probably mortal enemies. These two are his trusted teammates, and he won't let them perish on this secret island. At this moment, in the outer area of the secret realm island, on the shore of a lake, Feng Huihong and Wu Luan, covered in blood, stood back to back, wary of their surroundings. Damn it! Isn't it just a blood Ganoderma? It's just a mere first-tier spiritual herb, yet these demonic beasts have chased us all the way here and still refuse to leave. Feng Huihong coughed lightly and spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. He was panting heavily, his face was slightly pale, and his upper body clothes were completely torn, revealing his strong, bronze skin. There was a deep, scarlet claw mark on his chest, so deep that the bone was visible, and blood was seeping out. He held a magical Zen staff in his hand. This is the magical artifact of the old monk who attacked Zhou Yun and the others in the cave. In Feng Huihong's hands, it became a substitute for his spiked club. Opposite him, deep in the dense forest, pairs of scarlet beast eyes gleamed with a cold light. A rough count revealed no fewer than dozens. It's a wolf. A pack of monstrous wolves. These monstrous wolves guard several blood spirit mushrooms. Under the will of the Wolf King, their mission is to protect the blood spirit mushrooms until they mature. However, after being spotted by Feng Huihong and Wu Luan, they cleverly used a feint to steal all the blood spirit mushrooms. The initial plan went well, and they successfully obtained the blood spirit mushroom, but they misjudged the Wolf King's strength. It turned out to be a late-stage Tier 1 Wolf King, comparable to a 9-star Chi martial artist among humans. The two were chased by the Wolf King and fled all the way back to the lake. Along the way, they fought to the death against most of the demonic wolves, including the Wolf King, who was severely injured. However, they were both seriously injured and were almost out of breath. If it weren't for the first-tier talismans given to them by Zhou Yun, they probably would have lost their lives during their escape. What to do? I also have a fireball talisman, which can unleash the full power of a 6-star Chi martial artist. But it's impossible to kill them all. At most, it'll just be mutual destruction, a mutual annihilation. Wu Luan's condition is much worse than Feng Huihong's. After all, the cultivation technique she practiced was just an ordinary white-grade technique. However, Feng Huihong practiced a red-grade cultivation technique taught by Zhou Yun. Don't rush. The Wolf King is injured, and without its command, they dare not go forward. That Wolf King is very clever. It probably knows that we still have some trump cards that we haven't fully used, and it doesn't want to send its wolf cubs to their deaths rashly. Quickly restore your cultivation and hold your ground while awaiting reinforcements. I believe that Brother Yun will definitely come back. Feng Huihong popped a mouthful of blood-red Ganoderma lucidum into his mouth, his voice choked with sobs, and slowly spoke. He collected the blood spirit mushroom, intending it for Zhou Yun to use. After all, the fire spirit land is no easy place and is bound to be fraught with danger. He feared that Zhou Yun would return with injuries, and that the blood spirit mushroom, rich in blood and qi, would be an excellent remedy for his condition. But unexpectedly, instead of waiting for Zhou Yun, he had to eat a blood spirit mushroom first. Behind him, Wu Luan also stuffed a piece of blood lingji into her mouth. Will he come back? His tone carried a hint of bewilderment. Previously, she had full confidence in Zhou Yun. But now, almost 20 hours have passed since he entered the land of fire spirits, right? They haven't come back yet, but will they really come back? She was unsure, and felt empty inside. However, Feng Huihong responded resolutely and decisively. Brother Yun wouldn't lie to me. He said he'd be back within 24 hours, so he definitely will. He never lies to his brothers. Feng Huihong never lost faith in Zhou Yun. In his emotional state, he inadvertently aggravated his wound, causing Feng Huihong to involuntarily gasp and cough up several mouthfuls of blood. In the dense forest not far away, a gray wolf with dry, yellow fur looked at Feng Huihong, a cold glint flashing in its eyes, as if it were pondering something. After letting out a few low howls, more than a dozen demonic wolves crawled out of the dense forest and slowly surrounded Feng Huihong and Wu Luan. Chapter 53, Despair. A wolf's howl echoed throughout the heavens and earth. This Wolf King is a late-stage first-tier demon beast, with strength comparable to a 9-star Qi martial artist. Under the relentless bombardment of talismans by Feng Huihong and Wu Luan, most of his wolf demons were killed or wounded, but even so, nearly 20 wolf demons still gathered nearby. It has been holding back for almost an hour, only surrounding without attacking, just wanting to see how many trump cards Feng Huihong and his men still have up their sleeves. Just now, Feng Huihong coughed incessantly while speaking and spat out a mouthful of blood. It now knows that the time has come. They may still have some trump cards they haven't played, but there definitely aren't many. In response, the Wolf King's pupils flashed with a cold light, revealing a bloodthirsty killing intent. Two mere human martial artists, relying on a few powerful talismans, dared to snatch food from a wolf's mouth and steal the blood spirit mushroom from its territory. They're really courting death. They will definitely pay the price. Roar. Another low growl. This is the order to attack. The Wolf King's howl was extremely clear in this silent, dense forest. It's coming. Feng Huihong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, pounded the ground with his staff, and forced himself to stay awake. After a short hour's rest, even with the help of the blood spirit mushroom, he hadn't recovered much strength, and his injuries hadn't even fully healed. Only 1/10 of their original strength remains. I also have a fireball talisman, which can unleash the full power of a 6-star Qi martial artist. We can't waste it on ordinary wolf demons, we must try to use it to kill the Wolf King. Wu Luan's voice was very calm. But can this tier 1, mid-level fireball talisman really hurt that Wolf King? Even she herself found it hard to believe. After all, that Wolf King was a late-stage first-tier demon beast, whose true strength was comparable to a 9-star Qi martial artist. Even though it was injured, it was still not something that a medium-level talisman could deal with. But do they have any other options besides these? That's all. They've been driven to the brink of exhaustion by these wolf demons. Whoosh! A dark, ghostly figure flashed out, moving with lightning speed, and carrying a strong, foul stench. Die! Wu Luan gave a low shout, raised her fair hand, and revealed a sharp, cold blade. This sword, though forged from ordinary iron, is not a magical weapon. However, when she made her move, she imbued it with a powerful gust of wind, causing it to unleash a sharp sword aura, brimming with killing intent. Rub! The sword flashed and slashed, cleaving the wolf demon that was pouncing on it in two along its waist and abdomen. Crimson blood, clinging to internal organs, spilled across the ground, accompanied by a foul stench. With a single strike, he killed a powerful first-tier demonic beast. She was dashing and heroic, like a valkyrie in the dark of night. However, after unleashing this sword strike, her face instantly darkened, her body swayed slightly, and her steps became unsteady. This sword strike seemed to have drained all the strength from her body. Although it was quite powerful, she didn't even have the strength to hold the sword anymore. On the other hand, Feng Huihong's condition was even worse. At the same time, 3 wolf demons pounced on him. Attacking from 3 directions, even at his peak, he would need to expend considerable effort to deal with 3 formidable Ironblood wolf demons simultaneously. Moreover, he is now barely breathing, and his strength is less than 1/10 of what it used to be. Die! A roar echoed throughout the heavens and earth. His eyes blazed with overwhelming fighting spirit, and with his left hand holding the Zen staff, he swung it heavily, drawing a semicircular arc in mid-air. The staff is made entirely of refined gold, and like the dragon-patterned black gold spear, it is entirely black. However, this staff is different from the dragon-patterned black gold spear, which is fierce and sharp, exuding an aura of dominance. This staff is incredibly heavy to the extreme. With a heavy swing, as if wielding a pillar supporting the sky, he knocked back the two wolf demons on the left with a single blow. Upon contact, several crisp cracking sounds were heard. It seems the staff merely brushed past them. However, the explosive force still shattered the two wolf fangs, breaking their bones and crippling their fighting ability. On the other side, facing the last remaining wolf Fong, he showed no panic. On the contrary, his fighting spirit grew stronger. 8 extremes collapse. Feng Huihong clenched his fist and threw a punch, letting out a low roar. His fist flashed, as if he were pushing a mountain forward with great force. Bang! The fist struck the wolf demon, creating ripples on its body. His fist actually shattered the wolf demon's body and entered its core. The next second, 3 forces erupted simultaneously. With a single punch, the wolf demon was shattered into countless pieces, blood raining down, its murderous aura chilling. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Pity. Feng Huihong shook his head. If I can fully recover, even if 2 more wolves come at me, I can handle them with ease. He had already broken through to the 5th level Qi martial artist realm, but his body was severely damaged, and he couldn't exert much of his strength at all. Fireball. After throwing a punch, Feng Huihong was exhausted and his body swayed, almost falling to the ground. Several wolf demons, sensitive to the control of fighter jets, pounced instantly, their claws gleaming with a cold light, their scarlet eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty glint. Once they pounce on you, there is no doubt that you will die on the spot, leaving no trace of your body. Seeing this, Wu Wan knew that he could not wait any longer. Otherwise, Feng Huihong would be in danger. A dark yellow talisman in her hand spontaneously combusted without fire. The next second, a burst of crimson light appeared, and a blazing fireball the size of a human head appeared in her hand. Flames surged and rolled, carrying a terrifying aura. Then, with a thought, she sent a fireball shooting forward, instantly crashing into the middle of a group of wolf demons. These wolf demons, hovering in mid-air, were pouncing on Feng Huihong. Faced with the sudden barrage of fireballs, they had no time to dodge. Boom! The fireball exploded in mid-air. Instantly, 6 wolf demons were engulfed in intense flames, and screams echoed through the night. The power unleashed by the fireball spell was like raging oil, extremely fierce. Even after they landed and rolled around repeatedly, or even jumped into the nearby lake, they still could not extinguish the flames on their bodies. In the end, the 6 wolf demons were burned to ashes, leaving no trace of their bodies. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Wu Wan breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the fireball spell had worked and saved Feng Huihong from the crisis. However, the battlefield situation is constantly changing, and with the enemy outnumbering us, there is no time to catch our breath. At that moment, a powerful wolf demon pounced on her while she was casting a fireball spell. The distance was so close that she could even smell the foul odor emanating from the wolf demon's mouth. On the other hand, Feng Huihong's situation was equally dangerous. Although Wu Wan broke through the 6-headed wolf demon's attack with a fireball spell. However, to his surprise, a withered, yellowish-brown wolf phantom suddenly appeared behind the 6 wolf demons. It's that Wolf King. In an instant, a hint of despair flashed in his eyes. This situation. No solution. He wanted to throw a punch to retaliate, but after trying, he was dismayed to find that he didn't even have the strength to clench his fist. Feng Huihong smiled cruelly. Damn it, I never thought I'd die in the mouth of a pack of wolf demons. The wolf's claws flashed with a cold light, tearing towards his throat. However, at this critical moment, a loud clang rang out. The next second, a dark shadow suddenly appeared, instantly piercing through the Wolf King's body, sending it flying dozens of meters away, before exploding in mid-air. Chapter 54, Turning the Tide. That was a gun. A long black spear, seemingly blending into the darkness of the night. Its speed was extremely fast and its power was overwhelming. It pierced through the Wolf King's body directly, the spearhead tearing through its flesh and carrying the Wolf King's body forward for more than 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. The force of the spear exploded, completely shattering the Wolf King's body into a shower of blood that fell from the sky, leaving not even a single intact piece of flesh to be found. A hint of confusion flashed in Feng Huihong's eyes. His gaze fell on the long spear in the distance, and his eyes slowly regained focus. This gun. He is very familiar with it. He had even personally touched and played with the dragon patterns entwined on the gun. It's Brother Yun's dragon-patterned black gold spear. Brother Yun is here. Instantly, tears welled up in Feng Huihong's eyes, and he was filled with immense excitement. Ha ha ha. Brother Yun, you're finally back. I knew you'd be alright. There's no way the fire spirit land can stop you. On the other side, the wolf demon that pounced on Wu Luan also died instantly. What took its life was a cold, damp iron fan. Even before Zhou Yunren arrived, his divine sense had already detected the danger here. They launched an attack instantly, blasting out two weapons. One of them was his natal magical weapon, the dragon-patterned black gold spear. The other one was a magical folding fan that was snatched from that sixth brother. Although the folding fan was shattered by his iron fist during the battle, losing all its spiritual energy, it could no longer be considered a complete spiritual weapon. However, the power that bursts forth instantly when thrown from his hand, even if it is just an ordinary piece of iron, can unleash terrifying force. Killing a low-level Tier 1 wolf demon was a piece of cake. Zhou Yun moved with lightning speed, rushing forward. The instant he landed, a terrifying divine sense swept out, indiscriminately bombarding the remaining wolf demons in all directions. His spiritual power far surpassed that of others, making it impossible for ordinary first-tier demonic beasts to resist him. In an instant, a terrifying divine sense swept across, shattering the souls of all the remaining wolf demons, obliterating their consciousness, and turning them into soulless corpses. Call. I'm sorry I'm late. Zhou Yun sighed softly, never expecting that they would find themselves in such a perilous situation, surrounded and attacked by a horde of demons. Just now, it was truly a perilous situation. If he hadn't used his divine sense to check this place and hadn't discovered the anomaly immediately, he would have been in serious trouble. I'm afraid that by the time he arrives, Feng Huihong and Wu Luan will have already lost their lives in the wolf demon's mouth. A surge of anger rose in Zhou Yun's heart. He had gone too far just now, letting the Wolf King die too easily, which was far too lenient for it. Ha ha ha. Brother Yun, you've come at just the right time. Old Feng, I'm not supposed to die today. With blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Feng Huihong forced a smile and swayed as he tried to stand up. Zhou Yun grabbed him and took out some of the earth fire spirit liquid from the chest jar, pouring it into his mouth. The amount was not much, only about 10 milliliters. After all, his cultivation level was a bit low. Drinking too much at once would put a certain burden on his body. In severe cases, he might even be too weak to absorb the nutrients and die from his body exploding. You should focus on cultivating and recovering your health first. Instantly, pure energy erupted within Feng Huihong's body, and the scalding liquid flowed down his esophagus and into his limbs and bones. It repairs damaged meridians and bones, and replenishes depleted qi, blood, and stellar energy. Feng Huihong unconsciously sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state. Then, Zhou Yun walked to Wu Luan's side. Her condition was slightly better than Feng Huihong's. But things weren't much better. His face was as pale as paper, and his breath was barely a thread. If he didn't have top-quality spiritual medicine to replenish his depleted essence, he probably wouldn't be able to make any further progress in this life. However, what was a very difficult problem for other cultivators was quite simple in Zhou Yun's eyes. Earth-fire elixir is a byproduct of the earth-fire golden lotus, and it contains a portion of the true meaning of rebirth through fire. Previously, Zhou Yun was seriously injured and forced to the bottom of the lava lake by that divine bird. It was only after consuming the earth-fire spirit liquid that his body was repaired. Zhou Yun, don't blame Lao Feng. We were surrounded and killed by a pack of wolves mainly because the two of us stole a few blood spirit mushrooms from the territory of those wolf demons. He was worried that you would be injured when you returned from the fire spirit land, so he prepared the blood spirit mushroom to help you heal your injuries and replenish your blood and energy. He never expected that you would be discovered by that pack of wolf demons at the last moment. Wu Luan spoke cautiously. Fearing that Zhou Yun would blame Feng Huihong, she disobeyed his orders and waited for his return. Zhou Yun shook his head. Let's not talk about that. You should focus on your cultivation and recover your health first. The prolonged depletion of your vital energy and blood has severely damaged your potential. Then, he took 10 milliliters of earth-fire spirit liquid from the chest jar and presented it to her. Feeling the bubbling life essence in the small cup of red liquid in front of her, Wu Luan's eyes widened instantly. Such a precious elixir, and you just gave it to her like that? In an instant, she was once again stunned by his generosity. Although she had received a promise from Zhou Yun and had already joined his team. However, something so precious is something that even one's own brothers wouldn't be willing to part with, let alone a teammate. At this moment, she once again felt fortunate for her decision to follow Zhou Yun. Thanks. She pursed her dry, pale lips and solemnly thanked him. Zhou Yun waved his hand dismissively at this. Earth Fire Elixir is indeed a very precious substance. However, he still has a lot of stock on hand. Even though he had consumed a lot of food like a whale drinking water while recovering from his injuries, there were still 70 or 80 pounds of food stored in the chest jar space. Even if you drink one cup and then pour the other, it will last a long time. Wu Wan drank the Earth Fire Spirit liquid in her hand in one gulp, and instantly the scorching power of the Earth Fire erupted within her body, bursting forth with a vigorous true intent. She dared not delay for a moment, and immediately sat down cross-legged to fully refine the medicinal power. The battle was truly fierce. The blood of the wolf demons almost stained the land red. A few years from now, this place should be able to grow a few crimson blood fruits. Zhou Yun surveyed the surroundings, protecting the two of them while cleaning up the battlefield. His long-standing good habits have instilled in him a strong sense of perseverance and never giving up. We will not abandon any star core, nor waste any resources. A dozen minutes later, under the powerful coverage of his divine sense, he collected all the wolf demon corpses on the scene, and pried out the star cores that shimmered with a ghostly light from the wolf demons' heads. He didn't even give up on the 6 wolf demons that were burned by the fireball spell and fell into the lake. He dug out their star cores as well. After finishing all that, I was just about to take a break. A system notification suddenly sounded in my mind. Today's achievement points are being calculated, please wait. Chapter 55, 2,700 achievement points. Today's achievement points are being calculated, please wait. It's already past midnight. Is it time for the system to settle accounts? Today went by so fast. Actually, it's not that time is passing quickly. Rather, it's because he spent most of the day in seclusion cultivating, which caused some sensory distortion. He looked up and glanced at Feng Huihong and Wu Wan. At this moment, they were still in a deep state of seclusion, slowly healing their physical injuries, refining the Earth Fire Spirit liquid, and improving their cultivation level. Therefore, Zhou Yun left behind a wisp of divine thought to warn all directions and prevent any potential dangers. Then, I focused most of my attention on the system panel to check today's achievement points. Evolution, transformation. You have awakened the celestial demon body. The powerful bloodline energy has further enhanced your potential, granting you plus 120 achievement points. You refined the silver moon fruit and awakened 2 different innate powers from it, causing your combat strength to skyrocket. Achievement points plus 100. Robber? Monk? An old monk who robbed people actually dared to rob you. You displayed unparalleled combat power, crushing your opponent in one fell swoop and easily killing him, earning 300 achievement points. The land of fire spirits? Who would have thought that a nobody like you would have such good fortune, finding a land of fire spirits? However, this place is fraught with danger. After weighing the options, you decide to send your companions away first and explore the secret realm alone. This decision proves to be absolutely correct. Achievement points plus 50. What's that? A golden lotus of earthly fire? Earthly fire elixir? You're incredibly lucky to possess such precious treasures. However, obtaining these spiritual items isn't so simple. Look, there's a 6th brother on the road, but your strength is superior, and you successfully killed him. Achievement points plus 500. Hiss. Upon seeing this, Zhou Yun couldn't help but gasp. That 6th guy is actually worth 500 achievement points? This guy deserved to die. The system's personality remains unchanged. Mundane cultivation yields few achievement points, while battles excite it and reward it with more. Zhou Yun continued looking down, his heart filled with anticipation. Because there was another battle against that golden divine bird coming up, he wanted to know how many achievement points the system would give him for that battle. You've just put away the Earthfire Golden Lotus and Earthfire Spirit Liquid, and before you could even rejoice, the battle between the 2 demonic beasts is over. The fight is over. The golden divine bird has freed its hand to attack you, severely injuring you with a single blow. Ha ha ha, how pitiful. You've gained 80 achievement points. Zhou Yun's face darkened. However, you did not die, nor were you discouraged. Back then, Emperor Yan needed 3 years to exact revenge, proclaiming 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Never underestimate a young man's potential. But you, my host, you only cultivated for a little over 10 hours before successfully breaking through your realm, stabilizing your cultivation, and re-emerging to defeat your powerful enemy. Emperor Yen spent 3 years, you spent less than a day, therefore you Emperor Yen. Receive 1000 achievement points. System, that's enough. It's just killing an unknown dead bird, how could it possibly be compared to the Flame Emperor in the endless fire domain? He pursed his lips, feeling that the system's teasing was full of a strong sense of wicked humor. But jokes aside, 1000 achievement points are still pretty good. TSK, that was a fierce battle. Fighting is fighting, why tear your clothes off? Su Linglong just happened to see you naked. Achievement points plus 80. Zhou Yun was speechless. He didn't want to be naked either. And why did he get achievement points for running around naked? Did this mean that after the trial in the secret realm ended and there were no more frequent battles, he could consider running around naked to get more achievement points? This woman is truly a prime example of someone who's cold on the outside but warm on the inside. She even had suitable clothes prepared for you in her storage ring. Could it be? She's been eyeing you for a long time? Achievement points plus 20. Your underlings Feng Huihong and Wu Luan, worried that you might get hurt in the Fire Spirit land, risked their lives to break into the Wolf King's territory and bring out 3 Blood Spirit mushrooms. Although they are just ordinary first-tier spiritual herbs and not particularly valuable to you, their good intentions are invaluable. Achievement points plus 150. Turning the tide of battle, decisively defeating all invading enemies, striking with lightning speed, instantly annihilating all the demonic beasts, and successfully rescuing Feng Huihong and Wu Luan in the midst of crisis. Achievement points plus 300. Scanning the host's current level and cultivation realm, current cultivation level is 10-star Chi martial artist, gaining 10 achievement points. Scanning the host's current environment, currently in a secret realm, gaining 10 achievement points. Previous balance of achievement points, 0. Final calculation, current remaining achievement points, 2,720. More than 2,000? Upon seeing the final settlement figures, Zhou Yun's pupils widened instantly, and his face showed shock. He had expected to gain a lot of achievement points today, but in his estimation, it would only be about the same as yesterday. I never expected to gain more than 2,700 achievement points. But thinking about it, it's actually quite reasonable. After all, he had almost died at the hands of that golden divine bird on the lava lake in the land of fire spirits. If it weren't for the many precious spiritual items he possessed, coupled with the fact that his heavenly demon body was thick-skinned and could withstand the terrifying high temperatures of magma tempering, he might have been in real danger. These 2,000+ achievement points are well-deserved and entirely rightfully his. After figuring this out, the shock on his face slowly faded, replaced by a look of calm. Let me see what good stuff I can get from today's enhancement options. He excitedly switched to the enhancement interface. He had several options in mind. The first thing to be addressed is the cultivation method. His current stargazing technique is of a good grade. The red grade technique has laid a solid foundation for him, but it also has a fatal flaw. That means there was no follow-up. He is already a 10-star Chi martial artist. Without further cultivation techniques, he will be stuck in an awkward situation where he can't make any more breakthroughs and advance to the spirit martial artist level. In addition, there are martial arts skills. Combat is the fastest way to improve combat power. After several days of fighting, he has mastered the various spear techniques of the Broken Army Spear to perfection. He even read through the Bull Force manual he obtained from Wang Yan several times and gained a lot of insights from it. At this moment, he desperately wanted a more powerful martial art to match his combat strength. Buzz. The enhanced interface slowly opened. 3 different item enhancement options appear on the system panel. Annotations on artistic conception. The Broken Army Spear. Silver Moon Fruit. Chapter 56, The Sacred Stone of Heavenly Will, Thunderfire Spear Technique. The good news is that with the enhancement of his martial arts and spear techniques, his Breaking Army Spear can finally evolve. The bad news is that without a cultivation technique to strengthen him, he is still stuck in a rut, unable to continue his cultivation and break through to the next level. Well, something is better than nothing. Don't rush into the cultivation technique. Anyway, I have a lot of good stuff on me right now. If I take out just a little bit, I can sell it for a high price. With money, what can't you buy at Xingyu Market? Zhou Yun composed himself and turned his attention to the 3 enhancement items on the system panel. Annotations on artistic conception? If I remember correctly, this should be the package that Wang Yan's cousin, Wang Mu, sent me. At the time, he was thinking that if he had time, he could start researching it, and once he awakened his spear intent, his combat power would definitely improve. However, he got too busy later and forgot about the notebook, leaving it to gather dust in the chest jar space. If the system hadn't randomly selected an enhancement related to it, Jo-Yun probably wouldn't have remembered it for a long time. Commentary on artistic conception. Comment: seriously? Is this what you call artistic conception? Is this what you call annotation? Even a primary school student's scribbles are more reliable than this. If you use this as a reference, you've got it for life. Enhancement Path 1: Advancement. This annotated notebook was made by a stingy, third-rate martial artist. It's hardly presentable. However, by chance, it came into the possession of a powerful heavenly martial artist. Driven by greed, he casually made some modifications, making the contents of the notebook more reliable. Required achievement points, 200. Enhancement Route 2, please accept my condolences. This annotation book is truly shoddy. It would be so poorly made that even wiping your bottom in a public restroom would be considered too crude. However, good fortune has descended upon it. A divine stone from outer space has landed on this notebook. Coincidentally, this divine stone is actually an incomparably precious celestial wool stone. Required achievement points, 1000. 1000. After reading about the second enhancement route, Jo-Yun's pupils widened instantly, and he gasped. 1000 achievement points? So expensive. This was the most expensive enhancement he had encountered since acquiring the system. Although he didn't know what the so-called heavenly wool stone was for, he knew that with system-enhanced purchases, you always get what you pay for. Since it's priced at 1000 achievement points, it must be worth that price. Exchanging for it is definitely not a bad deal. Jo-Yun swallowed hard, his heart pounding with excitement. However, he did not make a choice immediately. Although he has a high number of achievement points, totaling more than 2,700. However, he still prefers to look at all three types of enhancement items before making a comprehensive consideration of the enhancement path. Then, he opened the second enhancement item, which was the martial arts enhancement he had been longing for several days. Broken Army Spear. Evaluation: a single spear thrust shatters the enemy ranks, felling 10,000 foes. The concept behind this spear technique is quite good, but unfortunately, the creator's level was too low to create a powerful martial art that surpassed his vision and abilities. Enhancement Route 1: Enhance. Perfect this martial art, continuing this spear technique, and increase the number of spear moves to 33. Required achievement points, 100. Enhancement Route 2: Sublimation. Quality over quantity of moves. No matter how varied your tactics, I will remain unmoved and break through with sheer force. Add one spear technique, maximizing its power. Requires 300 achievement points. Enhancement Route 1: 33 spear techniques cost 100 points. Enhancement Route 2: each spear technique costs 300 points. If it were a supermarket auntie, she would probably choose Route 1, spend less money and get more done. Jo-Yun chuckled twice and gently shook his head. Unfortunately, I am a martial artist who has embarked on the path of cultivation, so I choose Enhancement 2. The price of one spear technique in Enhancement Route 2 is 3 times higher than the price of 33 spear techniques in Enhancement Route 1. Jo-Yun couldn't even imagine how powerful it was. I'm afraid the power of this move has skipped the category of second-tier martial arts and directly reached the level of a third-tier martial artist. This time, he didn't wait to see all the Silver Moon fruit enhancements before making a choice. Instead, he directly confirmed the second enhancement route. System: I choose Enhancement Route 2. One-shot technique, 300 achievement points. Splash! A sound of gold coins clashing rang in my mind, and 300 achievement points were deducted from my account. I don't know what's wrong with the system today. It suddenly added sound effects without my permission. The next second, the true essence of a spear technique appeared in Jo-Yun's mind. Thunderfire Spear Technique? With a thought, the system transmitted the technique, and he immediately began to comprehend this spear technique. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes. The Thunderfire Spear Technique, it really has to be a product of the system. Jo-Yun exclaimed in admiration. After reflecting on it, he had gained a general understanding of this spear technique. In fact, this is not a single spear technique, but rather a spear intent. Once he comprehends this spear intent, the power of all his spear techniques will be greatly enhanced. However, successfully comprehending this spear intent is not an easy task, and it also has a prerequisite. That is, one must master the true meaning of thunder and fire. Only in this way can one unleash the incomparably powerful thunder and fire spear intent. So, is the second enhancement route of artistic conception annotation absolutely necessary? Without the artistic conception sacred stone, it is not an easy thing to successfully comprehend the true meaning of thunder and fire, and integrate them to unleash the thunderfire spear intent. Zhou Yun shook his head helplessly. However, he did not object. After all, he really wanted that heavenly will stone. In that case, let's choose. Afterwards, Zhou Yun returned to the enhancement interface of artistic conception annotation and decisively chose enhancement route 2. The next moment, amidst the clattering sound of gold coins, 1,000 achievement points were deducted by the system. Inside the chest jar space, the book Annotations on Artistic Conception, which had been carelessly tossed aside in a corner gathering dust, suddenly shone with dazzling brilliance. A dozen seconds later, the radiance gradually subsided. The book Annotations on Artistic Conception has disappeared, replaced by a smooth stone about 3 feet square. The stone and glass are like mirrors, appearing clear and transparent, which is quite mysterious. Zhou Yun gently waved his hand and took out the heavenly will sacred stone. He sat cross-legged on it, and instantly felt a sense of clarity in his heart, giving rise to many insights. These insights are unrelated to cultivation, yet they are connected to the great Tao, as if one could touch the true meaning of heaven and earth with a mere gesture. In just a short while, he gained some understanding of the intent of fist and spear. Sitting on this heavenly will sacred stone to comprehend the essence of the realm, the speed of comprehension is faster than a rocket. Zhou Yun clicked his tongue in amazement, his heart filled with countless emotions. With this sacred stone of destiny, he was able to comprehend various true meanings, such as the meaning of fist, spear, knife, sword, fire, thunder, and water. As long as he wants to comprehend these concepts, he can quickly find the gate connecting them, and then comprehend the true meaning of the laws within them at an extremely fast speed. 1,000 achievement points to exchange for a heavenly will stone like this is absolutely worth it. After contemplating for a while, he calmed down his excited emotions and put the heavenly will stone back into the chest jar space. He looked at the last enhancement item. Silver Moon Fruit. Chapter 57, A Nourishing and Calming Soup for the Pregnant Woman? A bright moon rises over the sea. He was no stranger to the silver moon fruit. I obtained a total of 7 silver moon fruits in that inheritance site. 1 was given to each of Feng Huihong and Wu Wan. 2 were used up in the last enhancement. At the bottom of the lava lake, 1 was used to calm the turmoil in one's soul. He now has only 2 silver moon fruits left. Zhou Yun composed himself and prepared to see what good things would appear this time with the enhancement of the silver moon fruit. If possible, he also plans to do what he did last time, choose 2 different routes for each of the 2 fruits and strengthen them. Silver Moon Fruit. Review, This looks familiar. Didn't I just see it recently? Enhancement Route 1, Pregnancy Protection and Calming the Mind. Your woman, Su Linglong, seems to be experiencing morning sickness? Silver moon fruit has a mild medicinal effect, possessing the properties of protecting the fetus and calming the mind. Let this system enhance it, and cook a bowl of sweet soup to protect the fetus and calm the mind. It will surely help you win the heart of your beauty. Required achievement points, 600. Enhancement Route 2, Moonlight, Illuminate them. Enchant a silver moon fruit, giving it special attributes and awakening the innate secret technique, Rising Moon over the Sea. Requires 600 achievement points. After reading about the first enhancement route, Zhou Yun was speechless. After reading about the second enhancement route, Zhou Yun beamed with joy. The content that appeared in the first enhancement route was somewhat unexpected for me. But thinking about it, I feel it's still very necessary. Zhou Yun pondered for a moment. After all, Su Linglong was the mother of his child. This is not an outsider. Investing in a silver moon fruit for her is not a bad investment. Moreover, the soup made primarily with 6th-grade spiritual herbs, once absorbed and refined by her, can also enhance her foundation. The effects of protecting the fetus and calming the mind can also enhance the fetus's innate qualities, ensuring that the child will be exceptionally gifted after birth. It can be said that this choice is entirely beneficial, and without any drawbacks Zhou Yun will definitely not lose out. Although he was terrified of poverty, he was not a miser. They are very generous to their own people. Even Wu Luan and Zhou Yun were willing to share a silver moon fruit, so it would be perfectly normal for them to share another one with Su Linglong. He then made his selection on the system interface. Both enhancement directions were chosen simultaneously, each consuming a precious silver moon fruit. Instantly, 1,200 achievement points were deducted by the system. At this point, the selection of the 3 enhancement items is complete. A total of 2,500 achievement points were spent. He had only 220 achievement points left in his system wallet. The size was significantly reduced, but he was not disappointed. After all, once these things are spent, they will quickly be converted into cultivation and combat power, so it's definitely not a loss. The next moment, the 2 silver moon fruits in the system space disappeared. Instead, a bowl of deliciously prepared soup is served, its warm aroma filling the air. One characteristic of spatial artifacts is that the state of items stored inside is locked at the moment of storage. When this soup is placed in the chesspot, it is warm, so no matter when it is taken out, its state will not change, and it will always be as if it was just made. Zhou Yun glanced at it once and then looked away. This soup, prepared by the system, is perfectly suited to Su Linglong in terms of its properties. Even if he picks it up now and drinks it all in one gulp, he can only achieve a partial effect and cannot fully utilize the soup's benefits. His gaze fell on another silver moon fruit. That was the fruit generated from the second enhancement direction. This one is the one that truly belongs to him. This fruit is different from the previous silver moon fruit, and its crescent shape has been changed. Through system modifications, it was transformed into a full moon, perfectly round and shimmering with silver light. A secret innate technique, the moon rising over the sea? Zhou Yun raised an eyebrow slightly. He remembered this person. In a certain mysterious, all-encompassing world, this seems to be a strange phenomenon, doesn't it? However, phenomena, secret techniques, and talents are just different names. It is unknown whether the strength of this rising moon over the sea is weaker or stronger than the rising moon over the sea in the world of covering the sky. Without further hesitation, Zhou Yun picked up the fruit and swallowed it whole. The sweet fruit pulp melts in your mouth, and the refreshing saliva flows down your esophagus into your stomach, then into your acupoints and into your limbs and bones. Zhou Yun's eyes were unfocused. He seemed to hear the sound of crashing waves in his mind. Cliffs, ocean tides, and the bright moon. It was that mysterious space again. Zhou Yun had visited twice before. They acquired 2 innate secret techniques, Crescent Slash and Clear Night Glow. This time, he entered this place again, and will awaken his 3rd innate secret technique, the moon rising over the sea. Splash, splash, splash. The tide is surging. Zhou Yun stood on the cliff, looking up at the sky. He had never seen the moon so closely before. The moon is so big and so bright, it seems like you could reach out and touch it. He gently raised his palm, and with a soft hum, his fingertips seemed to truly touch the full moon in the sky. The next moment, the full moon gently turned. The tide surged and roared, causing the cliffs to sway violently. He clearly didn't sense any danger, but the entire world seemed to show signs of imminent collapse during the recent rotation. A sudden realization dawned on Zhou Yun. This secret technique is indeed an extraordinary phenomenon. After summoning the rising moon from the sea, he stood in the moonlight. Whether it's the combat power they display, the speed at which their star energy recovers, or the speed at which their physical injuries heal, all will be greatly enhanced. In addition, the silver moon in the sky can also attack when it turns. It can destroy the heavens and the earth. Only. Zhou Yun frowned slightly. There are also strange phenomena in this world. But aren't these kinds of phenomena exclusive to heavenly martial artists? They use martial arts power to connect with heaven and earth, generate phenomena to fight against enemies, and suppress all opponents within those phenomena. I'm just a lowly chi martial artist now, yet I've mastered the extraordinary phenomenon technique. Am I even capable of using it? He had no answer. However, even if you can't use it, you'll definitely not lose out. A bright moon rising over the sea can definitely be considered an extremely powerful phenomenon. A moment later, Zhou Yun emerged from the mysterious illusion. He then decided to verify his suspicions. Activate your innate skill to summon the bright moon rising over the sea. In an instant, the star energy within his dantian was rapidly depleted, and even the divine power in his sea of consciousness, as well as the physical bloodline power belonging to the Azure Heaven demon body, were mobilized. And this is just the beginning. He then immediately stopped urging it. The strain is too great for him to handle right now. Zhou Yun had a premonition that even if all his star energy, divine sense, and physical blood were drained, he would not be able to successfully unleash the image of the bright moon rising over the sea. At most, it can only summon a crescent moon. Never mind, I should be able to summon it once my cultivation level improves further. Zhou Yun maintained a positive attitude and was not discouraged. At this moment, the sky was bright. Feng Huihong swayed slightly, clearly having finished refining the Earth Fire Spirit liquid and preparing to wake up from his seclusion. Chapter 58, A Great Opportunity? Woke up? How are you feeling? Zhou Yun looked at Feng Huihong, who had woken up, and asked him with concern. The life essence contained in that mouthful of Earth Fire Spirit liquid was extremely abundant, and his originally very serious injuries had now been almost completely healed. The deep, bone-revealing wound on his chest and abdomen had already scabbed over and would fully heal in 3 to 5 days at most. Haha, not bad. Having narrowly escaped death, I can say it was a blessing in disguise. I broke through 2 realms in one fell swoop and advanced to the level of a 6-star Chi martial artist. The life or death battle contributed to this, as did Zhou Yun's mouthful of earth-fire spirit liquid. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun nodded. Indeed, life and death experiences are the best way to improve combat experience and cultivation level. He has a lot to say on this point. After almost every battle, his cultivation level would increase significantly. Gaining experience by defeating monsters is a common understanding. However, if possible, try to avoid taking any more risks. When I said I would come back safely, I was extremely confident. Why would you bother picking the so-called blood spirit mushroom for me? Zhou Yun shook his head and gave a serious warning. For him now, the blood Ganoderma lucidum has little effect. Only some precious 2nd tier or even 3rd tier spiritual herbs could possibly be of some help to him. Feng Huihong nodded slightly. Recalling the scene last night where Zhou Yun was like a god of war, killing the Wolf King with a single shot and annihilating the pack of wolves with a single thought. My heart was filled with excitement and surging emotions. He whispered to himself, I need to cultivate faster, I can't fall too far behind Brother Yun. After waiting for a while, Wu Luan also came out of seclusion. The cultivation technique she practiced was just an ordinary white technique, with a very low conversion rate of star energy. So, although she had experienced a life or death battle just like Feng Huihong and had both consumed the earth-fire spirit liquid given to her by Zhou Yun, she had only broken through 1 realm and was now at the level of a 5-star Chi martial artist. I have 8 more talismans here. You 2 can each take 4. Seeing her get up and walk over, Zhou Yun took out 8 brand new disposable talismans from the chest jar. These 8 talismans were made by the 6th brother we met on the lava lake. After being killed by Zhou Yun, the resources that the 6th brother had accumulated naturally fell into Zhou Yun's hands. For him now, only 3rd tier talismans can be considered his trump card. 2nd tier talismans are useless no matter how many you have, they're just worthless pieces of paper. Feng Huihong and Wu Luan each received 4 cards from Zhou Yun. Wow! Brother Yun! Which young master did you rob? The quality of this talisman is comparable to the top-tier talismans from the Starry Sky Merchant Guild. He looked at the 4 talismans in his hand, a hint of surprise on his face. 1 2nd-tier mid-grade talisman and 3 2nd-tier low-grade talismans. Such a luxurious setup is worth nearly 10,000 Dragon Kingdom currency. There aren't many people at Haicheng University who have the resources to produce such precious talismans. Not only him, but the 4 talismans in Wu Luan's hands were also of the same level. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun was also slightly taken aback. He glanced at the talismans briefly, found them useless to him, and put them out of his mind for the time being, without thinking about their price. After Feng Huihong said that, it seems that not many people can afford these talismans. Then I recalled that 6th brother from before. A mere martial arts practitioner possesses 2 powerful spiritual weapons, a silver folding fan and a heavenly net canopy umbrella, which are effective for both offense and defense. Furthermore, his storage bag contains so many precious talismans. He must not be an unknown figure. I remember when I killed him. He seemed to have mentioned the Qian family. Could he be from the Qian family? Zhou Yun frowned and pondered, recalling some details of the time when he killed the 6th brother. I searched for some scenes in my memory and slowly recounted them. The Qian family? Could it be the Qian family, led by Qian Yangmu? My goodness! Brother Yun, have we bitten off more than we can chew? Upon hearing the name Qian family, Feng Huihong's eyes widened, and he lowered his voice to whisper. The Qian family was very famous, even Zhou Yun had heard of them. Rumor has it that the Lord of Haicheng is surnamed Qian, and at least 4 or 5 cities in the eastern part of the Dragon Kingdom are under the control of the Qian family. It can be said that in the eastern region of the Dragon Kingdom, the Qian family is an absolute behemoth. What impressed Zhou Yun most about the Qian family was Qian Yangmu, whom Feng Huihong had just mentioned. His father was the Lord of Haicheng, and he was known as the young Lord of Haicheng. What truly made him famous was not his family background, but his own strength and level of achievement. He had already broken through to become a heavenly warrior at the age of 27. Together with Su Linglong, they were known as the 2 most outstanding talents in Haicheng, and some even jokingly referred to them as the Condor Heroes. Qian Yangmu also expressed his admiration for Su Linglong in public on more than one occasion. Snort! Zhou Yun snorted coldly in his heart. This guy is already courting death. So what if it's the Qian family? It's still uncertain who will prevail. Zhou Yun said calmly to Feng Huihong. Although the Qian family is quite powerful, as long as he continues to grow stronger rapidly, it won't be long before he can trample this so-called Qian family under his feet. Feng Huihong nodded repeatedly. Brother Yun, I believe you. Wu Wan, who had been silent all along, suddenly raised her head. Speaking of which, when I was preparing to go to the Wind Spirit Land to cultivate, I met someone who seemed to be a branch of the Qian family. He said he would take me to find a great opportunity, but I refused and did not go with him. Before he left, he pointed me in a general direction and said that if I regretted it, I could go there to find him. In fact, that person, like Wu Wan, was also a freshman at Haicheng University. Because their family had a slight collateral blood relationship with the Qian family, they obtained a considerable amount of cultivation resources. At that time, that person was a 6-star Qi martial artist. Upon first seeing Wu Wan, he was immediately captivated by her beauty and began pursuing her. However, Wu Wan's resolve to pursue martial arts was firm, and she naturally rejected the man's advances. She drew a simple topographical map on the ground. There are 3 points on the map. The first is their current location. The second point is the previous Wind Spirit Land. The third location was the one that the Qin family branch had mentioned as holding a great opportunity. Zhou Yun looked at the topographical map below and fell into deep thought. That location is already very close to the depths of the secret island. There is a possibility of encountering a third-tier demonic beast or a heavenly warrior. There is a certain degree of danger. However, he was also very curious. What kind of place would be described by the Qian family as a great opportunity? Chapter 59, Something Underwater. Now that they have already stood on the opposite side of the Qian family, if they can seize the opportunities that belong to the Qian family and turn them into their own, then why not do it if it can both suppress the enemy and enhance our own strength? However, one point is very important. When Wu Wan found the Wind Spirit Land, the secret realm had just opened. How could that collateral descendant of the Qian family, who was clearly just a minor Qi martial artist, know about such a great opportunity? Moreover, it's illogical that someone would dare to venture deep into the secret realm alone. Therefore, if you want to catch up, go to the location shown in the diagram. We must be very careful. Feng Huihong was right about one thing. For them right now, the Qian family is indeed an insurmountable obstacle. If they kick the Qian family, not only will it be difficult to cause them any damage, but they are also very likely to be injured themselves. Zhou Yun still has a long way to go if he wants to rival or even crush the Qian family. Let's go. Let's set off. With the system around, Zhou Yun is becoming increasingly fond of causing trouble. If you simply stay quietly in one place to cultivate, the achievement points you can obtain will definitely not be high. However, if you spend the whole day fighting and causing trouble, the achievement points you get at the end of the day will be higher each time. By using achievement points to enhance items, his strength will increase rapidly. I think we don't necessarily have to follow their path. As long as we are in the same direction, we will definitely reach our goal. If we follow the path of those wealthy people, the opportunities along the way will have already been harvested by them. Wu Wan stood beside Zhou Yun and carefully reminded him. At that time, a member of the Qian family's collateral branch had spoken to her about it. The location is situated behind a brown iron mountain, surrounded by a rushing river. The terrain is quite obvious and not difficult to find. Zhou Yun nodded. Sure, this is a good opportunity for us to change our path and improve our strength. His cultivation level is difficult to improve due to the lack of subsequent cultivation techniques. However, this does not mean that our strength cannot be improved. Whether it's martial arts techniques like the breaking army spear or the savage bull strength, or using the heavenly will sacred stone to comprehend the essence of a realm, all are ways to improve one's strength. After simply grilling a portion of tiger meat for breakfast, the three of them got up and set off. As this secret island remains open for longer periods, the number of people entering it is also increasing. By this time, it wasn't just the martial artists of Haicheng who were affected. Even other cities surrounding Fuhai City, such as Lianqing and Junchang, have attracted many powerful individuals who have heard of its reputation. Zhou Yun and his group encountered no fewer than 3 different martial arts teams in one morning. However, their purpose was not to fight others, but to seek opportunities within the secret realm. Upon seeing Zhou Yun and his 2 companions, none of them chose to engage them in combat. Instead, they all departed in different directions. After all, their strengths are not much different, and if they were to fight rashly, it would be impossible to know who would win or lose, and it would be a losing proposition. Zhou Yun, on the other hand, paid no attention to these minor NPC characters. In his eyes, the strongest person he had met that morning was only an 8-star Chi martial artist. If he really wanted to, he could probably crush the other person with one hand. For him now, only spiritual warriors or second-tier demonic beasts are worthy of being treated as equals. There's a big river ahead. Is it the location marked with that opportunity? Feng Huihong suddenly asked excitedly. It's been several days, and it's never been this quiet as it is today. All morning, there was no fighting, and not even a decent opportunity came up. We've always been on the move, on the move. Wuluan stood on a branch of an ancient tree and gazed ahead for a while. He leaped down from the tree and gently shook his head. No. Near that place of opportunity is a dark brown Xiantai mountain, which is surrounded by rivers on all sides. The terrain doesn't match, it must be quite far. Moreover, they have only reached the central part of the secret island so far. That place of opportunity should be located deep within the secret island. All right. Feng Huihong felt somewhat helpless. Having just broken through, he was eager to find an opponent to practice against. There is no bridge over the river. How should we get across? Should we build a raft? Feng Huihong asked Zhou Yun. If they were all heavenly warriors, it would be much easier. They could simply step into the void and fly over easily. Unfortunately, even Zhou Yun, whose strength rivals that of a 10-star spirit warrior, still lacks the ability to fly. If you want to cross the river, you have to rely on the old-fashioned method. You can either build a raft and row across, or you can just swim across. In fact, for these martial artists, building a raft doesn't take much time. In just over 10 minutes, enough wood can be cut down and connected to form a raft large enough to support 3 people crossing the river. However, Zhou Yun, standing by the river, shook his head. We won't cross the river. His eyes gleamed with a sinister light as he looked past the rushing river and fixed his gaze on the bottom of the riverbed. Don't cross the river? Not only Feng Huihong, but even Wu Luan looked puzzled. They've been gone for so long. Does Zhou Yun have other plans or intentions? If we don't cross the river, how can we find the Qian family's place of opportunity? At this moment, Zhou Yun stood on the riverbed and quietly activated his pupil technique to look down into the river. From his perspective, beneath the river water, there was a cluster of extremely dense energy light flashing continuously, golden in color, clearly of very high quality. An opportunity. This is a tremendous opportunity. He was in high spirits. He had sensed something was wrong when he approached the river. The star energy here was too concentrated. Witnessing it with my own eyes now is even more awe-inspiring. The energy radiance beneath the river was still and motionless, clearly not a demonic beast. Rather, it is a non-living entity carrying enormous amounts of pure energy. It could be a miraculous medicine, or it could be a powerful magical artifact. Whatever it is, it's worth taking a trip in the water to find out. Something's not right about this secret island. After the initial excitement, a sense of surprise suddenly flashed through Zhou Yun's mind. Previously, Su Linglong had talked about the secret realm in class. Generally speaking, secret realms are either places left behind by ancient creatures or powerful ancestors, or naturally formed treasure lands nurtured by the essence of heaven and earth. However, regardless of the type, the resources inside are limited. And on this secret island, he has already found quite a lot. The 6th-tier spiritual herb, the silver moonfruit, and the earthfire golden lotus, which can evolve without limit. This secret island is home to at least 3 spiritually rich sites, rarely seen by outsiders. Land of wind spirits, land of fire spirits, land of ice spirits. Right now, beneath this river lies another rare treasure. This was only an opportunity he had to witness. Excluding the others who entered the secret realm, Zhou Yun had no idea whether they had found great opportunities. However, he knew that it was unusual for so many great opportunities to occur in the same place. There might be some hidden secrets behind this. But now I'm more curious about what exactly is underwater. Chapter 60, The Golden Palace, the carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Underwater? Something? Feng Huihong looked completely bewildered, and after exchanging a glance with Wu Luan, they both looked equally bewildered. They went to the riverbank and looked down. The river flows swiftly, and the water is relatively clear, but it is impossible to see what is on the riverbed. The two looked around for a long time but couldn't find anything unusual. Zhou Yun chuckled softly. Stop looking. If you all see everything, what's the point of me being the boss? Let's go down and take a look. Then, he leaped into the rushing river. A faint white light emerged and covered his body. Zhou Yun channeled his star energy to form a thin veil, separating his body from the water. In this way, even if you dive underwater, you won't have to worry about getting your clothes wet, and with the star energy attacking from your dantian, you don't need to worry about oxygen consumption. As long as there is sufficient star energy, there is not much difference between being underwater and above water. Feng Huihong and Wu Wan followed Zhou Yun's lead without hesitation and jumped into the river. The water is clear, cold, and flows swiftly. Zhou Yun scanned the area with his pupil technique, carefully avoiding areas with dark colors. These dark areas are all underwater currents that are constantly surging and can disrupt the flow of star energy. Those who are not strong enough may have their star energy veil broken through, and their physical bodies will be directly impacted by the pressure of the water flow, drifting to other places, or even risking death and falling. Although, with Zhou Yun's strength, he was naturally not afraid of these minor undercurrents. However, Feng Huihong and Wu Luan are different. One of them is a 6-star Qi martial artist, and the other is a 5-star Qi martial artist. On land, it's fine, but underwater, once their star energy veils are torn, it will be extremely dangerous. Splash! Splash! The water surged and eroded the riverbed, making a series of splashing sounds. The ground was covered with hard river sand, and the light was affected by the refraction of the water. Once underwater, visibility was much worse. It's nothing, is it? A vast, pitch-black expanse. Brother Yun, you must be seeing things, right? The water behind him rippled gently. Feng Huihong walked to his side and whispered in his ear, his voice as soft as a silken thread. Zhou Yun shook his head. Don't be fooled by appearances. Energy flows, invisible and intangible, but it is real. Just follow me. Zhou Yun's eyes gleamed with intelligence as he gazed ahead, his face radiating confidence. Under the influence of the pupil technique, what he saw was different from what Feng Huihong and Wu Luan saw. Ahead, in that dark stream of water, stands a magnificent palace that gleams with golden light. However, to Zhou Yun's surprise, according to his pupil technique, the palace was at most 50 or 60 meters away from them. However, no matter how wide they opened their eyes, strained their vision, or tried to scan the area ahead with their divine senses, they were still unable to see clearly. He couldn't see anything at all, as if it were really as Feng Huihong had said, there was nothing in front of him, and it was all Zhou Yun's illusion. Zhou Yun walked forward with firm steps. He was full of confidence in his pupil technique. For these martial artists, a distance of 50 or 60 meters was only a matter of 3 to 5 seconds. This is a fish? Upon getting closer and truly seeing everything clearly, Zhou Yun's eyes widened instantly. What did he see? It was a fish. An ancient carp that has been dead for who knows how many years. This fish looks to be 7 or 8 meters long. Its body has been eroded by time and is almost completely integrated with the surrounding mud and sand. This carp. It's almost ready to transform into a dragon. After circling around it once, Zhou Yun suddenly widened his eyes, his face showing shock. On the top of this carp's head are 2 fist-sized bulges that are evolving into dragon horns. Seeing this, he observed carefully for a moment longer. On either side of the carp's lips, you can see several faint marks resembling dragon whiskers, which seem to have been washed away by time and are no longer visible. Is the story of the carp leaping over the dragon gate actually true? Even Wu Luan was shocked at this moment. Dragons are purely legendary creatures. There are countless races and numerous monsters in the myriad worlds, but no one has ever heard of or seen a real dragon. The carp before us is actually on the path to becoming a dragon, evolving into a true dragon. How could they not be alarmed? How did it die? Zhou Yun frowned, his mind filled with doubt. Killing such a powerful carp that has embarked on the path to becoming a dragon is no easy task. He had just circled the carp's enormous body, but still couldn't find any wounds. It wasn't killed by someone? Could it be that he died of natural causes? Time truly is the most powerful force in the world. Looking at the carp in front of him, Zhou Yun was filled with emotion. I tentatively reached out a hand and gently touched its scales. The next second, a sudden change has occurred. The fish moved. It gently swayed its body, shaking off the mud and sand, revealing shimmering golden scales. This, it's alive? Feng Huihong shakily stretched out a hand, pointing forward, his face filled with disbelief. In contrast to him, Zhou Yun was much calmer. His pupil technique was never closed. The ichthyosaur in front of us did not exhibit any characteristics of a living organism. It should just be a normal anomaly. It hasn't actually come back to life. Suddenly, a golden light appeared. It instantly filled Zhou Yun's entire field of vision. The next second, the golden light enveloped the three of them. Zhou Yun felt as if his six senses and five perceptions were shut down, and he could not perceive the flow of time at all. I don't know how much time passed. Consciousness gradually returned. He opened his eyes and was surprised to find himself in a pristine palace. Palace? The huge energy cluster I saw before, attached to the ichthyosaur, was the shape of the palace. Could it be that I am currently inside the fish dragon's body, in that enormous palace constructed from that massive energy? He had some guesses in his mind. I got up from the ground, stretched my limbs, and felt that I was in no different condition than usual. Feng Huihong and Wu Luan were also in the palace. He had just scanned the surroundings and spotted them. The two men were not far from him and were still fast asleep. Unbeknownst to Zhou Yun, the golden light outside was still continuing, already creating a raging storm on the secret island. The golden light that burst forth from the fish dragon seemed to have become some kind of mysterious signal, and once it started, it was unstoppable. On the secret island, there are as many as 3 secret locations that simultaneously burst forth with dazzling golden light. It was as if announcing to the world that an unparalleled treasure had appeared. Chapter 61, A Tremendous Phenomenon, Digging 3 Feet Deep. The great river surged and roared, like a giant dragon about to take flight, letting out a thunderous roar, like a dragon's cry. A dazzling golden light burst forth from the river, illuminating the world, as if a breathtaking scroll was slowly unfolding. What is that? Wow! The golden legend? Hurry! There must be a rare treasure appearing. We must get our hands on it. Something that can cause such a phenomenon is definitely not an ordinary thing. A magnificent display of divine power, radiating golden light. Such an extraordinary sight most likely signifies the emergence of a terrifying inheritance, possibly involving a cultivation technique at the level of a celestial martial artist or higher. Everyone on the secret island felt a tremor in their hearts. Some looked shocked, while others had a burning desire and greed in their eyes. Many people set off immediately without the slightest hesitation, rushing towards the golden light in the sky. Within 10 seconds after the golden light burst forth, 2 more golden lights suddenly appeared. One of the golden rays was located at the very center of the secret island, where an extremely tall mountain stood. The mountaintop was perfectly flat, as if it had been sliced flat with a sword. There were dozens of powerful demonic beasts with terrifying auras around them. Even if there were heavenly martial artists here, they would be so frightened by the auras of those demonic beasts that they would turn pale and feel uneasy, and dare not move forward. At the very center of the mountaintop stands a stone table with a chessboard on it, where the chess pieces are placed in black and white. The dazzling golden light burst forth from the chessboard. Each chess piece, like a star, is dazzling and beautiful. Not far from the chessboard, an ancient tree, 2 or 3 meters tall, swayed slightly, casting a faint silver glow that mingled with the golden light on the chessboard. If Zhou Yun were here, he would surely have cried out in surprise. Isn't this the secret place of inheritance that he entered after following the sacrificial heads in the cave? On the other side, a huge, dark brown sacred mountain swayed gently. A mysterious ripple arose. A beam of golden light burst forth from the mountaintop, shooting straight into the sky. Immediately afterwards, golden light flowed slowly downwards like water, centered on the mountaintop. In just a short while, the entire mountain turned into a dazzling golden yellow. The mountain is surrounded by 4 Yangtze rivers, whose waters crash against the peaks with tremendous roars, as if a giant dragon is roaring. Ha ha ha! As expected. Senior was right. This mountain is indeed the most precious thing in the entire secret realm. Primordial magnetic golden light peak. With this mountain standing, I, Xian Yangmu, can become the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom, invincible for life, and a force to be reckoned with across the 5 regions. A young man dressed in a black brocade robe with a cold and aloof face stood in front of UNC Jingwang Peak. He opened his arms wide, as if he couldn't wait to embrace the mountain of gold. Behind him, there were no fewer than 200 people, of all ages. Each person sat cross-legged on the ground, their faces filled with fervor, their hands clasped together, chanting an unknown, obscure syllable. The power of public opinion is immense. The syllables converged and transformed into a black runic chain, piercing towards the golden peak of primordial magnetic light ahead. Zhou Yun was naturally completely unaware of what was happening outside. He was leading the awakened Feng Huihong and Wu Luan on an exploration of the palace. Is this the Dragon Palace? Wu Luan's eyes were filled with curiosity. She walked and looked around, turning her head in circles as if she couldn't take it all in. It must be the Dragon Palace built by that carp. Zhou Yun nodded in response. Previously, he had discovered a mural in a side hall. I don't know what these powerful people are thinking. They leave murals all the time. They're all riddles. Previously, he had discovered several murals on the stone pillars in the cave, which contained some mysterious information. This time, inside the Dragon Palace, he discovered several more murals. However, it is different from the stone piers in the cave. These murals do not convey much information. The image above shows a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Dragon horns, whiskers, and a tail have sprouted from the carp's body. It is almost halfway to truly transforming into a dragon. Let's go, we should still be on the outskirts of the Dragon Palace. Zhou Yun looked away from the mural. He was very familiar with the Dragon Palace. Legend has it that the Dragon Kings love to collect rare treasures, and their caves contain a large number of precious spiritual objects. It has rare, 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs and world-renowned, timeless treasures. Even the Monkey King's Rui Jingu Bang Golden Cudgel is found in the Dragon Palace. But these are stories from another world, which Zhou Yun was very familiar with before his transmigration, but that doesn't mean the dragons in this world are the same. Especially since the master of this Dragon Palace seems to be a dragon that evolved from a carp. Their wealth is definitely not as abundant as that of the 4 Dragon Kings in Journey to the West. However, even so, Zhou Yun still had high expectations. Even if a treasure is not so precious to the Carp Dragon King, it is still incredibly precious to them who are only at the Chi martial artist level. Is that the alchemy room ahead? At this moment, Wulwan suddenly cried out, interrupting Zhou Yun's thoughts. Upon hearing the words alchemy room, Zhou Yun instantly became excited. The alchemy room? How did you know? Do you have a map? Or do you know the dragon's script? Feng Huihong frowned and asked in confusion. I don't have a map, and I don't know the dragon language. But, look at the door, there's a mark of an alchemy furnace on it. If it's not an alchemy room, then what is it? Wulwan said it as a matter of course. Zhou Yun ignored their conversation and strode forward toward the side hall that appeared to be a pill refining room. He placed his hands on the palace door and pushed it gently. There was no resistance. With a creak, the door was easily pushed open by him. A faint, sweet fragrance wafted over from the alchemy room. After swirling around Zhou Yun's nose, it was inhaled into his body. Instantly, he felt a surge of energy, as if he had drunk a mouthful of sweet spring water on a hot summer day. Cool. This fragrance is wonderful. I don't know how many years have passed, but it's still so rich. Without further hesitation, he charged in first. Ah! Holy crap! However, Zhou Yun had only been in the alchemy room for a second when he let out 2 screams. What's wrong? Feng Huihong and Wulwan asked with concern as they rushed into the alchemy room. Then. Ah! Holy crap! Damn it! We've been robbed. The alchemy room was completely empty. Apart from that sip of elixir fragrance, there was nothing else. This nothing else is a literal reference, not a figurative one. Inside the alchemy room, there was no alchemy furnace, nor any cabinet for storing pills. There were no floor tiles, and even no ceiling. Zhou Yun looked up and could see the illusory sky outside. This place has been dug up 3 feet deep and swept clean. In a physical sense, it means digging 3 feet into the ground. Chapter 62, The Mysterious Man in Blue Robes, and the Master's Chest Jar. It's so clean. Zhou Yun smiled bitterly. He had previously thought that he would make a fortune this time, with the fragrance of the pills so strong that he could make a big profit. But I never expected that this would be what I found inside. He almost lost his footing and fell into the deep pit that had been dug 3 feet into the ground. This is not a case of being robbed. Were we attacked by bandits? The Dragon Palace's alchemy room had neither the necessary elixirs nor the required alchemy furnace. Not only is the cabinet for storing pills missing, but can you believe that the floor tiles and ceiling have also been stripped away? After leaving the alchemy room, he glanced back. Once the gate is closed again, a sense of natural harmony arises, and no one can tell that this place has been completely looted, a true example of something that looks good on the outside but is rotten inside. Let's go. Let's see if we can find anything else. Zhou Yun shook his head helplessly, sighing inwardly at the pity. Although that's what he said, he didn't actually have much confidence. The Dragon Palace symbolizes abundance, so it's impossible that it only has one place, the alchemy room. There will inevitably be treasure pavilions, library pavilions, weapon refining rooms, and other places that contain rare and precious treasures. However, since someone has gotten there first, he certainly wouldn't just visit the alchemy room. Zhou Yun guessed that other places must have been ransacked just like this. However, even though that's what he thought, he was still somewhat unwilling to give up without seeing it for himself. The three of them quickly glanced around, no longer feeling the excitement they had before, when they wanted to examine and investigate every little detail. After wandering around for a while, we finally found a valuable secret place. The pavilion is adorned with 3 large characters carved in a flowing, elegant style. But none of the 3 of them recognized the dragon's script. However, behind the large characters, there is a relief of a luminous pearl, which looks dazzling and very precious. This should be the treasure pavilion, right? Wu Wan frowned slightly and spoke slowly. Whatever it is, why don't we go in and see for ourselves? Within this dragon palace, none of the rooms are restricted. One can freely enter and explore any area. Zhou Yun stepped forward and gently pushed the door open. A shimmering, precious light filled the entire field of vision of the 3 of them. What? There's something there? As expected. Dragons have a lot of treasures. They love collecting these sparkly things. All 3 of them were startled, their mouths agape, their faces filled with astonishment. What did they see? The treasures inside were countless, piled up into a mountain. A luminous pearl shimmering with a ghostly light, a battle chariot roaring with the clang of battle spirit, a blood-red sword radiating murderous intent, ancient runes flashing with inscriptions. One by one, they were carelessly discarded on the ground. Zhou Yun felt like she couldn't take it all in. We're rich. We're really rich. He chuckled as he strode forward and entered the room. Then, the next second, with a thud, his foot slipped and he fell 3 meters. Zhou Yun felt a blur before his eyes, and all the treasures that filled the room vanished instantly. The surroundings were empty and barren. The floor tiles were gone, the ceiling was gone, leaving only bare walls and a door with an illusion array. Digging 3 feet into the ground again? That technique looks so familiar. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive thuds of people falling to the ground were heard. Feng Huihong and Wu Luan entered the room, both looking bewildered. Damn it! You damned bastard! What a mess! You can take everything away, but why set up some kind of formation outside the door? Zhou Yun's forehead veins throbbed with anger and fury. Feng Huihong looked astonished, opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say, feeling powerless to even complain. Someone's there! At this moment, Wu Luan suddenly spoke up, looking towards the door with a hint of panic and fear in her eyes. She had only glanced at it casually. However, in that one glance, she saw a figure suddenly appear at the doorway. Upon hearing her exclamation, Zhou Yun's expression instantly turned serious, and he turned to look back at the doorway. At the entrance stood a man dressed in blue armor. He wasn't tall, but he gave off a very powerful and mysterious aura. His black chainmail was embroidered with scales that shimmered with light, making him look like an extraordinary warrior of exceptional origin. Who are you? Zhou Yun narrowed his eyes, his expression solemn, as if facing a formidable enemy. The chess set hanging around his neck swayed gently, and a stream of dark light flowed out, landing in his hand and transforming into a domineering spear wreathed in black dragon patterns. He could see the mysterious person standing at the door. However, when scanned with divine sense, that location was empty, as if it did not exist at all. At the same time, Zhou Yun also secretly activated his pupil technique, wanting to see the person's strength and realm. But this time, even the invincible pupil technique failed. Zhou Yun couldn't see any energy flow on this person, as if he were just an ordinary mortal. But even a mortal, who eats grains and drinks the essence of heaven and earth, should be able to see the flow and fluctuation of energy with his pupil technique, right? This person. Something's not right. Something's 99 out of 100% wrong. Despite Zhou Yun's tense demeanor, as if facing a formidable enemy, the man in blue showed no sign of panic. He rose lightly, passed through the door of the room, and landed gracefully, as if he already knew that the place had been dug up and the floor hollowed out. His movements looked elegant, yet they were incredibly fast. Zhou Yun didn't see him make any movements, he only felt a blur before his eyes, and the person was already in front of him. The gentleman's chess set. Where did you get it? The man in blue glanced calmly at the chess jar hanging around Zhou Yun's neck and asked softly. Instantly, Zhou Yun trembled, and his pupils contracted sharply. The gentleman's chess set? What is meant by Mr. Chess Jar? Could it be that he knew the previous owner of this chess set? But he obtained this chess jar from the stone chessboard of that fallen demon. The man in blue recognized the chess set and addressed him as Sir. Could they be from the same era? How is that possible? Zhou Yun had no idea how long ago this secret realm was created. However, he did know some of the history of the alien races in the heavens. The fallen demon race has not appeared in the Dragon Kingdom for at least several thousand years. In other words, the previous owner of the chess jar, that mysterious fallen demon, was a being from at least several thousand years ago. The man in blue addressed him as Sir, indicating they were from the same era. What kind of person can live so long? A celestial warrior? Impossible. Heavenly warriors are no good. A holy warrior? A divine warrior? That probably won't work either. A martial artist at the 5th level would never live that long. This person is at least a powerful expert at the 5th level of the Divine Ascension realm. Chapter 63, The Secret Technique of Dragon Transformation. Zhou Yun looked tense and serious, and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. I entered a cave, offered some sacrifices, and was then teleported to a mysterious place. Zhou Yun hesitated for a moment, feeling that if he didn't say anything, it might displease the person. The gap in strength is too large, it's better to tell the truth. In addition to this chess jar, I also obtained a bottle of heavenly demon essence blood. After I refined it, I gained a special physique. As he spoke, Zhou Yun activated the power of his heavenly demon body's bloodline. He figured that since the man in blue addressed the other man as Sir, their relationship must be one of friendship rather than enmity. The heavenly demon bloodline that awakened his heavenly demon body may have originated from the master he mentioned. Revealing it might reduce the other party's hostility and make their situation safer. The next second, the power of his bloodline surged, and a purple-gold radiance emerged from his dantian. Powerful, noble, domineering, ferocious. The man stared at Zhou Yun's dantian for a moment, then nodded. Your aura is exactly the same as the master's, and you share the same demonic bloodline. You could even be considered a descendant of the master. The man wore an expression of great interest. I never expected that a weak human could withstand the violent power of demonic blood and not explode after refining the demonic factors. You are truly extraordinary. He naturally didn't know that the demonic blood Zhou Yun refined had been purified by the system. I am the master of this dragon palace. Over the years, in order to maintain a dazed and confused state and prolong the existence of my soul, I have exhausted all things of value. You've already been to the alchemy room, haven't you? He looked at Zhou Yun, sighed, and slowly said. Besides the alchemy room you visited, the treasure vault here, the weapon refining room, the cultivation technique pavilion, and so on. They've all been used up. You won't gain anything by going there. As he spoke, his figure gradually turned translucent and slowly became ethereal. He was not a living being, but a remnant soul, a wisp of divine consciousness, that had long since died. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Too much time has passed. The Sir he mentioned may have long since disappeared. How could he possibly have survived to this day in his prime? Moreover, if he were truly alive, how could he possibly be content to stay in this empty dragon palace for so long without ever leaving? Zhou Yun's lips twitched slightly. I originally thought it was that ruthless bandit who would dig 3 feet into the ground and not let a single hair go. Unexpectedly, it was someone else who made it. If it's your own stuff, what's wrong with digging 3 feet into the ground? Are you going to stop people from doing renovations? My remaining soul can only last another 100 years at most. I don't know if there's any hope of seeing you return from the ashes. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun's heart skipped a beat. What did he say? Rebirth from Nirvana? Is that fallen demon not dead, and could he possibly be reborn from the ashes? What level of strength would it take for a powerful expert to accomplish this? Zhou Yun could never have imagined it. He suddenly remembered the identity of that demon. According to the murals Zhou Yun saw, he was a 6-winged angel who fell from grace and deliberately became a demon. Could this be an attempt at a path to nirvana? Then I thought of the black and white pieces on the chessboard, locked in a fierce struggle. Is this yet another experience of nirvana? Senior, I once saw some mural carvings in a cave. Zhou Yun waved his hand and used his divine sense to simulate and project those murals. He wanted to know the contents of those carved murals in the middle, which might involve some unparalleled secrets unknown to ordinary people. I wonder if this man's remnant soul is aware of this. However, after seeing the murals that Zhou Yun showed me, the man shook his head. I am merely a carp that Master casually conjured. Although I follow Master, I am nothing more than a casual act in his eyes, and he is unaware of many secrets. The man admitted it. That gentleman's casual enlightenment gave him real life, made him truly conscious, and freed him from confusion and ignorance. These words truly shocked Zhou Yun. Randomly applied guidance? A carp transforming into a dragon? For a moment, he didn't know what to think. That, sir, was terrifying. Not only did he undergo a nirvana, but he also fought against the heavens alone, battling against countless enemies. After being severely injured, he used the blood of angels to undergo a nirvana-like transformation into a demon. It can even transform all things with a single thought, turning an ordinary carp into a true dragon? Right. Transform into a dragon. At this moment, the man in blue seemed to remember something, and a glint of light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Your name is Zhou Yun, right? When you first entered the Dragon Palace, I think I heard them mention your name. Zhou Yun nodded. It seems this guy didn't just discover them now, but rather he noticed these three uninvited guests the moment he entered the Dragon Palace. Since you obtained the heavenly demon blood essence from the Master, and you have endured the terrifying power of the heavenly demon blood, you have awakened the Azure Heaven demon body. Then, you and your teacher will be bound by cause and effect, sharing the same blood and origin, and becoming each other's disciple and son. Whether you agree or not, cause and effect exist, and blood ties exist. His expression suddenly became extremely serious. And I, the king, am the dragon enlightened by you, sir. I shall repay your kindness in gratitude. I have a secret method for transforming into a dragon. Although it was created casually by you, it will still benefit me for life. And for you at present, this should be an extremely rare secret technique. Today, I will impart to you the method of transforming into a dragon. As soon as he finished speaking, golden light shone brightly on his body, like a blazing sun, flashing brilliantly. Zhou Yun's eyes widened in surprise. Is there really such a good thing? A secret technique delivered right to your doorstep? If this were in a novel, wouldn't this be the treatment of a protagonist? But thinking about it, I'm a transmigrator with a system, and I even picked up a wife who's as beautiful as an angel at the start. The script they received was probably a protagonist template, so it's understandable that they've encountered this situation. Zhou Yun's thoughts were in turmoil, but he was also excited. A few minutes later, the golden light slowly faded away. The man remained standing in the same spot, but his body seemed to have become even weaker and more transparent. If he could have held on for another 100 years. Now, it seems that in another 50 or 60 years, the true spirit will dissipate and vanish. A thick, coiled dragon pillar appeared before Zhou Yun. The entire dragon pillar shimmered with golden light, with divine dragons coiling around it, exuding immense power. This is the ascending dragon pillar. The secret technique for transforming into a dragon is contained within. Chapter 64, The Trial Begins, Sky-Splitting Hand. The law should not be lightly transmitted, and the principles should not be lightly discussed. Even if I intend to pass on the dragon transformation technique to you, you still need to undergo trials to prove your strength and potential before you can successfully take the dragon transformation technique. The man in blue said proudly. This dragon pillar can be said to be the most precious thing he created during his lifetime. His subconscious mind, which had always kept the dragon pillar sealed within his memory, did not want it to be damaged in the slightest. So, all these years, in order to replenish its energy and prolong its existence, this remnant soul almost emptied the entire dragon palace, yet the dragon pillar remained completely undamaged. Of course, you too can also go and try it out. How far you go and what rewards you receive will depend on your fortune and strength. After speaking, the man in blue disappeared, leaving only the enormous dragon-shaped pillar in place. Such a good thing? Brother Yun, you've struck it rich. Feng Huihong was excited. He hadn't said a word before, thinking that Brother Yun was communicating with such an important person, and that if he spoke up rashly, it would displease the man in blue. Unexpectedly, he was also eligible for the trial. As long as he proved his strength, he might even be able to inherit powerful martial arts techniques. Wu Wan was also very excited, her face full of eagerness. Zhou Yun nodded. It seems that the most precious thing in this dragon palace is the inheritance inside this coiled dragon pillar. Come on, let me see what's going on. Then, he took a step forward, reached out a hand, and gently covered the dragon pillar. The next second, the golden light from the pillar flowed down Zhou Yun's arm and completely enveloped him. Then, his figure transformed into a golden divine light and instantly disappeared into the Panlong pillar. Beside them, Feng Huihong and Wu Wan also touched the Panlong pillar one after the other in the same way to enter the trial space inside. Darkness, as far as the eye can see, is complete darkness. Zhou Yun opened his eyes, but could not see anything at all. It wasn't until a few minutes later that he felt his feet touch solid ground, and then some light gradually appeared around him. The ground was soft underfoot, like stepping on a patch of mud. Zhou Yun, however, felt a scorching heat on the soft mud. This felt somewhat familiar to him. This feels a bit like lava that's slowly cooling down. He recalled the scene from the land of fire spirits. Roar! Just then, a tiger's roar echoed throughout the space, interrupting Zhou Yun's thoughts. Tiger demon? What a coincidence! His eyebrows twitched slightly upwards, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Previously, there was a very powerful tiger demon in the fire spirit land, but that tiger demon died at the hands of that golden divine bird, and Zhou Yun never fought against it. Unexpectedly, the first trial in the trial space inside the Panlong pillar was against a tiger demon. However, this tiger demon looked even more imposing than the tiger he had encountered in the fire spirit land. Its limbs are strong and powerful, full of explosive strength, and each of its 4 tiger claws is burning with a ball of fire, making it look extremely ferocious. It has wings on its back, surrounded by dark demonic flames, and exudes a chilling aura. A pair of tiger-like eyes, as big as copper bells, stared intently at Zhou Yun, letting out a furious roar, exuding killing intent. Roar! After the tiger roared, it moved instantly. With a flap of its wings, it floated and leaped into the air, its 2 pairs of wings like 2 dark, blazing celestial blades, burning with surging flames, slashing towards Zhou Yun. At the same time, its incredibly thick front claws were also tearing at Zhou Yun's neck. Its sharp edge flashes, and once struck, one will inevitably be decapitated and shattered. However, Zhou Yun showed no sign of panic. The first challenge, fighting against demonic beasts of the same cultivation level? This trial by the dragon pillar is underestimating me. This tiger demon looks fierce and imposing, but its cultivation level is not high. It is not difficult to tell from its bloodline aura that it is just a peak first-tier demon beast. It is on par with the 10-star Chi warriors of the human race. For others, fighting against monsters of the same level is quite difficult. Firstly, these demonic beasts all possess powerful bloodline secret techniques, while humans of the same level have few methods, only a handful of martial arts moves. Secondly, at the same level, generally speaking, the physical bodies of demonic beasts are stronger than those of humans at the same level. When the two clash, sometimes the monster doesn't even need to make a move. A single fierce charge is enough to overwhelm the human opponent, leaving them instantly severely injured. However, those are normal human beings. Zhou Yun, however, is clearly not normal. He has awakened the heavenly demon body. How can he be treated like an ordinary human martial artist? He showed no panic as the tiger pounced on him. He focused his energy in his dantian, clenched his fist, and felt the purple gold star energy coursing through his meridians, empowering his fist and giving him immense power. Wild Bull Power! Zhou Yun roared and threw a punch. The fist slashed across the air, creating a roar like that of an ancient, savage tiger, extremely ferocious. The next second, a fist imprint landed on the tiger demon's body. It made a loud thud. In an instant, blood rained down and body parts flew out. The tiger exploded and died under Zhou Yun's punch, without even being able to utter a painful groan. He walked without experiencing any pain. Too easy. Is this the first level? Could you make it a little more difficult? Zhou Yun shook his head and muttered a complaint. A few seconds later, the tiger demon's corpse completely disappeared. Even the falling blood rain vanished completely, as if it had never existed at all. At this moment, the voice of the man in blue echoed throughout the trial space. Successfully passed the first hurdle. Received the martial arts reward sky-splitting hand. A dark purple ancient book appeared before Zhou Yun. He stretched out his hand, glanced at the object, and then revealed an excited expression. It was just defeating a small, peak-level first-tier monster. To obtain a second-tier martial arts skill so easily is just too easy. Moreover, this martial arts manual was clearly chosen specifically for Zhou Yun by the man in blue. If it were an ordinary person, the power unleashed by using the sky-splitting hand would be average. However, Zhou Yun possesses the Azure Heaven demon body, and the star energy within his body is no different from demonic energy. The sky-splitting hand he unleashes using this as a medium is as powerful as a third-tier martial skill. Thank you, senior. Zhou Yun shouted at the surrounding air with a serious expression. Although he couldn't see him, Zhou Yun knew that the man in blue must be paying attention to what was happening here. Since we have received this person's kindness, it is only right that we show respect to them as juniors. The surrounding darkness receded slightly, and some light appeared around Zhou Yun. The man in blue's voice rang out again. The second trial. Start. Chapter 65, The Golden Thunder Clan, Demonic Roars Across the Nine Heavens. Rumble. Rumble. Thunderous sounds resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Zhou Yun looked up and seemed to realize that the surrounding darkness had disappeared and light had appeared in his field of vision. Those are such heavy dark clouds in the sky. Zhou Yun frowned and immediately noticed something was wrong. The clouds in the sky are too thick. Furthermore, golden bolts of lightning flashed continuously among the clouds. A powerful and imposing pressure descended from above the clouds. Dark clouds loom over the city, threatening to crush it. In the sky. Zhou Yun's expression was solemn, his eyes fixed on the distant sky. The enemy in the sky put a lot of pressure on him. This person is very strong. Rumble. A bolt of lightning suddenly appeared, tearing apart the dark clouds on both sides. The next second, a powerful figure clad in golden armor descended from the sky. Armor gleams in the sunlight, like golden scales unfolding. Thump! The figure clad in golden armor landed with a thud, his feet striking the ground with a loud thud. Like a meteorite falling from the heavens, it shook the earth and caused mountains to tremble. He simply reached out and a golden divine sword appeared in his hand, its blade crackling with lightning, looking both mystical and powerful. Golden Thunder Clan. A branch of the Thunder God Clan. Then, the voice of the man in blue rang in Zhou Yun's ears. We are at the same level as you, both are 10-star Chi warriors. You have obtained a drop of the Master's essence blood, and awakened the heavenly demon body. With such a powerful physique, if you can't even defeat a mere junior from the Golden Thunder Clan, then you are not qualified to obtain the Dragon Transformation secret technique. Zhou Yun snorted lightly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with the man in blue's attempt to provoke him. Whether they are strong or weak, you'll only know after you fight. Making threats before a battle is not in his nature. Base. The valiant and powerful Jinlei clansman stepped forward, gripping his thunder sword, the cold blade aimed at Zhou Yun's throat. Crack! The sword light was incredibly fast, like a bolt of lightning, and instantly reached Zhou Yun. A mocking look appeared in the eyes of the Jinlei clan man. It seemed to be mocking Zhou Yun's weakness, that he couldn't even block one of his swords. The next second, Zhou Yun moved. He raised his right fist and slammed it straight at the sharp sword. His fist was covered with a purple gold divine light, like divine iron that had been condensed and cast. Bang! Zhou Yun exchanged blows with the Jinlei clan man, bare-handed. In an instant, a resounding clang of metal echoed throughout the entire space. Sparks flew everywhere. A tremendous tremor erupted, and both sides took a step back. The Jinlei clan man's eyes were filled with shock. He had never expected Zhou Yun's physical body to be so powerful. He was able to catch his slash with his bare hands. Although he was just testing the waters and didn't go all out. But what about the other party? Clearly, it wasn't a full-scale effort. Zhou Yun remained calm and composed, as if everything was under control. This man from the Golden Thunder Clan had previously given me a great sense of oppression from above the dark clouds. However, after landing, he found that this guy was nothing special. That oppressive force was largely due to the celestial phenomena here. This guy is completely taking advantage of others. Although his actual strength is not weak, it is still inferior to Zhou Yun's. Demons possess powerful physiques and unparalleled physical strength, making them difficult for most to defeat. Although Zhou Yun's Azure Heaven demon body is not a true demon, it was born from the essence and blood of an incomparably powerful fallen demon, and then purified and strengthened by the system. His physical strength is even comparable to that of a true demon prince. A small group of Golden Thunder Clan members, a branch of the God Clan, were no match for him. You can die now. Zhou Yun's face was cold and indifferent as he lightly pronounced a death sentence on the person before him. He took a step forward, a purple light flashing in his eyes, and he pushed the power of his heavenly demon body's bloodline to its limit. Facing this enemy of the Golden Thunder Clan, Zhou Yun did not use the dragon pattern black gold spear, nor did he activate any other martial arts techniques. He fought bare-handed, each blow landing squarely on his skin. Using only the power of the Azure Heaven demon body. His goal was simple, to let that man in blue witness the strength of his bloodline power. Zhou Yun's potential is no less than that of the Mr. he mentioned. Bang! The fist imprint was as large as a mountain. Zhou Yun threw a punch that created a sonic boom, directly shattering the lightning sword in the man's hand. The immense force pierced through the sword and struck the man's chest. In an instant, it knocked him back dozens of meters. With a soft plop, The man's face turned pale instantly, and he spat out a mouthful of bright red blood, which even contained some fragments of internal organs. Humans! How dare you harm me? Face the thunder! Zhou Yun's punch not only injured him, but also shattered the pride he held in his heart as a member of the Golden Thunder clan. In his view, the Golden Thunder clan was not among the strongest clans in the heavens. However, they rank highly and are outstanding in the second tier. It is absolutely incomparable to weak humans. The person before him shattered his magical artifact with his bare hands and even severely injured him with a single punch. It was tantamount to crushing all his pride under the soles of his shoes. Golden lightning annihilates the world. He roared, and two faint golden lights flashed in his eyes. The next second, countless golden bolts of lightning appeared densely around him, the vastness of the lightning making him seem like an unparalleled thunder god descended to earth. Those who disrespect God shall die. He gently clenched his right hand in the void, and lightning flashed out, intertwining to form a golden lightning blade. He took a step forward, his lightning blade flashing, slashing towards Zhou Yun. Your Golden Thunder clan is merely a branch of the Thunder God clan. What right do you have to call yourself a god? Zhou Yun snorted coldly. If we consider this, the body flowing within him is the Azure Heaven demon body, formed from the essence and blood of a fallen demon, making him a true and pure demon bloodline. They are many times more noble than his so-called Golden Thunder clan. The demon roars across the 9 heavens. Zhou Yun roared and also used the power of his bloodline to fight back. As a being with a heavenly demon body, he naturally inherited the innate secret techniques of the demon race deep within his bloodline. He focused his energy in his dantian, and stellar energy flowed out, activating the power of his bloodline. The next second, mysterious purple demonic patterns appeared on his face, and surging demonic energy made him look like a demon god descended to earth, majestic and terrifying. Roar! He opened his mouth wide and let out a roar. The demonic sound pierced his ears, and the terrifying demonic energy transformed into tangible sound waves, surging towards the person. The sound waves swept past, instantly crushing the heavenly blade thunder blade in his hand. And even after shattering his lightning blade, the power of this demonic sound did not diminish in the slightest, and it continued forward. It landed on him. In an instant, his physical body exploded under the roar of that demonic sound. Chapter 66, Secret Technique, Dragon Tail Swing. Oh! Rubbish! That's it? Zhou Yun scoffed, his tone full of sarcasm. The Golden Thunder clan is indeed quite powerful compared to ordinary human warriors. Zhou Yun could sense that the person was indeed a 10-star Qi martial artist, but his combat strength was comparable to that of an ordinary 3-star spirit martial artist. But for him, it was just that. Even geniuses from many major religious sects could easily crush this young man from the Jinlei clan and kill him. Give me a stronger opponent. Upon seeing the man in blue appear, Zhou Yun spoke to him. He genuinely wanted an opponent of equal strength to have a thoroughly enjoyable battle and test the limits of his combat power. Don't worry, I'll fight you in the next match. The azure-clad Dragon King smiled slightly and said to Zhou Yun. The third and final match. Defeat me, who is at the same level, and you will obtain the Dragon Transformation secret technique bestowed upon you by the Master. As he spoke, he raised one hand. The next second, a beam of azure light suddenly appeared and shot into Zhou Yun's brow. The reward for winning the second game. The Fish Dragon King said calmly. Zhou Yun focused his mind and used his divine sense to comprehend the azure divine light. Within his sea of consciousness, this divine light transformed into a lifelike 5-clawed dragon. As the dragon swayed, each movement seemed to shimmer with ancient runes, which conveyed a most primordial truth. Dragon's tail swing. Zhou Yun's aptitude and comprehension, enhanced by the glazed tree heart and the heavenly demon's essence blood, manifested at this moment. In a short time, he comprehended the powerful martial skill hidden within these runes, as well as the true meaning of talent contained within them. This secret technique, though named Dragon Tail Swing, literally means attacking by swinging a dragon's tail. Although Zhou Yun awakened the heavenly demon body, he was still essentially a human and did not have a tail. Therefore, if understood in this way, this martial arts technique is completely useless to him. However, that's not actually the case. The Dragon Tail Swing, performed by the dragon race, is indeed an attack using the dragon's tail. However, once this martial art evolved into its original form using runes, it was no longer bound by the shape of a dragon's tail. The dragon's tail merges into the formless force, transforming into the form of the most primordial law. When engaging in combat, it can be used as a fist, a kick, or even integrated into a magical weapon to attack enemies by sweeping a spear, which can also unleash the power of the Dragon Tail Swing. What a powerful secret technique! Zhou Yun opened his eyes, his pupils flashing with brilliant light, and said with a sigh. It can be said that, for him at present, this dragon tail sweep is definitely the most powerful martial art he has mastered. He subconsciously swung his right arm, and star energy surged, with tiny runes attaching to his arm. Then, he gently flicked it forward. The next second, a foot-long azure dragon suddenly appeared, shaking its head and tail, and charged forward. Snap! The dragon's tail swung, striking the air with a crisp sound. This strike was quite powerful. If it landed on a martial artist of the same level, unless that martial artist possessed a high-grade defensive magical artifact, this strike could easily injure them severely. Upon seeing this, the fish dragon king opposite him was slightly surprised, and inwardly praised him. Good lad! This person has such high comprehension. Although I am still not qualified to compare with you, sir. However, compared to me, they are definitely much stronger. He remembered clearly that back in the immortal spirit pool, the master enlightened him and gave him intelligence, and then casually imprinted the inheritance mark of the dragon transformation secret technique into his body. It took him a full hour to comprehend the dragon tail swing technique within the secret art. And what about this kid? It must have been at most 15 minutes, right? He had already completely mastered this secret technique. Although the attack that Zhou Yun just unleashed looked rather immature and unskilled, the divine dragon power within that azure dragon was by no means diminished. With more practice in the future, I will surely be able to break down and refine this martial art, and comprehend it as my own powerful technique. Bring it on! I'm ready! Zhou Yun spoke impatiently to the fish dragon king, his face filled with eager anticipation. The azure-clad dragon king nodded slightly. Good. Let's fight. A flash of azure light appeared on his body as dragon scale armor adhered to him, instantly revealing an aura of extraordinary heroism. I will suppress my strength to the level of a 10-star chi martial artist. Are you ready? The next second, the fish dragon king reached out and grabbed at Zhou Yun's brow. His speed wasn't fast, but he brought Zhou Yun an extremely strong sense of pressure. Its power was far greater than that of the previous Golden Thunder clan. Skyclaw? Zhou Yun frowned, recognizing a familiar shadow in that strike. It was the martial arts reward he received after defeating the tiger demon in the first trial. This sky-splitting claw is extremely fast, fierce, and sharp, and like the dragon's tail swing, it is one of the secret techniques of the Dragon Clan. Now that the Fish Dragon King has unleashed this power, it has put immense pressure on Zhou Yun. He activated the power of his heavenly demon body's bloodline, swinging his left fist to deflect the incoming sky-splitting claw. At the same time, his right hand opened, also transforming into the shape of a dragon claw. Zhou Yun followed suit, using the technique of the sky-splitting claw to tear at the opponent's arm. There is no better time for this trial. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he meticulously imprinted every single detail of the other person into his mind. Bang bang bang. The two were extremely fast, exchanging several blows in quick succession. Zhou Yun was knocked back dozens of meters. Deep, eerie bloodstains appeared on his arms. All of them were wounds left after being hit by the opponent's skyclaw. If it weren't for the heavenly demon body's formidable physique, and the fact that he had refined a considerable amount of earth-fire spirit liquid to enhance the quality of his body. If an ordinary person were here, and had taken several blows from the opponent's sky-splitting claws, their arms would probably have been broken, and their flesh and bones would have been torn apart, resulting in a miserable and serious injury. However, the benefits of taking the hit head-on are also enormous. His understanding of the skyclaw is also getting better and better. Even with his final strike, the sky-splitting claw he unleashed shattered several of the opponent's crystalline dragon scales. Ha ha ha. Good. Good. The Fish Dragon King looked at the few dragon scales that had been broken off from his chest by Zhou Yun's sky-splitting claw, laughed twice, and revealed a satisfied expression. Next, let me see this attack. Can you catch it? Chapter 67, Slaying the Dragon. The next second, dazzling divine light emanated from the Fish Dragon King's body. Immediately afterwards, his body suddenly changed, shedding his human form and transforming into a dragon. In an instant, a 5-clawed dragon more than 10 meters long appeared in this space. The fine scales shimmered with an eerie light, exuding a chilling killing intent. Whoosh! A thick, powerful dragon tail swung up, becoming as tall as a pillar supporting the sky, and crashed down towards Zhou Yun's head. Wow! No martial ethics whatsoever. Zhou Yun's expression changed abruptly, and he quickly flew backward to try and dodge. The Fish Dragon King's tail was only 5 or 6 meters long, but when he used the innate secret technique of the divine dragon tail swing. The dragon's tail was so enormous that even Zhou Yun felt a sense of helplessness and fear. Bang! Zhou Yun was sent flying by the dragon's tail and crashed heavily to the ground. He felt as if his internal organs had shifted, and he was in excruciating pain all over his body. Holy crap! Does it hurt that much? He struggled to his feet, gasping for breath with gritted teeth, before finally feeling a little better. He also knew the dragon tail swing technique, and he knew it was a powerful martial art, but he never expected it to be so powerful. Instantly, he felt a surge of excitement. Such powerful martial arts skills, I can do them too. Immediately, he stood up and began to circulate his star energy. Within his dantian, purple light burst forth, and driven by the power of his bloodline, a dragon pattern instantly appeared, flying out along his meridians and wrapping around his legs. At this moment, the shape of his legs changed. Like two thick dragon tails, it swayed gently, carrying an extremely strong oppressive force. Dragon's tail swing. Go! Zhou Yun leaped into the air, twisted his waist and swung his leg, delivering a sweeping kick. A series of purple-gold divine lights flashed on the shadowy legs, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, like a terrifying divine dragon. Bang! Bang! Two consecutive whip kicks slammed into the fish dragon king's body. His body trembled slightly, and he took a small step back. A hint of surprise appeared in the eyes of the azure-clad dragon king. This kid's got something. Not only is his comprehension exceptional, but his on-the-spot reaction speed is also outstanding. The two whip kicks landed on him, and he felt them very clearly. Zhou Yun's dragon tail sweep already showed some of his spirit. Although it was not much, just a tiny bit. But how long has he been learning? And this is his first time using it, so his understanding is already quite good. The fish dragon king's gaze toward Zhou Yun held an increasingly strong sense of admiration. Since I, Xiaolong, am destined to perish and will not live to see the day my master returns, perhaps we should let this person inherit all my legacy and await the master's summons. At this point, the fish dragon king had already decided to teach Zhou Yun all that he had learned. However, despite this, he showed no sign of it on his face. Is that all the strength you have? Didn't you eat? The fish dragon king snorted coldly and unleashed another powerful dragon tail strike. Boom! A colossal dragon tail, obscuring the sky, suddenly appeared and descended from the heavens, crashing down upon Zhou Yun. Crescent slash. Swish, swish, swish. Zhou Yun raised his hand and unleashed 3 consecutive crescent-shaped blades. He had already tried before, and with his abilities, he couldn't avoid the Dragon King's divine dragon tail swing at all. This time, he chose to confront it head-on, soaring into the sky and unleashing 3 crescent-shaped slashes that struck the same spot. Put! The first crescent slash unleashed a dazzling silver light, instantly shattering dozens of the opponent's dragon scales. Immediately afterwards, the second crescent slash slammed into the opponent's dragon tail. Instantly, a handful of scorching dragon blood spurted out, splashing onto the ground with several hissing sounds. It was as terrifying as scorching hot magma. This kid has such tricks up his sleeve? The fish dragon king was startled. They never expected Zhou Yun to possess such a fierce and terrifying technique as the crescent slash. The next second, the third strike, a crescent moon slash, crashed down. The attack struck precisely into the wounds created by the first 2 crescent-shaped slashes. A flash of silver light appeared, followed by a sudden, crimson line of blood. The next moment, a soft poof sound was heard. The enormous, sky-covering dragon tail snapped off instantly. Zhou Yun broke through the Dragon King's divine dragon tail sweep attack. Bang! The enormous dragon tail crashed down, slamming into the earth. The ground beneath its feet trembled violently, as if the earth dragon were turning over and the mountains were collapsing. Although the man in blue was a carp that had transformed into a dragon, he was indeed a dragon at this moment, and his physical strength was naturally incomparably powerful. That really surprised me. The fish dragon king snorted softly, and the next second, a flash of mysterious light appeared, and the dragon tail that Zhou Yun had severed actually grew back. Zhou Yun was stunned. You cheated. We were supposed to have a battle between equals. How can a 10-star Chi martial artist recover so quickly? Zhou Yun questioned. However, what responded to him was a terrifyingly powerful dragon tail sweep. You know nothing about the power of dragons. Bang! Before Zhou Yun could even react, he was blasted into the dust by the opponent's attack. His body was firmly embedded in the rock layer below, like a headless scallion, looking quite pathetic. The dragon race is one of the strongest races in the heavens. It is on par with the most primitive gods and demons. Even if your heavenly demon body is born from the bloodline of the demon race, it is still no match for true dragons and demons. If this is all you've got, then let's stop here. The dragon transformation's secret technique, you can't take it away. The Fish Dragon King's voice was icy and stern, as if he were pronouncing Zhou Yun's defeat. In reality, what the Fish Dragon King thought was exactly the opposite of what he said. Zhou Yun is absolutely worthy of inheriting the dragon transformation secret technique. However, he still wanted to see if Zhou Yun had any other surprising methods. Beneath the rock layer, Zhou Yun remained expressionless, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Let's see how many times your dragon tail can break off. He snorted coldly. If I could cut you off once, I can cut you off a second time. If I cut you down fast enough, you absolutely won't be able to grow back. The next second, a silver glow appeared between his brows. A full moon suddenly appeared. The stellar energy and bloodline power within him were being consumed and burned wildly. Whoosh! An extremely dense silver light spread outwards from him. The light was dazzling, and wherever it touched the silver light, it melted away like frost and snow. The moonlight condenses in the night. Zhou Yun gave a low shout. This secret technique has been pushed to its limit. After advancing to the 10th star Qi warrior, the power of his bloodline can at most unleash 2 Qinghui Yining attacks. This was also the first time he had used the clear radiance night condensation technique. The ground trembled slightly. A silvery full moon suddenly rose. This is? Above the rock layer, the Fish Dragon King, who was suppressing the 4 directions with his dragon tail, suddenly looked startled. Chapter 68, The Dragon Transformation Secret Technique Acquired. The moonlight is clear and still in the night. The radiant light fell suddenly like rain. At first, the shimmering silver light was not bright, but as time went on, its brightness increased rapidly. Everything touched by Qinghui Yining melted away silently and rapidly, like molten iron poured into snow. The hard rocky ground, the shimmering, cold-looking dragon scales, and the enormous dragon tail that resembles a pillar supporting the sky. Everything that comes into contact with the radiance of Qinghui Yining melts and disappears without exception. The Fish Dragon King felt a chill run down his spine. With his keen eyesight, he could naturally tell that Zhou Yun's move was of the same origin as the crescent slash he had used before. However, he never expected this move to be so terrifyingly powerful. Base. Zhou Yun burst forth from the ground like a sword drawn from its sheath, his body shimmering with a faint silver light, as heroic as a war god under the moon. Senior. How was my move? He smiled slightly, his face full of confidence. The power of Qinghui Yining is not only reflected in its destructive force. Its durability is also exceptional. A hazy glow still clung to the Fish Dragon King's body, like a thin curtain of emerald water. It was filled with a very special power that prevented him from circulating his power and restoring his damaged body. The Fish Dragon King remained silent. A pair of dark golden pupils, the size of lanterns, stared at Zhou Yun for a long while before letting out a soft sigh. Immediately, he relinquished his dragon form and transformed back into human form. The Yangtze River's waves push the previous waves forward, while the previous waves perish on the beach. It has to be said that Zhou Yun's strength far exceeded his expectations. When I was at the 10-star Qi warrior level, I definitely didn't have the strength to match his. You win. After transforming back into human form, his figure seemed somewhat more ethereal than before. Perhaps the start of the trial had depleted some of his spiritual power, making him even weaker. This is the complete dragon transformation secret technique. I already know your strength. With this secret technique in your hands, its reputation will not be tarnished. A cyan dragon's shadow shot out from between his eyebrows and instantly rushed into Zhou Yun's sight. The next moment, Zhou Yun felt everything go black before his eyes, and his consciousness fell into chaos. The surroundings were hazy, and he felt as if he were lying in a clear, viscous liquid. He moved his fists and feet slightly and found that there were thick and hard barriers blocking him from all sides. It was as if he was locked in a special container. This. Zhou Yun frowned slightly. Wasn't I receiving a reward from the Fish Dragon King? How did I get here? Could it be that this is a necessary process for awakening the dragon transformation technique? He tried hard to open his eyes and use his divine sense to scan his surroundings. But no matter how he tried, it was to no avail, as if his divine sense was blocked and his vision was shielded. Fortunately, the mysterious liquids around him contained a great deal of pure starlight energy. Even though he was confined to this space and his vision and divine sense were blocked, he was not idle. He was able to hold his breath and concentrate, enter a state of cultivation, and absorb the star energy in the liquid. After an unknown amount of time, Zhou Yun suddenly felt as if a ray of light had appeared before his eyes. He quickly opened his eyes and found that his vision had been restored, and the surrounding haze and darkness had also disappeared. The special container that had been tightly sealing him also cracked open with a narrow opening. Moreover, as time goes by, this gap is gradually getting bigger. Instantly, Zhou Yun felt a surge of joy. He had entered similar illusions before. When you acquire secret techniques and martial arts skills such as crescent slash, clear moon night condensation, rising moon over the sea, and thunderfire spear technique, the system will create a dreamlike space for inheritance, allowing him to witness and personally experience the effects and power of these martial arts and secret techniques. But the Dragon King's dragon transformation technique seems to be somewhat different. He was kept confined to a small space and never truly entered a state of inheritance. The cracks and fissures ahead grew larger, and the light in their field of vision became brighter and brighter. Now, the turning point has finally arrived, and we are about to truly inherit this legacy. A few minutes later, a crisp cracking sound suddenly rang out. Zhou Yun saw that the cage that had been confining him had completely shattered, and the clear sky and white clouds outside appeared in his field of vision. However, what attracted his attention the most was not the clear sky and the drifting white clouds. Instead, right before my eyes was a huge, pale golden pupil. Dragon eyes. Zhou Yun's heart skipped a beat. He was deeply impressed by those eyes. Previously, after the fish Dragon King transformed into a dragon, his eyes looked like this. He looked down from above, exuding an air of indifference towards all living beings. Zhou Yun couldn't help but open her mouth and scream. However, an even more terrifying scene unfolded. The voice was clearly coming from his mouth, but the tone was completely unfamiliar. It possesses a youthful innocence mixed with a vast and domineering aura. That sounds like a dragon's roar? I've transformed into a dragon? Am I a dragon now? He quickly looked down. The human body that had been with him for decades vanished, replaced by a body of smooth, jade-like dragon scales, agile and nimble dragon claws, and a thick, incredibly nimble dragon tail. He was stunned for a moment, then a sudden realization dawned on him. Right. The dragon transformation secret technique. Transform into a dragon. Transform into a dragon. How can one truly understand the meaning of transformation without experiencing the process of becoming a dragon? Zhou Yun muttered to himself. The ignorance in my heart was swept away. The dark space he had been in earlier was not a cage, but his eggshell. The liquid he absorbed from the eggshell did not provide him with star power. Instead, they are the inherited runes of the dragon transformation secret technique. At that moment, it seemed as if dragon-shaped marks were baring their fangs and claws, flying wildly before his eyes. Sky-cracking claw. Dragon flames. Dragon's tail swing. The holy dragon descends from heaven. A variety of different innate secret techniques appeared in his mind, manifesting in the most primitive runes. Furthermore, after transforming into a dragon, he gained a clearer and more comprehensive understanding of these secret runes. Take the dragon tail swing for example. Now that he has a dragon tail, he can feel the power within it more specifically. After returning, the power of this move will definitely increase several times. The dragon transformation technique is truly profound and mysterious. Zhou Yun sighed, but truly mastering the dragon transformation technique perfectly is not something that can be achieved overnight. He only obtained the inherited method to fully utilize it and convert it into his own combat power. He still needs to practice and use it many times. After all, unlike the crescent slash and clear night glow that he had obtained through system enhancement in the past, these techniques directly became his bloodline secrets, which could be transformed into instincts and used by his arms. After he became aware of his own condition and truly understood the essence of the dragon transformation technique, the world before my eyes suddenly and without warning transformed into a bizarre and fantastical bubble, vanishing without a trace. He actually withdrew directly from the trial space of the Panlone Pillar. Chapter 69, Gains for All Parties, Unexpected Changes on the Secret Island. Brother Yun, you're out? After spending so much time, you must have gotten a lot of good stuff. Upon seeing Zhou Yun suddenly appear, Feng Huihong, standing beside him, greeted him excitedly. After Zhou Yun entered the Panlong Pillar space, the Fish Dragon King informed him and Wu Luan that they could also enter the trial space to engage in combat challenges. You can get a reward as long as you can defeat your opponent. The two were naturally overjoyed and went inside. However, their combat strength was far inferior to Zhou Yun's, so it was impossible for them to break through 3 levels in a row like Zhou Yun and obtain the dragon transformation secret technique personally bestowed by the Fish Dragon King. Feng Huihong is quite powerful, possessing a red-grade cultivation technique as his foundation. In addition, he has consumed a large amount of rare and precious herbs in recent days, including an extremely valuable 6th-grade silver moonfruit. Furthermore, under Zhou Yun's guidance, he has also mastered the 8 Extremes Collapse martial art to a minor level. When he throws a punch, it contains 5 layers of hidden force, making it extremely powerful. In the secret realm of the Panlong Pillar, he encountered a triangular rhinoceros of the same level as him. Using a strategy of trading blows for blows, they managed to kill their opponent after some effort. He obtained a powerful, life-or-death technique called Dragon Battle in the Wild from the Fish Dragon King. Using this martial art, one can unleash terrifying power that is 3 to 5 times greater than one's own combat strength in a short period of time. However, martial arts techniques like these always come at a price. The Dragon Battle in the Wilds is quite powerful. After each use, one must lie in bed for at least 10 days to half a month to slowly recover the depleted blood and energy. If the consumed blood and energy are not fully replenished, forcibly using this martial art again will at best deplete potential, making it difficult to make any further progress in cultivation. At worst, it may result in severe injury and death, or even the body exploding on the spot. In the second stage, he encountered a powerful opponent from the Yaksha tribe. In a battle between equals, he was instantly killed by his opponent in one move. The Yaksha race is not a particularly powerful alien race among all the heavens. However, against someone like Feng Huihong, a low-level martial artist with average talent, no special physique, and lacking powerful martial arts skills, it would be an absolute crushing opponent. On the other side, Wu Luan's battle was similar to Feng Huihong's. Although the cultivation technique she practiced was of average grade, she had mastered the martial skill of gale force to its extreme, reaching perfection. With her sharp, powerful gusts of wind and her fierce, ruthless personality, she successfully passed the first hurdle. And that was the end of it. Upon entering the second level, facing a colossal black python that seemed to devour the heavens, she didn't even have time to react or counterattack before it swallowed her whole. Finally, I obtained the battle reward for the first level from the Panlong Pillar. A martial arts manual called Black Dragon Claw. This martial art is remarkably similar to the sky-splitting claw that Zhou Yun acquired. All of these are due to the dragons relying on their own laws to drive and utilize the power of their claws. However, the Black Dragon Claw technique requires a deep understanding of the wind element to unleash its full power. This martial art, now in Wu Luan's hands, is like adding wings to a tiger. Of course, whether it's Feng Huihong's dragon fighting in the wild or Wu Luan's black dragon probing claws. These martial arts techniques are all recorded in the complete dragon transformation secret technique. I've gained something, more or less. Wu Luan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a sweet smile. Let's go. The greatest opportunity in this dragon palace lies in the dragon martial arts secrets recorded on the dragon pillars. Now that we've already ventured inside once, there's no need for us to stay in the dragon palace any longer. It's time to leave. The dragon palace has a considerable area, but the valuable parts have all been consumed and used by the azure-clad Dragon King. The coiled dragon pillar may be the only remaining rare treasure. Even in the state of a wisp of a remnant soul, activating the Panlong Pillar greatly consumed the azure-clad fish Dragon King. Otherwise, he wouldn't have disappeared after ending his challenge, passing on his secret technique to Zhou Yun. He thought for a moment, then decided to bow in respect. He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect befitting a junior, and solemnly addressed the gleaming dragon pillar before him. Today, I have received the complete secret technique from my senior. The gratitude I owe him is as heavy as a mountain. Zhou Yunding secretly cultivated his skills, never losing the prestige of the dragon transformation secret technique. Furthermore, I will do my best to cultivate and improve my cultivation, search for the art of resurrection, replenish your remnant soul, and help you be resurrected and live another life. Zhou Yun spoke firmly, his expression serious. He is an extremely sentimental person who will repay kindness and avenge wrongs. I will do my best to fulfill and complete any promises I make. The dragon pillar flickered slightly with a faint light. Clearly, this was the remnant soul of the azure-clad fish Dragon King, recuperating within his body, responding to Zhou Yun. After taking one last look at the coiled dragon pillar in front of him, Zhou Yun decisively stood up and walked outside. Feng Huihong and Wu Luan, following Zhou Yun's example, bowed deeply to the dragon pillar before quickly leaving to catch up with Zhou Yun. The Dragon Palace is located within the corpse of the Fish Dragon King, forming its own world, which it created at the height of its power. If an ordinary person accidentally enters this place, it will not be easy for them to leave. They will need to traverse a series of perilous spatial locations. However, Zhou Yun and others were not included in this group. They easily left the Dragon Palace and returned to the bottom of the river by following the same path they had come from. As soon as he came out, Zhou Yun frowned and sensed an unusual aura. Previously, before they entered the Dragon Palace, this river looked very ordinary from the outside, and even the fish were extremely rare. But now, it's like a complete upheaval has occurred. A large group of sea beasts crowded into Zhou Yun's field of vision ahead, and at a rough glance, there were at least several thousand of them. Among them, half of the fish had reached the level of first-tier demon beasts. Although these numerous marine creatures are not of high rank, their combined attack on the same target demonstrates their formidable fighting power. Furthermore, under Zhou Yun's divine sense, besides the marine beasts constantly swimming around, there were actually 7 or 8 humans on the side of the fish dragon king's corpse. They split into 3 teams, meticulously examining every detail of the fish dragon king's corpse. They all want to gain something from it. Why are there so many people at the bottom of the river? Zhou Yun was completely baffled. Just then, a cold, sharp voice entered Zhou Yun's mind. Who is it? Among those people, some possessed considerable spiritual power. At the same time as Zhou Yun discovered them, they were able to simultaneously extend their sharp divine senses and lock onto Zhou Yun. Chapter 70, Deterrence. Instantly, a chilling killing intent enveloped Zhou Yun and his 2 companions. Both Feng Huihong and Wu Luan turned pale and swayed slightly. The 2 of them had made considerable gains in the Dragon Palace and were feeling quite pleased with themselves. I never expected to encounter such a powerful enemy so soon after leaving the Dragon Palace small world. The 3 small teams in the distance, 7 people in total. Even the weakest among them possessed the cultivation of a 3-star spirit warrior, far surpassing the 2 of them. As for Zhou Yun, he was completely unconcerned about the oppressive aura and murderous intent. His physical strength was formidable, and his power was unparalleled. The killing intent that made Feng Huihong and the other man feel a chill was no different from a gentle breeze when it fell on him. He took a step forward. A ripple of water surged forth, rolling forward and crushing towards the person who had just released killing intent and pressure in the distance. With the blessing and amplification of the 3 silver moonfruits, Zhou Yun's divine sense was incomparably pure and dazzling, comparable in quality to that of a 10-star spiritual warrior. Just now, he retaliated in kind, unleashing his divine power to shake the water and attack forward. In the distance, the others only sensed an invisible killing intent approaching, but could not perceive the opponent's strength. However, the gray-haired man who had previously exerted pressure on Zhou Yun and the other 2 was different. In an instant, he was struck as if by lightning, his body trembling violently, his face deathly pale, and mouthfuls of blood gushing from the corners of his mouth. Old Lu? What's wrong with you, Lao Lu? The gray-haired middle-aged man's teammates noticed his unusual behavior immediately. He immediately exclaimed in surprise, grabbed his arm tightly, and sent a divine thought into Old Lu's body to investigate the cause of his injury. The moment his divine sense entered Lao Lu's body, he was stunned. The reason is simple: Lao Lu's injuries were too severe. The meridians in his body broke off inch by inch, as if he had been crushed from the inside out by a mountain. Of the thousands of meridians in his body, not a single one was intact. His heart meridian ruptured, his dantian shattered, and his cultivation was completely wiped out. Beneath this deep, dark riverbed, danger lurks everywhere, and with his cultivation completely destroyed, there can only be one outcome: die. He didn't even need the enemy to make a move, nor did he need the monsters in the river to attack him. Once the energy shield protecting his body is depleted, he will be instantly crushed and torn to pieces by the surrounding water pressure. Sure enough, the next second, the star energy shield on the body of the man called Lao Lu was tempered inch by inch, just like glass. The next second, a soft poof sound. The over 1.8 meter tall body was instantly crushed into a bloody mess by the immense water pressure and swept away into the distance by the surging undercurrent at the bottom of the river. Hiss. At that moment, the others also noticed the anomaly. For a moment, everyone gasped in shock, their faces showing astonishment. The 7 of them formed their own teams and had a general understanding of each other's abilities. Old Lu's cultivation level of a 6-star spirit warrior ranked second among the 7. However, even so, in the hands of that young man, they were not even a match for him. A single strike of his divine sense was enough to kill them. Instantly, the group was stunned, utterly shocked, and incredibly tense. Senior, you. Some people cautiously lowered their heads, wanting to strike up a conversation with Zhou Yun, inquire about his purpose, and try to avoid conflict with him. Although Zhou Yun doesn't look very old, his cultivation level shouldn't be too outrageous. However, having learned from past mistakes, no one dared to provoke Zhou Yun. After all, age is never the key factor in the cultivation world. Only strengthened fists can earn the fear and respect of others. I asked. You answer. A faint golden light flashed in Zhou Yun's eyes, and instantly, an invisible pressure swept out, covering an area of 100 meters. Instantly, the remaining 6 people present were all on edge, their bodies trembling, as if they were being watched by a prehistoric beast, their foreheads covered with fine beads of sweat. It's Dragon's Might. The Dragon Transformation Secret Technique contains a detailed inheritance of the Dragon's Might. When Zhou Yun used it for the first time, the effect was indeed good. Even the hunchbacked old man, a 7-star spiritual warrior among the 6 people in front, dared not resist in the slightest and lowered his head in fear, indicating his submission. What's going on with these strange sea creatures around us? He hadn't seen so many strange beasts before entering the Dragon Palace space. Moreover, he has been in the secret island for quite some time and has explored many rivers and lakes. Although we did encounter a few powerful beasts in the lakes on the island, their numbers were extremely small. Now, in this river basin, there are no fewer than several thousand different strange beasts. Moreover, this was not the final number. Zhou Yun could clearly see that, as he spoke, many different kinds of strange beasts, large and small, were riding the underwater currents and swarming in from all directions. This is absolutely not normal. Among the crowd, the strongest, a hunched old man who had reached the level of a 7-star spiritual warrior, frowned slightly and hesitated to speak. However, he glanced back at his teammates behind him, as well as the people from the other squads next to him. He suddenly realized that even if he didn't say it, these people would reveal the secret. And that matter is no longer a secret by now. Once you leave this river area, a little investigation will reveal the whole story. Hiding it here will bring him no benefit, on the contrary, it will only alienate this powerful young man before him. Immediately, he spoke frankly and answered Zhou Yun's question. More than 10 hours ago, an anomaly occurred on the secret island, with 3 incomparably dazzling golden lights shooting straight into the sky. Such unusual activity attracted the attention of all the martial artists on the island. Of these 3 golden lights, 2 are located in the deepest part of the secret island, a place that even heavenly warriors would find dangerous. The last golden light phenomenon originated from this river. This place is far from the depths of the secret realm, so theoretically we shouldn't encounter too many strong competitors. Besides, we're relatively close by, which is why we were able to get here so quickly. Zhou Yun frowned slightly. 3 golden lights appeared? This was something that had never happened before he entered the Dragon Palace. Could it be a special anomaly caused by the sudden awakening of the azure-clad Dragon King? Wrong? According to you, that golden light phenomenon was so magnificent that it almost shook the entire secret realm. So much time has passed, there must have been quite a few martial artists who came here. It's impossible that there were only 7 of you. Furthermore, you haven't told me why so many underwater monsters are gathered here? Zhou Yun snorted coldly, sensing that the old man hadn't revealed all the information and was still hiding something. Chapter 71, The Truth Behind the Secret Realm? The hunched old man sighed. I have only said part of it. That golden light phenomenon not only attracted the attention of the martial artists in the secret realm, but also other creatures. These underwater beasts are the best evidence of that. He sighed, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes, and this time he made no attempt to hide anything. Previously, I explored this secret realm and found the cave dwelling of a senior who had passed away. According to the notes left inside, this secret realm is extraordinary. It is not just an island, but actually a complete world. Beyond this island, there are oceans, continents, and even the sun, moon, and stars. The dazzling golden light can not only attract the attention of us martial artists who have rashly entered the secret realm, but the natives of the secret realm should also be able to see it. These sea creatures come from the ocean outside the island. Instantly, Zhou Yun's expression changed. This secret realm, is it a complete world? This is absolutely outrageous. If that's the case, then after the golden light phenomenon appears, powerful individuals of all levels could appear on the island. Even an insignificant nobody might be a hidden heavenly martial realm expert. Therefore, we must be even more careful, otherwise we might lose our lives if we are not careful. In addition, there may be another reason why these marine creatures are gathering here in such large numbers. The hunchbacked old man continued. Zhou Yun looked up, waiting for the next part to continue. Senior. Look here. The hunched old man subtly shifted his position, pointing to the corpse of the fish dragon king behind him. Zhou Yun? What are you showing me? I just came out of here. Senior. Look at this giant corpse. It's a dragon. His eyes gleamed with fervent excitement. Dragons are undoubtedly one of the most powerful races in the heavens. To be able to see such a creature with one's own eyes, even if it is just a scale or a claw, or even just a broken corpse, is definitely worth the trip. Of course I know it's a dragon. Zhou Yun crossed his arms and said calmly. He wanted to hear what the old man was trying to say. But if you look closely, this dragon is not a real dragon. This dragon evolved from a carp. When he spoke, he lowered his voice considerably, as if he were recounting a shocking secret. Zhou Yun, damn it, you're insane. I already knew all of this. Zhou Yunxiang suppressed his nameless rage and resisted the urge to slap the man to the ground. So what? What does this have to do with the sea creatures around here? It's very important. The hunched old man had a look of utter disappointment on his face, and he looked at Zhou Yun as if he were mentally challenged. Since there is a carp that transformed into a dragon here, it must possess a terrifying inheritance that allows mortal sea beasts to evolve into dragons. This is also the ultimate purpose for these sea beasts to gather here. As long as they can obtain this inheritance, even if they don't get the whole thing, or even just a small piece of it, it will be enough for them to soar to the sky. In an instant, Zhou Yun realized. Then, I muttered to myself, what a waste of time. Of course he knew about the inheritance that the fish dragon king possessed that could allow ordinary sea beasts to evolve. That was the dragon transformation secret technique. Zhou Yun could only silently apologize to these sea creatures. No matter how many sea creatures gather here, or how strong they are all destined to leave empty-handed. Because he has already obtained the dragon transformation secret technique. Boring. Zhou Yun shook his head and gave this assessment. He turned around immediately, intending to take Feng Huihong and Wu Luan away from this area of water. Senior. Aren't you interested in that secret technique that can transform you into a dragon? The hunched old man addressed everyone as senior without any hint of embarrassment. For martial artists, age is never the most important factor, only strength matters. Zhou Yun did not answer, but instead stepped on the water and surged into the sky. Seeing Zhou Yun about to leave, the hunched old man shook his head and sighed softly. It's easy to get in, but hard to get out. This sea monster isn't stupid. Zhou Yun was unaware of his thoughts. He had already taken away the secret techniques passed down in this place, and the treasures in other parts of the Dragon Palace had also been consumed and used up by the azure-clad fish Dragon King. Staying here will not yield any further gains. He moved very fast, his body swaying slightly with the direction of the water flow, like a nimble fish. This is a movement technique from the Dragon Transformation secret art, which he executed naturally, appearing fluid and extremely swift. Just as he was immersed in this state of enlightenment. Suddenly, 3 incredibly sharp water arrows appeared in front of him, moving at extremely high speed. The water arrow seemed invisible in the river, and by the time Zhou Yun noticed it, it was already within reach. Base. 3 sharp water jets flew past his hair, almost hitting him. Instantly, a surge of anger rose in his heart. No one would be happy to be ambushed and nearly seriously injured by someone who has offended or harmed them. Who? Zhou Yun gave a cold shout and looked in the direction from which the water arrow had come. In the distance, the water rippled slightly, revealing a thin, ugly water monkey. In its hand was a bright blue longbow. The bow looked hastily made and not very refined, but its quality was extraordinary. It shimmered with a dazzling light, exceeding the category of a first-tier spiritual weapon. It was very likely a precious second-tier spiritual weapon. Instantly, Zhou Yun felt a surge of heat in his heart, and his anger subsided considerably. Oh. It turned out to be a kind person who came to deliver a baby. That's all. Huffing and puffing, repulsing each other, dental care, Hohot nurses protective stones. The water monkey opened its mouth wide and rattled off a long string of bird language, which was completely incomprehensible. What are you babbling about? Give it to me. Zhou Yun snorted coldly, leaped forward, reached out with his left hand to part the water, and changed his right hand into a claw. Instantly, a sharp and fierce aura erupted from his claws. Sky-cracking claw. One of the 9 secret dragon claw techniques of the dragon race. This move is extremely fast. When mastered to a high level, it can even pierce through space and tear through the void to attack the opponent. Although Zhou Yun had only mastered this move to a basic level, the power he unleashed in an instant was still quite remarkable. Almost instantly, his attack reached the water monkey. Base. The sharp claws reached for the azure longbow. The water monkey's expression changed, and it wanted to retaliate. Buzz. The surrounding water rippled, and the aura of a peak second-tier demon beast emanated from it. Chapter 72, A Powerful Double Kill. Who agrees? Who disagrees? The water monkey roared and swung its longbow like a sword at Zhou Yun's outstretched giant claw. At this moment, the power of a peak second-tier demon beast was unleashed to its fullest extent. The surrounding water was compressed by the enormous force, and bubbles the size of beans surged out. The water around it boiled instantly under the impetus of the enormous force. A bloodthirsty glint flashed in its eyes. This water monkey is quite strong among the current group of sea creatures, and it is enough to be ranked in the first tier. Even the hunched old man next to the fish dragon king's corpse shook his head slightly upon seeing this scene. Those who don't heed the advice of their elders will suffer the consequences. This young man's arm is probably gone. He had said before. With so many sea creatures here, getting in is easy, but getting out is difficult. These sea creatures gathered around this place, but did not attack them, which was obviously abnormal. Earlier, a reckless young man tried to rush out, but the moment he moved 10 meters away from the Dragon Palace's range, he was torn to pieces by dozens of terrifying attacks, turning into bloody and fleshy corpses that scattered and dissipated. It seems Zhou Yun is going to follow in that person's footsteps. The hunched old man sighed, shook his head gently, and said to his teammates beside him. In the world of cultivation, there aren't that many seniors. They're just a bunch of clueless greenhorns who can't see the bigger picture. When you're out in the game, you need to use your brain. A brainless person will die sooner or later, and won't even leave a complete corpse. As he spoke, he pointed a finger at his head. The implication is clear, Zhou Yun is brainless and a reckless brute. But the next second, however, the change was completely unexpected by everyone present. Zhou Yun, facing the water monkey, unleashed a strike with his bow as a sword, without making any dodging motion. The sharp claws continued forward. In an instant, the claws made contact with the azure longbow. A loud bang was heard with exceptional clarity in the still water. The water monkey's arm holding the bow was severed at the root, as if it had been cut off by a divine weapon. In contrast, Zhou Yun, unarmed, met the opponent's attack. The water monkey's attack, which transformed its longbow into a blade, failed to inflict any damage on Zhou Yun. Not even the slightest mark was left on Zhou Yun's fingers. What? How is this possible? Not far away, the hunched old man within the range of the fish dragon king's corpse gasped and exclaimed in surprise. He had actually witnessed this water monkey's skills firsthand. That overwhelming strength became an inescapable nightmare in his mind. A second-tier peak demon beast was equivalent to a 10-star human spirit warrior. However, the combat power they can unleash is different. The alien race has a powerful physique, and in a real fight, they are much stronger than humans of the same level. But what about now? What did he see? That young man just managed to catch his opponent's attack with his bare hands, severely injuring him while remaining completely unharmed? Did he not hear me? They probably didn't hear it. Yes. They can't hear it from this far away. The hunched old man swallowed hard, feeling as if his worldview had been shattered by Zhou Yun's attack. At this moment, Zhou Yun, firmly gripping the azure longbow, gracefully returned. He examined it closely for a moment and nodded in satisfaction. This bow has a rough design and looks very casual, but after handling it myself, I found that it was not like that at all. The patterns on it are perfectly natural, seemingly in harmony with the Tao, and clearly have an extraordinary origin. Empty-eyed, controllable, terrifying. The water monkey flew backward dozens of meters, clutching its severed arm while baring its teeth at Zhou Yun and muttering some incomprehensible gibberish. What are you babbling about? Take this. Zhou Yun gave a cold shout. He immediately engaged the enemy with the longbow he had just seized. Grasping the bowstring, the power of the azure heaven demon body within his body instantly surged, and the bowstring was drawn to its fullest extent. A faint stream of water condensed and landed on the bowstring. Zhou Yun aimed his bow and arrow at the chattering water monkey in the distance. Base. Arrows shot out. Although it was an arrow formed from flowing water, it emitted a piercing explosion like a metallic arrow after it was shot out. The arrow parted the water, moving at an incredible speed, nearly twice as fast as the water arrow shot by the water monkey earlier. In an instant, the water arrow rushed towards it. Although it was a second-tier peak sea beast, its strength was much weaker than Zhou Yun's. What Zhou Yun could dodge, it might not be able to avoid. Moreover, the attack that Zhou Yun fired was even more fierce and powerful than the water arrows it unleashed. In the blink of an eye, the water arrow pierced through the water monkey's head. With a bang, its body was crushed into pieces under the immense water pressure. The water arrow that pierced through its head did not disappear after killing it, but continued forward, crashing into a large group of sea beasts in the distance. After hitting and killing 3 sea beasts of different levels in succession, the water arrow finally disintegrated due to exhaustion of energy. One arrow killed 4 sea monsters. This display of power sent chills down the spines of everyone present, whether human or beast. Is this still human? The hunched old man trembled slightly, his body shaking like a leaf. I hope he didn't hear what I just said. As he thought about it, he subtly and slowly retreated, shielding everyone in front of him, as if only in this way could he gain some sense of security. After standing at the very back of the crowd, he breathed a sigh of relief, raised his head, and looked back in Zhou Yun's direction. However, the moment he looked up, he was suddenly struck by the sight of a cold water arrow that had appeared silently before him. He was shot and killed by a water arrow before he could even react. Bang! His head exploded, and he died instantly, without even a chance to leave a complete corpse. I don't hold grudges overnight. Zhou Yun exhaled a breath of stale air and snorted coldly. He didn't have any deep-seated hatred for this hunched old man, but just now, while he was fighting the water monkey, the other party had mocked and cursed him. Zhou Yun would naturally not be so magnanimous as to spare his life. I never came into contact with martial arts in my past life, nor did I ever embark on cultivation. So I'll just have to endure this little bit of humiliation. But now that I've transmigrated, I'm still being secretly pointed at and gossiped about. Does that mean all my martial arts training has been for nothing? Zhou Yun was in a good mood after casually shooting the hunchbacked old man to death. He stepped onto the water and got up again, intending to leave. He snorted coldly at the distant herd of sea monsters. I'm leaving now. Who agrees? Who objects? Chapter 73, Qian Yangmu, Yuan Sabaitian. For a moment, the sea creatures fell silent, and no dissenting voices were heard. But it's also possible that they don't understand human speech. However, even though he couldn't understand human speech, Zhou Yun felt that he had clearly expressed his meaning. Among the sea creatures, none dared to stop him again. Zhou Yun then stopped lingering. With a gentle wave of his hand, he parted the ripples in front of him, stepped on the dark current, and led the 2 children, Feng Huihong and Wu Luan, away from the bottom of the river. However, as he left, he seemed to sense a disturbance and chaos emanating from the distant herd of sea monsters. However, no one stepped forward to stop him, so he didn't pay any attention to it. The 3 of them rose to the surface very quickly. In less than 10 minutes, it successfully left the bottom of the river and returned to the riverbank. The water flow is more than twice as strong and rapid as before. After jumping out of the river, Wu Luan looked at the flowing water behind her and said softly. Zhou Yun nodded. Normal, marine mammals, aquatic creatures. They are masters at stirring up trouble, and they are very powerful underwater. So many sea beasts have appeared beneath this river. Even if they are simply gathering here without activating their innate powers, the surrounding water attribute power will still change because of their appearance. Zhou Yun commented. Moreover, this is not the only river that has undergone abnormal and significant changes. He looked up at the sky. The sky was not clear at this time, with wisps of mist stretching out and moving about. Occasionally, bursts of hoarse roars and animal bellows echoed through the air, giving one a sense of impending doom. The native creatures of this world are coming. The next opportunity may not be available to us. Zhou Yun sighed. The number of powerful individuals had increased dramatically. The amount of soup and broth that a lowly henchman like him could collect would definitely decrease drastically. Let's find a place to hide and wait for the secret realm to close before we leave, Zhou Yun said slowly after a moment of contemplation. His gains were already considerable for an ordinary martial artist. This was almost the distance they would never cover in half a lifetime in less than a week. At this point, it is imperative to retreat gracefully, properly organize one's gains and achievements, and transform these resources into cultivation level and combat power. Otherwise, a slight misstep could lead to being crushed by a stronger newcomer, and all the resources you've painstakingly accumulated could become someone else's spoils. Brother Yun. If we want to leave the secret island smoothly, it's probably not enough to just try to conceal our presence and hide our bodies. At this moment, Feng Huihong, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly raised his hand and said to Zhou Yun with a bitter expression. "What's wrong?" Zhou Yun frowned slightly, puzzled. He pointed to the depths of the secret island, sighed softly, and said leisurely, "I'm afraid the way out is in the deepest part of the secret island." Zhou Yun looked in the direction he was pointing. In the deepest part of the secret island, there were streaks of dazzling aurora light, like a dream. These dazzling aurora borealis were very similar to the aurora that guided them into the air and into this world when they entered the secret island. Good news! After more than 50 chapters on this island, it's finally time to leave. Bad news, the exit portal is located at the deepest part of the secret island. Even with their strength, Zhou Yun, who already possesses the combat power to contend with peak second-tier demonic beasts, would still face numerous dangers and a near-death experience if he wanted to reach the depths of the secret realm island and return to Haicheng through the Aurora portal. It's all right. After a short silence, Zhou Yun slowly spoke. Give it a try, there's always a chance. He could not possibly stay on the secret island. Although this may also be a real world, full of opportunities. But for him, there were still many things he cared about in Haicheng. For him, Haicheng was a place with a wider world and more freedom, and he had reasons to go back. Rumble. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from afar, as if a mountain had collapsed, raising a large cloud of dust. Even where Zhou Yun and the others were standing, they could feel a very obvious tremor. An earthquake? Such immense power is something that even an ordinary heavenly martial realm expert could not achieve with an attack. Zhou Yun and the others' first reaction was that an earthquake had occurred on the secret island. It was the movement of the Earth's veins that caused a distant mountain peak to collapse, making the heavens and earth rumble and sound like a scene of world destruction. Wrong. It's not an earthquake. A faint golden light flashed in Zhou Yun's eyes, and a dragon's might emanated from them, making him look powerful and mysterious. This is an application of the dragon transformation secret technique. With Zhou Yun's current cultivation level, although he cannot use multiple dragon transformation secret techniques at the same time, he can easily activate one of them individually. His golden dragon eyes flashed with a divine light, his gaze dazzling, instantly piercing through the swirling dust and smoke ahead, revealing a place extremely far away. Hiss. That is? Zhou Yun gasped, a look of shock on his face. What did he see? A towering immortal mountain rose into the air, its surface shimmering with primordial magnetic light, making it look extraordinary. On this enormous immortal mountain stood a proud and aloof man dressed in a black brocade robe. Zhou Yun was no stranger to him. He had heard his name many times and had also obtained photos of him through various channels. He is Qian Yangmu. A direct descendant of the Qian family, a family of cultivators, the young city lord of Haicheng, and a martial arts genius. He has already become a master of the heavenly martial realm at the age of 25 or 26. For Zhou Yun, he has another title. That is Su Linglong's competitor. Although, in a sense, Zhou Yun has already won Su Linglong's battle against Qian Yangmu, he has already won. However, this did not prevent Zhou Yun from having the intention of crushing it into dust. How dare you covet my woman? There is already a way to die. However, to everyone's surprise, Qian Yangmu was so lucky that he obtained such a huge Yuan magnetic treasure mountain. Zhou Yun suspected that this Yuan magnetic treasure mountain was one of the 3 opportunities mentioned by the hunchbacked old man underwater in the river that caused the 3 golden lights to move. He has already obtained the inheritance of the dragon transformation secret technique. The Yuan Bashan was seized by Qian Yangmu. What is the remaining opportunity? Who will receive that final opportunity? Zhou Yun frowned. No one knew what that final opportunity was. If it were before, he might have wanted to search for it further. But now, the sudden anomaly on the secret island has attracted too many powerful individuals. Staying here any longer is not a wise choice. Chapter 74, A Secret Maneuver. Kill. At that moment, a furious shout rang out, echoing throughout the surrounding world. It's Qian Yangmu. He slapped his palms onto the Yuan magnetic treasure mountain in front of him. Starlight surged forth, pouring into the mountainside. Instantly, beams of dazzling golden light burst forth, carrying terrifying magnetic power, surging out in all directions. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Like sharp arrows, they tore through the sky, emitting a series of extremely sharp and explosive sounds. The next second, centered on the Yuan magnetic treasure mountain, more than a dozen powerful individuals were struck by the golden light, their bodies pierced through. The Yuan magnetic power spread out, pouring onto their bodies like molten iron, instantly killing them. Hiss! Zhou Yun exclaimed in surprise again. Truly, a great reputation is well deserved. Although Qian Yangmu relied on the power of the Yuan magnetic treasure mountain, the power of the attack he unleashed was truly remarkable. To be able to walk on air, one must be at least a powerful expert at the heavenly martial realm. Just now, Qian Yangmu unleashed a burst of divine power, instantly piercing through more than a dozen enemies. Of these, only a small portion were winged aliens, the rest were all human. In other words, Qian Yangmu's attack just now instantly killed nearly 10 experts at the heavenly martial realm, as well as 7 or 8 alien experts whose cultivation levels were unknown. Nearly 10 experts at the heavenly martial realm were instantly killed by Qian Yangmu with a single blow. This is terrifying. I'm afraid that a third of all the heavenly martial experts in Haicheng were wiped out by his single strike. However, not all of these martial artists actually came from Haicheng. After news of the secret realm island spread, powerful martial artists from several surrounding cities, such as Lianqing and Junsheng, rushed to the scene immediately. Therefore, those who died at Qian Yangmu's hands could also be outsiders from other cities, or other powerful rogue cultivators hiding their identities. This mountain has an owner. Those who aren't afraid of death, come and rob us. Qian Yangmu stood atop Yuansibo Mountain, hands behind his back, proudly poised. What a load of crap, it's ridiculous. Zhou Yun withdrew his gaze and snorted coldly. He set his sights on this treasure mountain. However, with his current strength, it is absolutely impossible for him to seize it. It's likely that it will be instantly killed by the opponent as soon as it shows its face. However, Qian Yangmu did do one good thing. Zhou Yun chuckled. The allure of the Yuan magnetic treasure mountain was immense. No strong person would resist possessing it. With this guy drawing fire there, his plan to secretly sneak into the depths of the secret island, into the area shrouded by the aurora, leave the island, and successfully return to Haicheng will be greatly reduced. Brother Yun. What's going on? Seeing that Zhou Yun had withdrawn his gaze, Feng Huihong quickly asked. I think I just heard Qian Yangmu's name? Feng Huihong frowned and asked. He knew that Zhou Yun had always regarded Qian Yangmu as an enemy, so he was naturally very curious and wanted to find out the truth. Zhou Yun slowly recounted to the two what he had just seen. Hiss. The primordial magnetic treasure mountain? This guy is incredibly lucky? Feng Huihong was astonished. Even a small piece of a spiritual object containing the power of primordial magnetism is priceless. Adding it to a spiritual weapon can enhance its grade and power. Qian Yangmu has a whole mountain of these precious Yuan magnetic spiritual objects. Wu Wan frowned deeply. Something seems off. Yuanci Baoshan is one of the purest products of Earth's magnetic field. Legend has it that it can only be born in places where the Earth's spiritual energy is most concentrated. Although this secret realm is not small, the possibility of it simultaneously giving birth to a land of wind spirit, a land of fire spirit, and a land of earth spirit, all three of these attributes, is extremely slim. Wu Wantan spoke softly, gently reminding Zhou Yun of the special features of this secret realm. Zhou Yun nodded. He had already noticed this. Moreover, there are more than just these three places of spiritual energy in the secret realm. Deep within the secret island, Su Linglong also found a land of ice spirits, and through it, she awakened the special physique of the Ice Emperor Saint Body. In addition, there's the secret treasure left behind by the mysterious powerful being who transformed from an angel into a fallen demon, and the dragon transformation technique passed down by the azure-clad fish Dragon King who slumbers here. The quality of this secret realm is terrifyingly high. Walk. The secret realm is wonderful, but we've already gained quite a bit of benefit. It's time to leave. Zhou Yun led the two men to a swift retreat. With a gust of wind beneath his feet, starlight gathered, twinkling and weaving into dragon-shaped marks the size of a thumb. With this enhancement, he became extremely fast. Although it cannot compare to the shrinking earth to an inch technique, it is far superior to others. Even some second-tier movement techniques cannot catch up with him and will be left far behind. Yun, brother Yun. Slow down. You practically vomited up my breakfast from the day before yesterday. Zhou Yun carried Feng Huihong and Wu Wan in each hand, and quickly walked through the mountains and forests. There was no way around it, his speed was too fast. Even martial artists of the same level couldn't see his back when using their movement techniques. Not to mention Feng Huihong and Wu Wan, whose cultivation levels were far lower than his. If Zhou Yun hadn't grabbed them and traveled together, they probably wouldn't have even reached the depths of the secret island by the time he entered the area shrouded by the aurora. Clang! Suddenly, a metallic clang, the sound of clashing swords and spears, echoed through the mountains and forests. This tree is mine. I planted this mountain. We must pass through here. Leave your toll behind. Ahead, a bald, fat monk with a monk's scar on his head leaned against a tree, carrying a horse-slaying sword. After chanting a Buddhist prayer, he recited a doggerel about robbing people. Beside this fat monk were 3 other monks, all dressed as monks with ordination scars on their heads. Robbery. Hand over 50 star cores of second-tier demonic beasts, or 50 second-tier spiritual herbs, and I may consider letting you pass. Otherwise, I'll kill all 3 of you and let your souls pass away. The fat monk snorted coldly, a chilling murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Zhou Yun narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on him. This guy is quite strong among cultivators at the spirit warrior realm. He's definitely a top-tier expert in the first tier. It could even be said that this guy has already stepped into the realm of heavenly martial artist. As long as he cultivates step by step, given time, he will surely become a powerful heavenly martial artist who dominates the region. Where did this wild monk come from? He can't even recite a poem properly. You planted this mountain, you grew these trees, you fucking did it. You son of a bitch. You fucking bastard. Without wasting words, Zhou Yun released his grip on Feng Huihong and Wu Wan's hands, picked up the dragon-patterned black gold spear, and charged forward. Chapter 75, Kill. Others are not a threat. However, the fat monk in the lead was quite powerful. With time of the essence, Zhou Yun had no intention of testing the waters and launched his strongest attack. Zhou Yunlong walked with the stride of a tiger, his back straight, his blood surging within him, like a humanoid dragon, exuding a majestic aura. Holding the gun with both hands, he unleashed a powerful and heavy blow forward. A dragon emerges from the sea. This spear technique is simply a straightforward thrust. However, after Zhou Yun obtained the dragon transformation secret technique, this move seemed to awaken its own spirituality. The gun was heavy and imposing, its beam tearing through the sky like a black dragon bearing its fangs and claws, charging forward with ferocious intent. The fat, big-eared monk opposite him sharpened his gaze and instantly stood up straight. Those who can cultivate to his level are not ordinary people. Instantly, they realized that Zhou Yun was no ordinary person and could not be underestimated. Immediately, he waved his hand, an immense force burst forth between his fingers, instantly grasping the heavy horse-slaying sword in his hand. Kid, you're pretty arrogant, aren't you? Take this from Grandpa Monk. This guy is big and muscular, with a lot of strength. He looks like he's going to be incredibly powerful. With a powerful and heavy slash, the blade came crashing down towards Zhou Yun's spear. Overestimating yourself. Zhou Yun sneered. Anyone who dares to confront him head-on is practically courting death. Although the fat monk's cultivation had reached the level of a 10-star spiritual martial artist, he was only a 10-star chi martial artist, a whole major realm higher than him. If the opponent were to fight him with profound cultivation, he might suffer some hardship and have to expend considerable effort to defeat him. However, if it were a head-on confrontation, Zhou Yun was confident that he could shatter the opponent's heart meridian within 3 moves and kill him directly. The next moment, the dragon-patterned black gold spear and the horse-slaying saber collided with a loud bang. An invisible wave of sound swept outwards. The bald men next to the fat monk were caught off guard and struck by the sudden sound wave, instantly feeling as if they had been crushed by a hard boulder. He was dizzy and lightheaded, his abdomen trembled, his face was ashen, and bright red blood was flowing from his mouth and nose. Zhou Yun sighed. Feng Huihong and Wu Wan were well prepared. They knew that when the two clashed, even a single aftershock would be beyond their ability to withstand. Therefore, the moment Zhou Yun made his move, they turned around and ran in the opposite direction. Therefore, it was not affected much. The Overlord Spear? The fat monk narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression serious. The force of the recoil from their exchange of blows had left his hands numb and his arms trembling. Only then did he realize that the black spear in Zhou Yun's hand was actually the Overlord Spear, forged from a certain metal. Generally speaking, people who choose the Overlord Spear as their weapon are either clueless naives who know nothing about weaponry, or he is a terrifyingly powerful individual who is extremely confident in his own strength. Zhou Yun, despite being far below him in cultivation level, was able to unleash terrifying combat power that even he feared. Obviously, he couldn't be some clueless greenhorn. Then there's only one possibility. He was extremely confident in his strength. His physical power was terrifying to the extreme. The fat monk felt a mixture of excitement and fear. What's exciting is that Zhou Yun, a mere chi martial artist at such a young age, possesses such combat power, which must indicate extraordinary experiences and possibly unimaginable opportunities. If they can kill him and seize those opportunities, he might soar to great heights and become a top expert within the Dragon Kingdom. What he feared was that, after exchanging a single blow, he felt he might not be a match for Zhou Yun. In the end, he might be the one who dies. Thinking of this, the fat monk's heart trembled again and again. He has killed at least 80 or 100 martial artists, but he is still terrified of the possibility of death. He didn't want to die. The world is so big, and I haven't seen it yet. The fat monk roared and struck a pose resembling an angry Vajra. Feeding demons with flesh and blood. After a roar, bursts of crimson blood energy surged from his body. Instantly, his muscles bulged, and mysterious magical runes appeared one after another. Behind him, a black demonic figure wielding a giant axe appeared. The demonic figure opened its mouth and inhaled, swallowing most of the flesh and blood essence from his body. In an instant, the fat monk visibly aged considerably, and even the round lumps of fat on his body shrank considerably. He ignited his life essence, activated a mysterious martial art, and summoned a terrifying demonic phantom. Boom! The demonic figure swung its massive black axe, delivering a powerful and heavy blow, as if it possessed the power to split the heavens and the earth. Zhou Yun sneered. I was originally planning to kill you in 3 moves. I never expected you to dare to use your martial arts skills in front of me and borrow the power of the demon race. You asked for it. The next moment, he activated the power of his bloodline, and streaks of purple-gold divine light suddenly appeared. Instantly, a chilling and fierce demonic aura filled the entire dense forest. A purple-gold light flashed in Zhou Yun's eyes, and wisps of demonic energy coiled around his body. At this moment, he looked more like a demon than the black shadow wielding the giant axe. Die! A surge of demonic energy enveloped Zhou Yun, causing him to completely ignore the giant axe brought down by the demonic shadow above. He then swung his dragon-patterned black gold spear at the fat monk. The demon race has a strict hierarchy based on bloodline. Zhou Yun's heavenly demon body possesses incomparably noble demonic blood flowing within him. This demonic phantom was nothing more than an insignificant nobody. Even if Zhou Yun stood still, the giant axe that the opponent swung down could not harm him in the slightest. It could be said that the attack summoned by the fat monk, who sacrificed half of his life essence, was completely wasted the moment it appeared. No! How is this possible? Those are insane, bloodthirsty demons. Why doesn't he attack you? What did you do to make him ignore you? The fat monk's face was distorted, resembling a vengeful ghost. His face was filled with disbelief. The scene before him was so shocking that it completely exceeded his expectations. However, all that answered him was a cold, long spear. You have no right to know. Zhou Yun snorted coldly. If it were before, he would not have chosen to sacrifice his life essence, but instead continued to fight Zhou Yun with his strength. Zhou Yun's move probably won't hurt him. But now. Base. Zhou Yun unleashed a sweeping strike, the cold, sharp spear light drawing a graceful arc. He instantly cut his opponent in half at the waist, splitting his body in 2, resulting in a gruesome death. After killing his opponent, Zhou Yun sheathed his spear and stood still. The demonic shadow, having lost the life essence that sustained its form, swayed slightly twice before instantly turning into wisps of green smoke and disappearing. Chapter 76, The Beast Tide. You're asking for it. After Zhou Yun snorted coldly, a spear light suddenly appeared. Like a black dragon, it flew out with bared fangs and claws, instantly passing through the bodies of the remaining monks beside it and killing them all. They acquired 2 second-tier spiritual weapons, 7 first-tier spiritual weapons, and 6 storage bags. Store all these spoils in the chest jar space. Killing someone and not looting their body is like killing them for nothing. Brother Yun, a beast tide has appeared to the south. Just as Zhou Yun was sorting through his harvest, Feng Weihong ran over with a serious expression and said in a deep voice. Just now, to prevent the aftershocks from Zhou Yun's battle from accidentally injuring them. He and Wu Luan retreated far away, almost as far as a mountain away from Zhou Yun and the others. Just now, on that mountaintop, he saw a vast, billowing cloud of dust rising in the distance. The two focused their attention and investigated, only to discover that a large group of demonic beasts had gathered to the south, forming a massive beast tide that was rushing towards the depths of the secret island. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun's expression changed instantly. A beast tide? Every time this word appears, it signifies a bloody storm. Although most of the beast tides consist of low-ranking monsters, mainly first and second-rank monsters, there are very few monsters of the third rank or higher. However, although they are not of high rank, they are extremely numerous. The number of monsters that can gather into a tide is at least tens of thousands. Faced with a terrifying tide of monsters, even a powerful expert at the heavenly martial realm could not guarantee that he would survive to the end unscathed. There's a saying among ordinary people, many ants can kill an elephant. The same applies here. Tens of thousands of first and second tier demonic beasts swarmed in, enough to overwhelm even a powerful expert at the heavenly martial realm. A beast tide has appeared, and the danger level in this secret realm has more than doubled. Zhou Yun's face turned ashen. Although his strength was not bad, it was far from enough to turn the tide in the beast tide. Then, he stretched out his hands on both sides and lifted Feng Huihong and Wu Luan up. With his feet stepping on golden dragon-shaped runes, he moved as fast as the wind and ran towards the depths of the secret island. Brother Yun! Faster! There are flying birds behind that horse, they're incredibly fast, like lightning. Feng Huihong tilted his head back, closely observing the movements of the beast tide behind him. The beast tide was moving very fast, and even Zhou Yun could only barely keep a distance from them. Moreover, this state did not last long. His unusual behavior seemed to have attracted the attention of some powerful figures within the beast tide. A swarm of incredibly fast demonic birds suddenly appeared and flew towards him. Wu Luan's posture was the same as Feng Huihong's, with her buttocks facing forward and her head facing backward, directly facing the group of monsters chasing after her. Although, this posture isn't very elegant, with a formidable enemy at hand, she couldn't care less about that. Her life was the most important thing. She held a bright blue longbow in her hand. It was the same magical artifact that Zhou Yun had snatched from the water monkey outside the Dragon King's palace underwater in the river. At this moment, she held it in her hand, drew her bow, and a blue arrow condensed on the bowstring, which was actually formed from the breeze. She drew the bowstring taut, aimed at the pursuers behind her, and with a sharp whoosh, fired an arrow. Although her strength was not enough to kill the pursuing demonic bird with a single arrow, it was enough to disrupt the opponent's pursuit rhythm and provide Zhou Yun with better conditions to escape. Running like this indefinitely isn't a solution. Eventually, we'll run out of energy. Why not take a gamble and run in Qian Yangmu's direction? A sly glint flashed in Zhou Yun's eyes. These beast tides were a formidable and deadly enemy to him, but for Qian Yangmu, they were a different story. As a heavenly warrior who had also acquired an incomparably precious Yuan magnetic treasure mountain, he was able to unleash far more combat power and methods than Zhou Yun in the face of this terrifying beast tide. Zhou Yun felt no remorse for tricking him. It was just a matter of escaping for one's life. It wasn't really a scam. At most, we can be considered fellow Taoists on the same path. Thinking of this, he decisively changed direction and rushed towards the direction where Qian Yangmu had previously unleashed the power to shake the Yuan magnetic treasure mountain. At this moment, on a low, dark red hill, Qian Yangmu, dressed in a black brocade robe and with a face as beautiful as jade, was sitting quietly cross-legged on a huge rock. He closed his eyes tightly, and starlight surged around him, drawing starlight energy from beyond the heavens and channeling it into his limbs and bones to replenish the damage he had just suffered in the battle. Before him, a fist-sized mountain, shimmering with golden light, was spinning rapidly. This small hill is none other than the Yuan magnetic treasure mountain that shook the entire secret realm island before. Around Qian Yangmu were no fewer than 30 corpses of varying sizes. There were humans and demon beasts, and the only thing they had in common was that they had all reached the level of heavenly martial artist. The deaths of these humans and demons were extremely gruesome. Their entire bodies looked as if they had been crushed by a giant mountain, their flesh and blood transformed from a 3D form into a 2D plane. Call. Although this Yuan magnetic treasure mountain is good and powerful, its shortcomings are also very obvious. With just one strike, all the stellar energy within me was drained. And yet, I haven't even unleashed its full power yet. Qian Yangmu opened his eyes, a hint of fatigue flashing in them, but mostly the joy of obtaining a great treasure. To fully activate this Yuan magnetic treasure mountain, one would probably need at least the cultivation level of a saint martial artist. The realm of a saint warrior is probably only attainable by legendary figures. Those who are skilled in martial arts, as long as they have a certain talent for cultivation and put in some effort and hard work, even if they only rely on time to hone their skills, have hope of breaking through their limitations within their lifetime. But it's different for holy warriors. How could someone who was called a saint be an ordinary person? Leaving aside those further back, let's just talk about his father, Xian Jinshan, the city lord of Haicheng, who has been stuck at the 10-star heavenly martial realm for a full 15 years. I've always said I've touched the threshold of that realm, but I've never been able to get started, never truly taken that step. However, I'm different. A surge of heroic spirit suddenly welled up in Qian Yangmu's heart. With the primordial magnetic treasure mountain in hand, I can use it to comprehend the power of primordial magnetic and break through the saint realm barrier with this path. My speed in breaking through to Saint Martial Warrior will definitely be much faster than my father's. He looked at the Yuan magnetic treasure mountain before him, his eyes filled with fervor. This Yuan magnetic treasure mountain is the greatest opportunity he has ever received since birth. It is a rare treasure worth his life to protect. Just then, he suddenly felt the rocks beneath him shake, as if 1,000 troops were swarming towards him. What's going on? Another blind bastard has come to steal my Yuan magnetic treasure mountain? He snorted coldly, reached out and lifted the Yuan magnetic treasure mountain in front of him into his palm. Xian Yangmu stood up, his eyes sparkling like stars, and looked into the distance. The next second, his pupils widened suddenly, and his previous calm expression vanished. Holy crap! A beast tide. Chapter 77, Setting Him Up. Even Chen Yangmu's expression changed instantly when faced with the overwhelming tide of beasts. Putting everything else aside, just looking at the countless, densely packed strange beasts is enough to make one's scalp tingle. Damn it, how could a beast tide suddenly erupt out of nowhere? Xian Yangmu's eyes flashed with starlight as he scanned the direction of the beast tide. After watching for a while, he indeed noticed something unusual. You son of a bitch! So this beast tide was lured here by someone. Xian Yangmu gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with a fierce light as he looked at Zhou Yun. He didn't know who Zhou Yun was, nor did he know what he and the other two had done that had caused such a horrific incident that it triggered a beast tide. However, he was absolutely certain that the beast tide was attracted by Zhou Yun and his group. Okay. Trying to use me as a scapegoat, huh? I'll kill you first. Xian Yangmu's mind raced, and he instantly understood Zhou Yun's thoughts and intentions. They wanted to drag him down with them, to make Xian Yangmu fight to the death with the beast tide, so that these three guys could find a chance to break through and escape. Xian Yangmu had lived a life of luxury for over 20 years and was always the one who had the final say in Haicheng. No one had ever dared to defy him. Now that someone dares to challenge his authority and use him as a pawn, he naturally won't be stingy with the star energy within him. Immediately, he reached out and summoned a purple lightning spear in his hand. Lightning flashed, and the spear was sharp. This purple lightning spear was clearly formed from star energy, but it possessed the ferocity of lightning and the sharpness of a spear. This is an extremely profound martial art recorded in the Xie family's inherited technique, the art of thunder control. With a single thrust of the spear, it possesses the power to shatter mountains and shatter rocks, capable of instantly annihilating a formidable enemy. It can be said that this lightning spear attack was one of the strongest martial arts techniques he had ever mastered. Now, his strongest attack is naturally the attack from the Yuan magnetic treasure mountain. However, activating the Yuan magnetic treasure mountain for an attack consumes too much energy. Moreover, killing 3 minor Qi martial artists and then directly activating the Yuan magnetic treasure mountain would be a waste of talent, like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Yes, Xian Yangmu had keen intuition and a powerful spiritual sense. Even from a great distance, he had already discerned Zhou Yun's cultivation level. He was merely a minor 10-star Qi martial artist. Call out. The spear ripped through the void, accompanied by a thunderous roar, and hurtled towards the direction Zhou Yun was heading. After launching his attack, Xian Yangmu immediately turned around, and a long rainbow suddenly appeared. He soared into the air and sped towards the depths of the secret island. As for whether the purple lightning spear can successfully kill Zhou Yun and the other two, he had no doubt about this. What a joke! He's a powerful expert at the heavenly martial realm. Once activated, a mere Qi cultivator has absolutely no chance of dodging such a powerful martial art. A real man never looks back at an explosion. He'll eat the soles of the shoes if any of the three survive. All three survived, and they live-streamed themselves eating their underwear. Zhou Yun moved like a swimming dragon, incredibly swift. Even though the monsters behind him were extremely fast, they couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. Damn it! Not good. Just as he was focused on escaping, he suddenly felt a sense of alarm, as if his life was in grave danger. He looked up and gazed ahead. Suddenly, a purple spear appeared in front of them, crackling with terrifying lightning power. Once struck by the spear, the power of thunder will erupt instantly, and the three of them will definitely face certain death. Damn it! Xian Yangmu! Zhou Yun roared angrily. The instant he saw the purple spear, he caught a glimpse of Xian Yangmu riding the divine rainbow and escaping into the sky. Instantly, it became clear who had unleashed the spear. Xian Yangmu has been added to Zhou Yun's kill list. He will be killed when the opportunity arises. However, the most urgent task now is to get through this current hurdle. Dragon's tail swing. Faced with the sudden attack of the purple lightning spear, Zhou Yun remained calm. Instantly, a countermeasure was conceived. With a light touch of his toes on the ground, he unleashed a sweeping kick, like a golden dragon swinging its massive tail. The next second, a tremendous force erupted, and Zhou Yun's leg struck the tip of the spear. The sharp spearhead tore through his calf muscles, spilling blood. However, Zhou Yun's attack successfully changed the direction of the purple lightning spear. He swept the spear behind him and sent it hurtling into the horde of beasts. The next second, the power of thunder erupted, and the spear directly triggered a huge explosion. Zhou Yun was not far from the center of the explosion, and was naturally blasted away by the force, falling to the ground in a very disheveled state some distance away. However, he could withstand it with his heavenly demon body, but Feng Huihong and Wu Luan could not. The immense impact caused considerable damage to their internal organs, leaving their faces ashen and their breath weak. If Zhou Yun hadn't shielded them from most of the aftershocks, they would probably have died in the explosion just now. Damn it! You bastard surnamed Xian, I'll kill you sooner or later. Anger surged in Zhou Yun's eyes, and he let out a cold snort. It was just a small trick, why are you being so petty? Are you going to go all out? He didn't dare delay and immediately poured a large mouthful of earth fire spirit liquid into the mouths of Feng Huihong and Wu Luan to stabilize their injuries and keep them alive. He then poured several mouthfuls of earth fire spirit liquid into his mouth, activating its life essence to repair the injury on his calf. Although all three were somewhat disheveled, fortunately, the purple lightning spear had landed in the horde of monsters, temporarily halting the beast tide. This gave them a brief respite. Brother Yun, what should we do? Should we change direction or continue following Qian Yangmu? Zhou Yun's speed in his all-out escape was not much slower than Qian Yangmu's flight. If you follow him and he spots you, you'll inevitably get hit by a few more purple lightning spears. However, if the direction is changed at the last minute, then the distance to the depths of the secret island will be even greater. With pursuers at your back, escaping unscathed becomes even more difficult. Follow Qian Yangmu. This guy has a lot of treasures on him, and the beasts aren't stupid either. The monsters that control the beast tide must be quite intelligent. After they've seen Qian Yangmu's methods, they will definitely split up to hunt him down. At that time, our pressure will be much less. Zhou Yun made a decision instantly. Without waiting for the injury on his calf to fully heal, he activated the movement technique from the dragon transformation secret art and ran away. As he ran, he poured the earth fire spirit liquid onto his calves. Such precious spiritual objects are effective both internally and externally, but their greatest use is in cultivation. Using them to heal injuries would be a waste. However, given the current critical situation, he couldn't afford to waste any more resources. Survival is the priority. No matter how important resources are, you have to be alive to enjoy it. Chapter 78, Seeking Fur from Wolves. Roar! Suddenly, a wolf's howl shook the heavens and the earth. Zhou Yun trembled, feeling the hairs on his body stand on end. It was just an ordinary wolf howl, yet it was filled with oppressive power. A third-tier demonic beast. It's definitely a third-tier demonic beast, and one of the best among them. Zhou Yun felt a chill run down his spine, guessing that this wolf was one of the controllers and initiators of the beast tide. Moreover, judging from the sound, the wolf was very close to him. Given the speed of a third-tier demon beast, it could probably reach him in the blink of an eye. The next second, he felt a blur before his eyes. A huge wolf demon with silver-white fur appeared before him. The wolf demon was enormous, its head as big as a Wuling Hongguang minivan, and it exuded immense pressure as it stood before Zhou Yun. Behind it grows a pair of dark purple wings, giving it an air of mystery. Tier 3 monster. It's definitely a Tier 3 monster. Zhou Yun had no doubt about its strength. His divine sense far surpasses that of other martial artists of the same level, so his perception is naturally accurate. It's over. Am I really going to die here? A feeling of despair rose in his heart. After careful consideration, I realized that I actually still had quite a few trump cards up my sleeve. However, if he encounters a monster that has just broken through to the 3rd rank, he might still have a fighting chance. But the guy in front of me is clearly not someone who just broke through. At the very least, he is a late-stage Tier 3 being. Well, after obtaining this system, I kept reminding myself to stay calm and play it safe. But I can't help wanting to cause trouble every time, I can't calm down. Now the retribution has finally come. Zhou Yun felt a bitter taste in his mouth. It would be very difficult to survive against this purple-winged silver wolf. He could only take it one step at a time. A whoa! The silver wolf opened its huge mouth and let out a loud howl. Feng Huihong and Wu Luan's legs went weak and they almost collapsed to the ground. This wolf howl was imbued with a powerful divine force, which almost instantly shattered the fighting spirit of the two. Their faces were deathly pale, as if they had lost their parents. Such is the path of cultivation. No one knows when a powerful enemy might suddenly appear from some corner and inadvertently take their life. The road is hard, the road is hard, the road is rugged, where is it now? However, unlike them. After a brief moment of shock and fear, a hint of surprise suddenly flashed in Zhou Yun's eyes. Just now, amidst the divine thoughts mixed in with the roar of the purple-winged Wolf King, he heard another meaning. Although he and the Wolf King did not speak the same language, divine sense, as the most primal and pure code that can reach the depths of the soul, allows for barrier-free communication between different races. Just now, Zhou Yun analyzed the meaning in the purple-winged Wolf King's divine thought and relayed a sentence. Hand over the secret technique of transforming into a dragon. It came for the secret technique of transforming into a dragon. Zhou Yun felt a little more at ease. There's something on their mind, something they're plotting, something they're aiming for, which means communication is possible. What I fear most is that the other party is a hothead who only wants to taste the saltiness of human flesh that would be the real end of the world. The dragon transformation secret technique? How did Senior Wolf King know that I possessed the dragon transformation technique? Zhou Yun did not choose to deny it. Because the opposing force was far too strong, the two sides in this negotiation were unequal from the very beginning. If he continues to evade the issue, it will inevitably be disrespectful to the other party. This is making their negotiations more difficult. Hand over the dragon transformation technique, or die. The purple-winged Wolf King let out a low growl from its throat and sent out another divine thought. At the same time, it extended a claw, its sharp, cold gleaming edge clearly signifying its intention. Instead of responding to Zhou Yun's question, it continued to press him, demanding that he directly reveal the dragon transformation secret technique. However, this time, Zhou Yun will not back down. He needed to know how the purple-winged Wolf King had discovered that he possessed the secret technique of transforming into a dragon. He has only recently left the Dragon Palace, so not many people should know about it. We must try to cover it up and prevent further trouble. Otherwise, if everyone knew that he possessed the dragon transformation technique, he would never have a peaceful day again. Wherever he went, he would be hunted down by those who coveted the dragon transformation technique. Zhou Yun's figure was reflected in the huge wolf eyes. It stared at Zhou Yun for a few seconds. His throat trembled up and down, and he let out a few sobs. Your speed, your legs. Zhou Yun's gaze sharpened, and he looked down at his legs. On his calf, a faint rune was shimmering softly. Upon closer inspection, a faint dragon-shaped mark could be discerned. He instantly understood. His escape speed was abnormal, far exceeding that of other martial artists of the same level. In addition, dragon-shaped runes were constantly flashing on his legs. With these 2 points as evidence, it is not difficult to deduce that the dragon transformation secret technique is on him. Moreover, if the other party is willing to investigate, they will definitely be able to find out evidence that he was once active near the Fish Dragon King's corpse. After all, when he left that great river, there were quite a few sea monsters lingering there. Many sea creatures have witnessed him powerfully killing the sea monkey and leaving the water. It seems I'll have to keep a lower profile from now on, or rather, I'll need to conceal myself when using the dragon transformation secret technique. Fortunately, while there were many demonic beasts with dragon patterns on their legs when he used his movement techniques, few had the insight to directly associate them with the dragon transformation secret technique. Zhou Yun looked at the purple-winged Wolf King in front of him. Once this problem is solved, virtually no one will know the secret. Only a few. Defeating this purple-winged Wolf King will be extremely difficult. He didn't have the power to kill him to silence him. The only thing we can do is try to make a deal with it and get it to shut up on its own. But the other party's demand was that Zhou Yun hand over the dragon transformation secret technique. This is something he absolutely cannot accept. The dragon transformation secret technique is of great importance. For him, it may only be a reference for a cultivation method, or a series of systematic martial arts techniques. But it's different for demonic beasts. They can directly abandon their own bloodline and evolve towards becoming dragons, but Zhou Yun will not abandon his Azure Heaven demon body bloodline. Therefore, the dragon transformation technique is far more important to demonic beasts than to him. To rashly hand over the secret technique to a strange beast is to create a formidable enemy for the future human race. But How can they negotiate with the purple-winged wolf king in a balanced way, ensuring the survival of all three without giving it the secret technique to transform into a dragon? That's the key. Perhaps, only the system can save me. Zhou Yun gave a bitter smile. Chapter 79, Negotiation. This purple-winged wolf king is too powerful. It can be said that on the entire Secret Realm Island, apart from a few individuals, no one is its match. If you add the massive beast-type it controls, it's likely that no one on the entire secret island will be able to escape unscathed from its grasp. Even Xiejinshan, the city lord of Haicheng, couldn't do it. After much deliberation, Zhou Yun realized that the only key to breaking the deadlock was to rely on his own system. Only if the system refreshes and provides a crucial and powerful enhancement can he get rid of this purple-winged wolf king. Judging by the time, there should be about an hour left before the system's settlement at midnight. His main task now is to keep the purple-winged wolf king occupied for an hour, stall until the system settles the score, and break the deadlock. After figuring out these key points, Zhou Yun felt a little more at ease. In any case, at least we saw a glimmer of hope. Immediately, he straightened up, straightened his clothes slightly, and bowed slightly to the purple-winged wolf king. Senior Wolf King, if you can truly guarantee the safety of the three of us, I am happy to offer you this secret technique. Only. He frowned slightly, a look of hesitation on his face. The purple-winged wolf king was indeed fooled. A glint of excitement and joy flashed in its large wolf eyes. It panted heavily and took a small step forward in a hurry. But what? Speak quickly. Humans are the most annoying kind of creatures. They have so many twists and turns. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Why all the nonsense? However, Zhou Yun had no idea what it was thinking. Knowing it was urgent, Zhou Yun knew he couldn't rush things in order to buy time. Then, Zhou Yun took out 2 small cups of earth fire spirit liquid and transferred them into Feng Huihong and Wu Luan's bodies. They were soothed from their injuries, which had been agitated by the purple-winged wolf king's oppressive aura. After the two had finished breathing and were in a stable condition, Zhou Yun walked back to the purple-winged wolf king. Kid. Don't try to play tricks on me. Let me tell you, stalling for time is useless. Once you fall into my hands, no one can save you. The purple-winged wolf king snorted coldly, its eyes filled with contempt and indifference. With its intelligence, it could easily see through Zhou Yun's plan to stall for time. It expressed utter disdain for this. There are many powerful beings on the secret island, but few can rival it. Those people are basically all in the deepest part of the secret island, plotting to seize the strongest opportunity. It can be said that, apart from it, no other third-tier powerhouse has discovered any trace of the dragon transformation secret technique. In other words, for Zhou Yun at this moment, there was absolutely no one to help him. Furthermore, even if other powerful individuals did appear here, they would not possibly side with Zhou Yun. It's highly likely they'll side with it and plot to seize Zhou Yun's dragon transformation technique. Senior Wolf King, I know you're in a hurry. But don't rush. Zhou Yun's mindset was not as anxious as the purple-winged wolf king believed. He was indeed stalling for time, but he wasn't waiting for other powerful figures who were elusive and intangible. He was waiting for the system's settlement. He shrugged and made a helpless expression and gesture towards the purple-winged wolf king in front of him. I obtained the dragon transformation secret technique by chance, and I haven't fully figured it out yet. It might not be so simple to pass it on to you. As soon as he finished speaking, the purple-winged wolf king's eyes sharpened instantly. Can't produce it? What use are you then? Why don't I take it myself? It snorted coldly, like a thunderous roar, carrying an undeniable majesty. For martial artists or demonic beasts with strong spiritual power, soul searching is not a difficult task. However, the process of searching the soul is extremely painful and can cause irreversible damage to the target's soul. Moreover, this damage can also lead to incomplete memory of the other party, which in turn can result in incomplete information about the target being searched, or even some very serious errors. However, if Zhou Yun does not cooperate and is unwilling to hand over the dragon transformation secret technique, it really doesn't mind searching Zhou Yun's soul. This action may result in the dragon transformation technique it acquired being incomplete. However, something is better than nothing. A forced melon may not be sweet, but it will certainly quench your thirst. Zhou Yun sighed again, his face showing concern for the purple-winged wolf king. Even soul searching won't work, Senior Wolf King. Have you ever heard of soul binding restrictions? After I obtained the dragon transformation secret technique, a powerful restriction appeared in my soul. If someone tries to search my soul and forcibly seize the dragon transformation secret technique, The restriction will be triggered instantly, burning my soul and the soul of the soul searcher to ashes. Therefore, if you try to search my soul, you will not only fail to obtain the dragon transformation technique, but you will also lose your life. Zhou Yun's words were obviously fabricated. However, it would certainly be very useful to the purple-winged wolf king, who was obsessed with the secret technique of transforming into a dragon. It can make the other party hesitant to act against him, preventing them from taking forceful action. Sure enough, after hearing Zhou Yun's words, a conflicted expression appeared on the purple-winged wolf king's face. Its bloodline grade is not high, it can only support its cultivation to the 4th level at most. It is now a top-tier 3rd-order demon beast, which means it has almost reached the pinnacle of its life's achievements. Without the dragon transformation technique, my achievements in this life would probably be locked at this level. Just as it fell silent, Zhou Yun smiled faintly, a slight upturn to his lips. In negotiations, whoever learns the other party's bottom line first naturally has the advantage. Although this purple-winged wolf king was powerful, Zhou Yun had already seen through its trump card in purpose. He is naturally able to take the initiative. However, the opponent was, after all, a demonic beast. We cannot judge things by common sense, and we cannot corner the other party. Otherwise, if the purple-winged wolf king gets angry and flips the table, slapping him to death, that wouldn't be fun. Since we've hit them hard, we have to give them something in return. Only by offering it a certain temptation can Zhou Yun be considered truly safe. Seeing the purple-winged wolf king lost in thought, Zhou Yun coughed lightly and spoke again. Senior Wolf King, I actually have another way that would be mutually beneficial in a win-win situation for both of us. You cannot obtain the dragon transformation secret technique through soul search. However, I can teach you after I have sorted it out and mastered it through cultivation. In this way, it will not be restricted by the restrictions. As of now, I have already mastered 2 martial arts techniques, Sky-Splitting Claw and Dragon Tail Sweep. Now I can impart their true essence to you. However, I have one condition: you must guarantee the safety of the 3 of us. Otherwise, I would rather die than teach you those martial arts techniques. Chapter 80, Dear System, you finally arrived. Or, I can gradually teach you the secret technique of transforming into a dragon. Either you kill me, or you get nothing. These are the 2 options Zhou Yun offered. These 2 choices are not difficult to decide. Or rather, the purple-winged wolf king had no choice. If it wants to continue its cultivation and achieve another breakthrough, it must obtain the dragon transformation secret technique. The cold wolf eye slowly closed, and the purple-winged wolf king was also struggling internally. It is an incredibly powerful 3rd-tier demon beast, and on this secret island, it can be considered a demon king-level powerhouse. But at this moment, it was actually outmaneuvered by a tiny human. The key issue is that it seems I really don't have a choice. Purple Wings, oh Purple Wings, where is your pride? You've just given up like this? Orcs will never be slaves. How dare you be manipulated by a mere human? Slap him to death. What dragon transformation technique? I have no interest in it. Arrogance? What a load of rubbish. It won't feed you. I'll cultivate, I'll climb step by step to the very top, I'll become wolf high. The orcs said they would never be slaves, and they also said they would only be slaves if they were provided with food and lodging. Besides, we are wolves, not orcs, so what they say has nothing to do with us. Besides, we're not going to be slaves to this kid. This is a collaboration, a win-win situation. In just a few minutes, the purple-winged wolf king had mentally prepared himself. When he opened his eyes again, the murderous intent and ruthlessness deep within them had almost completely faded, replaced by a faint hint of appeasement. It coughed lightly and composed its micro-expressions. I think your suggestion makes some sense. It is indeed a mutually beneficial proposal. I agree. From this day forward, I will protect your safety at all times. In addition, you must teach me the secret technique of transforming into a dragon. And you just said you've mastered the Sky-Splitting Claw and the Divine Dragon Tail? Quickly teach them to me, let me see just how extraordinary these legendary dragon transformation techniques are. The purple-winged wolf king's body slowly shrank, becoming about the same size as Zhou Yun, instantly reducing the oppressive feeling. It sent a divine thought to Zhou Yun, urging him to teach it the martial arts techniques of Sky-Splitting Claw and Dragon Tail Swing. However, Zhou Yun's gaze was not on it at this moment. He stared blankly at the distant mountains and clouds, as if he were wandering in a dream. The purple-winged wolf king let out a low howl of impatience, which finally woke Zhou Yun up. I'm sorry, Senior Wolf King, I was just thinking about something and got a little distracted. I will now impart to you the key points and techniques of the sky-splitting claw and the dragon tail swing. Zhou Yun's face was full of smiles, a genuine joy and happiness. He wasn't just momentarily lost in thought. Instead, I suddenly heard a system notification tone. Just now, the clock quietly struck midnight. The system settlement interface has been refreshed, and the settlement of today's achievement points has begun. However, even so, he did not overreact. As planned, the sky-splitting claw and dragon tail swing were taught to the purple-winged wolf king. Regardless of whether the system can refresh and enhance the system to resolve the current crisis, he will be able to safely preserve his life. When the purple-winged wolf king saw that Zhou Yun had come to his senses, he nodded slightly. They watched intently as Zhou Yun displayed the dragon-shaped runes. While techniques like sky-splitting claw and dragon tail sweep are offensive martial arts skills, they are not the core mental techniques within the dragon transformation secret art. However, fully comprehending and understanding this will greatly benefit one's future practice of the true dragon transformation technique, enabling one to shed the wolf body and evolve into a dragon. Therefore, the purple-winged wolf king watched very carefully. Each dragon-shaped rune mark was firmly engraved in its heart. Its talent is not weak, and Zhou Yun's explanation is quite complete. In addition, it has claws and a tail, so the difficulty of cultivating these two martial arts is not high. Compared with Zhou Yun, it is actually quite blessed. Therefore, it wasn't long before he had figured out all the key points of these two martial arts techniques and memorized them. With diligent practice, you will surely be able to master these two powerful martial arts techniques in the future. At this moment, Zhou Yun's attention was no longer on the purple-winged wolf king. His attention was focused on the system panel. Today's achievement points are being calculated, please wait. A bright moon rising over the sea? Hiss you, a mere chi martial artist, have actually cultivated a powerful phenomenon? How is that possible? Oh, so it's thanks to the medicinal power of the silver moon fruit. That makes much more sense. Achievement points plus 300. Insightful. You activated your eye technique, your gaze piercing through the surging river, reaching deep into its depths, where you discovered an extraordinary secret realm. Achievement points plus 50. Wow! You've discovered a massive dragon palace at the bottom of this river. Achievement points plus 300. Ha ha ha. Nothing to show for it. You enter the alchemy room to your astonishment to find that someone has already beaten you to it. What an amazing person. They dug 3 feet into the ground and even stripped the ceiling bare. Achievement points plus 6. Azure Dragon King. A tiny carp received an incredible opportunity and transformed into a dragon. You are truly fortunate to have met such a powerful being. Achievement points plus 100. You chose to enter the dragon pillar for challenges and trials. Your courage is commendable. Achievement points plus 50. Breaking through 3 levels in a row, not bad. You successfully broke through 3 levels at the dragon pillar without any major incident, and the 3rd level even required the azure-clad fish dragon king to personally take action. Achievement points plus 1000. Dragon transformation secret technique? My goodness, you actually succeeded in obtaining the dragon transformation secret technique. The power of this secret technique is beyond your imagination. Achievement points plus 5000. 5000? Holy crap! So much? Zhou Yun's eyes widened instantly, and she cried out in surprise. This directly startled the purple-winged wolf king, who was comprehending the martial arts techniques of Skyclaw and Dragon Tail Sweep. What 5,000? Why are you making such a fuss? The purple-winged wolf king frowned and said to Zhou Yun with some dissatisfaction. However, since they were in a position to ask for help, although it was ostensibly a mutually beneficial cooperation and it possessed the strongest combat power, it was actually a force that Zhou Yun could control. Therefore, it could only complain helplessly, not daring to get angry or bare its teeth at Zhou Yun, for fear that Zhou Yun would not give it the subsequent secret techniques for transforming into a dragon. Zhou Yun waved his hand. It's nothing, it's nothing. I just suddenly thought of something happy. His face was full of smiles, smiles that came from the heart. It is indeed a happy thing. He has never earned so many achievement points before. Moreover, this was achieved from just one event, not from the total amount gained throughout the entire day. However, subsequent events are unlikely to award many more achievement points. Even so, the number of achievement points he gained today is already enormous. I've gained so many achievement points again. I wonder how outrageous and overpowered the enhancements will be today. Zhou Yun focused his attention back on the system panel to check the achievement point settlement data. Chapter 81, 7777. Strange change. You leave the Dragon Palace and discover something amiss. A large group of sea beasts has appeared around you. Your keen senses detect something unusual. Achievement points +5. A group of humans has been discovered. They are extremely wary of you and have even engaged in provocative behavior. You decisively take action, displaying your strength and eliminating all those who have shown hostility towards you. Achievement points +200. After obtaining some new intelligence, you choose to leave the riverbed and return to the surface. However, the surrounding sea beasts swarm around you, and one of them sends a powerful sea monkey to intercept you. You choose to strike swiftly, killing the monkey and intimidating all the other sea beasts. Achievement points +266. A beast tide has erupted, crisis looms, and it's time to leave the secret realm. You calmly chose your escape route, achievement points +80. Damn it! You only wanted to swindle Chen Yangmu a little, but he actually went for the kill. You secretly vow to kill him sooner or later. Achievement points +30. Powerful. A peak tier 3 demonic beast, the purple winged wolf king, has descended before you. It is the mastermind behind the beast tide. However, you remain composed and choose to negotiate, finding a way to survive amidst the crisis. Achievement points +150. Scanning the host's current level in cultivation realm. Current cultivation level is 10-star Chi martial artist, gaining 10 achievement points. Scanning the host's current environment, currently in a secret realm, gaining 10 achievement points. Previous balance of achievement points, 220. Final summary, current remaining achievement points, 7,777. Bomb 7? Hee, this number is auspicious. Zhou smiled slightly, surprised that the final achievement points reached 7777. This is not only an auspicious number, but it also breaks his record for achievement points. With so many achievement points, it must be so satisfying to spend them. No need to worry about the price, just buy whatever enhancement you like. Even after clearing out today's 3 enhancement items, he can still have some achievement points left over to spend on tomorrow's enhancements. After closing the settlement panel, Zhou withdrew his divine sense and discovered that the purple-winged wolf king was still slowly comprehending the martial arts techniques recorded in the 2 dragon transformation secret techniques. With it here, the safety factor is much higher. The beast tide continues to advance, slaughtering human warriors who linger in the vicinity and plundering their cultivation resources. However, the small mountain where Zhou and his group were located was a vacuum zone, and no demonic beast dared to descend upon it. Feng Huihong and Wu Luan also entered a state of cultivation. Throughout their journey, they have been in a constant cycle of being injured, healing, being injured again, and healing once more. Each time, Zhou gave them a considerable amount of earth-fire spirit liquid, and now the medicinal properties accumulated in their bodies are quite substantial. Being able to peacefully seclude themselves for a while to refine the remaining medicinal power in their bodies is something they naturally desire. Seeing that no one would disturb him for the time being, Zhou then activated his divine sense once again and entered the system space. This time, what comes into view is the interface for enhancing selection. Zhou was still presented with 3 enhancement items to choose from. After glancing at it, Zhou face instantly showed a look of astonishment. Not a buddy? What are you doing? He recognized only one of the 3 enhancement items. This is a huge golden pillar, very similar to the coiled dragon pillar he had seen before, and it is the vessel for the dragon transformation technique. Choosing to enhance it should mean selecting a path to strengthen the dragon transformation secret technique. As for the remaining 2, one was a small, pitch-black stone. The other one was a silver-haired wolf with purple wings. Isn't that the purple-winged wolf king? Why did the option about the purple-winged wolf king appear in the enhancement selection? System, you must be mistaken? He almost screamed out in annoyance. Zhou lips twitched for a long time. He was truly speechless. The slots for enhancement options are extremely limited, with only 3 available each day. If there's something he doesn't recognize, he won't say anything, just in case it's a precious treasure he didn't recognize. But why did the purple-winged wolf king spawn? It doesn't belong to me. But then I thought about it again. What if this really is a system-generated enhancement item specifically designed to counter the purple-winged wolf king, sensing his current crisis? Thinking about it this way, Zhou suddenly felt that everything made sense and everything made sense. In that case, let me first see what this enhancement for the purple-winged wolf king is. Immediately, Zhou Yun chose to enter the Purple-Winged Wolf King's enhancement interface. Purple-Winged Wolf King. Comment: a wolf? A wolf with wings? What kind of creature is this? It's like it's been abandoned by its mother and uncles. It's a complete oddity. Enhancement Path 1, Advancement. This Purple-Winged Wolf King's bloodline rank doesn't seem very high, suggesting limited future potential. You can grant it a chance to advance its bloodline power, giving it a brighter future. Required achievement points, 500. Help it advance its bloodline? Isn't that aiding the enemy? After reading the first enhancement route, Zhou Yun was so angry he almost spat fire. Although he and the Purple-Winged Wolf King are now in a cooperative relationship. However, such a cooperative relationship is extremely fragile. Although he can temporarily control the other party by using the dragon transformation technique as leverage, the Purple-Winged Wolf King is far stronger than him. The two sides are not evenly matched, and the other party has the power to overturn the table at any time. Given this background, asking him to spend 500 achievement points to enhance the other party's bloodline power would be utterly insane. Zhou Yun pursed his lips and looked at the second enhancement route, hoping it would bring him some surprises. Enhancement Route 2, Nirvana. Since its bloodline is inferior, why not decisively abandon it and choose Nirvana? You can grant it a chance for Nirvana, dissipating its cultivation and starting afresh. Required achievement points, 1000. Nirvana? Dissipate all cultivation and start over? A hint of joy flashed in Zhou Yun's eyes. The meaning was clear. Choosing this route meant that he could directly force the Purple-Winged Wolf King to regress to the state of a cub, dissipating all its cultivation. He would then be able to easily control the opponent, and the current crisis would disappear. Only. Isn't 1000 achievement points a bit too expensive? Zhou Yun frowned slightly, opened his eyes, and looked up at the Purple-Winged Wolf King in front of him, who was closing his eyes, breathing in star energy, and comprehending martial arts techniques. It's a bit pricey, but it can resolve the crisis and save our lives. No matter how much you spend, it's a win-win situation. Moreover, after spending 1000 achievement points and undergoing a bloodline rebirth, the potential of this Purple-Winged Wolf King will inevitably increase dramatically. After leaving the Secret Realm Island, I'll go to the Starry Sky Merchant Guild and buy a beast-taming talisman to make it serve me as its master. Either way, I won't lose out. Zhou Yun chuckled, indicating that this was the best choice. Chapter 82, Hundreds of Billions of Achievement Points, Terrifying Enhancement Prices. However, he did not immediately confirm this option. After all, they still need the Purple-Winged Wolf King's strength to protect them. After this wave of beasts has passed and we reach a secluded place, we can then decide on a course of action and apply the Nirvana enhancement to the Purple-Winged Wolf King. Zhou Yun suppressed this option, intending to confirm it when the time was right. Then, he looked at the remaining two enhancement items. The Purple-Winged Wolf King's enhancement position was just now ranked 3rd. So Zhou Yun chose to look backwards and then looked at the second enhancement item. This was also an enhancement item he didn't recognize. It was an extremely black stone with a smooth and flat surface, showing nothing unusual about it. Zhou Yun thought for a while, then remembered that this seemed to be the spoils he had obtained from the fat monk's storage bag after killing him. Since it was impossible to identify what the stone was or determine its grade, it could only be casually tossed aside in a corner of the chest jar space to gather dust. Aside from its distinctive black color, this stone is otherwise unremarkable. The fat monk probably didn't know its origin or rank. Because when Zhou Yun found this stone in the fat monk's storage bag, it had been lying forgotten in a corner. He looked at the system's identification and evaluation. Glimpses of the stone. Evaluation: this dull, black rock would be a huge waste to use for forging a magical artifact. It would be much better if it could be refined into a treasure. Enhancement Direction 1, Treasure Brick. Using Shadowstone as the main material, forge it into a treasure brick. Effect: Forced Stun. Stun effect will vary depending on the strength of both parties. Required achievement points, 1000. Enhancement Direction 2, Secret Treasure Cursed Blade. Forge the Secret Treasure Cursed Blade using Shadowstone as the main material. Effect: Forced Curse. The curse effect will depend on the amount of star energy invested. Required achievement points, 1000. Both enhancement paths cost the same number of achievement points. One is a brick with a stun effect, the other is a cursed blade with a curse effect. Zhou Yun stroked his chin, lost in thought. If it were me before, I would probably have chosen to strengthen option 1 directly. It would have been really satisfying to hit an enemy on the head with a brick during battle and apply a forced stun effect. But now, He curled his lips into a slightly sinister smile. Right now, I feel like I'd be happier being a seasoned sleight of hand. Imagine someone hiding in a corner, secretly drawing circles with a cursed blade. Meanwhile, the cursed person is trapped in endless misfortune. Having nightmares while sleeping, choking on food, choking on water, stepping in poop while walking, getting slashed in a fight. Just imagining such a scene is so satisfying, much better than hitting someone face to face with a brick. Although he had already made a decision, he did not immediately confirm his choice. As usual, after reviewing all the enhancement items, we'll confirm the allocation of achievement points before enhancing them together. Immediately, he looked at the first enhancement item. That is, the dragon pillar that floats within the system space. It represents the dragon transformation secret technique that Zhou Yun previously acquired. The secret technique of transforming into a dragon. Comment: a golden carp is no ordinary fish. It transforms into a dragon when it encounters favorable winds and clouds. This technique is excellent, but it may not be suitable for you. Enhancement Path 1: Ascension. The choice to reach the heavens in one step. Perfectly enhance this dragon transformation secret technique, elevating it to a complete gold grade cultivation method. Required achievement points, 1 billion. What the hell? System? You come out here. What is this? Is this price reasonable? 10 billion achievement points? I doubt even Chengdu has that many zeros, right? However, no matter how indignant he was, the system would not give him any response. He stared at the description of the first direction of reinforcement for a long time. It has to be said that 10 billion achievement points may not be expensive. After all, this is a complete gold grade cultivation technique, starting from the first realm of the 5 martial arts realms, the Qi martial artist realm, and all the way to the last realm of the 5 divine realms, the God Emperor realm. A flawed red grade martial arts technique can be used to dominate a city or region, and even establish a powerful martial arts family. The enhancement before us is a complete golden cultivation technique. Its value is self-evident. If there's even the slightest possibility, we'll spend a fortune to acquire it. But no matter how wonderful or tempting it may be, the price of a full 10 billion achievement points is a huge obstacle preventing Zhou Yun from making a choice. System, let's make a deal. Can we get a loan? Or can we pay in installments? After recognizing the preciousness and importance of this technique, Zhou Yun spoke to the system. Unfortunately, this garbage system is inhumane and lacks intelligence, making it unable to respond to Zhou Yun. He had no choice but to look at the second enhancement direction below. Enhancement Direction 2, one step at a time. You've probably already seen Enhancement Direction 1, right? You certainly can't afford 1 billion achievement points, but that's okay. You can choose to enhance a specific chapter of the cultivation technique. Qi Martial Artist Chapter required 500 achievement points. Spirit Martial Artist Chapter required 5,000 achievement points. Heavenly Martial Artist Chapter required 50,000 achievement points. Saint Martial Artist Chapter. Upon seeing this, Zhou Yun's eyes widened suddenly, and a look of joy instantly spread across his face. System, I apologize for my previous attacks and criticisms of you. I was short-sighted. Here comes the installment payment plan, haha. Although the achievement points required to reach the God Emperor realm level are as high as 500 billion, the string of zeros that follow seems like a joke, and it is more than 50 times higher than the price of the first enhancement direction. But at least he can still afford it, right? Regardless of the price, what matters is getting something in your hands. That's what truly matters. Besides, whether it's 10 billion or 500 billion, it's an astronomical figure that's out of reach for him, so there's not much difference. In that case, I'll spend 5,500 achievement points to exchange for the Qi Warrior and Spirit Warrior chapters of the Enhancement Dragon Transformation Secret Technique. He has already reached the peak of the 10-star Qi Martial Artist realm, and only needs to obtain the subsequent cultivation techniques to directly break through to the Spirit Martial Artist realm. In order to ensure the completeness of the cultivation method, he chose to spend an extra 500 achievement points to exchange for the Qi Martial Artist chapter as well. After all, 500 achievement points are not much for him now, it's just a drop in the ocean. However, the techniques are connected seamlessly and can better solidify one's foundation, which is of greater value to him. So he coughed lightly and made his choice. System, for the Dragon Transformation Secret Technique, I choose Enhancement Direction 2, enhancing the Qi Martial Artist and Spirit Martial Artist cultivation techniques. For the Shadow Stone, I'll choose Enhancement Direction 2, forging the Secret Treasure Cursed Blade. Chapter 83, Enhancement Complete. Splash. A crisp sound of gold coins flowing flashed past Zhou Yun's ears. Zhou Yun's balance was instantly deducted 6,500 achievement points. In addition, he still has no choice regarding the enhancement path for the purple-winged Wolf King. Once the appropriate time is reached to confirm its Nirvana enhancement, another 1,000 achievement points will be deducted. It's so fragile. Zhou Yun shook his head. 7,777 achievement points seems like a lot, but after upgrading all 3 items, I'll only have 277 left today. The next moment, the enhancement began. A golden light suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness. This is a golden dragon. Zhou Yun could clearly sense that the phantom in his sea of consciousness was a dragon. However, its appearance is undoubtedly that of a genuine human. Not only in its external appearance, but also in its internal meridian pathways, acupoints, bones, and organs, it is no different from that of humans. Clearly, this is a true human predecessor who embarked on the path to dragon transformation. Moreover, he did not abandon his human identity, but instead took the essence and discarded the dross, absorbing all the essence of the path to dragon transformation and combining the strengths of both the human and dragon races into one. Is this the enhanced dragon transformation technique? Zhou Yun's eyes gleamed with a sharp light, and he seemed to have gained some insights. Previously, many obscure and difficult to understand runes, or those exclusive to the dragon race, were now broken down and explained. The cultivation techniques and scriptures of the Qi martial artist and spirit martial artist chapters, as well as the cultivation routes, all appeared in Zhou Yun's mind. He closed his eyes and followed the instructions of the scripture. He quickly dissipated the power of his previous red grade stargazing technique and began to cultivate it again, switching to this gold grade dragon transformation secret technique. Because of his profound foundation, Zhou Yunsan's process of rebuilding his skills was incredibly fast. It only took an hour. He has returned to the realm of a 10-star Qi martial artist. At this moment, a tremendous change occurred within his dantian. 10 purple cyclones spun continuously, devouring and absorbing the starlight energy in the surrounding space. Above the dantian space, 10 small golden dragons were tumbling and dancing, as if they were soaring through the heavens. The little dragon is incredibly lifelike, radiating a brilliant golden light, and looks absolutely divine. Zhou Yun clenched his fist slightly, feeling the vast power surging within his body. Previously, with his cultivation techniques, martial arts skills, and powerful divine sense, he was able to fight against ordinary 9-star and 10-star spiritual warriors. Now, the cultivation technique has been upgraded to the gold level. Their strength has also increased significantly. Zhou Yun felt that he could kill a 10-star spiritual warrior with a single punch. Even martial artists who have just broken through to the heavenly martial artist level might not be his match. However, its actual combat capability still needs to be tested in actual combat. However, once he truly breaks through to the level of a spirit warrior, it is likely that ordinary heavenly warriors would be no match for him. And now, the gold-grade spirit warrior cultivation technique has been obtained. The spirit warrior realm is no longer an insurmountable barrier for him. He only needs enough time to cultivate in seclusion, and he will soon be able to break through. After becoming familiar with his current strength, Zhou Yun refocused his consciousness into the chest jar space. In the chest-themed space, in an inconspicuous corner, Zhou Yun saw a black, sharp blade. It floated silently in mid-air, its entire body pitch black, so pure that even light could not reach its surface. Cursed blade. This is the Shadow Stone, forged into a secret treasure blade after being strengthened and tempered by the system. The cursed blade had no handle, appearing as if it were merely a thin, sharp blade. Zhou Yun gently extended a divine sense and placed it on its body. I did not perceive any resistance or obstruction. The system is reliable as always. Once this treasure was completed, it was already marked with his mark. He was the sole owner of the cursed blade, and there was no need for the refining and recognition process again. Let me test the power of your curse and see if it works. Zhou Yun smiled slightly. He channeled the stellar energy within his body into the cursed blade. The next second, the cursed blade burst forth with a burst of dark light, as if the polar night had descended, filled with an evil aura. In the first experiment, Zhou Yun directly mobilized half of the star energy in his dantian. The effect of the curse is related to the amount of star energy invested. The more star energy invested, the stronger the curse becomes. If very little is invested, the resulting curse power will be minimal, barely noticeable, and will have little impact on the target. Furthermore, it's not just about the amount of star energy. The strength of a curse is also related to the cultivation level of the person wielding the cursed blade and the cultivation level of the target. If the opponent is very strong, far surpassing Zhou Yun, even if he poured all his star energy into the cursed blade, he probably wouldn't be able to have much of an effect on the target. Conversely, if the other party's level is lower than his, Zhou Yun only needs to inject a small amount of star energy to inflict an extremely powerful curse effect on the target. Zhou Yun's eyes flickered as he pondered the target he wanted to curse this time. Qian Yangmu is good. He has a grudge against Zhou Yun. They are perfect to be the first one to be cursed. Only, I don't know where Qian Yangmu is right now. After casting the curse on him, I can't immediately observe its effects. After thinking about it, Zhou Yun had no choice but to rule out Qian Yangmu. If Qian Yangmu can't do it, then it seems that only the purple-winged wolf king is suitable. After pondering for a while, Zhou Yun turned his gaze to the purple-winged wolf king. This thing is just the right size and length. Having had a conflict with Zhou Yun wouldn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed to curse it. In addition, this old guy is quite strong and can definitely withstand the curse power that Zhou Yun unleashes. There's no need to worry about accidentally cursing him to death. Finally, and most importantly, this guy is very close to Zhou Yun. He was able to observe the effects of the curse power immediately after it was generated and what kind of impact it would have on the other party. After making the decision, Zhou Yun instantly conceived the image of the purple-winged wolf king in his mind. In front of him, a transparent figure representing the purple-winged wolf king suddenly appeared. Immediately afterwards, the cursed blade, which had absorbed half of Zhou Yun's star energy, began to operate. It flew out, circled the phantom of the purple-winged wolf king a few times, and then with a whoosh, shot out a beam of dark light that pierced the heart of the phantom. After the strike, the light on the cursed blade dimmed instantly, as if it had lost its energy supply, and it floated lightly to the ground. The phantom shattered instantly after being struck by the cursed blade, dissipating like dust. Zhou Yun also quickly withdrew his thoughts from the chest jar space. His eyes were closed, and his breathing was deep and even, as if he were cultivating. However, this is not actually the case. He focused all his attention on the purple-winged wolf king not far away. He wanted to see with his own eyes what the effects of the curse's power would be. Chapter 84, Cursed Blade. Not far away, the purple-winged wolf king lay coiled beneath a towering tree. The wolf hair shimmered with a silvery sheen, as smooth and beautiful as silk. Although his eyes were closed, his domineering aura of looking down on the world was not affected in the slightest and was still clearly revealed. Streams of star energy converged from the heavens, were drawn in, and were absorbed into the body. He comprehended the martial arts techniques within the two dragon transformation secret arts, and the enhancements they provided. As time went by, many thoughts arose in its mind. Although its cultivation level did not increase, its combat power was rising rapidly. As expected of the dragon transformation secret technique, it is indeed incredibly powerful. The purple-winged wolf king sighed inwardly. However, at that moment, suddenly, a shadow that had long been buried deep in its memory flashed into its mind. Red. Red? It was a fiery red shadow. Its fur swayed in the wind like a blazing sunset, and its four long, slender wolf legs were strong and agile. Each leap was like a drumbeat striking its heart. Those clear, proud, and alluring eyes completely captivated it, making it want to immerse itself in them. Put. The purple-winged wolf king felt his heart clench twice, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura instantly became weak and feeble, as if he had suffered a serious injury. It opened its eyes, a hint of reminiscence in its gaze. What's wrong with me? Why did you suddenly think of Hong Hong again? It was utterly bewildered, its heart still throbbing with pain. Just moments ago it had been in a state of deep enlightenment, but suddenly its mind was uncontrollably filled with memories of the past. He then suffered a severe chi deviation, his heart meridians were torn apart, and he sustained considerable injuries. Hong Hong was its first mate when it was young and weak, representing the most beautiful memories of its past. Later, Hong Hong died in a fight. Although it avenged Hong Hong could never come back. To forget his pain, the purple-winged wolf king fought countless battles, risking his life and licking his wounds, eventually becoming a top-tier third-tier demon beast, strong enough to dominate the entire secret island. But I've already forced myself to forget. Why did I suddenly remember it again? The purple-winged wolf king was filled with confusion and bewilderment. He had no mind for spiritual practice or enlightenment, he just lay there blankly, lost in thought. Zhou Yun tried hard to suppress her laughter. It seems that this secret treasure, the cursed blade, is quite effective. He suddenly launched this attack, and no one would have expected that he would do it from the shadows. It's different from the satisfying feeling of direct combat, where every punch lands. The feeling of sneaking around and plotting against someone from behind is also quite satisfying. Senior Wolf King. What's wrong? Could it be that a peerless enemy has plotted against you? Zhou Yun opened his eyes wide and asked with feigned concern. It made quite a commotion just now, but for it, it only spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the purple-winged Wolf King was originally enormous, and a single sip of its blood would amount to at least 10 liters. Even Feng Huihong and Wu Luan, who were actually in seclusion cultivating, were awakened by the commotion caused by the purple-winged Wolf King. However, they dared not ask. But Zhou Yun is different, he dares to do it. Although he didn't know what it felt like when the curse power erupted, nor did he know what the purple-winged Wolf King was thinking, he really wanted to rub salt into the other's wounds. The purple-winged Wolf King glanced at Zhou Yun. I remember you seem to have some healing elixir, let me use it. Previously, the purple-winged Wolf King witnessed Zhou Yun using Earth Fire Spirit Liquid to heal Feng Huihong and Wu Luan after they were injured. Therefore, it knew that Zhou Yun had the Earth Fire Spirit Liquid. That refreshing and fragrant aroma, that stellar energy scent that almost made wolves tremble. He almost couldn't resist attacking Zhou Yun earlier, wanting to steal the Earth Fire Spirit Liquid. However, while the Earth Fire Spirit Liquid is precious, it is nothing compared to the Dragon Transformation secret technique. Moreover, it was not injured at the time, and its demand was not high. But now. It was a time when I was feeling down. Zhou Yun actually dared to jump out again. Since the complete version of the Dragon Transformation secret technique is not available for the time being, we can only teach it to Zhou Yun one skill at a time, like pouring beans. Let's have some Earth Fire Spirit Liquid to satisfy our cravings and collect some interest from Zhou Yun, that wouldn't be bad. Thinking of this, the purple-winged Wolf King grinned, and his mood instantly improved. Zhou Yun's face darkened. Damn it! I never expected this purple-winged Wolf King to be so shameless. They even had designs on the Fire Spirit Liquid on my body. He did have a considerable amount of Earth Fire Spirit Liquid in stock, but he didn't want to give a single drop to this greedy, black-hearted wolf. Besides, it was a curse that he himself had placed on it. If I were to use my own Earth Fire Spirit Liquid to heal it, wouldn't that be a complete waste of money? Zhou Yun opened his mouth as if to refuse. However, when he met the purple-winged Wolf King's cold, unfathomable eyes, he suddenly shivered. There was a hint of murderous intent in this guy's eyes. Perhaps, constrained by the Dragon Transformation secret technique, it dared not kill itself. However, it can still inflict serious injury on itself or make itself suffer. Instantly, his heart skipped a beat. It seems I overestimated the other party's moral character. Monsters are just monsters, mindless creatures that can turn on you in an instant. Zhou Yun sighed inwardly. It's impossible to give out the Earth Fire Elixir. This guy has such a big mouth, and he's a third-tier demon beast. One sip, and he'd probably swallow most of his treasured Earth Fire Spirit Liquid. It seems, we have no choice but to act now. Originally, he planned to find an opportunity to have the purple-winged Wolf King lead them to the depths of the secret realm, close to the location of the teleportation aurora. Then apply system-wide enhancements to it, and it will be reborn. Unexpectedly, this old wolf lacked any sense of martial ethics. He was injured but still wanted to use his own Earth Fire Elixir to heal himself. Although, it was my own doing that caused it to get hurt. But it doesn't know that. This is blatantly treating me like a pig, stabbing me whenever they feel like it. Zhou Yun stood up. They walked up to the purple-winged Wolf King. Senior Wolf King, I do indeed possess Earth Fire Spirit Liquid. However, although the Earth Fire Spirit Liquid tastes good and is quite effective for both healing and cultivation, its grade can only be considered as a second-tier spiritual item. It doesn't match your strength as a third-tier expert. He shook his head inside, his expression suggesting he was thinking of the purple-winged Wolf King. So what? The purple-winged Wolf King's throat twitched slightly, letting out a cold snort. It wanted to see what tricks Zhou Yun was going to play. I have a better spiritual item that would be perfect for you. Not only can it heal your injuries, but it may also allow you to undergo a rebirth, thereby taking you to a higher level. Zhou Yun said decisively. Chapter 85, Rebirth. Become an egg. Upon hearing this, the purple-winged Wolf King's face lit up with joy. I never expected this. There was an unexpected surprise. It excitedly stuck out its tongue and licked its lips, a look of anticipation on its face. Not only can it heal my injuries, but it can even take me a step further, allowing me to achieve nirvana? What rank would a spirit capable of nirvana be? Fourth order? Fifth order? Or even higher? Ha! This human lad is truly remarkable. His luck, temperament, and character are all to my liking. The purple-winged wolf king laughed inwardly, and his opinion of Zhou Yun rose considerably. Considering that Zhou Yun was so cooperative, he thought he might spare his life after Zhou Yun had taught him all the secret techniques of dragon transformation. Zhou Yun naturally had no idea what the purple-winged wolf king was thinking. His face was also plastered with a fake smile. Snort! You seem to be having a good laugh right now. I wonder if you'll still be able to laugh later. Subsequently, Zhou Yun's divine sense directly entered the system space and opened the enhancement interface. A lifelike phantom of a purple-winged wolf king appeared before him. With a gentle flap of its wings, the phantom howled to the sky, looking exactly like the purple-winged silver wolf outside. System. Choose reinforcement direction 2. Nirvana. After paying 1,000 achievement points, the system immediately went into operation. Not far away, the purple-winged wolf king was still waiting for Zhou Yun to offer it the elixir to help it achieve rebirth. Suddenly, a mysterious light flashed out from Zhou Yun's body at an incredibly fast speed. Before Zhou Yun could even react, the light had already landed on him. A spiritual object, is it a ray of light? The purple-winged wolf king frowned slightly. Before he could react, he felt that after the light entered his body, his cultivation foundation was showing signs of instability, as if it was about to collapse and dissipate. Is it just my imagination? The purple-winged wolf king murmured softly. However, it quickly refuted the possibility of an illusion. This is true. Its cultivation level is indeed dissipating rapidly. In just a short while, he had already fallen from the peak of the third tier back to the initial stage of the third tier. Furthermore, as time goes by, the rate at which cultivation power dissipates is gradually accelerating. Instantly, a look of terror appeared on its face. This feeling is like being passively transformed into the Tao. Despite his best efforts to hold on, his cultivation was completely out of his control, rapidly dissipating and vanishing into the world like smoke. What did you do? The purple-winged wolf king roared, and a loud wolf howl echoed throughout the entire mountain forest, reverberating for miles around. In an instant, the surrounding atmosphere became extremely cold, and a terrifying pressure swept in indiscriminately. The overwhelming and domineering aura of the Demon King was fully revealed at this moment. The purple-winged wolf king's eyes were bloodshot and filled with murderous intent. It stared intently at Zhou Yun, its hatred almost driving it mad. I never expected to be outsmarted by such a tiny human. This is an utter disgrace. It wanted to unleash its cultivation power to deliver a fatal blow to Zhou Yun, determined to drag him down with it even in death. But unfortunately, this incredibly mysterious light within my body. It doesn't look solid, and it's not even close to being bright or dazzling. However, it was like an ancient pine tree with its roots intertwined, tightly binding its body, making it unable to move, and even unable to self-destruct and perish together with the opponent. I hate it so much. Finally, he let out a mournful howl of grief and indignation. Under the influence of the mysterious light, its body shrank rapidly, eventually becoming the size of an ordinary pug. Even so, the process of nirvana and the dissipation of power is still not complete. Its body surface is covered with clusters of bizarre and mysterious colors. A few seconds later, the purple-winged wolf king completely disappeared. Only a white beast egg the size of a wash basin remained on the spot. It turned into an egg? Zhou Yun frowned, a hint of doubt rising in his heart. Aren't wolves viviparous mammals? In the end, after its rebirth, shouldn't it just become a little wolf? How did it turn into an egg? This doesn't make sense. But then I thought about it again, and realized that very few of the things the system did seemed reasonable. It seems that after everything has passed through the system's hands, regardless of whether it's reasonable or not, it all seems reasonable. Zhou Yun shook his head, clearing his mind of all the random thoughts and considerations. He took a few steps forward and hugged the white beast egg to his chest. The eggshell was smooth and warm, as if it had just been separated from its mother. The moment Zhou Yun touched it, he could even sense a divine thought moving and flashing on the surface of the eggshell. He used his divine sense to try and analyze it. Zhou Yun! You son of a bitch, you bastard, you're a complete bastard. Zhou Yun's lips twitched almost imperceptibly. I never expected the purple-winged wolf king to harbor such deep resentment. The old man has already entered a state of nirvana, yet his spirit is still cursing me. Snort! Once you complete your rebirth and hatch anew, I'll torture you 800 times a day. Zhou Yun chuckled. Once it completes its rebirth and hatches again, it will have lost all its cultivation, and he will inevitably be the one in control of the narrative. At that time, he will let this little wolf cub know why the flowers are so red. Brother Yun. What's going on? How did that old wolf king turn into an egg? Feng Huihong was only able to break free from the wolf king's oppressive aura at this moment. He ran up to Zhou Yun and asked with curiosity and concern. I used a precious trump card and turned it into a beast egg. The conditions for using this trump card are very strict, and I just found the right opportunity. Unfortunately, this trump card is only for one use. If we encounter a similar crisis again, I'm afraid I won't have any good solutions. Zhou Yun shook his head, offering no further explanation. They've attributed everything that just happened to a mysterious trump card. Feng Huihong nodded knowingly. It can directly turn an incredibly powerful third-tier demonic beast into a beast egg with no combat power. Even he didn't know about this trump card. It must have been given to him by Brother Yun's mysterious master. This trump card is so powerful that it must have certain limitations. Brother Yun must have spent a lot of effort to find the right opportunity to unleash his trump card. The mysterious master that Zhou Yun had previously fabricated. This moment became incredibly grand and mysterious in Feng Huihong's mind. Brother Yun, you must be exhausted after negotiating and weighing the options with the purple-winged wolf king. How about we have some fried rice to help us recover? Or boiled eggs would be fine too? He looked at the beast egg in Zhou Yun's hand, which was as big as a wash basin. This is the beast egg that the purple-winged wolf king transformed into. They had suffered a lot at its hands before, so now they're just cooking the eggs it turned into food to get a small revenge. Chapter 86, The Arrogant Qian Family and the Haiqing City Defense Army. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun was both amused and exasperated. Eat it? Make it into fried rice or boiled eggs? Just a casual revenge? This egg took 1,000 achievement points to hatch. It costs more achievement points than it does to enhance a single silver moonfruit. Zhou Yun also wanted to hatch it, wait for it to emerge from its shell, sign a beast taming contract with it, and raise it to be his right-hand man. Therefore, he decisively shook his head and refused Feng Huihong's suggestion to eat the egg. No. I still have a use for this, I can't eat it. After hearing Zhou Yun's decisive reply, Feng Huihong sighed in disappointment. He really wanted to know what this beast egg, the size of a wash basin, would taste like. Let's go quickly. Without the control of the purple-winged wolf king, the beast tide will dissipate quickly. We'll head deeper into the secret island. The dangers along the way will be greatly reduced. Zhou Yun temporarily stored the beast egg in the chest jar space. The rebirth process is slow and cannot be completed in a day or two. The next time we see the purple-winged wolf king will be at least 10 days to half a month later. The three of them traveled north at high speed, and managed to avoid any major dangers along the way, without encountering any powerful beasts. Finally, after more than 3 hours, they arrived at the edge of the secret island. The magnificent aurora borealis was just 500 or 600 meters ahead. The light was like a surging tide, and anyone who stepped into it would be teleported directly back to Haicheng. Call. Finally, we're going back. A smile appeared on Feng Huihong's face. If you calculate carefully, they have been in the secret realm for about a week since they entered it. Many of the things that happened this week were things I had never experienced in the previous 20 years. Exploration, decryption, life or death confrontation. One by one, case by case. I can finally go back now, and my heart is filled with anticipation. Finally, it's time to leave. When I get back, I'm going to sleep like a log in my dorm room until I'm completely stuffed. As one's spiritual level rises, daily sleep is no longer actually a necessary physiological activity. You can use cultivation instead of rest. But the habit they've developed over 20 years still makes them feel more comfortable sleeping. Wu Wan, who was standing next to her, also showed an expectant look. Just then, a cold shout rang out. Halt! His voice was deep and cold, filled with an unquestionable authority. The next moment, 10 burly men dressed in black appeared in front of the three. These 10 people were dressed identically and carried uniform long swords as weapons. Anyone with eyes can see at a glance that they belonged to the same faction. Haiqing City Defense Force? Zhou Yun narrowed his eyes slightly and asked softly. He saw the insignia of the Haicheng City Defense Army on the badges on the chests of these men. Although the City Defense Force is named after Haicheng, it actually only obeys the orders and commands of the Qian family and is no different from a private army. No one answered Zhou Yun's question. From the 10-man squad, a soldier with gold embroidery on his epaulets stepped forward. This person has the highest level of cultivation, reaching the level of a 3-star spirit warrior. The remaining 9 people are basically all around the level of 10-star Qi warriors. The development rights to this secret realm belong to Haicheng. Anyone who enters the secret realm without permission will be fined 50,000 dragon coins. His voice was cold and stern, filled with an unquestionable tone. The meaning was quite clear. Zhou Yun and his group were unauthorized stowaways who needed to pay a sufficient fine before they could pass through the group's blockade and enter the Aurora-covered area to return to the Dragon Kingdom and Haicheng. Without permission? Zhou Yun snorted coldly. Where did this law come from? The ownership of any naturally occurring secret realm within the territory of the Dragon Kingdom belongs to every cultivator of the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone can enter the secret realm for trials without having to hand over any spoils or pay any fines. His tone was icy as he recited the current laws of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhou Yun never expected the Qian family to be so arrogant, daring to openly defy the current policies of the Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Kingdom's decree? He. In Haicheng, the Qian family is the law. If the law says no, then the Dragon Kingdom's decrees are no law. At this moment, a man wearing silver armor and looking very heroic appeared behind the 10 city guards. His cultivation level wasn't high, he was only at the initial stage of a 2-star spiritual martial artist. However, his tone and expression were extremely arrogant, clearly indicating that he came from a prominent family and was definitely one of the direct descendants of the Qian family. For 3 people, you only need to hand over 150,000 dragon coins. Or you can be allowed to pass through and return to Dragon City if you provide spiritual items of equal value. Otherwise, you will remain here forever, sealed away along with the secret realm. The opening of secret realms is periodic and time-limited. Once the time for the gate to the secret realm to open has passed, no one can leave. A fierce glint flashed in Zhou Yun's eyes. He didn't have 150,000 dragon coins. However, he has a whole bunch of spiritual items of equal or even greater value than 150,000 dragon coins. But should he hand it over to the Qian family's parasites? Absolutely impossible. Not a single penny will be given. Honestly, I rarely get angry. I've rarely felt this way before, so unable to suppress the urge to kill. Base. A black dragon surged forth and landed in his palm. Dragon-patterned black gold spear. A cold, eerie light gleamed from the blade of the gun, emanating a chilling killing intent. His meaning was very clear. They won't let me pass? Then I'll kill you all in breakthrough. Oh. The man in silver armor let out an excited and playful cry. I didn't realize you were so weak, but you've got quite the nerve. A mere spirit warrior dares to brandish his sword and spear in front of me? Kid, open your eyes wide and take a look. How many people here are weaker than you? After saying that, he shook his head, as if he had witnessed the funniest joke. He waved his hand and gave an order to the squad leader whose epaulets were emblazoned with gold. Old Lu, send out a couple of men to teach them a lesson. Let them know what they're really capable of. Remember, take everything of value from them. Just beat these 2 up, don't kill them. Mount Juyang is in dire need of miners. Sending them to the mines will give them some value. As for this woman. He gently stroked his chin twice, a lewd glint in his eyes. Capture her and send her to my manor. I, this young master, will personally give her a good whipping. Yes. The city defense squad leader, who was called Lao Lu, nodded in agreement. Then, he took a step forward, ready to take action himself. The star energy gathered in his palm transformed into a giant sun, which blasted down on Zhou Yun and the other 2. Chapter 87, Kill Them All. Qian Yangmu appears. This giant sun was dazzling and exuded an imposing aura. The surrounding air crackled and popped, and the grass and trees swayed and fell. Clearly, this attack was quite powerful and was definitely a strong second-tier martial skill. In an instant, the giant sun shot out and pressed down on Zhou Yun and the other 2. Zhou Yun snorted coldly. Such an attack would be tantamount to annihilation for an ordinary 10-star Qi martial artist. Even some 1-star and 2-star spiritual warriors would tremble and feel their souls tremble when faced with such an attack. However, you're not qualified to hurt him. The dragon emerges from the sea. Zhou Yun thrust his spear forward and unleashed a powerful strike. It was just an ordinary thrust, but its power was extraordinary. It was as if a black dragon had flown out, shaking its head and wagging its tail, so lifelike. A dragon's roar echoed between heaven and earth. The black dragon roared and instantly tore the giant sun above their heads to shreds. After instantly neutralizing the opponent's attack, the black dragon didn't even suffer much damage. The dragon-patterned black and gold spear continued forward, its blade tearing through the air with a piercing whistle, and instantly reached the squad leader. Before he could even react, he saw the cold glint of a gun appear between his eyebrows. Impossible, this. Bang! The cold spearhead pierced through, and the immense force shattered his head. In an instant, red blood plasma and white brain matter flew everywhere, scattering all over the ground. The Qian family member in silver armor didn't even see how Zhou Yun made his move. The squad leader's head was smashed. Standing behind him, he was hit in the face by hot brain matter. The stench hit him, instantly making his stomach churn, and he vomited up everything he had eaten 3 days ago. You. However, he didn't even have time to feel disgusted by the brain matter on his face. In an instant, they retreated backward using both hands and feet. Zhou Yun was able to kill a squad leader at the 3-star spirit warrior level with a single shot. Killing a mere second-level spirit warrior like him would probably be even easier. I allowed you to pass. I can forgive and forget about you killing him just now, and I'll let you go. This young master. I am a direct descendant of the Qian family. If you dare to lay a hand on me, then prepare to face the Qian family's relentless pursuit. The silver-armored man widened his eyes and threatened, his voice fierce but his words weak. Zhou Yun responded with a disdainful smile. I never accept threats from others. The next moment, a spear shadow shot out, like an icy dragon claw tearing through the void, and instantly appeared in front of this person. Sky-cracking claw. When Zhou Yun swung the spear, the energy flow within his body followed the dragon transformation secret technique, sky-splitting claw. Therefore, this attack may seem like an ordinary gun blade attack, but its core is actually the sky-splitting claw. Buzz. A soft chirping sound rang out. The silver armor on this person shone with light, forming a silver shield that blocked his way. This silver armor is actually a precious defensive magical artifact, at least a second-tier one. But even the defensive shield passively generated by a second-tier defensive artifact. Even Zhou Yun's attack was no match for it. After a brief standoff, a loud bang was heard. The shield shattered instantly. At the same time, his silver armor let out a mournful cry, and the light flowing over it dimmed considerably. Clearly, passively enduring this attack was a huge drain on the silver armor. No. You can't kill me. Kill me, and you will die too. There are many of my elders and brothers in the secret realm. A warm, foul-smelling liquid soaked his lower body clothes, but this was clearly not the time to care about that. Yes, my cousin is here. Yang Mu. Cousin Yang Mu, save me. He yelled for help, channeling all his stellar energy, and called out to those behind him. Hopefully, Qian Yangmu, the so-called young lord of Haicheng, can hear his cries for help. No one can save you. Even if Qian Yangmu were here, I would still kill him without hesitation. Zhou Yun snorted coldly. The spear in his hand swung back, unleashing a sharp spear aura. This time, his silver armor failed to produce a shield to block the attack. Zhou Yun's spear struck him instantly. The blade swept across, tearing through the throat and slicing through the trachea. They moved his head to a new home. This adds another Louis XVI cosplay enthusiast to the list. After killing him with a single blow, Zhou Yun had no intention of letting the remaining city defense soldiers go. The spear in his hand swung out like a black dragon, shaking its head and tail, sweeping across the battlefield. Dragon's tail swing. Boom! With tremendous force, 9 ordinary city defense soldiers were instantly struck by the dragon's tail, their sternums shattered and their spines broken. The flesh and blood were crushed into pools of bloody mud, so dead that even the mother wouldn't recognize them. Brother Yun. If you kill them all, and the Qian family investigates, won't that be detrimental to you? Feng Huihong frowned and asked with some concern. The Qian family is a powerful force in Haicheng, and there are also strong figures like Qian Yangmu on the Secret Realm Island. If they have any means to trace the source back to Zhou Yun, that would be an absolute catastrophe for them. No one could escape it. You want me to pay 150,000 dragon coins in tolls? Absolutely not. As for whether killing them will be discovered by Qian Yangmu. Ha! So what if they found out? We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Zhou Yun's voice was somewhat cold. The Qian family, Qian Yangmu. They were already enemies. Even if he didn't kill the silver-armored man, Qian Yangmu would definitely take action against him once he learned that he had left the secret realm alive. Therefore, he has no reason to be merciful. It's all about striking first to gain the upper hand. Feng Huihong nodded. Good. In that case, I will cultivate diligently after I return and break through to the spirit martial realm as quickly as possible. When the time comes, you can cut off Qian Yangmu, and I'll cut off the rest of the Chen family. Wu Wan packed up the spoils and handed them to Zhou Yun. Let's do it together. Just then, a whooshing sound of wind and clouds suddenly appeared. The next second, a young man in a brocade robe with a face as handsome as jade appeared before everyone's eyes. I think I just heard someone say they were going to kill me? You said it? The visitor was none other than Qian Yangmu. He actually heard the last cry from the silver-armored man. At this moment, Qian Yangmu's face was ashen. The city garrison soldiers died, so what? But surprisingly, one of his cousins was someone he had watched grow up. He is one of the direct descendants of the Qian family. To be arbitrarily killed is an absolute provocation and trampling on the prestige of the Qian family. Unforgivable. Chapter 88, Fighting Qian Yangmu, Strange Phenomenon, Eternal Night in the Sky. I think I just heard someone say they wanted to kill me. Is that you? It's you? Qian Yangmu's eyes gleamed with starlight, his gaze sweeping over them like a torch, putting immense pressure on Feng Huihong and Wu Wan, whose faces turned as pale as paper and whose blood was surging. The sheer pressure alone was enough to injure the two of them. Even Zhou Yun felt a jolt on his shoulders, as if a giant mountain was pressing down on him. I've seen you before. Qian Yangmu looked at Zhou Yun and spoke coldly. I'm very curious, how did you few Mirchi martial artists manage to withstand my purple lightning spear attack without dying? And how did they survive the beast tide? The beast tide swept across almost a third of the secret island, accumulating a surging power that even he felt a chill run down his spine. The beast tide came fiercely and inexplicably, but it dispersed without warning. If the beast tide hadn't suddenly receded, the Chen family members wouldn't have led the city defense soldiers to block this place and collect tolls. I'm very interested in the secrets you hold. Hand over all your opportunities, serve me as your master, offer up your soul, and let me mark you as a slave, and I may spare your life. With each blink of Qian Yangmu's eyes, the aura of authority befitting a superior suddenly appeared. Zhou Yun's ability to reach this place at the Qi martial artist level, dodge his own purple lightning spear attack, and survive the terrifying beast tide must mean he has extraordinary abilities. Qian Yangmu wanted to uncover his secrets and possess them for himself. Zhou Yun simply snorted in response. Let me follow you and become your slave? They really don't know their own limitations. I have many secrets, any one of which could crush your Qian family, even if you risked the lives of your entire clan. Zhou Yun gave a soft rebuke, his eyes cold and stern. With Qian Yangmu here, he definitely won't get through. It seems I need to find a chance to escape. Fortunately, this world is vast enough that the secret island is likely just a small part of it, and there are still many secrets waiting for him to explore. Kid, you're really arrogant. Qian Yangmu was amused by Zhou Yun's words. Even if you add up all 9 generations of your family, it wouldn't be enough to know the secrets he holds. Who do you think you are? The royal family of the Dragon Kingdom? If it were Lan Outyan, a member of the Dragon Kingdom's royal family, saying such things, he could tolerate it. But who do you think you are? He's just an unknown petty thief, yet he dares to be so arrogant. He probably doesn't know what death means. He also lost interest in communicating with Zhou Yun again. Just kill him. Immediately, streaks of purple lightning emerged and landed on his hand. A cold, lightning-infused spear materialized. The lightning flashed and moved, like a cold, venomous snake. Boom! Qian Yangmu swung the thunder spear in his hand, and a bolt of lightning instantly struck down towards Zhou Yun. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhou Yun's eyes. What a powerful attack! This attack was much stronger than the one he launched against Zhou Yun before the beast tide. However, when faced with this attack, there was little fear in his eyes, but rather excitement. His strength, capable of fighting a 10-star spirit warrior, is already astonishing. But what about against a heavenly warrior? Even he himself didn't know what kind of combat power he could unleash. The fighting spirit within him surged forth like a raging fire. Purple star energy surged forth from within his dantian. Born for battle, the Azure Heaven demon body felt the surging battle intent within him, and every inch of his flesh trembled with excitement because of this vigorous battle intent. Heavenly Dragon Force. Zhou Yun gave a low shout in his heart, and a dragon transformation secret technique was displayed in his hands. The muscles on his arms bulged up like dragons, brimming with explosive power. With the added power of his boiling bloodline from the Azure Heaven demon body, his strength increased nearly tenfold at this moment. Boom! The black and gold spear with dragon patterns was swung out, moving like a black dragon roaring. Zhou Yun used the dragon-patterned black-gold spear as a long staff, and with the force of splitting Mount Hua, he blasted towards Qian Yangmu's purple thunder spear. Thump! The spears and lances clashed together. A deafening roar erupted. Not far away, Feng Huihong and Wu Luan were blown dozens of meters away by the aftershocks of the battle, like fallen leaves. Streaks of purple divine lightning coiled around the dragon-patterned black and gold spear, then flowed down the spear shaft and landed on Zhou Yun's arms. Crackling sounds. In just one exchange, Zhou Yun's arms were electrocuted until they were charred black, the skin and flesh were torn apart, and the white bones underneath could even be seen. A look of shock appeared on Qian Yangmu's face across from him. This kid has a really strong physique. He took Zhou Yun's shot head-on. The immense power that erupted in an instant startled even him. Just now, he felt a spasm in both arms, his tiger's mouth went numb, and his internal energy surged. You must know, he's a celestial warrior. The guy opposite him was just a lowly Qi martial artist. When they clashed head-on with physical strength, the opponent's powerful physique erupted, and he found himself subtly at a disadvantage. How is that possible? The shock in Qian Yangmu's eyes grew stronger. This child must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, if he grows up, he might actually pose a threat to my Qian family. While he was still in shock, he suddenly saw Zhou Yun open his mouth and exhale a breath at him. Dragon's breath. Zhou Yun gave a low shout in his heart. He had prepared for this attack long ago. Before he even drew his gun, he knew he couldn't inflict much damage on the other person. Indeed, that was the case. His arms were almost completely useless, while his opponent only experienced numbness in the tiger's mouth and spasms in both arms. Fortunately, his second attack, which he had been secretly preparing, was already ready. Call! A burst of scorching heat erupted from his mouth. It transformed into a raging inferno and shot towards Qian Yangmu's head. Caught off guard, Qian Yangmu was unable to dodge in time and was directly hit by the ball of fire. In just one glance, his eyebrows were burned off and his face was blackened by the smoke. Although the damage wasn't severe, he could withstand it with his thick skin. However, the insults were so strong that he couldn't quite take it. Zhou Yun took the opportunity to retreat. The power of the heavenly demon body's bloodline surged wildly, rapidly repairing the injuries on its arms inflicted by lightning. Furthermore, it is also rapidly activating the earth fire spirit liquid, employing both internal and external methods. In just a second or two, black dead skin peeled off my arm, and bright red granulation tissue grew out. However, after exchanging 2 blows, he fully realized the gap between himself and Qian Yangmu. Taking advantage of the fact that the opponent was sealed by the dragon's breath, he decisively slipped away and fled. Kid! You can't leave! Qian Yangmu snorted coldly. Now that he had made his move, he naturally wouldn't let Zhou Yun leave so easily. After a roar, a black curtain of sky suddenly appeared. Eternal Night Sky. Chapter 89, The Moonlight Gathers in the Night, a third-order spiritual weapon. Whoosh! In an instant, night fell. Without warning, the pitch-black night instantly enveloped the world. It was pitch black all around, and Zhou Yun could feel his heart racing. The black sky seemed to exert a strong pressure, causing his breath to churn and his mind to become somewhat agitated. It's an unusual phenomenon. This black sky is a phenomenon created by Qian Yangmu's cultivation. Extraordinary phenomena are exclusive to heavenly warriors. With one's own power, one connects with the great Tao and alters the celestial phenomena. Within his own extraordinary vision, he is the sole heavenly Tao, wielding immense power to control everything with every gesture. In reality, not all heavenly warriors can cultivate extraordinary phenomena. Those who can master the extraordinary phenomena are the best among the heavenly warriors. Strength, talent, and resources are all indispensable. A martial artist who expands a phenomenon can easily fight 3 or more martial artists of the same level within their own phenomenon without being at a disadvantage. Zhou Yun also had his own unusual phenomena. In fact, his extraordinary phenomenon was even more powerful, surpassing Qian Yangmu's eternal night sky by 1 or 2 levels. However, he is limited by his current cultivation level. Although they possess the ability to manipulate unusual phenomena, they lack sufficient stellar energy to unleash its power. This is truly a great pity, otherwise he could have even raised the bright moon rising over the sea in the eternal night sky and directly shattered and tore apart Qian Yangmu's strange phenomenon. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared. The light was dazzling and blinding. Zhou Yun subconsciously raised one hand to shield his face, and through the gaps between his fingers, he saw a figure in the dazzling light. "I am the only light in the darkness." A furious roar resounded throughout the heavens and earth. It was Qian Yangmu. Whoosh! He strode forward under the sky, his body shimmering with dazzling light. With a wave of his hand, a brilliant beam of light shot toward Zhou Yun. The dazzling light was incredibly fast, reaching Zhou Yun's eyes in almost an instant. Damn it! As expected of a celestial warrior. Truly formidable strength. Zhou Yun's pupils contracted slightly, and a look of shock appeared on his face. This may seem like a light and easy attack, but the terrifying power it contained was even more ferocious than the purple lightning spear attack he had previously withstood. We cannot defeat them by force. Trying to take the hit head-on could really kill you. You must understand, he is currently within Qian Yangmu's vision. If he is seriously injured by the opponent in one blow, it will be difficult to find a chance to escape later. And he still has serious injuries, and the lightning strikes on his arms from the opponent's purple lightning spear are still very severe. The moonlight condenses in the night. A fierce glint flashed in Zhou Yun's eyes. This time, he directly used all the star energy stored in his dantian, and even ignited the bloodline power of the Azure Heaven demon body. He didn't have the resources to drag things out with Qian Yangmu. We must unleash our strongest attack at the fastest speed. Not only must we shatter this dazzling light, but we must also completely tear apart the opponent's eternal night sky phenomenon and escape from this pitch-black darkness. Base. A bright moon appeared in front of Zhou Yun without warning. The moonlight rotates, casting a silvery glow. Although not as dazzling as the radiance emanating from Qian Yangmu, the moonlight was equally captivating. The moonlight streamed down, like a lake formed from condensed silver moonlight, flowing quietly. The next second, a burst of light appeared, and a dazzling beam of moonlight suddenly materialized. The silver moon in front of Zhou Yun emitted a dazzling beam of light, which shot towards Qian Yangmu's location in the distance. Boom! The two beams of light collided, instantly unleashing an incomparably dazzling brilliance. The enormous explosion echoed under the black sky, and the surrounding area was filled with a deafening roar, as if the heavens and earth were being overturned by this massive explosion. Zhou Yun shuddered as he was struck by the violent explosion, his body flying out like a kite with a broken string. On the other side, Qian Yangmu's face was also filled with shock and even fear. He was the son of the city lord of Haichang, and also a prodigy and a powerful heavenly martial cultivator. Despite his extraordinary abilities, he managed to exchange a single blow with a mere 10-star Qi martial artist and was not instantly killed. He was even injured by the violent attack that the opponent unleashed when they counterattacked. That's absolutely outrageous. Qian Yangmu's left arm was covered in blood, and he looked extremely miserable. However, although the bloody scene was somewhat tragic, it was actually all superficial wounds. The injuries Qian Yangmu sustained in the explosion were negligible compared to his current cultivation level. Even so, Qian Yangmu was still shocked that Zhou Yun could achieve this level of skill with the cultivation of a Qi martial artist. "You little beast, your talent truly astounds me." Qian Yangmu's eyes were icy cold as he spoke slowly. His tone was calm, but the killing intent within it was even stronger than before. "Your physical strength, the quality of the stellar energy within you, and even your spiritual power are all inconsistent with your cultivation level. If I don't kill you today, I'm afraid I'll never be able to sleep peacefully for the rest of my life." Base. A cold, sharp longsword appeared in his hand. The sword blade gleamed with a cold light, surrounded by streaks of precious light. This sword looked extraordinary, capable of cutting hair in two and slicing iron like mud. This was the first time he had revealed his magical weapon. Previously, both the purple lightning spear and the dazzling light and shadow were illusory objects formed by condensing star energy. Although such moves are equally powerful, they are absolutely no match for the power of his sword energy attacks. Zhou Yun struggled to his feet. Qian Yangmu's attack just now was extremely powerful. Even though he blocked most of the power with his Qinghui Night condensation. But the force of the explosion still sent him flying quite a distance. A ray of light even broke through Qinghui Yining's blockade and landed on him, almost cutting him in half at the waist. He covered his lower abdomen with one hand, pressing to stop the blood pressure and treat the wound, while refining the Earth Fire Spirit liquid to heal his injuries as quickly as possible. If he hadn't obtained enough Earth Fire Spirit liquid in the Fire Spirit land, he would probably be dead already. Looking at the spirit sword in Qian Yangmu's hand, Zhou Yun's pupils contracted slightly. It's actually a third-tier spiritual weapon? There is a huge gap between each level of spiritual artifact. This spirit sword is surrounded by 3 different colored lights, clearly indicating that it is a third-tier sword. Hateful. Still not working? A sense of despondency and despair rose in his heart. It is foreseeable that the power unleashed by Qian Yangmu's magical sword attack will be far greater than that of the previous light and shadow attack. He was now completely exhausted and had no strength left to block the opponent's attack. Die! Qian Yangmu gave a cold shout. The sword blade moved crisscrossingly, and a sword light fell swiftly. Chapter 90, Saving the Day. Su Linglong appears suddenly. This sword light was extremely sharp, dazzling and magnificent. Zhou Yun seemed to see a galaxy flowing and surging within the sword light. What a beautiful sword! If I could die by such a sword, perhaps it would be a worthwhile trip? A hint of reminiscence flashed in Zhou Yun's eyes. There is a past life, and there is this life. They were just visitors from another world, arriving and departing in a hurry, failing to make a single ripple, which is perfectly normal. But I'm still not reconciled. Zhou Yun sighed dejectedly. Although I haven't been here long, I've witnessed a dazzling and wonderful new world, gained brothers and friends, found a woman I like, and may even have offspring. One by one, the connections and ties between us appeared in my mind. But what can you do if you're not as skilled as others, besides feeling resentful? Could it be that I can expect a goddess to descend upon me, riding on auspicious clouds to save me? He was amused by the thought that suddenly popped into his head. Indeed, people dream before they die. Just as his thoughts were racing and in disarray, suddenly, a loud explosion was heard. It's like a glass being smashed with tremendous force. Bang! The black sky shattered in an instant. Pieces of the pitch-black sky burst apart like shattered glass. Someone with overwhelming power shattered Qian Yangmu's eternal night sky from the outside. Zhou Yun's eyes widened instantly. Is there really a turning point? Qian Yangmu also showed a look of astonishment. Many people are able to break through his illusions. However, there are very few people still on the secret island, you can count them on one hand. Who could it be? But at this moment, it doesn't matter who broke his vision. The other party's actions have put him on the opposite side. They're already enemies of the Qian family. He intends to use swift and decisive methods to instantly kill the person who made the move. Only in this way can we restore our authority and prevent the Qian family from losing all prestige. At this moment, Zhou Yun was clearly no longer that important. Brush! Qian Yangmu swung his long sword, and a cold sword light suddenly appeared, slashing down into the distance. That direction is exactly where the strange phenomenon of the eternal night sky first appeared, cracking and shattering. The person who attacked Qian Yangmu must have been in that direction. Zhou Yun was overjoyed. The tide of battle turned at such a crucial moment. He then quickly swallowed the Earth Fire Spirit liquid. The goal is to heal the injuries and restore the user's fighting ability as quickly as possible. At the same time, he was also staring intently at the location where the sky had shattered. I want to know who was so kind as to lend a helping hand here. Freeze! The person who made the move had not yet appeared, but their voice had already come through the gap in the sky. At the same time, an ice wall suddenly appeared, blocking Qian Yangmu's way. It completely blocked his sword strike. Even though that sword light was incredibly sharp, it seemed as if the Milky Way was hanging upside down from the heavens. But even against that seemingly fragile ice wall, it couldn't be damaged in the slightest. The sword light couldn't break through the ice wall's defenses. After a brief stalemate, the sword light shattered like a bubble. The massive ice wall, which resembled a crystal mirror, remained standing, completely unharmed. Within the strange phenomenon of the shattered eternal night sky, Qian Yangmu and Zhou Yun had similar expressions. They all looked astonished. However, upon closer inspection, there are many differences. Besides astonishment, Qian Yangmu's face also showed deep curiosity and confusion. After the initial shock, Zhou Yun was filled with ecstasy. Su Linglong. That voice was highly recognizable. He absolutely couldn't have misheard. The person who broke Qian Yangmu's strange phenomenon was definitely Su Linglong. Zhou Yun was overjoyed. Ha, after the darkest hour comes the dawn. My wife has come to my rescue. However, although he thought this in his heart, he did not shout it out. After all, Su Linglong is easily embarrassed. If he calls her wife, she might feel ashamed and walk away covering her face. Wouldn't that put him in danger again? Moreover, his bet with Su Linglong was not yet truly settled. He needs to rely on his own strength, skill, and potential to truly gain the approval of the Su family elders before he can truly be with her. A graceful figure dressed in pristine white appeared before the two of them. Behind her, snow fell in a vast expanse of white, the earth and sky stretching as far as the eye could see, 1,000 miles of ice and snow surging endlessly. Strange phenomenon. A vast glacier. This is a powerful phenomenon that is in no way inferior to the eternal night sky. Furthermore, with the Ice Emperor's holy body now in use, Su Linglong's extraordinary phenomenon was far more powerful than Qian Yangmu's eternal night sky curtain. Linglong, what brings you here? Qian Yangmu sheathed his magical sword, frowned deeply, suppressed his anger, and asked Su Linglong in as calm a tone as possible. His affection for Su Linglong was common knowledge in Haicheng. Even Su Linglong knew about it, although she had explicitly stated her refusal. However, Qian Yangmu believed that Su Linglong was the only one in the entire Haicheng who was worthy of him. Therefore, he never took Su Linglong's rejection to heart, believing that as long as he persisted, he would eventually win the heart of the beauty. Su Linglong looked down at him, her gaze sweeping over him. She parted her lips slightly and replied with words devoid of any emotion. You're targeting my student. As his teacher, I have a duty to lead him out of the secret realm and back to school. After Su Linglong finished speaking, she didn't even glance at him before transforming into a light and ethereal figure, gliding across the sky and landing beside Zhou Yun. Her phoenix eyes swept across Zhou Yun's body, and after a quick glance at his injuries, her brows furrowed, and a hint of anger rose between her brows. But he didn't say much, he just gently turned his palm over. A flash of light appeared from the storage ring between her fingers, and a glittering pill appeared in her hand. Su Linglong personally fed the pill to Zhou Yun. This is the Ice Soul Pill. Refine this third-tier healing pill as soon as possible, it will greatly benefit your injuries. Zhou Yun opened his mouth and swallowed the Ice Soul Pill. His tongue accidentally touched Su Linglong's index finger, and he felt a warm and gentle touch. Su Linglong blushed slightly and gave him a light glare. Knowing that Zhou Yun didn't do it on purpose, he didn't say anything more. Refine the elixir, focus on healing, and I'll take you back to school later. Her voice was like a sweet, cool spring, falling into Zhou Yun's ears, like a bright pearl on a jade plate, making him feel at ease. Zhou Yun nodded gently and closed his eyes. The medicinal power of the Ice Soul Pill had already erupted within his body, and the abundant essence contained within it was circulating between his meridians and acupoints, causing his injuries to heal at an extremely rapid pace. On the other side, Qian Yangmu's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. With a whoosh, the magical sword in his hand burst into light. Su Linglong, I need an explanation. Chapter 91, Stepping Up. Su Linglong's tough measures. Explain? Su Linglong chuckled lightly, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. Who do you think you are, to deserve my explanation? As soon as he finished speaking, a loud bang was heard. The eternal night sky shattered completely and vanished entirely. Instead, Su Linglong's extraordinary phenomenon appeared, a vast frozen river. Cold. It's so cold. A bone-chilling cold. This world is a vast expanse of white, with the sky and earth blending into one color, and only wind and snow are the dominant hues of this world. Su Linglong, how dare you break my special phenomenon? Qian Yangmu's eyes widened, his face filled with shock. If she broke through a corner of the eternal night sky to save her student, it's understandable that she was unaware of the hatred between herself and that student. But now, she actually took advantage of his unpreparedness and shattered his alternate dimension. Such actions have completely placed them on the opposite side of him. There can only be one kind of relationship between the two people. That's the enemy. A cold glint flashed in Qian Yangmu's eyes. He raised the long sword in his hand, its cold blade pointing at Su Linglong. Kneel down and apologize, then become my slave. I can consider letting bygones be bygones and forgive your offense. Otherwise, not only you, but the Su family behind you will also be held accountable. Qian Yangmu's tone was icy. He meant what he said, and this was his last chance for Su Linglong. Purge my Su family? What a joke! A hint of mockery flashed in Su Linglong's eyes. With a gentle lift of her hand, a giant hand formed from solidified ice suddenly appeared. The palm print roared and slammed towards Qian Yangmu in midair. A look of horror flashed in Qian Yangmu's eyes. Has her strength increased again? Even though his cultivation level hadn't improved much, why was his attack so powerful? After entering the secret island, he spent all his time communicating with and refining the Yuan Magnetic Treasure Mountain. Apart from this Yuan Magnetic Treasure Mountain, he had no other opportunities. Naturally, they were unaware that Su Linglong had found a place of ice spirits on the secret island, and had even awakened the Ice Emperor holy body through it. Whoosh! Whoosh! A series of cold, sharp sword lights suddenly appeared, as if thousands of stars were surging, which was very beautiful and terrifying. However, when it landed on that icy palm print, it only left shallow white marks and could not shatter the palm print at all. Bang! The palm print landed and slammed directly into his body. He was instantly slammed onto a distant iceberg, where chilling gusts of air gathered and instantly froze him inside the mountain. With such meager skills, you dare to claim you can suppress me, Su Linglong? How dare you so brazenly claim that you want to settle scores with my Su family? Su Linglong sneered, her words filled with contempt. Although the Su family did not occupy a city and become its ruler like the Qian family. However, the influence of the Su family in the eastern region of the Dragon Kingdom is incomparable to that of a mere city lord. And this is only the branch she belongs to. The main branch of the Su family, where the direct descendants reside, is an even more formidable force. Therefore, she was not afraid at all when faced with Qian Yangmu's threats. Bang! An iceberg in the distance shattered. A mysterious, earth-yellow talisman appeared in front of Qian Yangmu. Spiritual flames burned on the talisman, emanating a powerful aura. Clearly, he had just used this talisman to unleash an attack far exceeding his own combat power, which was how he broke through the iceberg's seal. You made me waste a precious talisman. Damn it! Qian Yangmu was covered in frost, his hair disheveled, looking like a fierce ghost. He was no longer the graceful and elegant man he had been before. His eyes were filled with a raging, burning rage. All his former affection had vanished. I will suppress you, turn you into a slave girl, and whip you day and night to vent my anger today. Qian Yangmu roared, thunder rumbled, and behind him, long and sharp purple lightning spears converged, each one carrying terrifying bolts of lightning. Each spear possessed immense destructive power. Lightning annihilates the world. After he gave a low shout, the purple lightning spears behind him shot down like raindrops. Thunder roared and lightning flashed. The talisman continued to burn slowly in front of him, providing him with combat power. He held a long sword, a sharp sword aura swirling on its blade. Qian Yangmu rode the sword, attacking Su Linglong. Faced with the opponent's dense barrage of spears, like raindrops, Su Linglong showed no sign of panic or fear. Heaven and earth collapsed, and 10,000 miles of ice were frozen. After a soft murmur, the world seemed to have been put on pause. The howling winds stopped blowing, and the swirling snowflakes were abruptly frozen in mid-air. Those purple lightning spears were also directly sealed by the ice crystal snow. Qian Yangmu's figure, moving on his sword, also fell into the swamp, blocked by snowflakes, and was once again frozen into an ice sculpture. This time, even the talisman in front of him couldn't help him break the seal. Even the spiritual fire burning on the talisman was extinguished by the snowflakes. What other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Su Linglong chuckled lightly, remaining completely calm throughout, as if she were toying with a mouse. Use your Yuan Magnetic Treasure Mountain? You can try to see if you can defeat me by activating the Yuan Magnetic Treasure Mountain. Perhaps, before the attack of the primordial magnetic power was even unleashed, the stellar energy within his body had already been drained? Su Linglong's laughter rang out again. Qian Yangmu remained silent. She's right. The Yuan Magnetic Treasure Mountain is powerful, but its energy consumption is also immense. Qian Yangmu had previously used it with great difficulty once, which had already drained all the star energy from his body. His condition is extremely poor right now. If he is forced to activate it, he might be sucked dry by the Yuan Magnetic Treasure Mountain. After activating the primordial magnetic treasure mountain, he didn't know whether his opponent would die or not. He was certain he would be the first to die. Su Linglong walked lightly to Qian Yangmu's side. A long, narrow, and sharp ice pick appeared in her hand without her noticing. The ice cone shimmered with a precious light like crystal, its sharp tip incredibly piercing, as if it could pierce and tear everything apart. Base. There were no warning signs whatsoever. Su Linglong blasted the ice spike straight into Qian Yangmu's lower abdomen. Snort. Instantly, Qian Yangmu's face turned pale, and he let out several painful groans. The ice spike pierced his lower abdomen, and the icy sensation erupted within him, making him feel as if his internal organs were about to be frozen. I'm giving Qin Jinshan some face. This is just a warning. If you, or your Qian family, dare to lay a hand on my student again, I will kill you. Su Linglong's voice was chilling, colder than that icicle. Chapter 92, Return, Conversation. When Zhou Yun regained consciousness, he suddenly opened his eyes, his heart still pounding wildly as if it were being squeezed tightly. Call. Where is this? Am I not, in Qian Yangmu's vision of the eternal night sky? His expression was serious, and beads of sweat hung on his forehead. Memories flooded my mind like a tidal wave. Brilliant light and shadow, sharp lightning spears, a black sky shattered like glass, and that graceful, alluring figure, as delicate as a green plum blossom. I took the ice soul pill that Su Linglong gave me, and then I passed out. After recalling everything, the tension in his heart eased a little. It must be said that Chen Yangmu was very strong. He was definitely the most powerful enemy he had ever encountered since he was born. Although the purple-winged Wolf King was equally powerful back then, it did not kill him because it coveted the dragon transformation technique within him. But Chen Yangmu was different. He genuinely wanted to kill himself. Only then did he realize that he was lying on a soft bed, with a light blue gauze canopy above his head and a faint fragrance surrounding him, which made him feel peaceful and at ease. My cultivation level? They actually broke through so many levels without my knowledge? Looking inward, Zhou Yun was surprised to find that his cultivation level had broken through at some point. Not only did he overcome the cultivation barrier between Qi martial artists and spirit martial artists, but he also became a 3-star spirit martial artist in one fell swoop. The 10 purple cyclones that had appeared earlier in his dantian had disappeared. Instead, 3 deep purple suns blazed down. 3 blazing suns floated in the dantian world, radiating a solid and vast aura of star energy. Around these 3 blazing suns, 3 golden 5-clawed dragons coiled and swirled, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. The dragon transformation technique, enhanced by the system, is even more suitable for Zhou Yun's physique. It is a cultivation method tailor-made for him. Vast power flows between the acupoints of the body, and stellar energy surges like roaring waves. Zhou Yun felt that his strength had increased several times over, and if he were to encounter Chen Yangmu again, perhaps the opponent can temporarily remain invincible by using a variety of tricks, but he will never be crushed so miserably as before. Squeak! A soft sound came from the outside as the door was pushed open. Immediately afterwards, a series of light and unhurried footsteps could be heard. You're awake? It's Su Linglong's voice. She was like a delicate peach blossom, swaying her slender waist as she drifted towards us. She wore a pale yellow dress that exuded a delicate and elegant fragrance, and a light pink ribbon was tied in her hair, resembling a flower bud about to bloom. It seems you had a tough time in the secret realm. Every step you took must have required tremendous effort, and you even slept for a whole day and night. She sat down on the stool next to her, her beautiful eyes shining like stars, reflecting Zhou Yun's face. He. It's all right. Zhou Yun scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed by her sudden praise. Where is this? Where are my 2 companions, Feng Huihong and Wu Wan? At this moment, as if he suddenly remembered something, he hurriedly and nervously asked Su Linglong. This is my dormitory, a faculty apartment arranged by the school. As for Feng Huihong and Wu Wan, you don't need to worry. I brought them out of the secret realm, and they should be resting in their respective dormitories now. Su Linglong's voice was light and gentle, which seemed completely mismatched with her cold and aloof appearance. I never expected that when we talked last week, you were only a 2-star Qi martial artist. It's only been a few days, yet he's already advanced and transformed into a 3-star spirit warrior. Such talent is rare even among the major sects and families. Even she felt inferior to Zhou Yun's cultivation speed. It probably won't be long before Zhou Yun reaches the same level as her, or even surpasses her. Hey! Zhou Yun sat up, revealing his well-defined, bronze-colored muscles. Does that mean I've already passed the test ahead of schedule and gained your approval? Next, all I need to do is go to the Su family, meet your elders, and then we can officially become betrothed? Su Linglong blushed and quickly stood up, taking a half-step back. I haven't decided yet. Seeing her shy expression, Zhou Yun suddenly found it somewhat amusing. Who would have thought that the aloof goddess Su Linglong would have such an adorable side? I have proven my potential. At the 10th star Qi martial artist level, I can remain undefeated even when fighting Qian Yangmu. Now that I'm a 3-star spirit warrior, if I were to face Qian Yangmu again, I would definitely be able to beat him to a pulp. Zhou Yun said proudly. One sentence made Su Linglong laugh. You think you can fight him and be invincible? If I remember correctly, you almost died, right? You were down to your hardest part, weren't you? Zhou Yun snorted coldly. You felt the harder parts of my body before. Su Linglong rolled her eyes at him and gently patted him on the shoulder. You're never serious. Then, he composed himself and spoke slowly. If you really want to come to my house now, that's fine too. Tonight I'll take you to meet my parents. If you can gain their approval, it will be easier to get past the family hurdle. If even my parents don't approve of you as their son-in-law. She covered her face and chuckled softly, then you don't need to go to the family, there's no way you'll pass their approval and tests. Then, Su Linglong talked about the situation of the Su family. Her father's name was Su Xingyu, and Xingyu Market, the largest market in Haichang, was founded by her father. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun's eyes widened instantly. So all that hard work he did on the beach, gathering seafood and hunting strange beasts, was actually just working for his future father-in-law. She has a younger brother who is 10 years younger than her and is currently a 1-star spirit warrior. Su Linglong's father was the third child in the Su family. The entire Su family, located in the eastern region of the Dragon Kingdom, can be described as a behemoth. The family's influence extends across 11 cities in the eastern region, although they do not hold the position of city lord like the Qian family. However, the Su family members all possess significant businesses in these 11 cities. The Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce is the best proof of this. As for the Xingyu Chamber of Commerce, there are more than a dozen other powerful organizations in their family. While it might be an exaggeration to say that they are as rich as a country, they are definitely not far off. Instantly, Zhou Yun felt a sense of pressure. He had already tried his best to overestimate the Su family's power, but after Su Linglong's words, he realized he had still underestimated them. However, he quickly regained his composure. Who cares? We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Besides, you have a family, I have a system. It remains to be seen who will prevail in the future. Chapter 93, Charging the Buddha's Wrathful Lotus, Divine Form Cultivation Method. Su Linglong left, leaving Zhou Yun alone to rest in her teacher's apartment. I slept for a whole day and night. That means that while I was sleeping, the system had already completed a settlement and refreshed 3 new enhancements. Zhou Yun was filled with anticipation and then entered the system space. He did not open and check the settlement details immediately. Instead, they entered the enhancement interface, intending to first see what today's enhancements would be. Dragon-patterned black gold spear. Earth-fire golden lotus. Bull-like strength. Dragon-patterned black gold spear. Ha ha ha, it's finally reappeared. Upon seeing the dragon-patterned black gold spear in the enhancement interface, a hint of surprise flashed in Zhou Yun's eyes. This gun has appeared twice before, and each time it has evolved after being strengthened and tempered by the system. From an ordinary piece of rebar, it was transformed into a sturdy spear. From an ordinary weapon, it was upgraded to a first-grade spiritual weapon. This enhancement opportunity has a very high chance of upgrading it into a second-grade spirit weapon gun. The second enhancement item, Earth Fire Lotus, is also quite good. It is a naturally formed treasure born in the land of fire spirits. Although its current rank is not high, it has great potential for growth. This time, having gained the qualification for system enhancement, I am bound to experience a transformative boost. As for the third enhancement, it's the power of the bull. Zhou Yun thought for 2 or 3 seconds before he remembered. This is the martial arts manual that Wang Yan borrowed from the martial arts library. The 7-day borrowing period has now expired, and this martial arts manual is now sealed and locked, making it impossible to read. However, Zhou Yun had previously studied and practiced it carefully in the secret realm to pass the time. With his current talent, such a martial arts technique would be no challenge for him at all. Therefore, although this martial arts manual was originally sealed and could not be read. However, the true meaning of the bull's strength had already been recorded in his mind, rendering martial arts techniques useless to him. Hopefully, this upgrade will bring some new ideas. Immediately, he opened the 3 enhancement options one by one. Dragon-patterned black gold spear. Review, a decent overlord spear. From any angle, it's top tier among its kind. It must have been crafted by a master. Strengthening Direction 1, upgrade. A Tier 1 spirit weapon spear is no longer sufficient for you. Why not consider upgrading it to a Tier 2 spirit weapon? Required achievement points, 200. Enhancement Direction 2, Ascension. There's more than one path to advancement. Upon advancing to a second-grade spiritual weapon, it will gain a unique martial skill exclusive to the dragon pattern Black Gold Spear. Required achievement points, 400. It takes 200 achievement points to upgrade to a second-grade spiritual weapon. If I pay an extra 200 achievement points, I can unlock an exclusive martial skill for the dragon pattern Black Gold Spear? A hint of surprise appeared in Zhou Yun's eyes. What else is there to say, buddy? It must be the second direction of strengthening. However, he still didn't confirm his choice immediately, but patiently looked at the remaining 2 enhancement items. Golden Lotus of Earthly Fire. Review, a decent spiritual plant, it even has the potential to continue growing? Enhancement Direction 1, Imprisonment. Inscribe an imprisonment array on this Golden Lotus, refining it into a precious array platform. Required achievement points, 600. Enhancement Direction 2, Art is an Explosion. I seem to have heard of a powerful martial art called Buddha's Wrath Lotus. After choosing this direction, the Earthfire Golden Lotus can periodically generate Buddha's Wrath Lotus. Requires 600 achievement points. Zhou Yun's eyes widened instantly. Holy crap! Another signature technique of Emperor Yin. His eyes burned with fervor. He had already felt quite pleased when he saw the first enhancement direction, which allowed the Earthfire Golden Lotus to advance into a growth array plate. But after seeing the second enhancement direction, I suddenly felt that the Buddha's Wrath Lotus was more appealing. Although he already had many attack methods after acquiring the Dragon Transformation technique. But who would complain about having too many tricks up their sleeve? Moreover, the Buddha's Wrath Lotus generated by the enhanced Earthfire Golden Lotus can still be stored and charged. Accumulate hundreds or thousands of Buddha's Wrath Lotuses at once and detonate them simultaneously. Does Qian Yangmu still dare to be arrogant in front of me? It could blast his eternal night sky into ashes in an instant. Zhou Yun sneered. Then, the last enhancement option was opened. Bull-like Spirit. Review, extremely ordinary martial arts technique. I really don't know what stroke of luck it had to get a precious opportunity for enhancement. Enhancement Direction 1, Promotion. Modify the trajectory of the Wild Bull strength skill, upgrading it to a Tier 2 martial art, making its power even more ferocious and domineering. Requires 100 achievement points. Strengthening Direction 2, Tracing the Origins. This bull force technique seems to have a significant origin. Tracing its roots, I seem to see a trace of the ancient bull god's divine essence. Choosing this direction will allow you to trace this martial art back to its origins and transform it into a divine cultivation method. Required achievement points, 600. A cultivation method for spirit and form? Zhou Yun's eyes showed shock. He was actually able to enhance such a precious item. It seemed that his luck was really good today. Gods have a form, which can be condensed through special cultivation methods. Like other phenomena, divine forms can also provide a significant boost to combat power. Once one masters ancient divine forms such as the True Dragon, Qilin, Phoenix, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger, it can almost pave the way for an invincible person. The divine form condensed by this method of cultivating divine form through the bull's strength should be an ancient, primordial divine bull. This divine form is not as terrifying as the True Dragon or White Tiger divine forms. However, in the ancient history of martial arts, there is also a significant aspect to this. Martial artists who cultivate this kind of divine form are equally powerful. Zhou Yun was filled with excitement and made up his mind to get his hands on this enhancement technique. 2 600s and 1 400, that's a total of 1,600 achievement points. I hope I got more than 1,400 enhancement points yesterday. After the last upgrade was completed, he still had 277 left in his wallet. If he hadn't earned 1,400 enhancement points yesterday, he probably wouldn't have been able to acquire all 3 enhancement items he wanted. Zhou Yun felt a little uneasy, as he wasn't sure how many achievement points he had earned yesterday. After all, he really didn't do much yesterday. Aside from running away with Feng Huihong and Wu Luan, he was then dragged into the strange phenomenon of the eternal night sky by Chen Yangmu and passively beaten up. I wonder how many achievement points the system will award him. Chapter 94, Cultivating Divine Form. Enter the Achievement Point Settlement interface. This time, since the settlement was already completed, he didn't have to wait for every detailed item to pop up before he could see his achievement points balance. Therefore, the light screen in front of them was pulled down to the very bottom in one go. Scanning the host's current level in Cultivation Realm, current cultivation level is 3-star Spirit Warrior, gaining 300 achievement points. Previous balance of achievement points, 277. Final summary, current remaining achievement points, 3060. That's quite a lot. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He thought that getting more than 1,000 achievement points yesterday would be pretty good, but he didn't expect that the total balance would be more than 3,000. This can be considered a pleasant surprise. Moreover, the achievement points awarded based on cultivation level have also increased significantly. When you reach the Chi Martial Artist realm, you will receive double-digit achievement points each day, and your Foundation Star level will advance by 10 each time. Upon reaching the Spirit Warrior realm, the number of digits directly jumped to 3 digits, then successively advanced to 100. Doesn't that mean, once I reach the Heavenly Martial realm, I'll be able to earn thousands of achievement points every day based on my cultivation level? Zhou Yun was delighted to see the changes in the details. Although the price of enhancement items will rise as his strength increases, the increase in achievement points he can passively gain every day is ultimately a good thing. Immediately, he confirmed the choice he had previously made. Instant consumption earns 1,600 achievement points. There is a balance of 1,460 left in the achievement points wallet. This is the first time I've had so much savings left. It feels a little strange at first. Zhou Yun chuckled and shook his head. Each previous enhancement option provided by the system was aimed at emptying his wallet. On several occasions, he even ran out of achievement points when the refreshed items were so good. But this time, there was so much left, and suddenly he felt a little uneasy. Zhou Yun probed his divine sense into the chest jar space, and a black dragon flashed into his field of vision. It's a black and gold spear with dragon patterns. After being upgraded to a second-grade spiritual weapon, the dragon-patterned black gold spear looks even more domineering. The dragon pattern on it is lifelike, with its claws bared as if it is about to break through the sky. Great gun! A brilliant glint flashed in Zhou Yun's eyes, and an boundless fighting spirit rose in his heart. With a thought, the dragon-patterned black gold spear vanished instantly. At the same time, a jet-black spear, resembling an arrogant dragon, appeared in his hand. The long sword is simple and ancient, while the spear is rounded, resembling a pillar supporting the sky. The spearhead is sharp, with dragon patterns shimmering on it. At the spearhead, there is a divine dragon with its mouth wide open, from which the spearhead pierces. The current form of the dragon-patterned black gold spear looks even more imposing than before. He then focused his mind on the dragon-patterned black gold spear, sensing its unique martial skill. Divine Dragon splits the sea. Zhou Yun gave a low shout. This was the name of the exclusive martial skill inside the dragon-patterned black gold spear. Once the spear is drawn, a spear shadow will follow. The spear shadow will not cause any real damage to the enemy, but it will indeed attack the enemy's dantian and meridians. It enters the enemy's body, stirring up boundless storms and disrupting the enemy's ability to mobilize stellar energy for combat and attacks. It's like putting a layer of weakness on the enemy. Zhou Yun nodded, feeling quite satisfied. It can weaken the enemy to a certain extent, and with the enemy's strength diminishing and the enemy's weakness increasing, it will surely achieve excellent results in the course of battle. After reviewing the attributes of this martial art, Zhou Yun put the dragon-patterned black gold spear back into the chest jar space, with no intention of practicing the spear technique again. After all, this was Su Linglong's teacher's apartment, not his territory, so he felt quite embarrassed if he accidentally broke any bottles or jars. After putting away the dragon-patterned black gold spear, Zhou Yun took out another item from the chest jar. Earthfire Golden Lotus. The enhanced Earthfire Lotus doesn't look much different from before. Its two delicate lotus petals are adorned with golden red patterns. However, there are significant changes on its lotus platform. 3 lotus seeds appeared in the center of the lotus platform. Flames are rising from the lotus seeds, and as time goes by, the flames are gradually growing stronger. This is actually the Buddha's wrathful lotus in a charging state. Every 24 hours, 1 flame lotus seed can be charged. Once the seed is removed, it can instantly transform into a Buddha's wrathful flame lotus that can be detonated at any time. On the lotus platform of the Earthfire Golden Lotus, a maximum of 3 lotus seeds like these can be stored at the same time. There is a limit to the number of items that can be stored, which is not very nice. Zhou Yun shook his head, feeling a little disappointed. He also hoped that during the battle, he could use the Buddha's wrathful lotus to plow the ground and unleash a barrage of 10 or 8 lotuses at once. My beautiful fantasy has been shattered. Fine, 3 it is then. If you throw it out unexpectedly during a battle, it can have a surprise effect. Zhou Yun is a person who is easily satisfied. You can't get fat in one bite, and you can't become invincible in one step. Anyway, with the system in hand, he can take it slow and strengthen himself step by step. After figuring out how the fire lotus worked, Zhou Yun carefully put it away. The power of the Buddha's wrath lotus is considerable, and it is tied to his strength. The explosive power of each Buddha's wrath lotus is comparable to his full force attack. With a thought, an ancient image appeared in his mind. On the scroll, there is a depiction of an ancient bull standing tall, its body radiating surging blood energy, majestic and powerful. By observing this picture and comprehending the profound principles within it, one can condense the divine form of an ancient primordial bull. With plenty of time before his appointment with Su Linglong, Zhou Yun, having nothing else to do, closed his eyes to sense the Taoist principles within the scroll and attempted to cultivate the divine form of the primordial wild bull. Rumble! Rumble! The blood in Shi surged and rolled like a raging torrent, crashing against the shore. As the image of the primordial bull solidified in his mind, he felt the blood in his body growing hotter and hotter, as if it were about to boil. Every drop of blood contained a frenzied energy. Moo! Zhou Yun's consciousness seemed to have traveled back to the ancient times, and he seemed to hear the sound of an ancient savage bull roaring to the sky. The heavenly demon body possesses incredibly powerful blood in Qi, which always allows it to achieve twice the result with half the effort when cultivating techniques that require high levels of blood in Qi. As the roar of the bull faded behind him, a faint crimson aura of blood shimmered forth. The image of a wild bull was actually drawn in the void. Although this bull looks very small, like a newborn calf. But unsurprisingly, his first divine form had almost solidified. Chapter 95, The Su Family Banquet Testing the Waters. As dusk fell, Zhou Yun followed Su Linglong into a large manor. In this era, the human population has increased dramatically, and ordinary martial artists mostly live in cramped apartment buildings. Even after reaching the spirit warrior level, one can only buy a house of about 100 square meters by accumulating wealth and earning dragon coins through various channels, relying on their own powerful strength. Su Linglong's family owns an independent manor, which is more than just a simple demonstration of their strength. Ordinary martial artists are not even qualified to have such a residence, only those from wealthy and noble families can afford it. You don't seem nervous at all. Walking along a long path, Su Linglong stood with her hands behind her back, twitching her knuckles, and looked at Zhou Yun, saying, although she was many times stronger than Zhou Yun. However, at such moments, I feel incredibly tense and find it difficult to maintain a peaceful state of mind. What's there to be nervous about? We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Zhou Yun was completely at ease. So, you see my parents as enemies? Su Linglong's beautiful eyes flickered as she glanced at him sideways. She had heard that Zhou Yun had once said something like that to Qian Yangmu. No, no. Zhou Yun quickly waved his hand and replied with a wry smile, I didn't mean that. After the two joked around for a while, Su Linglong's nervousness eased a bit. We arrived at the villa in the very center of the manor. Su Linglong gently pushed open the door. The warm orange light shone through the crack in the door, giving a cozy feeling. Sis, you're back? I heard from my mom that we have guests today? Before Su Linglong even entered the room, Zhou Yun heard a young man's voice. This should be Su Linglong's younger brother, Su Chenhao. Immediately afterwards, the door opened, revealing a young man dressed in jeans and a white short-sleeved shirt, who looked quite clean and neat. Su Linglong nodded gently and led Zhou Yun into the villa. He gently stepped half a step to the side, revealing Zhou Yun's figure. She tilted her head slightly and said to Zhou Yun, "This is my younger brother, Su Chenhao. This is Zhou Yun." Before she could finish speaking, Su Chenhao lunged at Zhou Yun and grabbed her hands. You must be my brother-in-law? Ha, my sister is finally getting married. Brother-in-law, how much dowry do you want? My mom said that a stupid woman like my sister, who doesn't do any physical labor, knows nothing about farming, and only knows how to cultivate herself, would be a disaster no matter who she marries. We have to give her a bigger dowry, otherwise we'll feel bad. Zhou Yun's expression froze slightly. He had considered that entering the Su family would result in being neglected and looked down upon, and that people might find fault with him and try to humiliate him. But I never expected that this would be the scene after entering the Su family's gate. For a moment, he was unsure how to control his expression. He opened his mouth, but for a long time he didn't know what to say. Su. Shun. How? A fierce glint flashed in Su Linglong's eyes as she gritted her teeth and called out Su Chenhao's name. The next second, a burst of icy energy erupted. Instantly, Su Chenhao was frozen into an ice statue, with thick frost-forming icicles that hung from his hair and eyebrows. Of course, this layer of frost is definitely not as thick as the ice wall that froze Qian Yangmu earlier. After all, this was just a small punishment Su Linglong gave Su Chenhao. Zhou Yun silently gave him a helpless look. Then they followed closely in Su Linglong's footsteps and entered the front hall. Mr. and Mrs. Su sat on the sofa in the front hall. Su's father had a calm and composed demeanor, like a tranquil lake, with a long and unfathomable gaze that made it impossible to discern his inner thoughts. Su Mu has beautiful makeup and an elegant temperament. She looks about 70% like Su Linglong, which means Su Linglong inherited her beauty from her mother. Uncle, hello? Hello, Auntie. Zhou Yun greeted him in a slightly awkward tone. Su's father looked up at him but did not answer. Nice young man, very energetic. Su's mother was very enthusiastic. I've heard Linglong mention you before. Are you a student in her class? You've only been truly engaged in martial arts cultivation for less than half a year, and you've already reached the level of a spirit martial artist? Very impressive. She smiled and nodded, seemingly very satisfied with Zhou Yun's talent. For a prominent family like the Su family, when descendants marry, they have only two options: either marry into another family, a marriage between equals, a powerful alliance that enhances the family's influence. Alternatively, one could find a person with exceptional talent, either to marry into their family or to become their son-in-law. Su Linglong possesses unparalleled talent, making her a peerless prodigy in Haichang. Naturally, the Su family would not choose to marry such a gifted descendant into another family. Therefore, finding an ordinary person with exceptional talent might be Su Linglong's only option. His talent is good, but I don't know how strong he is in actual combat. I've seen plenty of good-looking but rotten in the inside people. Unlike Su's mother's welcoming attitude, the attitude that Su's father displayed was much more intriguing. Zhou Yun chuckled to himself. It's coming. I knew it. It couldn't be that simple. Afterwards, he straightened his clothes and solemnly bowed to Su's father in the manner of a junior. Please enlighten me, uncle. A brilliant light flashed in Su's father's eyes, and the next second, a powerful aura swept out. Unlike Shen Yongmu's work, which was filled with murderous intent, the pressure and imposing aura emanating from Su's father was even stronger than that of the examiner. Not just anyone has the right to covet the Su family. Talent, strength, and luck, all three are indispensable. Your talent is indeed remarkable. In just over half a year, you have been able to cultivate to this level. Your luck must be considered quite good. I just don't know how much of your strength you can unleash. Su's father gave a cold shout. The next second, a thick finger suddenly appeared, like a pillar supporting the sky, and crushed down on Zhou Yun. It wasn't fast, but it carried an invincible momentum that dominated the world. Su's father made a move. His intention was not to injure Zhou Yun, but to test Zhou Yun's strength. If someone has a high cultivation level but lacks combat strength, and is just a pretty face, then it's best to get rid of him as soon as possible. Su's father did not use his power to intimidate others. His attack was skillfully controlled at the level of a spirit warrior. If Zhou Yun can block this move, he will have passed Zhou Yun's initial test and gained Zhou Yun's approval. However, Su Linglong is her daughter. However, he only has a limited right to make suggestions. The specifics may still need to be reported to the family and their opinions considered. If Zhou Yun can't even withstand this one finger strike, then there's no need to report it to the family. Chapter 96, Azure Dragon probes with its claw. Faced with this enormous finger, which resembled a pillar supporting the sky, Su Linglong's expression changed slightly. She felt a little nervous. In a corner where her parents couldn't see, Su Linglong clenched her fists tightly, her fingertips turning white. However, compared to Su Linglong's unease, Zhou Yun felt relatively calm. His face was calm, as if he had everything under control. Azure Dragon probes with its claw. Zhou Yun gave a low shout. A glint flashed in his eyes, and then Zhou Yun raised his right arm, where fine dragon scales appeared on his arm. Zhou Yun slammed his claw forward. At the same time, a phantom image of a blue dragon suddenly appeared. Hold head high. A loud dragon roar resounded throughout the room. Instantly, Su's father narrowed his eyes, a look of surprise appearing on his face. Dragon Clan's secret techniques? Interesting. It seems that this kid's ability to break through his cultivation level so rapidly in such a short time must be due to obtaining the inheritance of a dragon or sub-dragon clan. He didn't think about the real dragon. The words true dragon were truly awe-inspiring. In the vast dragon kingdom, although the dragon was the totem and the royal family also used dragon as their surname. However, the lineage of the dragon kingdom's royal family was nearly inherited from a powerful member of the Jialong clan. He guessed that Zhou Yun had obtained the inheritance of a flood dragon or a sub-dragon, which was already an attempt to overestimate the possibility. Just as he was deep in thought, then, the illusory image of the azure dragon reached out with its claws. With a sudden sound, it landed directly on the finger he had crushed. Su's father's attack was merely a test, controlling its power to be at the same level as Zhou Yun's. His attack was vast and powerful, with immense pressure, and was undoubtedly extremely profound, capable of easily crushing most 3-star spirit realm martial artists. However, under Zhou Yun's azure dragon probing claw attack, Su's father's attack collapsed instantly, completely powerless to resist. This is the power of the dragon transformation secret technique. Bang! After the finger, which was like a pillar supporting the sky, shattered, the oppressive aura that had enveloped the entire room dissipated. Su's father picked up the teacup in front of him, took a small sip of tea, and concealed his surprise. Not bad. Although it's not even a 10th or a 12th of what I was like when I was young, it's truly remarkable that an ordinary martial artist born into poverty and without resources could achieve this. Upon hearing Su's father's evaluation, Zhou Yun was instantly left speechless, unsure whether to laugh or cry. I never expected my father-in-law to be such a quirky guy, with a rather thick skin. Someone like you, if you were at my level, I could easily take on 10 of you. If I can't kill you with one shot, I'll admit defeat. To say that I am not even a 10th or a 12th as good as you were in your youth is simply absurd. However, to protect his father-in-law's precious pride, Zhou Yun had no intention of making things clear. Anyway, everyone here is a practitioner. Both Su's mother and Su Linglong were suppressing their laughter, having already discerned the difference in strength between the two. Thank you for your guidance, uncle. From your attack just now, I could already tell that you were testing me. That single finger strike contained multiple layers of Taoist principles, and Zhou Yun gained a great deal of insight. Many of the obstacles that had been weighing on his mind were instantly cleared away. It shouldn't be long before he can make another breakthrough and advance to the level of a 4-star spirit warrior. Zhou Yun offered a string of flattering words with a completely unperturbed expression. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Mr. Su, who was drinking tea, coughed twice, as if he had choked on the tea, and his face turned red. He hadn't expected Zhou Yun to be so accommodating, putting him on such a high pedestal, which made her feel a little uncomfortable for a moment. Well. Dinner's ready, let's eat and chat together. Mr. Su changed the subject, and the group moved into the restaurant. After exchanging pleasantries and inquiring about Zhou Yun's family situation, they finally got down to business. Uncle, I have come to propose marriage today. Although Linglong and I are teacher and student, we have a deep bond, and I want to. Before Zhou Yun could finish speaking, Su's father gently tapped the table twice. I know what you mean. You are indeed a promising young talent. Only. He suddenly sighed. At this moment, Su's mother took over the conversation and spoke on his behalf. Marriages within large families are not something we parents can decide on our own. We can only offer our opinions to the family. Although the current head of the Su family is Linglong's biological grandfather, as the head of the family, he naturally has to prioritize the interests of the family. We'll get through this hurdle relatively easily, but the family hurdle will probably be much more difficult. Su's father and mother took turns speaking, slowly explaining the current situation of the Su family to Zhou Yun. The Su family is a martial arts family in the eastern region of the Dragon Palace, ranking among the top 5. Su Linglong's grandfather, Su Qishan, is the current head of the Su family. His cultivation level reached the realm of a 9-star Saint Warrior. Saint Warrior is a realm above Celestial Warrior. People at this level can be considered powerful figures in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Even a slight stomp of their foot can shake the earth. Every 6 months, the family holds a clan meeting, and all direct descendants must return to the clan's territory to participate. The most recent clan meeting will be held in 2 days. At that time, why don't you come with us to the family and meet the patriarch? Su's father suggested. Zhou Yun's martial arts talent was enough to make him the strongest person he had ever met in his life. He naturally wanted to take down Zhou Yun. However, Su Linglong was, after all, the apple of the Su family's eye. Even if he is Su Linglong's father, he has no right to make the final decision. Only after he meets with his father, the head of the family, Su Qishan, can he make a final decision. Zhou Yun pondered for a moment and then slowly nodded. 2 days later, the school will also have a monthly assessment test. However, this monthly assessment was not important to him. After all, he had already broken through to the Spirit Warrior level, while the other students were just ordinary freshmen at the Chi Warrior level. If the combat strength is not right, his going there would be like playing house with children. More importantly, his advisor had already gone to the Su family's residence with him, so asking for leave wasn't a big deal. It is my honor to be able to visit the family's secret territory. Zhou Yun nodded in agreement. However, going to the Su family's territory was not as easy and pleasant as it was today. There will inevitably be many trials waiting for him. Moreover, since it's a marriage proposal, betrothal gifts should be prepared. Zhou Yun frowned slightly. He had quite a few good things. However, very few of these items can be used as betrothal gifts, which really requires careful consideration. Chapter 97, Entering the Su family territory. There was no fighting, no strife. Compared to the days of constantly fighting and risking one's life in the secret realm, these past 2 days have been uneventful. The system seemed to have withered. The total achievement points he received over the 2 days were less than 300. The enhancements that kept popping up were getting worse and worse, leaving Zhou Yun feeling quite helpless. Therefore, he has been confined to the cultivation room for the past 2 days, focusing on practicing the dragon transformation secret technique. Not only that, she also took out the heavenly will stone and tried to comprehend the true meaning of the Tao within it. He attempted to comprehend the essence of thunder and fire, and successfully master the thunder-fire spear technique. However, cultivating one's artistic conception is not something that can be achieved overnight. Even with the heavenly stone, he found it extremely difficult. Perhaps it was because of the eternal earth fire golden lotus and the fact that he had consumed too much earth fire spirit liquid a few days ago, that he was able to comprehend a trace of the Taoist essence of fire. However, the true meaning of thunder is still completely unknown. What's wrong? Are you nervous? At that moment, Su Linglong's gentle voice rang in his ear. No, I was just thinking about some cultivation matters and got a little distracted. He shook his head, without saying that he was contemplating methods for cultivating artistic conception. Today is the day of the Su family's biannual clan meeting. Zhou Yun, along with Su Linglong and the others, was on their way to the Su family's territory. The Su family's territory is not in Haicheng. It's even quite far from Haicheng. They left Haicheng aboard a star energy portal and headed to a more prosperous city, Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng is one of the most prosperous cities among the nearly 100 cities of all sizes in the eastern region of the Dragon Kingdom. Even the stellar energy contained in the air here is a bit more concentrated than in Haicheng. The Su family's ancestral home is located in this Jiangcheng. Hiss. This whole mountain is your home? Looking at the tall mountain with its verdant pines before him, Zhou Yun's lips twitched slightly, and he asked Su Linglong with a look of surprise. He knew the Su family was wealthy, but he didn't expect them to be this wealthy. In Jiangcheng, where land is incredibly valuable, it actually occupies an entire mountain. Are you sure this isn't a tourist area? A few days ago, when he went to Su Linglong's house, he was already quite surprised to see a manor. I never expected there to be such a master, whose family and clan territory occupied an entire mountain. Su Linglong shook her head. Before Zhou Yun could even catch his breath, he heard Su Linglong speak. Not that little. Besides this mountain, to be precise, from this mountain all the way east to the city wall of Jiangcheng, all of this is the Su family's territory. Zhou Yun instantly felt an inexplicable pressure surge into his heart. Good heavens, I'm just speechless. Are you trying to show off your wealth to me? Half the city belongs to your Su family? It's only because your Su family has such special family rules that you only do business and make money, and never try to get your hands on the position of city lord. Otherwise, Jiangcheng would probably be under the Su family's control. Led by Su Linglong, Zhou Yun stepped into the mountain gate, officially entering the Su family's territory. Perhaps, 2 days ago, Su's father had sent a message to other elders in the Su family about Zhou Yun. So, after he arrived, he saw many young people looking at him with curiosity. Is that him? He looks so arrogant. It must be him. He came with my cousin Linglong. I really want to beat him up. Why? I think he's quite handsome. Humph. Only brother Luo is worthy of sister Linglong, I don't approve of anyone else. There was a lot of discussion around him. Zhou Yun's divine sense far surpassed that of others of the same level, so the whispers of these people naturally did not escape his ears. Who is this brother Luo? And where did he come from? In Haicheng, many people believe that Qian Yangmu and Su Linglong are a match made in heaven, and many people are optimistic about their relationship. After arriving in Jiangcheng, another brother Luo suddenly appeared. It seems Su Linglong's charm is truly great. Su Linglong, standing to the side, covered her mouth and chuckled, seemingly noticing Zhou Yun's inner turmoil and displeasure. She stretched out her slender, delicate hand and gently squeezed Zhou Yun's palm twice to reassure him. The one called Brother Luo is actually named Luo Yunji. He is the eldest son of the Luo family in Jiangcheng. The position of city lord of Jiangcheng has always been controlled by the Luo family. Su Linglong briefly introduced the background of Brother Luo. Zhou Yun expressed some helplessness. So this is a carbon copy of Qian Yangmu, the young lord of Jiangcheng? However, he didn't pay any attention to it. So what if Luo Yunji comes from a noble background? His marriage proposal required the approval of the Su family elders, and had nothing to do with Luo Yunji. Just then, a middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe with a silver sword slung across his waist appeared in front of Zhou Yun and Su Linglong. Uncle 8. Su Linglong bowed slightly in greeting. The person in front of her was her father's brother, the 8th child in the family. Zhou Yun followed Su Linglong's actions, also showing the courtesy due to a junior. So it's you, brat, daring to covet the apple of our Su family's eye? Uncle Su's voice was a little hoarse, but his eyes were very sharp, like two sharp swords falling on Zhou Yun, bringing him a great pressure. Zhou Yun even felt as if he was being seen through. This person is incredibly strong. Su Linglong's father is the 3rd son, and his strength is indeed inferior to his. Zhou Yun murmured to himself. Good. I've come today to propose marriage, hoping to gain the approval of the elders. Zhou Yun held Su Linglong's hand and said in a deep voice. Uncle Su frowned slightly. Those who want to marry into my Su family could line up all the way to the gates of Jiangcheng, while you are just an unknown martial arts practitioner. What right do you have to dare to step into the gates of my Su family? Just because of me. Before Zhou Yun could finish speaking, he sensed that something was wrong. Wait, marrying into the Su family? Me? A man. You must have made a mistake. I'm here today to propose marriage, not to ask to marry into the family. Zhou Yun's face was icy cold, his eyes were icy, and he felt that the elders of the Su family were being too arrogant. Such behavior could even be called an insult. Even Su Linglong's expression was somewhat unpleasant. Marry? What right do you have to say the word marry? A commoner of the 1st rank, with no special skills, probably can't even afford the dowry for a marriage proposal. What makes you think you can make the apple of my Su family's eye marry you? The 8th son of the Su family sneered, his words full of ridicule and mockery. Zhou Yun knew that the first test had begun. As a martial arts family that engages in business, some members of the Su family value money and resources more than their own lives. If you can't offer them something that will excite them, you simply can't win their approval. Chapter 98, The Dispute Over Dowry. Bride price? Who said I didn't? Zhou Yun snorted coldly and said with an arrogant expression. Judging from his expression, the gift he prepared seemed to be of extremely high value. Su Linglong, who was standing next to her, was also stunned. Even she didn't know what gifts Zhou Yun had prepared for the Su family as betrothal gifts. But, given Zhou Yun's past financial struggles, the gift he prepared shouldn't be of high value. Could it be some spiritual item he obtained in the secret realm? But, Su Linglong frowned slightly. The Su family was a large and powerful family. What kind of precious spiritual objects hadn't they seen? Perhaps that precious item given as betrothal gift was extremely rare to Zhou Yun, but for the wealthy Su family, it was probably just an ordinary item. Oh? The 8th son of the Su family raised an eyebrow slightly, revealing a hint of surprise, seemingly taken aback by Zhou Yun's answer. Are you still planning to give a bride price? That's absolutely hilarious. He chuckled coldly twice, shook his head, and said with a mocking laugh, let me see what amazing treasures you can come up with to surprise us. He had made up his mind that no matter what Zhou Yun brought out, he would ridicule it mercilessly. What doesn't the Su family have? How could a commoner like him dare to dream of coveting the apple of the Su family's eye? It's like a toad trying to eat swan meat. Zhou Yun snorted coldly in his heart. He naturally knew what Lao Ba was thinking and what his purpose was. Moreover, having been in the Su family for so long, no elders other than the 8th son have come forward. Although he was just a junior who came to propose marriage. However, since Su's father had already expressed his attitude, and he had not been impolite after entering the house. It's been so long, and we haven't been able to go in. We've been blocked outside by Lao Ba. The rest of the family should at least come out and take a look. But to this day, no one has come forward. It seems that the 8th brother represents the will of most of the Su family. Since that's the case, then I'll show you something. Zhou Yun snorted coldly and was about to take out the gift containing his equipment. Just then, a gong suddenly rang out, shaking the entire mountain and diverting everyone's attention. Even Zhou Yun frowned deeply and turned to look in the direction from which the sound came. He was a young man dressed in luxurious clothes. This man had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, with jade-like features. He held a folding fan and had a somewhat elegant and dashing demeanor. Even Zhou Yun had to admit that this person was indeed a tiny bit more handsome than himself. Perhaps only the average-looking reader in front of the screen can rival his appearance. Young friend Luo? Upon seeing this person, the eighth son of the Su family showed a look of surprise and delight, took 2 quick steps forward, and displayed a respectful expression. Zhou Yun frowned deeply. That old codger. Does this change in attitude have to be so obvious? Just now, the eighth son of the Su family called him young friend Luo, so this person must be the legendary Luo Yunji, the son of the Jiangqing city lord. Snort! Isn't he just a good father? I still have a system, look at me, am I proud? I didn't show off at all. Young friend Luo's sudden arrival has truly surprised me. Lao Ba walked up to Luo Yunji and said with a friendly expression. Luo Yunji nodded and called out, Uncle 8. He then stepped aside and walked up to Su Linglong. He spoke to Su Linglong in a gentle tone. Linglong, it's been a long time. I heard you went to Haichang with your third uncle. The cultivation environment there isn't as good as in Jiangcheng. If you don't feel comfortable with it, I still suggest you come back. Su Linglong frowned slightly, took a half step forward, and then gently put her arm around Zhou Yun's shoulder. Sorry, we're not familiar with each other. Luo Yunji frowned slightly and turned his gaze to Zhou Yun. A cold, murderous glint flashed in his eyes. On the way here, he heard his subordinates mention that Su Linglong's return to Jiangcheng this time was because someone was planning to propose marriage to the Su family. Moreover, the person who proposed marriage seems to have a rather ambiguous relationship with Su Linglong. Now it seems the rumors were true. The young man in front of me must be the legendary Toad. They're really courting death. Luo Yunji cursed inwardly. How dare Zhou Yun covet his goddess? At this moment, he had already added Zhou Yun to his kill list. If they weren't currently in the Su family's territory, Luo Yunji would probably have attacked directly and slapped Zhou Yun to death. Zhou Yun's divine sense was sharp, and the moment the other party showed murderous intent, he immediately felt a warning. Although the other party made a move, Su Linglong naturally wouldn't stand idly by and watch herself clearly in danger. However, he was still prepared to deal with it. His divine sense anchored on the dragon-patterned black gold spear and the earth-fire golden lotus in the chest jar space. As long as the opponent dares to make a move, he will definitely swing his gun and strike, while simultaneously releasing the Buddha's Wrath Lotus born from the earth-fire golden lotus explosion, giving the opponent a barrage of attacks. However, as expected of the son of the Jiangqing city lord, Luo Yunji had excellent self-control. The killing intent and fierce look in his eyes lasted only a second before he suppressed it. It seems this young man is from Haicheng, a promising young talent seeking Linglong's affections? Linglong is exceptionally beautiful, with an ethereal and otherworldly aura. I think no man could resist her. But his gaze lingered on Zhou Yun's face for only a moment before gently turning away. His posture and eyes revealed the condescending air of someone from a superior background. The Su family is a prominent clan, and the marriage of each of its direct descendants is a major event that cannot be decided casually. Su Linglong is the apple of the Su family's eye, and her marriage can only be decided by the Su family patriarch. Therefore, Su Linglong's attitude is actually not important. The important thing is the attitude of the elders in the Su family. As for how to manage the other elders of the Su family, he knew it all too well. Luo Yunji's lips curled up, revealing a faint smile. He strolled leisurely to the eighth son of the Su family. Uncle, actually, Yunji came to visit today because he has something important to discuss. The eighth son of the Su family feigned curiosity and asked. Oh? I wonder what important matter requires your personal visit, my nephew. Luo Yunji straightened his clothes, his face was expressionless, and he said in a deep voice. My nephew has been enamored with Linglong for a long time, and recently he has become so obsessed with her that he can't even eat or drink. Having obtained my father's consent, I have come to pay a special visit and propose marriage. Bang! Like a thunderclap from a clear sky, it exploded in the hearts of those around. Oh? Brother Luo is here to propose marriage? Hiss. Brother Luo, I like you too. Look at me. Why don't you marry Sister Linglong with me? I don't mind being the concubine. Ha, Sister Linglong is getting married. This is bound to be the most eye-catching event in Jiangcheng in the last 100 years. The next second, Luo Yunji waved his hand lightly in full view of everyone. The storage ring on her finger silently emitted a faint, dim light. In an instant, a pile of gifts appeared in everyone's sight. Piled up together, they lay scattered on the ground like a small mountain, shimmering with dazzling light. "Uncle, this is the betrothal gift that I have prepared. Please have Uncle Ba examine it." Chapter 99, Conflict Erupts, Sword Slays Eighth Brother. Wow, so many. It's almost piled up into a small mountain. Carat 6 carat. I'm so envious of Sister Linglong. Look at that pile of gifts. There are tons of third-tier spiritual items, and at least 10 fourth-tier spiritual items too. The gasps and exclamations made the place slightly noisier. Although the Su family is quite wealthy, it also has a large population, with each member from the direct descendants to branch families, collateral branches, and servants requiring resources for cultivation. For a direct descendant like Su Linglong, who possesses extraordinary talent, the family resources will naturally be tilted towards her, and within a certain range, she will even be granted any request she makes. However, it's different for ordinary clansmen. Although they can also receive training and supplies from the clan, the level of training is much lower, only slightly better than that of ordinary martial artists like Zhou Yun. Therefore, the ordinary clansmen who were watching the excitement nearby stared wide-eyed and swallowed hard when they saw Luo Yunji throw out a large pile of rare spiritual items. With so many precious cultivation resources, anyone who isn't completely dense could easily create a celestial martial artist by simply piling them up. It has to be said that the Luo family made a very big move this time. Of course, Su Linglong is worth the Luo family paying such a price to propose marriage. With her exceptional talent for cultivation, becoming a heavenly warrior is just the beginning, and becoming a saint warrior is not the end. She is very likely to become a divine warrior, a rare find among millions. Purple jade coral. Silk and precious brocade. Heart-nourishing fruit, heart-enlightening pill, crimson blood fruit, white orchid, second-order trapping array, third-order killing array, third-order bewildering array. The eighth son of the Su family beamed with joy as he sorted through the gifts Luo Yunji had brought, while muttering incantations about their spiritual significance. Each one of these items would be fought over fiercely, causing a bloodbath. But now, it's just been carelessly discarded on the ground. After organizing everything, the eighth son of the Su family temporarily stored it in an empty storage bag. He slightly stepped aside to make way for the doorway. "Nephew, please come in. To discuss the marriage proposal, my nephew needs to meet with the head of the family for a decision." The eighth son of the Su family was originally sent by Su Qishan, the head of the Su family, to welcome Zhou Yun. But at this moment, Zhou Yun was blocked at the door, while Luo Yunji, who had just arrived, was able to enter. Luo Yunji nodded, glancing at Zhou Yun with an arrogant expression. "You can't even get through the door, yet you dare to dream of proposing marriage? What a pipe dream! It's laughable." He shook his head, put his hands behind his back, and walked calmly along the rugged mountain path into the depths of the Su family's territory. Soon his figure was obscured by the surrounding lush foliage and disappeared from sight. After Luo Yunji's figure completely disappeared, the eighth son of the Su family turned around and resumed his previous disdainful attitude and expression towards Zhou Yun. "Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can enter the Su family's gates. If you can't come up with a gift of equal value to that of nephew Luo, go back to where you came from." The eighth son of the Su family snorted twice and unleashed his full power without reservation. The terrifying aura belonging to the heavenly warrior instantly swept towards Zhou Yun. In an instant, the weather changed color, as if a violent storm was about to break. Just as this powerful aura of pressure was about to engulf Zhou Yun, suddenly, Su Linglong stepped forward and stood in front of Zhou Yun. She didn't make any move, only a cold glint flashed in her eyes. The next second, this powerful aura vanished instantly, as if an invisible hand had reached out and completely calmed the turmoil in the area. Immediately afterward, the oppressive aura that had changed the very fabric of the world vanished, and suddenly, heavy snow began to fall from the clear sky, creating a vast expanse of white. Being in it made one feel icy cold, as if one's soul would be frozen. Even the eighth son of the Su family couldn't help but shiver. "Su Linglong, what are you going to do? You dare to attack me?" A look of shock flashed in his eyes. He had clearly not expected Su Linglong's strength to be so terrifying. Not only did she effortlessly dispel all the oppressive aura he was exuding, but even the few snowflakes she emitted made him feel an icy chill to the bone. "Uncle 8. Su Linglong spoke slowly, her voice still gentle. However, there was no respect in his tone, as if he were talking to an elder. Instead, there was a faint, chilling, killing intent hidden within. "Zhou Yun is a guest I brought with me. I said let him in, and nobody could stop him." Su Linglong was already aware of the attitudes and thoughts of many people in her family. This is one of the reasons why she chose to go to Haicheng. It wasn't just because of her parents' side in Haicheng, but also because the Su family nowadays only made her feel cold. Almost everyone treated her like a commodity to be traded. Then, Su Linglong gently raised her hand. The wind and snow gathered and solidified into a cold, shimmering ice sword. The sword gleamed with dazzling runes and exuded a terrifying aura. She stepped forward and gently swung her sword at the eighth son of the Su family. At this moment, the body of the eighth son of the Su family was still sealed by the frost around him. He couldn't even move, let alone try to block. The ice sword tore through the air and whistled away. Without a doubt, if the eighth son of the Su family were hit by this sword, he might not die, but he would definitely be seriously injured on the spot. Old Eight's pupils widened, his soul nearly leaving his body. "Linglong, calm down. I am your eighth uncle." However, Su Linglong seemed not to hear, and her eyes did not show the slightest emotion. Just as the blade of the ice crystal sword was about to strike the eighth son of the Su family, a large hand suddenly appeared and placed on Su Linglong's shoulder, stopping her from continuing to swing. It's Zhou Yun. The person who reached out to stop Su Linglong from continuing her attack was actually Zhou Yun. He could see that Su Linglong was on the same side as him, advancing and retreating together. However, it is unacceptable to actually see her and her people fighting with swords, especially since this person is her elder. "Linglong, Uncle Ba told me to bring a gift of equal value before he would allow me to enter, also to avoid any gossip." Although there were some improprieties in the process and attitude, the purpose was still good. Zhou Yun offered a gentle word of comfort. Only he can provide this stepping stone. Otherwise, no matter who comes, there is a possibility that the conflict will continue to escalate. Su Linglong glanced at him, but before she could finish speaking, Zhou Yun gently patted her on the shoulder. "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. I have a gift prepared. This gift may not be particularly valuable, but it's still more than enough to easily defeat Luo Yunji." Although Zhou Yun's strength was not as great as Su Linglong's, his words were very reassuring. After receiving Zhou Yun's promise, Su Linglong slowly put down the ice sword in her hand. Su's eighth son breathed a sigh of relief when he felt the snowflakes and ice blocks around his frozen body slowly melting. However, his attitude towards Zhou Yun did not improve in the slightest. He flicked his sleeve and snorted coldly. "Snort! I'd like to see what you can come up with." Chapter 100, Zhou Yun's Gift. The eighth son of the Su family looked at Zhou Yun with a scrutinizing gaze. He naturally didn't believe that Zhou Yun could produce anything of value. Su Linglong, who was standing next to her, also looked tense and worried. Amidst the very gazes of the crowd, Zhou Yun communicated with the chest jar space using his divine sense. The next second, a light blue scroll appeared in his hand. That's it?" When Lao Ba saw the scroll Zhou Yun took out, he immediately sneered, feeling like he was about to laugh himself to tears. If he wasn't mistaken, the scroll should be made of green jade. To be honest, the name Qing Muyu is quite good. Its verdant green color resembles divine jade. But in reality, apart from its name sounding alright, it has no other redeeming qualities. It's just a very ordinary tier 1 material. If you take it to the market to sell, it will only be worth a dozen or so dragon coins. In the Su family, if you saw something at this price on the ground, you wouldn't even bother picking it up. Although the greenwood jade is also a good spiritual object for storing divine thoughts and drawing inheritance. However, due to its rank, apart from ordinary martial artists at the bottom, even families with a bit of influence would not choose it. That's so embarrassing. Ha ha ha. Am I seeing things? That person is holding what looks like a scroll of inheritance carved in green jade. What kind of treasure could someone use green jade for? Humph. He really is a boorish country bumpkin who has never seen the world. Letting him into our Su family is simply an insult to our Su family's gate. Immediately, jeers and mockery rose and fell from all around. The eighth son of the Su family also wanted to make a few sarcastic remarks. However, the moment he opened his mouth, he suddenly saw Su Linglong's cold eyes. Lao Ba shuddered and dismissed the idea of making sarcastic remarks. He coughed lightly. The materials are so-so. But the value of things like inheritance scrolls is not determined by the materials used. If the legacy left inside is extremely rare, then its value must be incredibly high. However, if it is just ordinary white and green cultivation techniques, common first and second tier martial arts, then it is unlikely to have much value. Perhaps it was the pressure that Su Linglong's cold gaze put on Lao Ba that made him say something relatively fair this time. Zhou Yun chuckled softly. You'll know the true value of the heritage depicted inside once you see it. Then, he gently tossed the scroll of inheritance into the hands of the eighth son of the Su family. This scroll was an empty scroll that he had purchased from the Xingyu Chamber of Commerce 2 days prior. Zhou Yun had naturally anticipated that he would be harassed after arriving at the Su family, and he had prepared the gifts for his visit well in advance. Within this scroll, he used his divine sense as a blade to carve a rare and precious secret technique. This powerful secret technique, created by the system, is more than enough to buy the entire Su family, let alone be used as a dowry. The eighth son of the Su family reached out and took the inheritance scroll, intending to place it between his eyebrows and comprehend it with his divine sense. Just then, Su Linglong's voice suddenly rang out. Wait a moment. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to Su Linglong. Lao Ba also stopped extending his divine sense to comprehend the cultivation technique, and even Zhou Yun looked at her with a curious and inquisitive gaze. Su Linglong walked up to the eighth son of the Su family and snatched the inheritance scroll away. Given your character, even if Zhou Yun were to present you with an extremely precious cultivation technique, you would likely dismiss it as a worthless piece of trash. Therefore, I need to take a look at this inheritance scroll first before I hand it over to you. Su Linglong showed no regard for Lao Ba's feelings. The author directly compared Lao Ba's character to being more foul-smelling than dung in a latrine. In an instant, Su's eighth son's face turned red, and the veins on his forehead throbbed uncontrollably. But he did not refute it. Firstly, it's because Su Linglong's martial arts skills are too strong. If he rashly retorts and angers her, causing her to attack again, he'll be the one suffering the consequences. Secondly, it's because after thinking about it, he realized that Su Linglong might actually be right. Given his personality, he naturally looked down on this rough and ready young man. Even if the cultivation technique in his scroll was incredibly precious, he would still ridicule it and crush it into dust. Thinking of this, his complexion improved somewhat, but he still felt as distressed as if he had swallowed a dead child. Damn it! Lao Tzu's personality is truly disgusting. Then, feigning magnanimity, he waved his hand. Snort! You can take a look first, anyway, I don't believe this kid can produce anything good. Su Linglong ignored Lao Ba's words. She gently pressed the scroll against her brow and probed it with her divine sense. In an instant, she felt as if her mind had entered a desolate and mysterious space, surrounded by darkness and nothingness. Roar! Moo! As she wandered curiously through the space, she suddenly heard a violent roar, as if a wild divine bull was bellowing. The next second, an enormous, ancient, primordial divine bull appeared before her. The enormous bull's horns curved and pointed towards the sky, as if they could tear the heavens apart. The bull's body was as large as a mountain and filled with terrifying and unparalleled divine power. Hiss! This is a spirit form? Su Linglong gasped. With her extensive knowledge, she could immediately tell that the wild divine bull in front of her was a special divine form. Its body is composed of more than 8,700 mysterious ancient runes. As long as you can comprehend these runes thoroughly, you can successfully cultivate this divine form and condense it. Both divine forms and extraordinary phenomena are powerful methods that can enhance a martial artist's combat strength. The inheritance of the extraordinary phenomena is complete. Almost every major family has one or two cultivation methods for the extraordinary phenomena, or some special physiques will awaken their own unique extraordinary phenomena. But their appearance and demeanor are different. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, only the royal family possesses a complete method for cultivating divine form. Other powerful families may possess one or two incomplete cultivation methods for divine forms, but these are of little value, and even if successfully cultivated, they would be difficult to form a fighting force. Su Linglong did not linger in the space of the inheritance scroll for long. After realizing that this divine form cultivation method was a powerful and complete technique, she withdrew. Call. Zhou Yun, this thing is too precious. Are you sure you want to give this as a betrothal gift to the Su family? Su Linglong asked, her voice trembling. It can be said that with this divine form cultivation method as the foundation, one could create an incomparably powerful martial arts family. This family might even be second only to the Dragon Kingdom's royal family, and could grow into one of the most powerful families in the entire Dragon Kingdom. By giving this item to the Su family, Zhou Yun was essentially giving up this opportunity and handing over this chance for advancement. For a moment, Su Linglong didn't know what to say. Should I make him take it back? Or should I give up on myself? Impossible. Zhou Yun would not agree. She wouldn't agree either. However, this method of cultivating divine form is so precious. After being given to the Su family, it will most likely fall into the hands of people like the 8th prince soon, so that they can study it. She didn't want to accept this situation either. For a moment, they were clearly in a dilemma. At this moment, Zhou Yun walked over and gently stroked her shoulder twice. It's all right. This secret technique is precious, but compared to you, it is as worthless as dust. Gaining the approval of your family elders is the most important value to it. He then whispered a few words in Su Linglong's ear using telepathy. Su Linglong's tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed. She nodded slightly in agreement. The 8th son of the Su family, standing to the side, scratched his head, his curiosity itching to see what was going on. Su Linglong's behavior clearly proves that the secret technique in the scroll is extraordinary. He was filled with curiosity and wished he could pounce on the scroll and snatch it to examine its contents and see what made it so extraordinary. It was something that even the well-informed Su Linglong was moved by. At this moment, Su Linglong noticed Lao Ba's actions. As intelligent as she was, she naturally understood what the 8th prince was thinking in an instant. He sneered and tossed the scroll into his hand. Curious, are you? Then you should take a good look at the secret techniques recorded here. Take a closer look and see if this secret technique is more valuable, or if what Luo Yunji brought is more valuable. The 8th son of the Su family hurriedly took the scroll and immediately placed it on his forehead to examine it with his divine sense. A few breaths later, an uncontrollable look of shock and ecstasy appeared on his face. This. Hiss. Holy crap. Chapter 101, Su Qishan's approval? It's actually a cultivation method for cultivating both physical and spiritual forms. Lao Ba swallowed hard. Such a precious heritage is being carried on a mere ordinary green jade scroll. It's a complete waste. He suppressed his excitement and withdrew his divine sense from the scroll's inheritance space. However, he did not open his eyes immediately, but continued to pretend to be looking at the scroll, frowning in deep thought. To be honest, he really hesitated after seeing the contents of the scroll. Given his personality, he truly intended to slap Zhou Yun to death over such a precious inheritance, to truly possess it for himself, and to transform it into the foundation of the Su family. However, the thought only flashed through his mind for a moment before he ruthlessly extinguished it. Su Linglong is no pushover. She's really daring. And is someone who can produce such a precious inherited method really an ordinary person? Putting everything else aside, just look at the runes and imprints engraved on this scroll. There is absolutely no trace of the passage of time in their aura. This indicates that the scroll was made recently. With his intelligence, Lao Ba naturally understood what this meant immediately. He has a powerful backer. There must be an unparalleled expert standing behind him who, upon hearing of his marriage proposal, casually tossed out a scroll as a gift upon his arrival. Before Zhou Yun arrived, he had seen some information about Zhou Yun. An ordinary person can cultivate to the level of a spirit warrior in just over half a year. Such a speed of cultivation is clearly illogical. It seems that mysterious powerful figure was behind it all, providing Zhou Yun with a lot of support. Su's 8th son opened his eyes, his gaze towards Zhou Yun filled with deep apprehension. She let out a soft sigh, her voice hoarse, sounding both excited and bitter. This secret technique is indeed very precious. But its value is to be determined by the head of the family. After saying that, he gave Zhou Yun a deep look, then turned and left. He made way for the mountain path behind him that led deep into the Su family's territory. He himself also disappeared, presumably heading deep into the clan's territory to find Su Qishan, the head of the Su family. Zhou Yun chuckled softly. That Lao Ba guy is really inhuman. He clearly agreed to let him enter the Su family territory after reading the contents of the scroll. But to remain silent and pretend to be an ostrich by disappearing is truly laughable. Then, Zhou Yun took Su Linglong's hand and walked along the mountain path into the mountains. Behind them, the ordinary descendants of the Su family looked at each other in bewilderment. What happened? 8th uncle went to find the head of the family. Why didn't anyone stop them? How did they get in? This is wrong. Snap. Someone slapped the person who had just spoken on the forehead. Idiot, can't you see? Uncle Ba is tacitly agreeing that they can go in. I'm really curious, what secret technique is recorded in the scroll that this Zhou Yun took out, that it was able to gain Uncle Ba's approval? The 8th son of the Su family was notorious for his cold-heartedness and sharp tongue among the younger generation of the Su family. Therefore, upon witnessing such a scene, the members of the Su family around them were all extremely shocked. Zhou Yun was naturally unaware of their thoughts. He and Su Linglong quickly traversed the mountain paths and entered a square halfway up the mountain. Ahead lay a cluster of buildings, where the main members of the Su family resided. Zhou Yun narrowed his eyes slightly. This place was indeed extraordinary, having been chosen by the Su family as their ancestral home. As soon as he stepped into this place, he felt a surge of earth vein power beneath his feet. Star energy flows between the Earth's veins, and the density of star energy here is almost comparable to that of the outer or even central regions of the Secret Realm Island. Practicing martial arts and absorbing star energy can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Where do we go next? Zhou Yun asked softly. Originally, it was supposed to be the eighth son of the Su family who brought them here. But now, Lao Ba has taken his scroll and disappeared somewhere. The guide had run away, and since he wasn't familiar with the area, he had no choice but to listen to Su Linglong. Let's go to the central hall. Today's main event is the clan elders meeting. Your visit to propose marriage is secondary. Every clan meeting is held in the central hall, and this time should be no exception. Led by Su Linglong, Zhou Yun entered a side hall. He intended to enter quietly through the side door, trying not to disturb anyone. However, Su Linglong took the initiative and pushed open the front door. Bang! The golden red alloy door was gently pushed open, emitting a deep, resonant sound, exuding a powerful aura. Zhou Yun entered and was surprised to find a sprightly old man sitting in the main seat of the hall. His straight back gave him an imposing and commanding presence. In his hand was a blue scroll, which was none other than the inheritance scroll that Zhou Yun had previously handed to the eighth son of the Su family. Thus, the old man's identity is immediately apparent. He is Su Qishan, the head of the Su family and Su Linglong's grandfather. A terrifyingly powerful Saint Martial Realm expert. As soon as Zhou Yun entered the hall, he felt his aura being locked onto by the other party. This feeling was unlike the overwhelmingly powerful aura emanating from the eighth son of the Su family. However, he knew that his every move was being monitored by the other party's divine sense. You're Zhou Yun? He's quite a clever young man. Su Qishan on the stage suddenly spoke, and instantly, everyone's eyes in the hall were focused on him. The Su family now has no fewer than 20 or 30 direct descendants, all of whom look at Zhou Yun with curiosity and scrutiny. Previously, Su Linglong's father had mentioned Zhou Yun's name at the conference. Therefore, they were somewhat prepared for Zhou Yun's sudden appearance. However, he never expected that the family head, Su Qishan, would call out his name as soon as he entered the door. It even gave a positive review. What this means is clear to everyone. This person gained Su Qishan's favor as soon as he entered the door, so there's a good chance that the marriage proposal will be successful. This was not good news for the elders of the clan, including Xingxiang and Luo Yinji. In an instant, gazes met, and information was exchanged silently. You flatter me, senior. Zhou Yun was completely unprepared for Su Qishan to speak suddenly. After hesitating for a moment, he could only bow slightly and give a relatively dry reply. At least, this way you haven't lost your manners. Su Qishan nodded and pointed in a direction. Why don't you sit there with Linglong first? We'll discuss your marriage in detail after the meeting. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun's eyes instantly lit up with ecstatic joy. Our wedding? It was decided so easily? It should be understood that Su Qishan is the one who makes the final decision in the Su family. Since he has spoken, it is impossible that he did so without reason. Thank you, Grandpa Su. Zhou Yun nodded repeatedly and walked briskly to the location indicated by Su Qishan. Calling him Grandpa Su was a reluctant choice, since he wasn't a member of the Su family and it wouldn't be appropriate for him to call him the head of the family along with the others. But calling him Senior Su feels a bit distant. Since Su Qishan is Su Linglong's grandfather, it would be quite appropriate for him to call her Grandpa Su. It shows a close relationship without losing the proper etiquette of a junior. After Zhou Yun finished, he glanced to the side and spotted a familiar figure. Hey, isn't this Brother Luo? Isn't that a coincidence? Brother Luo is actually sitting next to me? At this moment, Luo Yunji's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and there were bulging veins on his forehead. It seemed that anger was slowly accumulating in his heart. Chapter 102, Opening the Arena. Damn it! This lowly commoner actually got in. What exactly is Su's eighth son doing? Didn't he say he was going to shut this crew-cut kid out? Luo Yunji was breathing heavily, veins throbbing on his forehead, and a burning rage was raging in his heart. Especially when he saw Su Linglong gracefully sitting next to Zhou Yun, the anger in his chest was almost uncontrollable and about to explode. He had long regarded Su Linglong as his own possession. But now, the aloof and proud Su Linglong is sitting next to her, showing a petite and affectionate demeanor. And the main character wasn't even him. Luo Yunji nearly suffered a stroke from anger and coughed up a mouthful of blood. At that moment, he felt that the eyes of the Su family members around him were full of mockery, as if they were throwing his dignity on the ground and rubbing it hard. Enough! Luo Yunji finally couldn't contain his anger and exploded. He roared, interrupting the conversation in the hall. He slammed his palm down on the table in front of him, shattering the high-end table made of golden pear wood into dust. The fruits and spiritual herbs, rich in star energy, rolled to the ground, covered in dust. In an instant, everyone in the hall turned their gaze to Luo Yunji, who was erupting in anger. Even Su Qishan, the head of the Su family, frowned slightly, a hint of hostility appearing in his eyes as he looked at him. Although you are the son of the city lord of Jiangcheng. But my Su family is not a place for you to run wild. The fact that you were allowed to attend my Su family's semi-annual meeting is already a great honor for you. But what are you trying to do by banging on the table like this? Do you think your Luo family is a head bigger than my Su family? Are you trying to establish your authority by targeting my Su family? I'll smash your head in. Luo family boy. Do you have any objections to the policies of my Su family? A cold, eerie light flashed in Su Qishan's eyes. He gave a soft snort and spoke in a low, detached tone. Before Luo Yunji's father became the city lord of Jiangcheng, the Su family was already the largest aristocratic family in Jiangcheng. The Su family has survived for over a century without any underhanded tactics. Although the Luo family holds the position of city lord, their actual strength and whether they dare to clash with the Su family are still unknown. You, a mere brat, dared to slam your fist on the table during the Su family meeting? You've got some nerve. Su Qishan finished speaking. For a moment, the atmosphere in the main hall became extremely cold. Many people were even breathing cautiously, creating a powerful sense of impending doom and impending storm. Luo Yunji regretted it the moment he smashed the table in front of him. However, seeing that everyone around him was looking at him, and even Su Qishan speaking to him in such a cold and chilling voice. In that instant, he naturally realized that he was in a difficult situation and had reached the edge of a precipice. If you can't explain it clearly. Su Qishan punished himself, and even his father couldn't say anything. Even if Su Qishan crippled or killed him on the spot, his father might not stand up for him. After all, the Luo family is a considerable family, although not as large or numerous as the Su family. However, Luo Yunji also had several younger brothers and sisters. The death of one or two children was not a big deal for someone of Jiangcheng city lord's level. In an instant, Luo Yunji calmed down. He immediately stood up and bowed deeply to Su Qishan. I'm sorry, I have no opinion or dissatisfaction with the Su family's meeting decisions. Just now, I was so angry that I couldn't control myself and vented it out. Please forgive me, everyone here. After saying that, he glanced at Zhou Yun beside him again and said through gritted teeth. As all of you seniors should know, I, Luo Yunji, have long admired Linglong. But this person has been insulting Linglong with his frivolous actions and words. Please, seniors, grant me a chance to fight him. The victor will win Linglong's heart. Luo Yunji wanted to take advantage of the fact that the Su family was focusing all their attention on him to challenge Zhou Yun to a duel. As long as she is killed in the arena, Linglong will still be the same aloof, elegant, and incomparably beautiful goddess she always was. She was still the purest white moonlight in his life. The arena. A do-or-die match. Although Luo Yunji did not explicitly state these points. But who among those present couldn't see what he meant? For a moment, many people wore mocking smiles. Although Luo Yunji came from an extraordinary background, had good talent, and had a good father. But I'm useless. He was actually being strangled to the point of despair by a woman. Moreover, this woman has never been in love with him. How ridiculous. Some members of the Su family instantly lost their positive impression of Luo Yunji. However, to be fair, he does have a good father. A person who has been able to hold the position of Lord of Jiangcheng for nearly 100 years can be considered a powerful and influential figure in the entire Dragon Kingdom. If he could really marry Su Linglong, it would be a good thing for the Su family. Many of the elders present exchanged glances, some even hoping to facilitate his marriage to Su Linglong. You have no right to interfere in the decisions of my Su family. Su Qishan snorted coldly, his voice like a thunderclap, instantly turning Luo Yunji's face pale as if he had suffered a severe blow. After receiving the inheritance scroll handed over by Laoba, Su Qishan was certain that Zhou Yun was no ordinary person. In addition, Su Linglong's father, Su Laosan, also strongly encouraged the move, and he was also willing to stand on Zhou Yun's side. However, at that moment, suddenly, someone stepped forward. Second brother. Since the child is eager to prove his strength through a martial arts competition, why not give him that opportunity? Our Su family would never marry our precious daughter to a good-for-nothing, a useless commoner. This person was a senior elder of the Su family, of the same generation as Su Qishan, and one of his younger brothers. They are powerful and hold a high position within the family, representing the interests of a major faction. His words immediately drew agreement from many others. After all, among those present, only he and Laoba had seen the scroll and knew just how precious the contents of that inheritance scroll were. In a short time, so many people raised objections. Even Su Qishan frowned slightly. He was indeed the ruthless patriarch of the Su family, but that was only during times of external conquest. Internally, he was always very kind to his direct relatives who shared the same bloodline. A harmonious family is the foundation for prosperity in all things. In this dog-eat-dog world of martial arts, it's difficult for an individual to go far without the support of a family. For a moment, he also frowned slightly. Upon seeing this, Luo Yunji was overjoyed. Immediately, he knelt down with a thud. "Please, Patriarch, grant Yunji your request and give him a chance to fight you in the arena." His voice was hoarse and desperate for him. This was probably the only chance in his life to win Su Linglong back. As long as he kills Zhou Yun in one fell swoop, he can prove his strength to Su Qishan and Su Linglong. Everything is still negotiable. The arena can be opened. Su Qishan glanced at Luo Yunji and said slowly. "But the jewel of the Su family. Not an object. It's not a prize from your martial arts contest." Su Qishan's voice was icy cold, echoing throughout the hall. "Regardless of which of you wins this competition, neither of you can interfere with the Su family's decisions. Linglong's marriage to any man is none of your business." A sharp glint flashed in Su Qishan's eyes, as sharp as a celestial blade, its icy light startling everyone present. Even so, Luo Yunji's face showed a look of ecstasy. "As long as the arena can be set up, that's fine. As long as we can eliminate Zhou Yun as a competitor, that will be fine. In the future, he will have plenty of ways to slowly pursue Su Linglong and win her heart little by little." Then, he cowed out forcefully and said in a deep voice, "Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity." Su Qishan did not reply. He flicked his wrist slightly. The next second, an ancient-looking arena appeared above the main hall. The entire structure is covered with huge blue stones, with molten iron poured between the stones, making it extremely hard. Legend has it that this is a precious treasure created for the Su family's training and martial arts competition. Even a top-tier 10-star martial artist would find it difficult to destroy this arena and leave no trace on it. Once you're ready, go up into the ring. I will suppress your strength to the level of a 3-star spirit warrior. In a battle between equals, victory or defeat is in the hands of fate. Su Qishan's voice was like thunder, booming throughout the hall. Luo Yunji leaped onto the arena, giving Zhou Yun a haughty look, eager to crush him on the stage. Chapter 103, Take This. Zhou Yun. Su Linglong's face showed concern. She held Zhou Yun tightly with her delicate hands, and a hint of tension and reluctance flashed in her eyes. It was as if they were afraid he would be defeated or injured after taking the stage. Zhou Yun chuckled and gently patted her hand, signaling her to relax. "Don't worry. Others may not know my strength, but don't you? If Luo Yunji hadn't suppressed his cultivation level, I might not have been his match. However, his cultivation level has already been suppressed to the same level as mine by your grandfather. If I don't beat him to a pulp, how can I be your husband?" Upon hearing this, Su Linglong was slightly taken aback. Yes, I really let my concern cloud my judgment. Previously, when Zhou Yun was still a Qi martial artist, he was able to cross 2 major realms and withstand several blows from Chen Yangmu's eternal night sky curtain without dying. Although Luo Yunji is quite capable, is he really stronger than Chen Yangmu? Not necessarily. In this battle, for the sake of fairness, Luo Yun will only be suppressed to the same level as Zhou Yun. What can Luo Yunji use to fight Zhou Yun? Thinking of this, her tense mood eased a little. Zhou Yun stood up, stretched his limbs slightly, and then leaped onto the arena. The hard texture of the bluestone beneath his feet made Zhou Yun instantly realize the extraordinary nature of this arena. He felt much more at ease, knowing that even if he went all out, he couldn't possibly destroy the arena. "Kid. I will make you suffer a painful defeat and die a horrible death. Luo Yunji grinned maliciously, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. He had already seen Su Qishan's attitude from the audience. It is unknown what kind of betrothal gifts Zhou Yun offered, or what secret techniques were recorded in that scroll. Some of the Su family's higher-ups have already begun to favor Zhou Yun. He was determined to cripple or even kill Zhou Yun by surprise during the battle. Speed is crucial, and actions must be ruthless. Otherwise, they might be stopped by the Su family, interrupting the battle on the arena. That outcome was unacceptable to him. Only by letting Zhou Yun die could he have the peace of mind to pursue Su Linglong. Boring. Zhou Yun shook his head. To him, Luo Yunji was a martial arts genius from Jiangcheng, and even the son of the city lord of Jiangcheng. However, since he has been suppressed to the same level as him, he is no different from a cat or dog, just like a stray dog on the roadside. Even if Luo Yunji's cultivation level wasn't suppressed, he still had a chance to fight. It should be noted that he had previously blocked several of Qian Yangmu's attacks on the Secret Realm Island with the strength of a 10-star Qi warrior. Now, his strength has improved by several levels. The cultivation technique he practiced was upgraded from the red grade to the gold grade. Such a leap is enormous. It's not apparent in normal times, but in battle, the combat power they can unleash is far more than just 3 to 5 times greater. You arrogant little thief. Take this punch. Seeing Zhou Yun's nonchalant attitude, Luo Yunji's anger flared up instantly. In an instant, he roared, leaped forward, and threw a punch. Crimson flames shimmered above the fist technique, as hot and dazzling as a shooting star. At the same time, a short-bladed dagger quietly fell into Luo Yunji's hand from under his left sleeve. At this moment, although he was burning with anger, he had not forgotten his purpose in going on stage. He intended to kill Zhou Yun, not just to beat him up to vent his anger. The real killing move is the short blade hidden in the shadows. He planned to use the punch as bait, and when the opponent took the punch, he would swing the sharp blade in his hand with lightning speed, slit the opponent's throat, tear his trachea, and cut off Zhou Yun's head. With such injuries, even if the Su family had extraordinary abilities, it would be absolutely impossible to save Zhou Yun. Although he might be blamed after such a battle, he couldn't care less about that in order to win Su Linglong's heart. Whoosh! The fist imprint swept across the sky like a falling meteor, instantly slamming into Zhou Yun's face. Meanwhile, Zhou Yun, who was not far away, frowned deeply, as if he hadn't reacted at all. For a moment, many spectators below the arena shook their heads and sighed. The reaction time is too slow. With this kind of strength, you think you can marry the apple of our Su family's eye? What a pipe dream! Even Su Qishan frowned slightly, thinking to himself. Could it be that I guessed wrong, and this little guy named Zhou Yun doesn't actually have a so-called expert behind him? Was this scroll of inheritance something he obtained by chance? Of those present, only Su Linglong and her father, the third son of the Su family, felt at ease and did not doubt Zhou Yun's strength. After all, the two of them had actually witnessed Zhou Yun in action. At this moment, on the arena, Zhou Yun said in an incredulous tone, "Your combat strength is so weak. The punches lack power, and the punches are not sharp at all. You're not a sissy, are you?" As the one who directly faced this attack, Zhou Yun could naturally see that Luo Yunji's punch was just a showy display and had little to no killing power. Really? The next second, a fist slammed into him. Zhou Yun didn't even make any dodging or blocking movements. He let the opponent attack him, but the fist could not cause him any harm. The physical strength of the Azure Heaven demon body is not something that can be broken through by ordinary attacks. Luo Yunji's pupils contracted slightly. How is this possible? Although he concentrated most of his power in his left hand, pouring all his star energy into the short blade inside it. However, his punch was a real one. The cultivation technique he practices is a powerful technique of the red rank. This fist technique is also a precious third-tier fist technique called Meteor Fist. How could the opponent withstand a blow with their bare body and remain unharmed? Is this even human? However, now is not the time for him to think about it in detail. The arrow is on the string and must be released. Blood Demon Thorn. He let out a low shout. The next second, a beam of blood appeared on his left hand. It was like a pool of demonic blood flowing and surging. The next moment, a short blade appeared in his hand. His attack was fierce and swift, suddenly thrusting straight towards Zhou Yun's throat. Zhou Yun! Su Linglong exclaimed in surprise and immediately stood up. Immediately, a surge of wind and snow power appeared, and she flew forward, wanting to step into the arena to help Zhou Yun block this attack. How dare you! Su Qishan raised his eyebrows and snorted coldly. He hadn't expected that Luo Yunji had actually gone there with the intention of killing Zhou Yun. The broken dagger was so close to Zhou Yun. Even if he were the one in control of this arena, he couldn't separate the two of them instantly. It seems that Zhou Yun's demise was inevitable. However, Luo Yunji's actions were tantamount to throwing the Su family to the ground and crushing them under his feet. Even if Zhou Yun dies, he will still take action to cripple Luo Yunji. Then hold his father accountable, make him apologize and pay the price. Meanwhile, opposite Luo Yunji, Zhou Yun's lips curled up slightly at such a critical moment, he actually revealed a smile. Even Luo Yunji was a little confused. Kid, are you scared out of your wits? You're about to die, and you still have the nerve to laugh? Snort! Laugh now, laugh all you want, or you'll never laugh again if you lose your head. Base. Luo Yunji poured all his strength into the broken blade, and even burned a trace of his life essence to ensure a sure kill. Base. The short blade was sharp, tearing through the air, and instantly struck Zhou Yun's throat. But, to Luo Yunji's surprise, the feeling of emptiness that would tear flesh apart did not occur. His strike seemed to have struck a hard piece of metal, and even when the broken blade collided with Zhou Yun's throat, it produced a crisp clanging sound. How is this possible? Are you even human? Luo Yunji exclaimed in surprise, his eyes widening and his face filled with disbelief. His broken gold blade is an incomparably sharp second-tier spiritual weapon. It didn't even slit Zhou Yun's throat, or even break a single inch of his skin. Zhou Yun chuckled softly. Haven't you eaten? He used the powerful physical strength of the Azure Heaven demon body to resist, and then supplemented it with the dragon scale technique from the dragon transformation's secret art. In an instant, his body became even harder than refined gold artifacts. Luo Yunji's attack naturally couldn't break through his physical defenses. Have you had enough? Now, isn't it my turn to make a move? Zhou Yun chuckled, revealing her snow-white teeth. However, to Luo Yunji, such a gentle smile was no different from the whispers of a demon. I am more compassionate. You hit me twice, then let me hit you once. I'll take this. Chapter 104, Crush the Dantian, Destroy Cultivation. Zhou Yun grinned maliciously, as if whispering a demon. The next second, he gently swung his right arm. Fine, illusory scales appeared on his arm. The pale blue scales shimmered with a cold, eerie light, giving off a chilling feeling. Zhou Yun clenched his claws and unleashed a cold, sharp claw mark. He aimed for Luo Yunji's heart. If this Azure Dragon claw strike were to land, it would instantly tear the flesh from his chest, break his ribs, and rip out Luo Yunji's heart. The other party's actions just now were clearly intended to kill him. Zhou Yun has never been a good-tempered person. Since you've already decided to kill me, then you must be prepared to be defeated in return. Even if your father is the city lord of Jiangcheng, that won't work. Base. The Azure Dragon's claw is incredibly powerful. Luo Yunji even seemed to hear a dragon's roar ringing in his ears. The next second, a sharp pain shot through my left chest. Zhou Yun's claw strike had already landed, and the sharp dragon claws had even pierced into his flesh. Zhou Yun grinned maliciously, just as he thought he could kill him with one blow. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light emanated from his body. The golden light was perfectly round and instantly enveloped Luo Yunji's entire body, transforming into a solid shield that firmly blocked Zhou Yun's Azure Dragon Claw. Luo Yunji's magnificent clothes had been torn to shreds at the chest, revealing 5 conspicuous bloody holes from which blood was gushing out. Hiss. Spiritual artifact awakening, autonomously protecting the body? Zhou Yun's attack just now almost killed Luo Yunji outright? Below the arena, the Su family elders watching the battle stared wide-eyed, gasped, and their faces were filled with shock. What just happened? Luo Yunji clearly had the upper hand, yet he disregarded all martial ethics and instantly pulled out a magical weapon to launch a sneak attack, intending to kill Zhou Yun. How could the situation have reversed so quickly? Zhou Yun was completely unharmed, while Luo Yunji was seriously injured and nearly lost his life. If it weren't for the high-level spiritual artifact protecting him and creating a golden shield to block Zhou Yun's attack, Luo Yunji would probably be a corpse by now. Su Linglong also breathed a sigh of relief, stopping her from rushing onto the arena and ending the fight. Anyway, the advantage is in my hands, and Zhou Yun has the initiative on the battlefield, so what is she in a hurry for? He then returned to his seat and continued watching the game with a relaxed demeanor. You. Luo Yunji's expression changed drastically. He leaped back and quickly distanced himself from Zhou Yun. The veins on his forehead throbbed violently, and fine beads of cold sweat seeped out. He never imagined that he would be so close to death, just a hair's breadth away from perishing. You want to kill me? Luo Yunji stared wide-eyed, an expression of disbelief on his face. Funny. Zhou Yun snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. You're trying to kill me, and you won't even let me fight back? After he finished speaking, he reached out and beckoned. In a corner where no one was watching, the chess set gently shook twice. A dark light flashed, and the dragon-patterned black and gold spear appeared in his hand. The black dragon bared its fangs and claws, tearing through the sky with unparalleled dominance. This gun was fired. Instantly, a look of surprise flashed in the eyes of the elders watching the battle below the arena. What a cool gun! How domineering! Since you want to kill me, then be prepared to be killed in return. You scoundrel, take this! Zhou Yun roared, his hair and beard standing on end. With a gentle tremor, the black dragon engraved on the spear seemed to come alive, baring its fangs and claws, and moving through the air. Streaks of purple star energy gathered and coiled around the gun, making Zhou Yun appear as if he were shrouded in a thick mist, incredibly mysterious and difficult to see clearly. A dragon emerges from the sea. Zhou Yun shouted loudly. The spear thrust forward, its tip gleaming with a cold light, tearing through the air with a sharp whistle, its oppressive aura sending chills down one's spine. The black dragon roared and moved. Luo Yunji even heard a long roar from a true dragon. Fake, is it fake? How could a mere spirit warrior possess such combat power? His face was deathly pale. He couldn't believe that what he was seeing was actually true. If it weren't for the murderous intent and cold glint of the spear already approaching, he would have even suspected that he was dreaming, that a nightmare had descended upon him, and that he had not yet woken up. I refuse to accept this. In this critical moment, Luo Yunji's heart was suddenly filled with fighting spirit, and his will to fight rose again. I am the son of Luo Zhaneo, the city lord of Jiangcheng. How could I possibly lose? Mountain embracing seal. Break it! Luo Yunhao roared, raising both palms out to form an intricate pattern of intersecting fingers that seemed to connect heaven and earth. Strands of star energy gathered and flowed and danced at his fingertips. In the blink of an eye, a majestic and vast ancient divine mountain suddenly appeared in his palm. The mountain peaks stand tall, blocking out the sky and exuding unparalleled dominance. It's actually the embracing mountain seal? Luo Yunji actually learned his father Luo Zhaneo's secret technique, the mountain embracing seal? Could it be that there's still a chance for this battle to turn around? The eighth son of the Su family stared wide-eyed, speechless, his face filled with shock. The mountain embracing seal is rumored to be an incredibly powerful fourth-tier martial skill. It is the ultimate skill of Luo Zhaneo, the city lord of Jiangcheng. Back then, Luo Zhaneo used this martial art to defeat 32 powerful enemies in succession, and finally won the position of Jiangcheng city lord under the witness of the Dragon Kingdom's king. Now, Luo Zhaneo has not made a move for nearly a century. In the world of martial arts cultivation, the legend of the Baoshan seal has never faded. I wonder how many people want to see Baoshan seal again. Unfortunately, there were no longer any powerful enough enemies to warrant Luo Zhaneo's intervention. Unexpectedly, Luo Yunji learned this martial art from his father. Now that he's putting his skills to use, it's unknown how much of his father's talent he can achieve. Su Qishan shook his head. It has the form but not the meaning. It's all show and no substance, nothing but rotten cotton inside. His imposing mountain holding seal is utterly disgracing his father Luo Zhaneo's reputation. As the only Saint Martial Realm expert on the field, Su Qishan naturally had a very sharp eye. He saw through the essence of Luo Yunji's embracing mountain seal at a glance. In contrast, Zhou Yun's attack, dragon emerging from the sea, was solid and perfectly rounded, revealing both boundless killing intent and domineering aura. The difference is obvious when compared. Luo Yunji's defeat is inevitable. Really? The next second, the dragon-patterned black gold spear collided with the Baoshan seal. The black dragon roared and moved, its sharp spearhead instantly tearing through the mountain. The magnificent and vast Baoshan seal collapsed instantly under Zhou Yun's spear. Rocks rolled down, and the precious seal disintegrated. Luo Yunji's face was ashen, as if covered in gold paper. Wounded by the recoil from Zhou Yun's spear, a mouthful of bright red blood immediately spurted out. Meanwhile, Zhou Yun shattered the enormous divine mountain that Zhou Yun had formed through hand seals with a single spear thrust. The killing intent emanating from the dragon-patterned black gold spear had not diminished much. It remained sharp and menacing. The spear had reversed, lashing out in a deadly attack. With a soft whooshing sound, the dragon-patterned black gold spear pierced into Luo Yunji's abdomen. The killing intent emanating from the spear suddenly erupted, instantly shattering his dantian. Luo Yunji could clearly feel the star energy he had painstakingly cultivated disappearing rapidly, and a sense of powerlessness welled up in his heart. He struggled to lift his head and look at Zhou Yun, his face filled with disbelief and shock. You crippled me? Zhou Yun snorted coldly. Cripple you? I'm not just going to cripple you, I'm going to kill you. Chapter 105, The Demon Suppressing Tower. The next second, Zhou Yun swung his spear, unleashing a burst of power, intending to shatter Luo Yunji's body and cause him to explode and die. However, at that moment, a powerful pressure descended silently, abruptly stopping his movements. That's fine. His cultivation is ruined, and you've vented your anger, so let's stop here. Su Qishan's voice rang out. This arena is a spiritual artifact he refined, so he can naturally control the situation at any time. With a thought, he could suppress Zhou Yun's movements, causing his strength to dissipate and preventing him from breaking Luo Yunji's body and taking his life. Zhou Yun's face darkened, and he couldn't help but ask. Grandpa Su. I wanted to kill him, but you stopped me. But why didn't you stop him when he brandished his dagger and tried to kill me? Was your action fair? Zhou Yun's words immediately caused a huge uproar. A wave of shock washed over everyone present. Su Qishan has always been the one giving orders to others. No one has ever dared to question him so arrogantly. For a moment, everyone exchanged glances, silently conveying their thoughts. However, no one dared to speak, for fear of displeasing Su Qishan. Su Linglong stood up anxiously, completely unprepared for Zhou Yun to suddenly question her grandfather. Looking nervous, she wanted to speak up for Zhou Yun. He. You're quite interesting, kid. It's been years since anyone dared to talk to me like that. Su Qishan chuckled softly, shook his head, and his face showed a look of nostalgia. Kid, let me ask you something. He has a good father, do you? His father is Luo Zhanao, the city lord of Jiangcheng. Is your father also named Luo Zhanao? At the critical moment of life and death, he invoked his father's name, which could save his life. Are you sure you can do it? Su Qishan's words were all profound, each sentence revealing the cruel nature of the cultivation world. In martial arts training, one's natural talent is as important as their background and social standing. If you are born into the royal family and are a direct descendant of the royal family, even if you are born with a useless body and cannot cultivate, no one will dare to provoke you. All the heavenly martial artists will have to bow down to you and kneel down to pay their respects. If you come from humble beginnings, even if you have extraordinary talent and are one in a million, before you grow up, everyone will want to step on you, kill you, seize your opportunities, squeeze every bit of value out of you, and take a share of the spoils. The law of the jungle, where the strong prey on the weak, is an eternal truth. Although Su Qishan was certain that behind Zhou Yun was a peerless expert, and that expert had even bestowed upon him a precious method of divine form cultivation. However, as long as that powerful figure doesn't show himself, we can pretend he doesn't exist. Moreover, in a battle between equals, Zhou Yun suffered a crushing defeat and died. Even if a powerful figure wanted to step forward, they couldn't compete with the Su family. Luo Yunji is different. Everyone knows that his father is Luo Zhanao. Luo Yunji lost his dantian in a battle against someone of the same level, which can be attributed to his inferior skill. He accepted his defeat willingly. However, if the Su family just stands by and watches him get beaten to death without doing anything to stop it, he will inevitably be punished and held accountable by Luo Zhanao in the future. Although the Su family is not afraid of him. However, no one wants to gain a powerful enemy out of nowhere. Su Qishan waved his hand, and the arena beneath Zhou Yun's feet glowed faintly as it was retracted. He flew out of the arena and returned to his seat. With a serene smile, Su Linglong personally placed 2 pills that restored star energy into Zhou Yun's mouth. Luo Yunji, on the other hand, was caught by the 8th son of the Su family. They put a few pills into his mouth to stabilize his qi and blood and help him recover from his injuries. As for the damaged dantian, although the Su family also possessed spiritual herbs for repairing the dantian, such herbs were extremely precious, and even the elders of the faction close to the Luo family would not allow them to be used by him. Anyway, the Luo family is large and powerful. With his father Luo Zhanao's wealth, repairing the injury to his dantian would be a piece of cake. Regarding the marriage between Zhou Yun and Su Linglong, I have no objections for now. But Su Qishan changed the subject abruptly, saying but, as if there was still a twist to the story. For a moment, both Zhou Yun and Su Linglong looked at him with serious expressions. I want to see what this old fox is up to. Although you defeated your competitor. But you haven't gotten past the Su family yet. A playful smile appeared on Su Qishan's face. Su Linglong frowned deeply. Grandpa, didn't you say you had no objections? How come one of the Su family's hurdles has suddenly appeared? Her mind was filled with doubts. It wasn't unheard of for legitimate daughters to marry outside the family before, but she had never heard of any special tests being conducted. They all displayed considerable talent, and with Su Qishan's approval, the marriage was practically a done deal. At this moment, a hint of reminiscence appeared in Su Qishan's eyes, but he quickly came back to his senses. Our Su family has a demon-suppressing tower. As long as you, Zhou Yun, can pass the 3 trials, you will be able to marry Su Linglong. I mean what I say. The demon-suppressing tower is a sealed structure used to suppress demons. Even many of the Su family martial artists were unaware that they possessed such a pagoda in their home. Each demon-suppressing tower is connected to a spatial node in the demon realm. Venturing into the demon suppression tower can yield many benefits. Of course, there are also dangers within the demon suppression tower. Those who lack the strength to enter rashly will only meet their demise. Demon suppression tower. Patriarch, father. You want Zhou Yun to challenge the demon suppression tower? I disagree. Su Linglong's father immediately stepped forward, solemnly stating his position that he would refuse on Zhou Yun's behalf. Are you kidding me? He had also ventured into the demon suppression tower back then. At that time, he had broken through to the level of a spirit warrior at a young age, and was at the age of arrogance, looking down on everyone as if he were fearless. Then, he was slapped by Su Qishan and sent to the demon suppression tower for training. But they couldn't even get past the first level. Only he knows how dangerous it was. If Zhou Yun wants to marry Su Linglong, he needs to pass the 3rd level. Isn't this sending him to his death? It's not just Zhou Yun. Linglong wants to go too. Su Qishan continued. If I'm not mistaken, Linglong, you must have awakened a special physique, right? Su Linglong nodded gently. I gained some fortuitous opportunities and awakened the Ice Emperor's saint body. His words immediately caused a huge uproar. The Ice Emperor's holy body? The holy body? Wow, Linglong's talent has gotten even stronger. Once she grows up and her physique is fully developed, she can protect my Su family for 1,000 years. Su Qishan nodded, with an expression that suggested he already knew. His combat power has increased significantly, far surpassing those of others of the same level. Training in the demon suppression tower will only bring you benefits, not harm. Su Qishan said earnestly. His meaning was quite clear. The trials and tribulations of the demon suppression tower are both tests and rewards. It all depends on what Zhou Yun chooses. In an instant, everyone's eyes were on Zhou Yun and Su Linglong. Zhou Yun looked up and met Su Qishan's gaze. When will the demon suppression tower be able to open? Chapter 106, A Nourishing and Relaxing Soup for Pregnancy, Frosty Wheels and Folded Mirrors. At the latest, by noon tomorrow. After receiving Su Qishan's affirmative reply, Zhou Yun and Su Linglong left the main hall. After all, their wedding was just a side event in this meeting. They still had many other things to do. The details of the subsequent meetings were a secret to many, but for Zhou Yun, he had absolutely no interest in them. Spring flowers fall, and willows provide shade. There seems to be a special magic array engraved on the mountain belonging to the Su family. Even though it's late autumn outside, it's always warm and pleasant here, like springtime. Zhou Yun followed Su Linglong into her boudoir. There was no other way, so the 8th son of the Su family, who was in charge of receiving Zhou Yun, took Luo Yunji away to recuperate. Zhou Yun didn't know where the room the Su family had arranged for him was. They could only follow Su Linglong and go to his boudoir for a short rest. Linglong, I have a gift for you. Zhou Yun suddenly spoke and took Su Linglong's hand. What? Then, under Su Linglong's curious gaze, Zhou Yun flipped his hand and took out a small bowl from the chest jar space. The bowl is filled with silvery soup, with pieces of fruit floating in it, like stars drifting and echoing in the universe. What's this? Su Linglong frowned slightly, her face full of curiosity. A bowl of nourishing soup to soothe the fetus and calm the mind. Zhou Yun chuckled softly and spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Su Linglong blushed instantly. And, a pregnancy-supporting and nourishing soup? I don't need to drink this. She turned away shyly, leaving Zhou Yun with a graceful silhouette. Zhou Yun moved to stand in front of her and gently took her hand. Do you remember when we were on the secret realm island? In the land of fire spirits? You gagged and said you had an upset stomach. Hee hee, how could a heavenly martial artist like you possibly get an upset stomach? I've read a lot of books, you can't fool me. That's clearly morning sickness. Zhou Yun once again placed the bowl of nourishing soup for the pregnant woman in front of her. What's there to be shy about with me? We're not outsiders. This nourishing and calming soup for pregnancy was made at great expense. To tell you the truth, the main ingredient in this soup is an extremely precious 6th-tier fruit. It will be very beneficial for both you and the baby. Upon hearing Zhou Yun's words, Su Linglong's face immediately showed a look of shock. The fruit of a 6th-tier spiritual herb. Even though she was the apple of the Su family's eye, she had never heard of a 6th-order fruit. Even Su Qishan, the patriarch of the Su family and her grandfather, only took 4th-grade spiritual medicine when he broke through his cultivation realm. Where did Zhou Yun get the 6th-grade spiritual medicine? Could it be that the teacher he mentioned bestowed it upon him? For a moment, Su Linglong was filled with emotion. She never doubted the truthfulness of Zhou Yun's words. Because she knew that Zhou Yun would never lie to her. This soup is so precious. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly, and her cool fingers pressed against the rim of the bowl, gently pushing it towards Zhou Yun as if to refuse. Drink it! Zhou Yun's voice became heavier, carrying a hint of unquestionable authority. This was prepared especially for you. I have already consumed the same 6th-tier spiritual fruit, so consuming it again will have no effect. She looked up into Zhou Yun's eyes. Hearing Zhou Yun's reply, he finally felt relieved. Many elixirs do indeed have this characteristic, one can only take one in a lifetime, and taking a second one will have no effect. However, she didn't know that this nourishing soup for pregnancy, made primarily with silver moonfruit, was created by the system and therefore had no limit on the number of times it could be taken. No matter how many times she took it, she would gain something new each time. However, Zhou Yun's words clearly reassured her a lot. She gently picked up the small bowl in front of her, scooped up a small spoonful, and put it into her cherry-like mouth. Instantly, the warm and sweet soup entered her mouth, transforming into pure and clear star energy that flowed through her body. It split into 2 streams. One stream resonated throughout her body, nourishing her mind and spirit, enhancing Su Linglong's innate talent, and elevating her cultivation level. The other stream flows through the meridians into her uterus, then through the umbilical cord into the baby's body, further enhancing its innate potential. Sip by sip, Su Linglong quickly finished the small bowl of soup. The sweet taste left her wanting more. Just then, she felt her consciousness waver for a moment, and instantly entered a strange space. The legacy of the silver moon fruit. Zhou Yun narrowed his eyes slightly, as he kept a close eye on Su Linglong's condition. He had consumed silver moon fruit 3 times after it had been enhanced by the system. 2 innate secret techniques and 1 extraordinary phenomenon were awakened in total. Crescent moon / clear moonlight condenses the night, and bright moon rising over the sea. Zhou Yun was filled with anticipation, wondering what kind of innate secret technique Su Linglong would awaken. Time slipped away quietly, bit by bit, and I don't know how much time had passed. Zhou Yun noticed that her eyelashes trembled slightly twice. She immediately realized that she was about to wake up. Sure enough, a dozen seconds later, she opened her bright eyes again. Call! Su Linglong exhaled a breath of stale air, her face filled with shock. As expected of a soup made primarily with 6th-grade spiritual herbs, it is truly extraordinary. After she had fully refined the effects of the medicine, she felt her spiritual power surge. I thought that was all the benefits of this soup. Unexpectedly, there was something even more surprising and shocking to her. After fully refining the medicinal power, one can even enter a strange space, receive inheritance, and awaken a powerful secret technique. She saw Zhou Yun looking at her with a curious expression. Su Linglong immediately realized that Zhou Yun wanted to know what the secret technique she had awakened was. After all, he had consumed the same spiritual fruit and must have entered that strange space as well. She thought for a moment, carefully crafted her words, and then spoke slowly. I have awakened a secret innate technique called frost wheel mirror refraction. Su Linglong gently flicked her wrist, and the next second a crescent-shaped folding mirror blade appeared beside her. The flying blade hovered and moved, slowly rotating around her. Every time I fight an enemy and launch an attack, I summon a folding mirror blade to attack the enemy at the same time as me. If the mirror flying blade is not broken, it will never disappear. One flying blade will appear with each attack. By striking fast, unleashing 100 moves in quick succession, I can summon hundreds of folding mirror blades that will simultaneously follow my attack rhythm and slash at the enemy's head. Of course, after disengaging from combat, the folding mirror will slowly disappear after a period of time. Su Linglong introduced her secret technique in a light and cheerful tone. Her fingertips held the frost wheel mirror she had just summoned, the flying blade swaying gently, flashing with a cold, icy light. Su Linglong's eyes were filled with joy, as if she had acquired a toy she loved. She was clearly very satisfied with this secret technique. Zhou Yun nodded. Frost wheel mirror? Flying blade attack? I know this very well. Was there more than one character like this in the League of Legends game before the time travel? Aphelios, no Evans. The damage from stacked flywheels is absolutely insane. Su Linglong's frost wheel mirror and that skill are not only similar in name, but also in effect. It must be said that the world is a vast and wondrous place. Su Linglong awakened this secret technique, and her combat power reached a new level. Your husband gave you a gift. Do you have anything to give your husband? Zhou Yun rested his elbows on the table, propped his cheeks up, looked at Su Linglong, and asked softly. What? At first, Su Linglong was a little confused, but when she met Zhou Yun's gaze, her cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. Rogue. I am your teacher. Don't move. We need the teacher. Chapter 107, Achievement Point Settlement, reaching the 4,000 mark. To Zhou Yun's disappointment, his attempt still failed. Su Linglong offered a kiss, but righteously rejected his suggestion of making advances during the day, slapping away his groping hand that was trying to climb to the top. When evening came, he thought he could enjoy the feeling of being embraced by a warm and fragrant woman and witness the magnificent scenery. But unexpectedly, that damned eighth son of the Su family actually came back. He approached Zhou Yun and took him directly to a quiet reception room on the other side of the Su family's territory, a vast distance from Su Linglong's boudoir. This left him feeling quite helpless. The Su family is so stingy. Is this really necessary? Like guarding against thieves. Seeing Zhou Yun's discomfitured expression, Su Linglong covered her mouth and chuckled softly, then slowly closed the door to her boudoir. Well. Zhou Yun lay on the bed in the quiet room. The window next to him was ajar. Outside, the starlight was hazy and the moonlight was cool as water. The moonlight shone in through the crack in the window, creating a unique kind of beauty. He had no intention of going to sleep. He simply lay on his side in bed, admiring the night view outside the window while waiting for midnight to arrive. The moon hung in the sky, and the clock struck midnight. The system notification sounded in his ear right on time. Today's achievement points are being calculated, please wait. Immediately, he immersed his divine sense into the system space to check the settlement report. Jiangqing is vast, and the Su family is at its peak. You, along with Su Linglong's family, have arrived in another city and entered the ancestral territory of the Su family, a martial arts clan. However, you did not grovel because of the Su family's power. Instead, you remained composed and dignified, maintaining proper etiquette and grace. Achievement points plus 150. Really? You still have to cause trouble to get achievement points. His eyes lit up. He had been in seclusion for the past few days, practicing meditation. The daily achievement points are pitifully few, and apart from the achievement points provided by cultivation level, there are basically no special events triggered. And now, the first achievement point detail alone has directly earned him 150 points. Suppressing his excitement, Zhou Yun turned his gaze and continued looking down. Luo Yunji? What kind of Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to jump out and steal your woman? If it were me, I'd slap him to death. Luo Yunji beat you to the punch by taking his prepared dowry, trying to climb over you to the top. But you calmly and confidently took out a pre-prepared gift. What's inside? So hard to guess. Achievement points plus 100. You took out the gift, a piece of understated luxury made of green jade. Its contents shocked Su Linglong, the eighth son of the Su family, and everyone present. After your actions, you felt a secret sense of satisfaction. Achievement points plus 200. You entered the Su family's meeting room, attracting much attention. However, since the Su family head, Su Qishan, didn't say anything, no one else had the right to. Your composed demeanor won the admiration of many. Achievement points plus 100. Enraged? Seeing you and Su Linglong whispering sweet nothings and being all lovey-dovey, Luo Yunji, in a fit of rage, challenges you to a duel to the death in the ring. You're overjoyed. Another chance to shine in front of everyone. This time, you must seize the opportunity and make a grand entrance. Achievement points plus 150. Zhou Yun's lips twitched slightly, somewhat speechless. System, you can't stop interpreting other people's inner thoughts like that. I didn't mean it that way at all, okay? Joe, absolutely hate pretentious people. The system did not respond, but silently displayed the subsequent details. You calmly stepped into the arena. Facing Luo Yunji's fierce attacks, you stood still, like a pine tree, unmoved as a mountain. You put on quite a show, achievement points plus 100. With a single strike, the Azure Dragon Claw crippled the enemy's cultivation, displaying unparalleled invincibility. Your performance earned the admiration of everyone present. Achievement points plus 800. Crippling him will add 5 or 800 points? Then killing him would easily earn you over 1,000? A hint of excitement flashed in Zhou Yun's eyes. Although Su Qishan prevented him from being killed during the day, given Luo Yunji's personality, he will definitely find a way to get revenge on Zhou Yun in the future. Then we can kill him, with a clear reason and evidence. Anyway, the achievement points are on your head, they won't run away. I'll let you live a few more days. Zhou Yun expressed no concern about this, saying he would just treat it as a backup hidden energy source. Even if Luo Yunji doesn't take the initiative, once he achieves a certain level of success, he can take the initiative to attack him. Scented. So fragrant. It's the scent of a goddess. A faint fragrance lingers in Su Linglong's boudoir, intoxicating you. Your behavior shames this system. Achievement points 1. Not a buddy? Are you kidding me? How can there be negative values? This was the first time a negative number had appeared, and the blankness and astonishment on Zhou Yun's face were no less than the shock he felt when he first awakened the system. Fortunately, it only deducted a few achievement points, so Zhou Yun didn't bother arguing with this damn system. You gave Su Linglong a bowl of nourishing soup to help with pregnancy, and she was very touched. Although she refused your suggestion of a naked, intimate one-on-one encounter, she still gave you a sweet kiss. Not bad. Achievement points plus 300. Scanning the host's current level in Cultivation Realm, current cultivation level is 3-star Spirit Warrior, gaining 300 achievement points. Previously, I had 1840 achievement points remaining. Final results, current remaining achievement points, 4,039. More than 4,000. Zhou Yun smiled, looking at the remaining achievement points in his wallet, feeling a great sense of accomplishment. The enhancement attributes that have been refreshed in the past few days are generally mediocre and not anything special, so I haven't spent any money on them. With all that accumulated, plus the more than 2,000 achievement points I gained today, I've now broken through the 4,000 mark. Although, unlike the day I ventured into the Dragon Palace on the Secret Realm Island, I didn't gain more than 7,000 achievement points in one go. However, compared to the meager earnings he usually made of only a few hundred achievement points, he was already quite satisfied. Really? We still need to stir things up. For ordinary people, the best course of action is to acquire resources, cultivate diligently, and steadily improve their cultivation level. However, with a system at my disposal, lying low and slowly cultivating isn't suitable for me. Only by causing trouble can I gain more achievement points to exchange for and enhance more good things. Zhou Yun turned his gaze to another interface of the system. Strengthen. Swish, swish, swish. 3 cards appeared, each engraved with a magical item. The sneakers on your feet. A bowl of earth fire elixir. Your heart. Chapter 108, The Drum of Liberation. What is this thing? Zhou Yun frowned slightly in doubt, his expression freezing. The previous enhancements, whether good or bad, superior or inferior, were at least understandable. However, the names of these 3 enhancements left him a little confused. My sneakers? A bowl of earth fire elixir? My heart? The earth fire spirit liquid is understandable, strengthening it should enhance its spiritual medicinal power. But what upgrades can I get to the shoes? Where's my heart? Why are you strengthening my heart? To add me to a glorious evolution? To make me cosplay as Victor? Zhou Yun muttered to himself, silently complaining for a while. However, despite the complaints, the system is generally quite reliable. After finishing his rant, he still decisively opened the enhancement page. Sneakers. Review, a very ordinary pair of sneakers, like something you'd find at a street stall? Wearing them like straw sandals, you'd feel like you're flying? Enhancement Direction 1, during my travels across the heavens, I encountered a skilled blacksmith and learned a new enhancement method from him. This allows you to add rune imprints to your shoes, weakening the duration of the weakness control effect. Required achievement points 500. Enhancement direction 2. Shoes are shoes, why all the fancy stuff? Shoes are for running fast. I will inscribe the speed enhancement service upon you, doubling your movement speed. Required achievement points 500. One is to enhance resilience, and the other is to enhance speed. The prices are the same, it's just a matter of which one to choose. After reading the introduction, Zhou Yun made up his mind about his choice without much hesitation. While improved resilience is good, for me, increasing speed is obviously more cost-effective. Both the Heavenly Demon Body and the Dragon Transformation Secret Technique greatly enhanced his physical strength, making ordinary attacks barely scratch him. Just like today, when Luo Yunji swung his dagger at his neck, not even a bloodstain or white mark was left. It was as if he had stabbed into refined gold. His physical strength is already sufficient, he doesn't need the shoes to provide any additional boosts for the time being. On the contrary, in terms of speed, his speed is among the top in martial artists of the same level. However, Zhou Yun was facing enemies who were far stronger than him. Compared to these powerful foes, his speed was not an advantage, but rather a major weakness. Choosing the second enhancement path, which doubles his movement speed, would be a qualitative leap in his combat power. After temporarily deciding on the options, Zhou Yun looked at the second enhancement item. Earth Fire Elixir. This batch of Earth Fire Elixir has a dosage limit. It's labeled as 1 bowl. I wonder how much 1 bowl means in the system's definition. However, based on his previous experience in strengthening the Silver Moonfruit, if he has enough Earthfire Elixir and achievement points, he can choose 2 enhancement paths at the same time, and he can enhance both types of items. Zhou Yun clicked on the enhancement content. I want to analyze its value and see if it's necessary to select all of them. Earthfire Elixir. Review: although it's only a second-tier spirit liquid, the taste is good, a little sweet. Enhancement Direction 1: Boiling. Ignite the Earthfire Spirit liquid to enhance its fire attribute power, bringing it to a complete boil. Consuming the boiled Earthfire Spirit liquid may cause you considerable pain, bringing an intense burning sensation. However, the benefits are also immense. Required achievement points 1000. Enhancement Direction 2: Freeze. Earthfire Elixir is a liquid. Why would you want to mix it with fire, something completely unrelated to liquid? I'm going to freeze you completely, turning you into ice crystals. Consuming the frozen, ice crystal version of Earthfire Elixir is quite unusual. The feeling of drinking ice shards is incredibly painful, but the benefits are also immense. Required achievement points 1000. Oh. It's quite expensive. One enhancement costs 1000? If I want both, it'll cost a full 2000 achievement points. Moreover, Zhou Yun hadn't quite figured out the effects of these 2 types of Earthfire Spirit liquid after enhancement. The dog system choosing to be the riddle maker is really inhuman. Let's put it on hold for now. Let's see how much this last system update enhances my heart. Heart. Review: a very ordinary human heart, but young enough to pump plenty of fresh blood. Enhancement Direction 1: Agility. Come and catch me. If you can catch me, I'll let you, hee hee hee. The heart is a very important organ, but your heart will not be fixed in the chest cavity. When stabbed, you can lift it to your throat, put it in your stomach, or even temporarily hide it in the soles of your feet. Required achievement points 1000. Zhou Yun, M. He was speechless, unsure where to begin his rant. It felt like a million alpacas were galloping through my mind. System, are you fucking kidding me? Another 1000 achievement points? Is it worth the price? This enhancement seems fun, but it doesn't actually provide any combat power boost, right? Forcing himself to suppress the restlessness in his heart, Zhou Yun looked at another enhancement path. Enhancement Path 2, the Drum of Liberation, a special product from some other world. Infusing it into your heart will evolve your physique and unlock a certain ability. Required achievement points 1000. This one is not bad, worth the price. Zhou Yun nodded, though he didn't know what abilities he would unlock as a result. However, at least the reinforcement route is much more reliable. Moreover, regardless of the ability, it should all be able to influence combat power and provide him with a significant boost. Then, it's decided. Zhou Yun tapped his fingertips lightly twice on the bed. For the sneakers, choose option 2, Enhance Speed Attribute. I want both the first and second methods of strengthening the Earthfire Spirit liquid. For the heart enhancement option, I choose enhancement level 2. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint light flashed. 3,500 achievement points were instantly deducted from my account. There are currently 539 points remaining. After a faint glimmer of light flashed by, Zhou Yun wanted to get out of bed to check the enhanced shoes and see exactly what the differences were. However, at that moment, he felt a sudden sharp pain in his heart, as if a giant hand was gripping his heart and tearing it apart. Hiss. Ah. It hurts. Instantly, Zhou Yun's face turned pale, and sweat beaded on his forehead. This was the first time he had ever experienced such intense pain. This is 100 times more painful than when I was struck in both arms by lightning during my previous battle with Jian Yangmu. Chapter 109, Evolution Again, Su Qishan personally protects him. Thump. Thump. Knock knock. Thump thump thump. Zhou Yun's heart was pounding violently, making muffled, thunderous sounds. The sound grew louder and louder, as if someone were beating a drum. At first, the sound only echoed in his chest, but later it could be heard throughout the entire room. Then, on this mountain in the Su family's territory, almost everyone could hear the thunderous, heart-pounding sound. Damn it! Who is it? What time is it? Why aren't you asleep yet? Disturbing the peace in the middle of the night? Who's banging drums here? Dude! Don't you want to check the time? Why are you drumming during the day? It's really disturbing my sleep. In an instant, lights lit up one after another throughout the Su family home, and everyone was awakened by the increasingly loud drumming. No one doubted that it was the sound of a heartbeat. After all, no one would believe that someone's heartbeat could be so erratic and violent. At first, they thought the muffled, thunderous sound of the drum would soon subside. Therefore, most people just complained without taking any action. But to everyone's surprise, the sound lasted for more than half an hour and showed no signs of abating. On the contrary, it became increasingly louder. So, the Su family members, who had long been impatient, went out and spontaneously gathered together, walking along the mountain path in the direction from which the sound came. The eighth son of the Su family looked increasingly grim. A lot of annoying things happened today, and I was in a bad mood to begin with. It was a struggle to fall asleep. Unexpectedly, I was awakened by the sudden sound of drumming. He was burning with anger and muttered to himself, "No matter which junior is beating the drum in the middle of the night, he must teach him a lesson and throw him into the cliff of repentance to reflect on his actions for half a year." However, as he got closer to the direction from which the sound came, he felt the route was becoming increasingly familiar. Damn it, isn't this the direction where Zhou Yun lives? He clearly remembered that it was he who personally brought Zhou Yun to this quiet room in the evening. What is this kid up to? The veins on Lao Ba's forehead were throbbing wildly. He realized that as long as he got involved with Zhou Yun, he would be extremely unlucky. If it really was Zhou Yun beating the drums, he wouldn't have gone all out to throw him into the cliff of contemplation. After all, Su Qishan now thinks highly of that kid. Perhaps his father will only give him a minor punishment and let it go easily. Lao Ba's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and he was in an extremely bad mood. However, he still chose to continue walking towards the quiet room where Zhou Yun lived. Regardless of the punishment that follows. At least for now, we can't let this little thief keep beating the drum. In the middle of the night, he disturbed the entire Su family's peace. Lost in thought, Lao Ba found himself unknowingly standing at the door of Zhou Yun's room. Sure enough, the loudest sound came from Zhou Yun's room. Immediately, he was about to push the door open and go inside. It was as if a large hand had patted him on the shoulder. Do not move. Instantly, the eighth son of the Su family froze. Father? Yes, he recognized the voice that had just spoken. It was Su Qishan. Su Qishan reached out and stopped him from pushing the door open. Don't go in, don't disturb him, this is a critical moment. Su Qishan's gaze was deep, as if the stars in the sea were floating and disappearing in the depths of his eyes. His divine sense was extremely powerful when fully extended, it could almost cover half of Jiangchang. The entire Su family territory was under his divine sense monitoring. Therefore, he noticed something was amiss the moment the drumming sound rang out. That's the sound of a heartbeat. For a fleeting moment, a look of horror crossed his face. What a powerful creature it must be to have such a violent heartbeat, like a pounding drum or a muffled thunder. At that moment, he even suspected that the demon-suppressing tower he controlled had shattered, and that some peerless demons had emerged from the cracks in the demon realm. However, after checking repeatedly, he found that the demon suppression tower remained unchanged, without any damage. This thunderous heartbeat had nothing to do with the demons on the other side of the demon suppressing tower. Then, Su Qishan went directly to the source of the sound. That is, they discovered Zhou Yun's painful struggle. Su Qishan was utterly shocked. He had never imagined that it was Zhou Yun's heartbeat. His body can withstand such a violent heartbeat. How powerful must his vital energy be? Although Zhou Yun looked to be in great pain, he did not intend to interrupt. With his keen eyesight, he could naturally tell that Zhou Yun was undergoing a physical evolution. He didn't know how long this evolution would take, nor what prerequisites were required. Therefore, the houses in this area were not sealed off. After all, once sealed and isolated, the sound will no longer be transmitted outwards. However, the star energy in the room will also decrease drastically. He feared that a decrease in star energy levels would affect Zhou Yun's evolutionary process. After all, once Zhou Yun produced the scroll containing the divine form inheritance, he had already preliminarily accepted Zhou Yun as his grandson-in-law. Zhou Yun becoming stronger is definitely not a bad thing for the Su family. Therefore, he stood directly outside the door, choosing to take on the role of protector, stopping the ignorant juniors and preventing Zhou Yun from being rashly disturbed and interrupting his evolution. Lao Ba was the first person he stopped. Let everyone else go back to sleep. From this moment forward, no one is allowed to approach this place. Furthermore, no one, regardless of who they are, is allowed to spread the news of tonight's events. Su Qishan spoke coldly, giving orders to the eighth son of the Su family. Lao Ba couldn't help but shiver. He always prided himself on being a smart person, and although he sometimes liked to be greedy, his IQ was indeed quite high. Su Qishan's few words instantly made him realize that Zhou Yun must be the son-in-law of the Su family, no doubt about it. Immediately, he nodded in agreement. Go back along the opposite path to prevent others from going deeper into this place. He then relayed the gag order that Su Qishan had requested to every member of the clan. At this time, Zhou Yun felt that his body was completely out of his control. He even had the illusion that his body was being shattered by the violent, thunderous heartbeat. The drum of liberation. Liberate the shackles within me, and elevate the power of my bloodline and physical body to a new level. Although the physical pain was extremely intense, the blood pumped from my heart felt as hot as magma as it flowed through my body, causing a burning and stinging sensation. However, he could indeed feel his power growing rapidly. Previously, he could only hold his own against some slightly weaker heavenly warriors. But now, he felt that the boiling power within him was enough to kill a heavenly martial artist with a single punch. Chapter 110, Let's Get Ready. Not a buddy? Are you kidding me? After the enhanced heart was embedded in the drum of liberation, it caused him immense pain. It felt as if his entire body had been thrown into a giant millstone, where every piece of flesh, every bone, and every internal organ was repeatedly crushed into dust before being reassembled. After such intense pain, his consciousness returned, and he regained control of his body, wanting to feel the power he had gained and experience the immense strength of killing a heavenly warrior with a single punch. Unexpectedly, when Zhou Yun looked inward, he was shocked to find that his power had returned to its previous state, no different from before his heart was strengthened. It's as if all that intense pain he endured was for nothing. System. Come out here. You fucking give me an explanation. Zhou Yun was getting a little frantic. I suffered pain, lost achievement points, but my strength didn't increase at all. Where can I find justice? The system doesn't even have a proper customer service representative, and there are practically no complaint channels. A dark purple cover appeared around his heart, tightly enveloping his crimson heart. Zhou Yun could clearly feel that there was a tremendous power accumulating in his heart. However, due to this purple cover, the power was completely sealed off. Only by completely breaking through this veil can one truly awaken and control this power. Well. So, this damn system just dangled a carrot in front of me, and it won't be able to deliver on that promise anytime soon. He shook his head, looking utterly helpless. Just now, he activated his divine sense, carrying a vast amount of blood and energy and starlight energy, and launched multiple attacks on the shield on his heart. However, each time it was easily blocked, and it was completely unable to break through its defenses. Clearly, he won't be able to obtain this power anytime soon. Zhou Yun was unaware that Su Qishan was still outside the door, protecting him. Although the heartbeat that sounded like morning bells and evening drums, or the rumble of thunder, has disappeared. However, to prevent any accidents from happening, Su Qishan remained hidden in the shadows, carefully observing Zhou Yun's condition. Zhou Yun, however, was completely unaware of his existence. After trying everything, Zhou Yun gave up in despair. Forget it, I can't break the seal on this shield now. Let's look at something else. This time, he enhanced 3 items in total. A pair of shoes. 2 bowls of earth fire spirit liquid. And his heart. With his heart strengthened, he stopped having any illusions about it for the time being. He then turned his attention to the remaining 2 enhancement items. Shu. Once daytime arrives, there will be plenty of opportunities to explore and examine it gradually. The heart strengthening process wasted too much time, and it was already close to daylight. He planned to refine a bowl of the enhanced Earth Fire Spirit liquid to quickly improve his combat power. After all, he had already made an appointment with Su Qishan to go to the Demon Suppression Tower for trials today. Entering a new instance, improving one's realm, and increasing one's strength is never a bad thing. Earth Fire Elixir Boiling. Earth Fire Elixir Freeze. He frowned slightly at 2 completely opposite attributes. Earthfire Spirit Liquid boiling. This bowl of Earthfire Spirit Liquid is like a bowl of flowing magma, extremely hot, with flames churning and burning on top. Swallowing and refining it makes one wonder if it will directly burn one's own body into charcoal. Earthfire Elixir Freeze. This bowl of Earthfire Elixir is full of ice shards, shining with an icy blue radiance. It looks very beautiful and has a kind of intoxicating feeling. However, after a light touch, it can give people a terrifying feeling that their soul will be frozen and cracked. Earthfire Spirit Liquid Boiling. I can refine and use it. Combined with the Thunderfire Spear technique, it can greatly enhance my combat power. However, the Earthfire Spirit Liquid Freeze doesn't seem to be that effective for me. He shook his head, intending to give this portion of Earthfire Spirit Liquid to Su Linglong. She awakened to possess the Ice Emperor's holy body, and its phenomenon of freezing everything in 10,000 miles was also a powerful phenomenon of the ice attribute. If she could refine this Earthfire Spirit Liquid and gain some insights from it, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. After thinking about this, Zhou Yun nodded. Then, he temporarily placed the Earthfire Spirit Liquid Freeze into the chest jar space. He then took out another portion of Earthfire Spirit Liquid Boiling. This is? Outside the door, Su Qishan, who was protecting Zhou Yun and keeping a close eye on his movements, narrowed his eyes slightly and showed a look of astonishment on his face. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a bottle of Earthfire Elixir, right? But why is there such a surge of fire attribute power after the Earthfire Spirit Liquid? Su Qishan was completely baffled. With the Su family's wealth and his own broad perspective, what good things hadn't he seen? Not to mention a single serving of Earthfire Spirit Liquid, he had personally witnessed some 5th or even 6th order rare treasures and spiritual objects. But this was truly the first time he had ever seen such a unique Earthfire Spirit Liquid. This little guy has quite a few secrets. He shook his head and sighed softly. He had previously presented a method of cultivating divine form as a gift, which allowed him to successfully enter the Su family. Not long ago, some strange change occurred, causing unrest throughout the entire Su family. Now, they've produced yet another completely different Earthfire Spirit Liquid. I wonder, what other secrets you have up your sleeve, and how many surprises you'll bring me. The next second, something even more shocking happened. Zhou Yun actually picked up the bowl of Earthfire Spirit Liquid right under his nose and drank it all in one gulp. You drank such a concentrated and refined fire attribute power directly? Her eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had wasted the first half of her life. I have never heard of anyone displaying such ferocity. Don't underestimate this small bowl of Earthfire Spirit Liquid. The fire attribute power condensed within it is comparable to that of a boiling, burning active volcano. Let alone a mere spirit warrior, even a heavenly warrior who rashly swallows it will inevitably be burned to ashes. Is this kid trying to kill himself? A ridiculous guess popped into Su Qishan's mind. He quickly shook his head. Suicide attempt? How could that be? No one wants to die. Especially a young martial artist whose strength is rapidly growing. Could it be? Can his physical strength really withstand such terrifying fire attribute power? Just as he was secretly speculating in his heart. A loud bang. Zhou Yun instantly ignited after swallowing a bowl of Earthfire Spirit Liquid. Yes, it ignited in a physical sense. Suddenly, flames burst forth from his body. In an instant, the bed and bedding next to it were all set ablaze. The entire room was engulfed in terrifying flames, with intense heat emanating from it. A scorching wave of flames erupted, transforming into a raging, fiery dragon that hurtled towards Su Qishan. Break! He whispered. The fiery dragon that was about to hit his face instantly exploded and dissipated. Although the flames were terrifying, they were no match for a powerful saint warrior like him. Su Qishan's gaze was like 2 golden beams, tearing through the surrounding flames to look at Zhou Yun deep within the fire. His body was completely engulfed in flames, but unlike ordinary people, he was not instantly burned to charcoal. At this moment, Zhou Yun sat cross-legged in the raging fire, his entire body shimmering with precious light, like crystal. Physical strength is absorbing and refining the energy within these flames. His strength has increased again. Just how many secrets does this little guy hold? Su Qishan's gaze was deep as he murmured to himself. Chapter 111, Wishful Thinking. Su Qishan. Zhou Yun opened his eyes again and was shocked to find himself sitting cross-legged in a pile of ruins. All around were broken walls and ruins, and many exquisite pieces of furniture had been burned to ashes by the flames, leaving only charred remains. Ah, this. He scratched his head, an embarrassed look on his face. I stayed at someone's house for one night and accidentally set it on fire. Such behavior is hardly polite. No way. We need to think of a way to make up a lie to cover this up. The Su family didn't really like him to begin with. He accidentally set the house on fire, and some members of the Su family will inevitably jump out to create obstacles and complications in his marriage to Su Linglong. What reason should I use? Just when he was filled with questions, a faint voice suddenly came from behind. Woke up? It's Su Qishan. Zhou Yun jumped up in surprise. At that moment, he suddenly realized that the fire had not only burned down the Su family's house, but also burned his clothes to ashes. His face flushed instantly. Although Su Qishan was also a man. However, he also lacked the habit of physical intimacy in front of men. Then, with a wave of his hand, he took out a piece of clothing from the chest jar space. With a flash of light, he was already dressed. Since the last naked battle on the fire spirit land of the secret island, he has kept many clothes in the chest jar space to prevent such a situation from happening again. Grandpa Su. Zhou Yun bowed slightly, looking apologetic. No matter who it was, they burned down someone's house and got caught red-handed. Everyone would feel embarrassed. Zhou Yun was the same. This, here. Seeing that Su Qishan was looking at him without speaking, Zhou Yun scratched his head, pondered for a moment, and then whispered. Last night a mouse knocked over a candle, which caused a fire. Su Qishan continued to look at him without saying a word. Zhou Yun had the urge to slap himself. What kind of brain do you have? What kind of reason is that? It's completely unreliable. Let alone whether a mouse knocking over a candle could cause such a large fire. Sujiao lighting uses electric lights, there's no open flame there. Maybe I saw it wrong. There were no rats, so it's probably an old electrical circuit that caused the fire. He overturned his previous statement and gave a more plausible reason. Su Qishan continued to look at him coldly. Keep making this up, I'm listening. Zhou Yun was utterly helpless in the face of this. Fine, it's burned down. It was me who did it. I accidentally burned down your house. Fine, I'll compensate you. He shrugged and boldly admitted it, quite brazenly. A smile appeared on Su Qishan's face. The Su family's boys all acted like mice before a cat when they saw him, none of them daring to be so unruly in front of him. Zhou Yun's performance amused him, making him feel as if he had become much younger. You're worthy. Su Qishan said calmly. He wanted to see what Zhou Yun would come up with to compensate him. Upon hearing Su Qishan's words, Zhou Yun's expression froze instantly. Not a buddy? Are you kidding me? Your Su family is so powerful and wealthy, you own half of Jiangcheng. It's just a house burning down, what's the big deal? If I say I'll compensate you, you'll agree? Where is the grandeur of a large family? Zhou Yun felt somewhat helpless. The compensation was requested by myself. Since the other party agreed, he really has to compensate them. For a moment, he was completely baffled. There are still quite a few good things inside the chest jar space. However, he didn't want to give the Su family anything too good. However, if you bring out something very ordinary, wouldn't the other party look down on you? After a brief period of hesitation, a thought flashed through Zhou Yun's mind. Since the method of cultivating the spirit form has piqued your interest, then I might as well give you another secret technique. Zhou Yun may not have much else, but he has a lot of secret techniques, and they are all of high quality. Immediately, he anchored a power transfer scroll made of green jade from the chest jar space. Using divine thought as a knife, a secret technique was carved into it. Although it is only a fragment, it is not as complete as the divine form cultivation method. However, it would be priceless if taken out, enough to compensate the Su family for their losses. Seeing that Zhou Yun remained silent, Su Qishan was unaware that his divine sense was secretly preparing an apology for him within the chest jar space. He chuckled softly, about to speak. Whether or not there's compensation isn't important, the fact that you have the intention is enough. Before he could finish speaking, then they saw a flash of light in Zhou Yun's hand, and a beam of azure light suddenly appeared. Su Qishan had sharp eyes and immediately realized that it was a power transfer scroll made of green jade. Although the material was ordinary, with the excellent divine form cultivation method before him, he instantly felt that this scroll was also a good thing. There might be some incredible secret techniques passed down inside. Immediately, he swallowed the words he hadn't finished saying. A large hand reached out and took the scroll from Zhou Yun's hand. Is this the apology you prepared? Sigh, why be so formal? It's just a house, I didn't even care. Then, he couldn't wait to press the scroll of inheritance close to his forehead, probe it with his divine sense, and carefully comprehend the techniques or secret arts recorded inside the scroll. Zhou Yun pursed his lips, thinking to himself. You old thief. That's not what you just said. At this moment, Su Qishan's divine sense roamed within the inheritance scroll, comprehending the power of the secret technique. An excited look flashed across his face. It's actually a fragmented Dragon Clan secret technique. Azure Dragon probes with its claw. This is the secret technique that Zhou Yun used before, which crippled Luo Yunji in one blow. His heart was pounding. I never expected Zhou Yun to be so sincere. The fact that such a precious secret technique was offered as compensation made Su Qishan blush slightly. Recalling his previous behavior, he felt somewhat embarrassed. Well, they actually used such extortionate tactics to target an innocent child. Su Qishan. You're getting worse and worse with age, you're becoming more and more of a loser. He shook his head inside, feeling a little ashamed. However, if he were to return this secret technique to Zhou Yun, he would absolutely not agree to that. Are you kidding me? If I give it back, then my house was burned down for nothing. Besides, Zhou Yun is so righteous. If I return other people's gifts, wouldn't that be disrespectful to Zhou Yun and a disgrace to him? As an adult, Su Qishan naturally cares about other people's feelings. To avoid embarrassing Zhou Yun, I'd better keep this gift. Without batting an eye, Su Qishan calmly put the scroll inscribed with the fragment of the Azure Dragon's claw into his storage ring. Then, he looked up at Zhou Yun and gave him a bright smile. Ahem, well. Zhou Yun. On this mountain of our Su family, there are 1,786 houses like this. Take a look and see if there are any you don't like. Just burn them down. After you're done burning it, remember to give me another secret technique like this. Zhou Yun, M. Wishful thinking. Insatiable greed. Chapter 112, The Icy Blue Flame. Zhou Yun naturally and decisively rejected Su Qishan's suggestion. Are you kidding me? I'm not here to do charity. How valuable are these secret techniques of mine? How much is the Su family's house worth? I don't have a penchant for arson, so why would I want to burn down your house for no reason? In the end, I'll still have to pay compensation. Su Qishan smacked his lips, seemingly still wanting more. Forget it, I didn't manage to rip you off. Anyway, there's plenty of time ahead. We can take it slow and divide the land among the wealthy. Su Qishan naturally put himself in the position of a poor person and regarded Zhou Yun as a nouveau riche. I'll go get ready. 2 hours from now, in the council hall where I met yesterday, I will open the demon-suppressing tower. You can wander around for a while, in the meantime. Then, he transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from Zhou Yun's sight. Zhou Yun pursed his lips, just browsing around? Where can I go shopping? Of course, we're going to find Little Linglong inside Su Linglong's boudoir. You mean you went into seclusion last night and burned the house down? That drumming sound that lasted all night, was that your doing too? Su Linglong looked at him with some surprise. How come she never noticed before that Zhou Yun was so good at causing trouble? Zhou Yun scratched his head. That's right, I did it. He was also somewhat helpless. In the past, when I cultivated and received system enhancements, it was always quiet and silent. Who would have thought that this would cause such a big commotion? He even alarmed the entire Su family, causing chaos and disorder all night. Never mind, let's not talk about this anymore. I have a gift for you. After Zhou Yun mentioned the word gift, Su Linglong's face flushed slightly. She still remembered the gift Zhou Yun gave her yesterday, that bowl of calming and nourishing soup for the fetus. She did indeed benefit greatly from it, her divine power increased significantly, and she even awakened a powerful secret technique frost wheel mirror. Only Jo Yun's gift wasn't so easy to get. This guy wants a return gift. Thinking of this, Su Linglong blushed slightly, her cheeks flushed, making her look quite beautiful. This isn't right. During the daytime won't work. Jo Yun was stunned for a moment, clearly not understanding what she meant. What, is daytime okay? Cultivation is possible anytime, day or night? Then, he took out a small bowl covered in frost from the chest jar space. This contains a special earth fire spirit liquid. After you refine it, you should be able to gain considerable benefits. Looking at the bowl of earth fire spirit liquid in Jo Yun's hand, covered in frost and floating with ice shards, Su Linglong felt an instant surge of desire to devour and refine it. Her intuition told her that she would reap enormous benefits after refining this portion of earth fire spirit liquid. His heart trembled slightly, and the very essence of the Ice Emperor's holy body was emanating an excited emotion. Su Linglong couldn't help but swallow hard. This earth fire elixir can indeed bring me great benefits. It must be extremely precious. Are you sure you want to give it to me? Her voice trembled slightly. She hadn't done anything for Jo Yun, yet she had twice received huge benefits from him. This made her feel a little embarrassed. What's the big deal? What's our relationship? Do we need to distinguish between yours and mine? Refine it quickly. He handed the earth fire spirit liquid to Su Linglong. I want to see what kind of power Su Linglong will awaken after refining it. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that when he refined the earth fire spirit liquid boiling, that morning, he had caused a huge commotion, burning the entire house to the ground. Now, Su Linglong's refining of earth fire spirit liquid freeze should have a similar effect to his. The entire house will likely be completely destroyed by the sudden burst of icy energy. Immediately, he was about to speak to stop Su Linglong and tell her to move to another place to refine her essence. Unfortunately, he spoke too late. Su Linglong picked up the small bowl covered in frost and swallowed the earth fire spirit liquid inside, along with the ice crystal fragments floating on top. Instantly, a chill swept out, forming frost on her eyebrows and hair. Moreover, this chill continued to spread in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, Su Linglong's entire body was completely frozen, turning into a huge ice sculpture. Holy crap! Does it work so quickly? Jo Yun was shocked. Seeing the increasingly fierce frost power, he felt a sense of alarm. He could no longer stay here. The frost power emanating from her was too strong. If she stayed here, she would likely be injured by the overflowing frost power. Immediately, he took a step out and leaped towards the door, fleeing away. Fortunately, the enhancement last night gave his shoes an extra speed boost. With each step he took, after images flashed by as he rushed out of Su Linglong's boudoir, his face filled with panic, looking utterly disheveled. What happened? Jo Yun had just stood still and hadn't quite recovered his senses. Then he saw the eighth son of the Su family standing not far from him, asking him with a curious expression. It's nothing, it's just... Before Jo Yun could finish speaking, an extremely sharp and frosty aura shot outwards from Su Linglong's boudoir. At the same time, an ice blue flame suddenly appeared. This flame was silent, but extremely violent. Anything that comes into contact with the icy blue flames will be instantly frozen into ice crystals and burned to ashes, leaving not even a wisp of ash behind. Holy crap! So powerful! Jo Yun exclaimed in surprise, his feet flashing as he continued to retreat. What have you done, you little brat? Su's eighth son stared wide-eyed as he retreated, glaring angrily at Jo Yun. Su Linglong is the little princess of the Su family. Although many people thought of using her as leverage to form marriage alliances with other families and gain benefits. However, no one ever intended to harm her. If Su Linglong were to die, it would be an enormous loss for them. At this moment, a fierce icy storm erupted in her boudoir, accompanied by strange, icy blue flames raging. The terrifying aura even frightened him, a heavenly martial artist. Jo Yun had just escaped from her room. It's hard not to suspect that Jo Yun did something. You brat, explain yourself. What did you do? Where's Linglong? How is Linglong? Is she in her room? The eighth son of the Su family stretched out a huge hand, which covered the sky and enveloped Jo Yun. He was ordered by Su Qishan to come here to find Jo Yun and Su Linglong and inform them that the demon suppression tower had been opened. Prepare them to enter and undergo trials. Unexpectedly, such a change occurred here. This enraged him to the extreme, and he wanted to suppress Jo Yun instantly and get the truth out of him. Chapter 113, Exiling the Eighth Prince to the Borderlands. However, the giant palm print that Lao Ba had just formed had not yet landed on Zhou Yun. The next second, a cold shout came. "Stop!" It's Su Linglong's voice. At the same time, an icy blue flame suddenly appeared, silently and instantly appearing in front of Su's eighth son. The flames were invisible, and the icy blue light only flashed briefly. The enormous palm print that Lao Ba unleashed was instantly erased, leaving no trace of its existence. Even in the very center of the flames, there was a slight sign of distortion in the void, as if the power of this icy blue flames were any stronger, it could burn through the void and pierce through heaven and earth. "Linglong, you're all right?" Although Su Linglong shattered his attack with a single blow, and even nearly caused him serious injury. However, there was no trace of displeasure on his face. Instead, a hint of relief flashed across his face. "Su Linglong is all right. This is the best news." However, Su Linglong did not respond to him. The icy aura around them was gradually intensifying, with icicles swirling and dancing around them, like 10,000 swords returning to their origin, flashing with a sharp, cold light. Clearly, she was still fighting with all her might against the frost power within the earth fire spirit liquid, refining its medicinal properties, and comprehending the latest secret techniques. "Of course Linglong will be fine. How could I possibly harm her?" Zhou Yun shrugged and said slowly. The eighth son of the Su family glanced at him, his eyes still filled with deep hostility. He gave a soft hum, as if he was about to say something. At this moment, Su Qishan appeared silently beside the two of them. "This is Linglong's opportunity, eighth brother, you may step down." Su Qishan witnessed a similar scene this morning. However, what happened to Zhou Yun earlier was a violent burst of flames. Now, what appears on Su Linglong is an incomparably pure power of ice. He would never believe it if there wasn't some connection between the two. So, Su Qishan gave Zhou Yun a deep look. He felt that the mystery surrounding Zhou Yun was getting thicker and thicker, and he couldn't even see through this young man at all. Su Linglong's opportunity was clearly bestowed upon her by Zhou Yun. With such a fine son-in-law, the Su family might even be considered to be marrying above their station. A ridiculous thought suddenly popped into his mind. The Su family was large and powerful. While not as wealthy as a country, they were certainly a very prosperous family. How could he be inferior to this ordinary young man in front of him? However, no matter what reason Su Qishan gave, he could never convince himself. Indeed, Su Linglong marrying Zhou Yun is truly a great honor for the Su family. Whether it was the divine form cultivation method that Zhou Yun initially presented, or the incomplete Azure Dragon Claw manual that he later gave him as an apology, it was all a matter of course. Whether it was the thunderous drumbeats that shook the entire Su family last night, or the raging fire that forged his physical body and the frost that froze Su Linglong today. The rare treasures used in each and every one of these events were not things that the Su family could easily produce. Thinking about this, Su Qishan made a decision in secret. You must personally supervise Zhou Yun and Su Linglong's marriage. No matter which level he has reached in the Demon Suppression Tower, you must preside over the wedding as soon as the two leave the Demon Suppression Tower and make sure they are married. For a terrifying talent like Zhou Yun, the only way to secure his capture is to make the relationship irreversible. Otherwise, if Zhou Yun's secret were to be discovered by other families, I'm afraid, even the Dragon Kingdom's royal family will send princesses and noble women to compete for it. Even those powerful sects and holy lands that are hidden from the world will send their holy maidens to compete with Su Linglong. Su Qishan, being an old fox, has no eyes to hide. The things Zhou Yun revealed in just 2 days almost completely captivated him. His first priority was to firmly bind Zhou Yun to the Su family's cause. At that moment, he suddenly gave the eighth son of the Su family a deep look. Starting yesterday, it seems like he and Zhou Yun aren't getting along. This is a potential problem. We need to find a pretext to transfer Lao Ba away, and preferably never let him come back. At this moment, the eighth son of the Su family was unaware that his father had already sentenced him to death in those few seconds, intending to transfer him away from the core of the Su family and exile him to the remote borderlands. However, Su Qishan would not reveal his thoughts so easily. He coughed lightly and looked at Zhou Yun. The Demon Suppression Tower has been activated. Linglong's seclusion seems to be going on for quite a while. You should go and explore the Demon Suppression Tower first. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun frowned deeply and asked with some curiosity. Wasn't it said that I would enter the Demon Suppression Tower with Linglong for the trial? A retreat for enlightenment only lasts for 2 or 3 hours at most, that shouldn't be a problem, right? Unexpectedly, Su Qishan shook his head. The Demon Suppressing Tower in my hand is merely a medium. Once activated, it opens a spatial node to the demon realm. If it remains open for an extended period, it will be easily discovered by powerful demon realm members, who could then use this opportunity to launch an attack on our human world. Therefore, after you enter the demon realm through the demon suppression tower, I will close the demon suppression tower. After Su Linglong finishes her seclusion, I will reopen the demon suppression tower and send her inside. Su Qishan slowly explained to Zhou Yun. Furthermore, even if the two of you enter the demon suppression tower together, the restrictive power that the ancient sages of the human race constructed on the demon suppression tower will also separate the two of you. Depending on their level of strength, they will be teleported to different demon realms. The demon realm is vast and boundless, much like the human world, both being supreme realms among the heavens. There are countless powerful individuals inside, but there are also quite a few ordinary demon warriors. No matter what level of person one is at, entering it will provide them with valuable experience. However, under normal circumstances, among the same level, human combat power is not outstanding among all the races in the heavens. When encountering demons of similar strength, ordinary human martial artists can't gain any advantage at all. Therefore, among humans, only those exceptional geniuses will choose to travel to the demon realm through the demon suppression tower for trials. The demon suppression tower is a truly unique treasure, capable of briefly constructing stable spatial nodes and then teleporting to the demon realm. Extremely rare. Even the royal family of the Dragon Kingdom is not qualified to possess such a rare treasure. As for where Su Qishan came from, Zhou Yun had no idea. However, Zhou Yun wasn't particularly interested in the origins of the demon suppression tower. He just wanted to see how much his combat power would increase after taking a trip through the demon suppression tower. Chapter 114, Entering the Demon Suppression Tower. The Su family's main council hall. Zhou Yun looked ahead, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Is this the demon suppression tower? That's amazing. In the very center of the council hall, crimson runes flashed, intertwining to form a vast, complex, and mysterious array. At the very center of this formation stands an ancient and mysterious red stone tower. The tower has a very peculiar shape. It is a tilted, upside-down form. The octagonal tower base is located at the top, with 8 doors in 8 directions. Inside each tower is a terrifying demon warrior who looks like a fierce god, exuding an aura that makes people tremble with fear. The tower pierced deep into the array, intertwined with mysterious runes, seemingly extending all the way into the void. This is the demon suppressing tower. It is also the most core secret of my Su family, and even many direct descendants of the Su family are unaware of its existence. Su Qishan stood beside Zhou Yun, his gaze fixed on the red stone pagoda in the distance, his eyes filled with reminiscence and longing. Upon hearing Su Qishan's words, Zhou Yun raised an eyebrow slightly, feeling quite surprised. He never expected that the demon suppression tower was so mysterious within the Su family. Therefore, there must be many secrets involved. He suddenly felt a surge of curiosity and wanted to enter the tower to explore and see what opportunities he could obtain within its walls. Alright, you can go in now. Just as Zhou Yun was deep in thought, Su Qishan suddenly spoke. At the same time, on the base of the top floor of the demon suppression tower, the octagonal tower body swayed slightly, and a tower door suddenly burst open. The powerful demon at the tower gate flashed a bloodthirsty light in his eyes, and a sharp killing intent emanated from him as if it were a tangible thing. Break! Su Qishan gave a soft shout. The murderous intent vanished in an instant. From the tower gate, a crimson light flowed out, like a river of blood surging endlessly, instantly pouring down on Zhou Yun. He didn't even have time to react. They were swept up by the river of blood and rushed into the demon suppression tower. This is the method of transmission. That's really special. He frowned deeply, a strong smell of blood filling his nostrils. It was as if they had just experienced an endless massacre. Zhou Yun felt dizzy, as if he had been knocked unconscious by the stench of blood. He didn't even notice how he was teleported into the stone tower. When they regained consciousness, they had already arrived in a strange land. When he felt solid ground beneath his feet, he suddenly realized that he had entered the demon realm. A red stone tower, no more than a finger's length in size, hung from his waist. It was clearly a miniature version of the demon suppressing tower. Looking at this miniature demon suppression tower, Zhou Yun recalled Su Qishan's earlier instructions. Remember, the trip to the demon suppression tower is for you to gain experience, not to throw your life away. If you encounter an opponent that is difficult to resist, or if there is another crisis that is difficult to withstand, there is only the possibility of threatening your own life. I immediately used my divine sense to connect with the stone tower at my waist. The demon suppression tower will instantly envelop and protect you, teleporting you back. Zhou Yun felt greatly relieved. Since we can go back anytime, then there's nothing to hold back, let's go crazy and fight. His lips curled up, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. No one knew that he harbored a warlike and fanatical side. However, due to various reasons, he sometimes concealed his true abilities and dared not unleash his full power. Now, it's not just that I'm unfamiliar with this place. It could even be a completely different world or another dimension. Then he can truly unleash his full power. The surrounding wind howled and surged, blowing the stray hairs on his forehead, but it did not bring him the slightest bit of cold. On the contrary, it fueled his fighting spirit even more. Beneath their feet lay crimson sand and gravel, each piece of stone appearing as if drenched in blood, a dark, almost blackish red. Above his head were two moons. One moon is a full moon, and the other moon is also a full moon. Unlike the human world, the moon here is unusually large, as if it were right above your head, within reach of your hand. Moreover, both moons exuded an eerie aura, their crimson hue resembling the blood moons of ancient folktales. They also resembled the eyes of an unparalleled demon, hovering high above the demon continent, overlooking all living beings in the demon realm. Two moons in the same sky, the ultimate celestial secret. Tonight, time and space seem to have distorted. I wonder what my first enemy will be like. Rustle. Rustle. Just as Zhou Yun looked up at the sky and whispered to himself. His ears twitched slightly, as if he could hear the rustling sound of sand rubbing together. There's something there. He quickly turned around and looked in the direction from which the sound came. This is a minotaur that is nearly 2 meters tall. Its skin is rough and uneven, and just one look at it makes people feel cold and their scalp tingles. Its eyes were bloodshot, flashing with cold, killing intent. Its scarlet tongue hung outside the corner of its mouth, dripping with foul-smelling saliva. Its gaze toward Zhou Yun was filled with murderous intent and greed. Its claws looked somewhat withered, but they seemed quite strong. It was holding a thick leg bone upside down, which was its weapon. Roar! While Zhou Yun was still observing it, the minotaur immediately moved, letting out a roar as a torrent of demonic energy surged forth. Crimson rays of light, like chains, came from all directions, or like cold, venomous snakes, coiling towards Zhou Yun. At the same time, the minotaur gripped the bone club in his hands and swung it down at Zhou Yun. As expected of a demon, even though it's only a low-level demon, its attacks are quite fierce. Zhou Yun nodded. Regardless of the power of its attack, it was swift and fierce, almost completely blocking all of Zhou Yun's dodge positions and directions. Clearly, this minotaur has a wealth of combat experience. Break! Faced with the minotaur's attack, Zhou Yun's heart was also filled with surging fighting spirit. With a loud shout, a flash of light appeared in his hand, and a majestic black and gold spear with dragon patterns appeared in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the dragon-patterned black and gold spear traced a graceful arc, like a flash of sharp light. In an instant, the chains intertwined with crimson demonic energy were shattered by Zhou Yun's spear, turning into fragments of runes that disappeared without a trace. At the same time, they faced the bone clubs that the minotaurs were unleashing. Zhou Yun neither dodged nor evaded, but clenched his left fist, and a golden dragon pattern appeared on the tip of his fist. This was a martial art technique that he had never activated or used before. It also originates from the dragon transformation secret technique. This is a unique secret technique of the dragon race. Without matching claws, forcibly activating it would most likely result in a disjointed and ineffective attack. However, after being enhanced by the system, its power has become stronger and it is more suitable for Zhou Yun. Mount Lu. Rising Dragon Strike. With a roar, he unleashed a powerful left fist that hurtled straight at the minotaur's face. Chapter 115, a single strike to slay the demon, humans in the demon realm. Boom! A golden dragon roared and shot out from Zhou Yun's fist in an instant. The golden dragon shook its head and wagged its tail, so lifelike, and struck the minotaur in the face. The physical strength of demons is formidable, far surpassing that of humans of the same level. Even so, Zhou Yun's attack shattered its head. Snow-white bones and crimson blood spurted out, splashing across the ground and soaking the crimson sand, adding even more murderous intent to this land. At the same time, a dark red light flickered and flowed from the minotaur's body, gently circling around Zhou Yun once. He transformed into a streak of light and with a whoosh, entered the miniature demon suppressing tower at his waist. This means I've gained a trace of the mark? He raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of curiosity in his voice, as he looked at the miniature demon suppressing tower at his waist, finding it quite novel. He could clearly sense that a wisp of true spirit imprint was locked within the demon suppression tower. This true spirit mark illuminates a corner of the demon suppression tower. Once enough true spirit marks are accumulated, the entire first floor of the demon suppression tower will be illuminated. This also means that he has passed the first hurdle. So, according to the agreement I made with Su Qishan before, I need to pass 3 tests before I can gain his approval and marry Su Linglong. However, just how many demonic spirit imprints would be needed to fill all 3 levels of the demon suppression tower? He frowned slightly. The Minotaur he had just killed had very little true spirit power, and the light of its mark was also very weak. If he were to accumulate true spirit marks like this and light up the demon suppression tower little by little, it would take him forever. Wrong. There must be a shortcut. An idea flashed through his mind. Depending on their strength, the light emitted by the demon race's true spirit mark should also vary greatly. Judging from his aura, that Minotaur just now should have just entered the 2nd tier, which is equivalent to a 1-star or 2-star spirit warrior in the human race. If I find stronger demonic creatures and kill them, their true spirit imprints will definitely shine brightly. It won't be difficult to light up the entire first floor of the demon suppression tower. Moreover, the strength of that Minotaur was not satisfactory to him either. Although its strength is somewhat greater than that of humans of the same level. However, compared to Zhou Yun, he is far inferior. If it weren't for testing the new martial art Lushan Rising Dragon Strike and experiencing the power of that punch. In fact, he could easily kill him with just a light flick of his fist and his physical strength alone. Go find some stronger opponents to kill. Zhou Yun shook his head. If he were to constantly face enemies like Minotaurs, it wouldn't serve the purpose of training him. However, there was still one problem facing him. He was new to the place and couldn't even tell where he was. They had no idea in which direction the demons, who were of a higher level and greater strength, were located. Searching aimlessly, like a headless fly, is indeed a waste of time. Dod did day. Dod did day. Just then, a light and rhythmic sound of horses' hooves suddenly rang out. More demons are approaching? A hint of joy flashed in his eyes. This time, he planned to communicate with this demonic creature, or try to use soul searching on it to learn about the current situation in the demon realm. Only in this way can the purpose of the trials be better achieved. Whoa! Just as Zhou Yun was waiting for the demons to approach, a whoosh sound suddenly came. Humans? Zhou Yun frowned, surprised. Such vocalizations and movements are clearly no different from those of humans. Then he looked in the direction from which the sound came. Beside a low sand dune in the distance, in the dim red moonlight, Zhou Yun saw a rider with 4 or 5 men. They were dragging the reins, scanning their surroundings, their faces full of vigilance and solemnity. Big brother. That Minotaur is running in this direction. Look, there are still its footprints over there. Zhou Yun possessed a powerful divine sense and keen spiritual perception. The voices of the group instantly reached his ears. Not only did they look exactly like humans, but they also spoke the same language as Zhou Yun, with only a few harmless accents. It looks like a human, breathes like a human, walks like a human, and speaks and acts like a human. That's what humans are like. After observing for a while, Zhou Yun was certain that the 3 or 5 people riding horses in front of him were human, just like him. Could it be that they, like me, are humans who entered the demon realm through the demon suppression tower for training? He frowned slightly, puzzled, but he quickly dismissed the guess. These 5 people are too weak. According to Su Qishan's previous statement, only geniuses among the human race would choose to enter the demon realm through the demon suppression tower to fight against the demons and achieve the purpose of the trial. The people in the distance were of average, or even extremely poor, strength. Zhou Yun could clearly sense that their auras were extremely mixed, indicating that the cultivation techniques they practiced were quite ordinary and had nothing to do with the word genius. Furthermore, Zhou Yun did not see any miniature versions of the demon suppression tower markings on them. Clearly, these humans are natives of this demonic land. He was not an outsider like himself. Keep chasing. We have to kill this Minotaur. Otherwise, our village will be in danger. The man called boss is named Li Hu. He is the strongest among them, possessing the strength of a 4-star spirit warrior, which allows him to fight against ordinary demons. However, the creatures they are hunting now are not ordinary demons. It was a Minotaur with immense strength. The Minotaur is incredibly powerful. Although he has only just entered the 2nd tier, he can kill a human with a single blow. If they could, Li Hu and his group would not want to provoke this Minotaur. Only. This Minotaur already knows the location of their village. If we don't kill it, their village will definitely suffer endless troubles. Chase them. Keep chasing them. Even if it means death. Even if it means giving my life. We'll take this Minotaur down with us. Li Hu roared, we absolutely cannot let this Minotaur get away. If they let this Minotaur go today, he will surely lead a large number of his tribe to attack their village in the future. Humans are the most delicious food for these demons. Big brother. Look over there, it's a bull's head. At this moment, a villager next to Li Hu shouted, pointing in Zhou Yun's direction. His voice trembled violently, clearly showing his shock and horror. Ha! We've spotted a Minotaur? He was overjoyed he had finally caught up with it. Then, he suddenly turned around, and star energy flowed and accumulated on his right arm, and a crimson scimitar appeared in his hand. Mothman, die. However, before he could even swing his scimitar, he witnessed a horrifying scene. Ahead, there was only a bull's head, no body. Chapter 116, Li Hu, the Demon's Ceiling Tower. A huge bull's head, riddled with holes, lay carelessly discarded among the gravel. The terrifying power emanating from the surroundings told him that the Minotaur had not been dead for long. Retreat! Be careful, everyone! The Minotaur is dead, there might be even stronger demons nearby. Attention everyone! If the demon who killed the Minotaur hasn't left, and if it attacks us, explode immediately if you're outmatched. Don't give it a chance to search your soul. Even if you die, you mustn't reveal the village's location. Li Hu coldly gave the order. He hadn't expected that although the Minotaur was dead, there might be even stronger demons nearby. Yes. Don't worry, brother. Humph. In this world, I've wanted to die for a long time. If I could bite off a piece of this demon's flesh, I wouldn't mind dying. In the demon realm, the continuation of humanity is extremely difficult. In the entire demon realm, 80% of the demon race treats humans as food. The remaining 20% are no better. They dislike the taste of human flesh, but that doesn't mean they'll treat humans kindly. On the contrary, because human flesh is unpalatable, in their eyes, humans are even less than pigs and dogs. Therefore, under such historical circumstances, the humans in the demon realm lived in remote and dangerous places. Moreover, even so, there is still a possibility that the demons will discover it. Therefore, every time they encounter demons, in order to ensure the survival of their race, they either kill the demons they encounter or move the village far away. The relocation process was also fraught with crises. For them, there is no absolutely safe place in this world. Li Hu's village had just completed a relocation and hadn't had time to recover. They were hit by the same Minotaur from before, which wreaked havoc in the village and took the lives of several villagers. If Li Hu and the others hadn't returned in time while they were out hunting, the entire village would probably have suffered heavy casualties. Their village simply couldn't support another migration. Therefore, they could only send Li Hu and a few others to try to hunt down and kill the Minotaur, so as not to expose the village's location. Li Hu was deeply worried. If there really were high-level demon experts nearby, then the other side would kill them. If it were to pursue it with intent, the simple layout of the village would be impossible for it to hide from its eyes. Could it be that heaven intends to destroy my Li family village? Is this time really hopeless? A flicker of despair crossed his eyes, and his heart was filled with self-reproach. If I could be even stronger. If I could become a celestial warrior like the old clan chief, I would definitely be able to protect the village and get through this crisis. Li Hu muttered to himself, his mind racing with a jumble of thoughts. Just then, a calm voice rang out, interrupting the many thoughts in his mind. You are human? Are there native humans in the demon realm? Zhou Yun moved with the lightness of a swallow, as if walking on the wind. Li Hu and the others did not even notice his presence before he appeared beside them. Who? One member of Li Hu's squad was on high alert and reacted quickly, swinging his blade at Zhou Yun. The cold, sharp blade traced a chilling arc across the night sky, tearing towards Zhou Yun's throat. Bite! To the astonishment of the others, Zhou Yun casually extended a finger and held it in front of him. The sharp blade struck his fingers, producing a crisp clang. The blade seemed to have struck a piece of refined gold, shattering instantly. In contrast, Zhou Yun's fingers were completely unharmed, without even a single mark. Is this how you treat your guests? Zhou Yun smiled and said with a slight upturn of his lips. He could tell that the man's knife-wielding action was an unintentional act under intense mental tension, so he was not angered. Li Hu's pupils suddenly contracted. Is this human? Do humans have such powerful physical bodies? This physical strength is stronger than many demons, isn't it? He dared not delay and immediately bowed. Li Hu from Li family village greets Senior. At the same time, the people behind him followed his lead and bowed. Li Fan from Li family village greets Senior. Li Yen from Li family village greets Senior. Li Hao from Li family village greets Senior. Li Pingyan from Li Jia village. Zhou Yun waved his hand, signaling them to get up. Li Hu seemed to suddenly remember something and asked Zhou Yun with a serious expression. Senior, may I ask about that Minotaur? I killed him, Zhou Yun said frankly. This Minotaur was nothing to him, but to Li Hu and his men, it was an insurmountable enemy. Upon hearing Zhou Yun's reply, a look of joy instantly flashed across the faces of Li Hu and the others. After the darkest hour comes the dawn. Not only have the powerful enemies who were pursuing them been killed, they also encountered a powerful senior member of their own clan. It seems that their Li family village is not in danger of being destroyed anytime soon. The great kindness of our predecessors will never be forgotten by Li Hu of Li family village. After saying that, Li Hu knelt down with a thud and kowtowed deeply. Immediately afterward, Li Fan, Li Yen, and the others behind him followed suit, kowtowing and paying their respects. All right. I'm not even as old as you guys, and you're all kowtowing to me. Are you cursing me to die young? Zhou Yun waved his hand impatiently. Upon hearing this, Li Hu and the others quickly stood up and replied with solemn expressions, No, we wouldn't dare. Tell me, what's going on with you? There are humans in the demon realm? And you just mentioned Li family village? Are you from the same village? Zhou Yun voiced the question that had been lingering in his mind. This time, it was Li Hu's turn to be surprised. Senior, you are unaware of the situation in the demon realm. Suddenly, he saw the demon-suppressing pagoda hanging from Zhou Yun's waist. Excitement flashed in his eyes instantly. The demon ceiling tower? Senior, are you from the human realm? That's right. Senior possesses the demon ceiling tower, so you must be a prodigy from the mortal realm, coming to the demon realm for trials. It's only natural that you wouldn't know the situation in this demon realm. I never thought that I, Li Hu, would one day encounter guests from the mortal realm. It is truly a blessing from heaven. Senior, please come to our Li family village. I will tell you everything that our Li family village knows. Zhou Yun frowned slightly, glanced at the demon suppression tower at his waist, and a hint of doubt flashed through his mind. I never expected this thing to be so well known among humans in the demon realm. Even an ordinary villager recognized it and could instantly deduce that he came from the human world. Only. Su Qishan told him that this was the demon suppression tower. Li Hu, however, called it the demon ceiling tower. Why do the two worlds call it by such different names? Is there some hidden secret behind this? Or is it really just an error in word of mouth, with one party mispronouncing the name? Chapter 117, Seeking the Cultivation Technique First Update. Li Jia village is not too far from here. Led by Li Hu and others, Zhou Yun went through several twists and turns before finally arriving at the edge of a valley. Li Hu pushed aside a few pebbles, revealing a narrow crevice in the mountain stream beside him. He awkwardly touched the tip of his nose. Senior, the village is in poor and harsh conditions. For the sake of secrecy, we have no other choice but to trouble you to come with us through this low passageway. After saying that, he bent down and slowly walked into the narrow cave step by step. Li Hu, Li Fan, and others walked in front, while Zhou Yun followed at the very back. To be honest, the cave they carved out was indeed very narrow. Let alone a slightly overweight person, even an average-sized adult would find it extremely difficult to walk through the passage and reach the depths. If Feng Weihong had come here with him, he definitely wouldn't have been able to get in given his size. Fortunately, the narrow passageway was not long. The passage is described as, at first extremely narrow, barely wide enough for one person to pass through, but after walking several dozen steps, it suddenly opens up into a bright and spacious area. Led by Li Hu and the others, Zhou Yun turned several narrow and winding corners, and the surrounding space became much larger and more open. They can even stand upright, no longer needing to bend over and struggle forward. Every time the village relocates, other villagers are sent out to search for new hiding places in preparation for the next relocation and escape. This mountain has been prepared for over a decade, but it has never been moved here. Recently, our village was discovered by the Blood Demon clan. The Blood Demon clan sees us humans as food. Once caught by them, it's extremely dangerous. Of the 533 people in the entire Li family village, only a little over 100 of us escaped. Everyone else has perished in the demon's jaws, even the old village chief. He shook his head inside, tears welling in his tiger-like eyes. In Li family village today, he, Li Hu, is already the strongest. With the current strength of our Li village, it is no longer sufficient to go out and find another relocation site. So, that's why the 5 of us risk leaving the mountain to hunt down that Minotaur. If we don't kill it and it brings the location information of Li family village to the Minotaur race, then the entire Li family village will have no chance of survival. Zhou Yun nodded. The human race in this world lived in extremely difficult conditions, surrounded by wolves and rampant demons. The slightest mistake could lead to the annihilation of the entire clan. Therefore, they must be extremely careful, as even the smallest crisis could lead to the annihilation of their tribe. Senior, Li Hu has a favor to ask. Seeing the look of disappointment in Zhou Yun's eyes, Li Hu hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. Zhou Yun frowned slightly. Could it be that he wanted him to lead the people of Li family village away from the demon realm? Can we use the spatial passage of the demon suppression tower to return to the human world? He doesn't have that ability. The mark of the demon suppression tower could only carry him away alone. However, Zhou Yun remained calm and gestured for Li Hu to continue. Please, Senior, impart your teachings to strengthen our declining human race. Li Hu looked solemn and said to Zhou Yun in a deep voice. Humanity has been in decline for over 1,000 years. In this world, the demon race is in power, and humanity has become weak and reduced to food for humans. No one wants to live in constant fear, like a rat crossing the street. If we could, we would also like to stand under the sky, upright on the earth, and fight a bloody battle with these alien races to fight for a bright and clear world. However, the cultivation technique we practice is too low grade. The highest grade technique currently passed down in Li family village is only a fragmented green grade technique. The other martial arts skills are even worse, either white grade or no grade. He shook his head, his face full of regret. If our human race has a complete lineage and is at its peak of strength, how could we possibly fear these demons and monsters? Li Hu dares not hope that the senior can lead us away from this world. We only hope that our senior can bestow upon us a higher level and more complete cultivation method, so that we may fight against the demon race and rebuild the world. Li Huton's eyes were filled with blood and tears. Recalling the tragic scenes of fighting against the demons and the deaths of his relatives and friends in the first half of his life, he almost went mad. Li Hu knew that only they themselves could save them. If Zhou Yun could bestow upon them a high-level cultivation technique, the strength of the people in Li family village would surely experience a qualitative leap. With a rapid improvement in cultivation level, they will be better able to protect Li family village and have a greater chance of passing on their clan's legacy. In this way, by biding their time and developing their strength gradually, they will one day possess the power to confront the demons directly. Zhou Yun remained silent. He had not expected that, under such harsh conditions, the human race of this world would never give up hope and never consider succumbing to despair. Perhaps, this is the brilliance of humanity. Seeing that Zhou Yun remained silent, Li Hu assumed that Zhou Yun did not want to agree. He quickly spoke up and continued. Senior, we are aware of the principle that the law should not be easily passed on. We will not take your inherited cultivation techniques for nothing. Our Li family village has been hiding in the demon realm for hundreds of years, barely surviving. We do have some rare treasures in the world. As long as you, Senior, are interested, and as long as you are willing to leave behind a complete cultivation technique in our Li family village, you can take it all. After saying that, he waved his hand, signaling Li Yan and Li Fan behind him to go to the treasure vault in Li family village and retrieve the rare treasure. Without the slightest hesitation, the two left immediately. Li Hu is now the strongest man in Li family village and the true village chief. Humanity, having experienced the chaos of war and bloodshed in the apocalypse, has long since summarized the most important ways of dealing with things. Obey orders. A group can only have one voice. Only in this way can we concentrate our efforts in one direction, thus increasing the likelihood of the group's continuation. Zhou Yun originally wanted to say that regardless of whether there were any extraordinary treasures or not, he was willing to leave behind his cultivation technique. Seeing that Li Yan and Li Fan had already set off, he hesitated for a moment and then shut his mouth. If the treasure they retrieve is truly useful to him, then it wouldn't be a big deal for him to take it. Given the current strength of Li family village, even if they leave behind some rare treasures, they probably won't be able to make the most of them. Of course, if the rare treasures they acquire are of little value to him, he will also leave behind some of the techniques he has learned. Regardless of the circumstances, as fellow human beings, we have an obligation to support each other. In other words, he wasn't strong enough. If he were powerful enough, he would probably take direct action and annihilate all the demons in this entire world, refining this demon world into a part of the human realm. Not long after, Li Yan and Li Fan came over. Li Hu took the rare treasures the two had retrieved and handed them to Zhou Yun, saying with a nervous expression, "Senior, Li family village has survived several near-extinction attempts and has lost a large number of precious treasures. Now, after searching the entire Li family village, we've only found these 4 items. I hope you won't find them lacking." Chapter 118, Dragon Balls, Demon Flower Second Update. 4 simple stone boxes were placed in front of Zhou Yun. It was stained with specks of brown blood, and it was unknown when these bloodstains were left. It is filled with the weighty atmosphere of history. Clearly, over the past 1,000 years, Li family village has paid an extremely heavy price to protect these rare treasures. These are too precious. Zhou Yun hadn't opened them yet, but just from the mottled, heavy texture of these stone boxes, he knew that these things must be extremely precious to Li family village. "Senior." Seeing that Zhou Yun was about to refuse, a hint of anxiety flashed in Li Hu's eyes. "Senior, for my Li family village now, these things, no matter how precious, are nothing more than flowers in a mirror or the moon's reflection in water. Far from being as good as a complete cultivation manual." He's right. Only one incomplete green cultivation manual remains in Li family village. Of the 2 or 3 complete white cultivation manuals, there are only 14 martial artists who can cultivate them, including Li Hu, Li Yan, and the other 5. With such a meager foundation, not only could they not protect the contents of these stone boxes, but if the demons were to invade again, the entire race might not even be able to continue. Zhou Yun sighed. "Then I'll take a look." After saying that, he took the 4 stone boxes from Li Hu's hands. The stone box is heavy, stained with mottled blood, and full of the weight of history. He gently opened the first box. Hold head high. It was as if a loud dragon's roar exploded in his ears. However, this dragon's roar was filled with endless killing intent, unlike the dragon roar he had heard before in the underwater dragon palace of the secret island, which was righteous, peaceful, domineering and majestic. "This is a Dragon Ball?" His pupils suddenly contracted, and a deep look of shock flashed in his eyes. Zhou Yun never expected that this was just the first stone box, and it would bring him such a big surprise. This is actually a real Dragon Ball. However, this Dragon Ball is not as clear and transparent as the Fish Dragon King's. This Dragon Ball was entirely crimson, dazzling like a blood diamond, shimmering with an eerie light that sent shivers down one's spine and startled one. He quickly sealed the stone box. "This is a Dragon's Ball. Prolonged exposure to the outside world may be sensed by the dragons of the demon realm, potentially leading to a great crisis." After the stone box was sealed, Zhou Yun realized that it was actually a rare treasure. Exquisite runes were hidden beneath the mottled bloodstains. After the stone box was completely sealed, it was able to firmly seal all the aura of the demon dragon pearl inside, without letting any of it leak out. In an instant, Zhou Yun's mind raced, and many thoughts came to mind. It seems that many years ago, Lijia village was also at its peak and very prosperous. Otherwise, how could they possess such a precious stone box? And how could they possess such a precious dragon pearl? It's truly lamentable that such a powerful clan has fallen to such a state. This Dragon Ball is useful to me. I can exchange it with you, a red quality cultivation technique, a complete chapter of the 5 realms of martial arts, from the Chi martial artist realm to the divine martial artist realm. As for the 5 realms of martial artists and the 5 realms of godhood, I'm sorry, I'm not strong enough, and I don't have such techniques. His red grade cultivation technique was naturally a secret technique passed down in the Su family. Previously, after visiting Su Linglong's father and mother, she then took it upon herself to pass on this technique to Zhou Yun, even though Zhou Yun already possessed the more precious golden grade dragon transformation secret technique. However, Su Linglong was unaware that she was doing this to prevent Zhou Yun's cultivation speed from slowing down due to the lack of subsequent techniques. At this moment, her martial arts manual came in handy. In fact, it is extremely unethical to rashly impart the martial arts techniques of another clan. Zhou Yun learned the Su family's martial arts techniques from Su Linglong, but that does not mean he has the right to pass them on. However, this is another world, located in a different world from Jiangchang and the Dragon Kingdom. Ordinary rules naturally cannot restrain him. The fundamental reason why family techniques are forbidden to be passed on to outsiders is to prevent others from learning their techniques and then becoming their enemies. However, it is clear that there is no possibility of humans from 2 different worlds becoming enemies. In addition, based on his understanding of Su Linglong, upon hearing about the human race in this world, they will undoubtedly pass on the Su family's cultivation techniques without hesitation. Subsequently, Zhou Yun took out a brand new greenwood jade inheritance scroll from the chest jar space, and using his divine sense as a blade, imprinted the inheritance text in core mysteries of the Su family's cultivation technique, star refining technique, and handed it to Li Hu. My name is Zhou Yun. However, this technique originated from a family surnamed Su. If one day your Li family is able to defeat the demons of this world and lead the human race back to the mortal realm, and if you ever encounter a warrior from the Su family in trouble, please beg for their life. The human realm is vast. Even if the Li Hu family can leave the demon realm and return to the human world, the Su family members they encounter may not necessarily be from Su Linglong's family. However, since they share the same surname, Su, they are very likely from the same clan countless years ago. Saving their lives can be considered settling the karmic debt with the Su family. Li Hu nodded solemnly. I will follow Brother Su's instructions. Lejia village will abide by this order for all time. Zhou Yun nodded. With a flick of his wrist, he stored the stone box containing the demon dragon pearl into the chest jar space. This dragon ball will be of great use to him. Whether it's cultivating some of the powerful killing moves in the dragon transformation secret technique or using it to refine external avatars, it can bring him a huge boost in combat power. Then he looked at the second stone box. With a soft click, the stone box opened. After seeing the contents of the stone box, Zhou Yun's pupils contracted, and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. This is another great product. Inside the stone box, a beautiful flower lay quietly. The petals are milky white, like finely carved jade, with red lines encircling the flower, giving it an eerie aura. Demon flower. Zhou Yun pronounced the name of the item slowly and deliberately. Legend has it that this flower contains wondrous power. Newly born demons or monsters who consume this flower will have their talents baptized, and may become a generation of demon gods in the future. This item is useless to Zhou Yun. However, there was also a beast egg in his chess set. That was the purple-winged wolf king in its nirvana state. Once the wolf king completes its rebirth, it will be reborn, which will absolutely meet the conditions for consuming the demon god flower. As Zhou Yun's pre-selected beast companion, the purple-winged wolf king's improved strength and talent will also benefit him. Therefore, the demon flower is also a valuable treasure for him. Chapter 119, The Stone in the Stone Box, third update. Okay. Zhou Yun was in high spirits and said good 3 times in a row. He was filled with anticipation for what would be inside the 2 subsequent stone boxes. The items in the stone box are all specialties of this demon realm. Such treasures are very precious in this demon realm, and their value is even higher in the human world. This demon flower. I can exchange one of my secret techniques with you. This secret technique is called Azure Dragon Claw. He gave a soft shout, and a lifelike, domineering, and powerful azure dragon phantom appeared behind him. It gently extended its sharp claws, exuding a chilling killing intent and overwhelming power. So strong. Li Hu's eyes widened, and a look of excitement flashed across his face. The demon flower is utterly worthless to the humans of this world. However, we must take great care to protect the demon flower. Because this is the demon realm, humans cannot consume the demon god flower, but there are countless descendants of demons who can consume it. If not handled properly, it could very well create an incomparably powerful demon god. This is definitely not a good thing for the human race in this world. Therefore, the demon flower is not only worthless to them, but also a hot potato. And now, given to Zhou Yun, he can actually exchange it for such a powerful secret technique. How could he not be excited? How could he not be shocked? Zhou Yun repeated his previous actions. Using his divine sense as a blade and the jade scroll as a medium, he carved out the complete Azure Dragon Claw secret technique and handed it to Li Hu. Then he looked at the remaining 2 stone boxes. Snap! Zhou Yun opened the stone box on the left, inside which was a dark brown pill. On the surface of the pill, there is extremely pure and clear star energy. Zhou Yun frowned slightly. This pill was rich in star energy, and after consuming and refining it, it would be enough to allow someone to instantly break through a major realm. They can directly advance from a 1-star heavenly warrior to a 1-star saint warrior. It is also possible to suddenly advance from the realm of a 1-star saint warrior to the level of a 1-star god warrior. Furthermore, if Zhou Yun wasn't mistaken, this pill was made using a special technique that could rapidly improve cultivation without leaving any poisonous residue on the user, thus preventing damage to the user's foundation and ensuring their future achievements won't be affected. Only. For some unknown reason, the pill cracked. A narrow slit almost split the pill in 2. Apart from the star energy accumulated on the surface of the pill, the inside of the pill had turned into dust and ashes, and it was obviously completely unusable. Well. Pity. Zhou Yun shook his head. If it were still intact, this pill would be just as rare as the Dragon Ball and the Demon Godflower. But, it was already damaged, and the medicinal properties on its surface were completely useless to Zhou Yun. Brother Zhou. Li Hu gave a bitter smile. This pill, it's probably been stored for too long, its medicinal properties have been severely diminished, and it's been damaged by time. Zhou Yun nodded. He could imagine that during those difficult years, the martial artists of the Li family couldn't bear to use such a precious pill to improve their cultivation level, and wanted to keep it, hoping that a more talented member of the clan would emerge in the future to make the most of the pill. Just keep playing it, just keep playing it. Until its medicinal properties dissipate and it becomes completely useless. This pill is useless to me, but I'm still willing to give you something. A look of surprise appeared on Li Hu's face. He dared not refuse. Lijia village desperately needed resources. Whether it's cultivation techniques or martial arts skills, they are all invaluable to them now. Zhou Yun waved his hand gently, and a wooden bucket appeared in front of him. Since the last time I took a bath in the land of fire spirits. He always keeps several bathtubs in his chess playing space. Zhou Yun carefully separated the part of the dark brown pill that still had some medicinal power and placed it in the wooden bucket. Then, several liters of earth fire spirit liquid were poured into the wooden bucket, along with some qi and blood spiritual items such as crimson bloodfruit, and some spring water was added for dilution. The liquid was then refined using the methods recorded in the Dragon Transformation Secret Technique, and finally a bucket of blood-red medicinal liquid was made. The medicinal liquid was potent and hot, radiating intense medicinal power. Give a portion of this medicinal liquid to the younger generation in Li family village who have talent for cultivation. Refining and absorbing it will enhance their innate potential and benefit them when they embark on the path of cultivation in the future. Zhou Yun let out a soft breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. This was his first time preparing medicine, and although it was just a simple liquid rather than a pill, it was still a considerable challenge for him. Thank you so much, Brother Zhou. Upon hearing Zhou Yun's words, Li Hu once again expressed his gratitude with great emotion. Zhou Yun genuinely wanted to provide some support to Li family village, hoping they could make a name for themselves in the demon realm. He waved his hand gently. If anyone should be thanking someone, it should be me thanking you. These things in the stone box are useful to me. Although I traded a cultivation technique and a secret skill for the Dragon Ball and the Demon Flower, overall, I still benefited more from the exchange. After resting for a while, Zhou Yun turned his attention to the last stone box. This is the last gift left by the ancient Li family. Hopefully, it contains something good, rather than something that, like this elixir, lost its spiritual essence and vanished into the annals of history. Zhou Yun gently opened the stone box. What is this? His brows furrowed, and a look of bewilderment and surprise flashed across his face. Because of Su Linglong, Zhou Yun's horizons were broadened considerably, and his theoretical knowledge became incredibly rich. He could recognize many rare and precious treasures at a glance. However, he had never seen or even heard of the contents of this stone box before. This is a rock the size of a fist. It's rather strange that a stone box contains stones. Moreover, Zhou Yun had not yet discerned the material of the stone, nor did he know its purpose. Because the previous 3 stone boxes all yielded good items. Zhou Yun was certain that the Li family's ancestors were of great importance. Anything that they would treasure so much and put in a stone box to pass down to future generations could not possibly be an ordinary item. Then, he reached out and grabbed. Surprisingly, I couldn't pick it up. What's going on? The stone in the stone box seemed empty, as if it had no weight at all. However, it weighed a ton, and Zhou Yun couldn't lift it with his bare hands. This surprised him greatly, and then a sense of curiosity arose in his heart. He gradually increased his power, and in the end, he even controlled the full power of the heavenly demon body's bloodline. A dark, demonic figure appeared behind him, exerting force alongside him. Unfortunately, the stone seemed to be rooted in the stone box, and no matter how hard Zhou Yun tried, he could not budge it an inch. What a strange thing. He shook his head. I'll take this. I'll exchange a secret technique for cultivating divine form with you. Chapter 120, A Divine Lord Realm Expert 4th Update. Jiangcheng, the Su family. What terrifying frost power. Su Qishan's face was filled with a solemn expression. He originally thought that Su Linglong's comprehension of the power of frost was at most similar to Zhou Yun's comprehension of the power of the raging fire in the early morning. But unexpectedly, ever since Zhou Yun entered the Demon Suppression Tower, the frost power in the place where Su Linglong was in seclusion was getting stronger and stronger. As time went by, the mountain peak that once belonged to the Su family was now completely enveloped within it. This mountain was originally shrouded in a protective array, making it spring-like all year round. But now, as if the formation had failed, the entire mountain, from top to bottom, has entered the deep winter season. Goosefeather snowflakes are falling, and ice crystals are everywhere, as if it is about to freeze the entire mountain of the Su family. And it's not just their mountain. Even throughout Jiangcheng, many people felt the weather suddenly turn cold. Ordinary people speculated that winter had arrived earlier and was much longer than usual this year, possibly leading to a harsh winter. What exactly was the opportunity she received? Why is it so terrifying? Changing celestial phenomena is nothing to a celestial warrior. A slight display of unusual phenomena is enough to trigger changes in the celestial phenomena. However, Su Linglong's current state is clearly abnormal. She is not using her unusual phenomena to change her surroundings. Instead, it is through the changing environment around them that they perceive the power of the Tao, thereby elevating their own strength and realm. At this moment, Su Linglong's boudoir no longer held any warmth whatsoever. Everything was covered in frost, completely destroyed by the cold frost. However, 3 feet in front of Su Linglong, everything was completely opposite to what was around her. Before her, amidst the surrounding cold and frost, a flame was burning silently. The flame was ice blue, burning gently without bringing any warmth. Instead, those who looked directly at it felt a chill that ran deep into their souls. This is Azure Ice Flame? Su Qishan's eyes widened, he gasped, and his face was filled with shock. The Azure Ice Flame has an extremely powerful origin. Although it is a flame, it has no warmth whatsoever. Instead, it is filled with ice attribute power. When it explodes to its extreme, it can even freeze the soul and annihilate reincarnation. Legend has it that the Azure Ice Flame is extremely rare, and everyone who possesses it will become a peerless hero who can suppress an era. For those who possess the Azure Ice Flame, the 5 realms of martial arts are merely the beginning of their martial arts journey. Only by ascending to the 5th realm of divinity can they truly reach the vast sky. Linglong has actually awakened the Azure Ice Flame? Then my Su family, won't we soar to new heights? Su Qishan's face was filled with excitement, and a fervent glint flashed deep in his eyes. Branches, offshoots, main branch, primary branch. With Linglong's talent, she's probably one of the best even within the main branch. Could it be that the Su family of the Dragon Kingdom, under Linglong's leadership, is destined to return to its main lineage in this era? His heart was pounding. Over the years, only the head of the Su family in each generation knew that their Su family, this martial arts family that was prosperous in the eastern region of the Dragon Kingdom, was just a branch that had split off from a large clan. The main branches where true prosperity and flourishing are found. Those who have reached the 5th level of the divine realm are rare even in the entire Dragon Kingdom. However, within the main branch of the Su family, those who do not reach the 5th level of the divine ascension realm will forever remain insignificant juniors. Even if one barely reaches the 5th level of the divine ascension realm, if one cannot go far, one will still be at the bottom of that family. He swallowed hard, a glimmer of hope rising in his heart. A glimmer of hope for returning to the main branch of the family. Just then, a soft sound rang in his ear. The strongest is only at the Saint Warrior level? This branch of the Dragon Kingdom has truly declined. However, this little one does have some talent. He has awakened the Ice Emperor's sacred body and has mastered the Azure Ice Flame. With some nurturing, he might have the potential to become a great talent. Instantly, Su Qishan's heart trembled. Who is this? Someone from the Master's family? He never expected that. He had just remembered the main branch of the Su family. In just a few seconds, someone from the main branch arrived. What a coincidence! Senior, who are you? Su Qishan looked around but found nothing unusual. Then, he asked the question in his mind using his divine sense. Ha, Junior. I am still within the territory of you, of course you cannot find me. I just happened to be looking towards the Dragon Kingdom on a whim, and that's how I discovered your branch, and that little girl who was trying to comprehend the power of frost and control the Azure Ice Flame. Please wait a moment, I will arrive in 5 minutes. Su Qishan's pupils dilated, and his body trembled uncontrollably. This gentleman? He must have heard correctly. The person who just transmitted a message to him in his mind called himself this Lord? Only those at the Divine Lord level, one of the 5 realms of ascension to godhood, are qualified to use the title this Lord. The Divine Lord realm seems to be not much different from the Saint Warrior realm, only 2 realms higher. But that's not actually the case. The path of spiritual practice becomes increasingly difficult as you progress. To progress from a saint warrior to a divine warrior, one needs to comprehend a divine power. The divine warrior is the final realm of the 5 realms of martial arts. Going further up, you reach the first of the 5 realms of ascension to godhood, the divine sea realm. The journey from the divine martial realm to the divine sea realm requires a vast and abundant amount of divine power, as well as an extremely large amount of Tao principles for nourishment. The difference between the 2 realms is like the difference between clouds and mud, like the difference between heaven and earth. The gap between the divine sea realm and the divine monarch realm is even greater. The person who just sent a telepathic message to Su Qishan was actually a powerful expert at the divine lord realm from the main branch of the Su family. Such a person could destroy an entire country with a single thought. Even within the Su family, a divine lord realm cultivator is enough to qualify as an elder. Hey little guy? What are you thinking about? Tell me. At that moment, a teasing voice suddenly appeared in front of Su Qishan. It was exactly the same voice as the person who had previously communicated with him telepathically. Clearly, the person before me is the divine lord of our clan. Instantly, Su Qishan's expression changed. Then, with a solemn expression, he bowed deeply. Su Qishan, the head of the Su family branch, greets your majesty the divine lord. Behind Su Qishan, the rest of the Su family did not even notice the arrival of the divine lord. They were still shocked by the extraordinary phenomenon of Su Linglong's seclusion and enlightenment when they suddenly saw Su Qishan bowing in greeting. Before these people could react, they heard Su Qishan's telepathic message in their minds. Idiot! Kneel down and pay your respects. This is a very important figure from the main branch of our Su family, a powerful expert at the divine lord realm.